3 years ago, the white tiger divine beast appeared and descended upon the West Ridge region of the Qin kingdom. Within 3 years, the white tiger allied with the Qin king, waging war in all directions, destroying 6 states and unifying half of West Ridge, aside from the white tiger itself. Another divine beast also fell. That was the divine fire vermilion bird, which fell into the territory of the southern wilderness within the Great Zhou sect. A disciple of the Great Zhou sect named Vo Chiu happened to encounter the divine bird while training. 3 years later, Vo Chiu rose to prominence, seized the position of sect master, and dominated the 19 sects of the southern wilderness, making the Great Zhou sect the leading power in the region. However, no one knew that on that day 3 years ago, there were actually 3 divine beasts that fell, not 2. The third divine beast was just a loach. Ordinary, and it fell right into the hands of this young man, who was himself a transmigrator. When Tun Truong Min caught it, he thought it was some awesome pet beast that came with him when he transmigrated, so he hastily formed a soul contract with it. But over these 3 years, aside from being able to project his soul into its body and share its senses, he discovered no other special ability. In other words, this loach was completely useless. Tun Truong Min was heartbroken but still had to struggle to survive in this strange world. Today, like every other day, he again entered the loach's body. Then he let it loose into the river. Only today that useless fish seemed to swim deeper than usual, making him freezing cold. In that icy water, Tun Truong Min suddenly saw a very faint glimmer of light drifting in the current. The loach swam a little closer. He immediately realized it was a genuine pearl. He thought today's harvest would be huge. Who would have guessed that as soon as he got a bit closer to that pearl, he encountered a school of extremely ferocious fish. Tun Truong Min instinctively let out a cry and then passed out. After an unknown amount of time, Tun Truong Min returned home. As soon as the door opened, he was greeted by the innocent, sparkling eyes of Tun Truong Yen, his younger sister in this world. The girl was so excited that she barreled hard into her brother. Tun Truong Yen, take it easy. You've knocked my insides all out of place. After saying that, Tun Truong Min took out the pearl that he had struggled and nearly lost half his life to obtain, and showed it off to his sister. Look, today I found a big treasure, enough for tomorrow's tax money. Tun Truong Yen's eyes shone even brighter. Does that mean tonight we can eat up all the food in the house? Yes, tonight we'll have a big feast. They called it a big feast, but in reality their house only had 1 potato, 1 carrot, 1 radish, and 1 bowl of rice. Even though there wasn't a single piece of meat, Tun Truong Yen was still incredibly happy, and she put the food into her mouth. Tun Truong Min made the excuse that he had already eaten his fill outside and wasn't eating, just wanting to watch her eat. But his sister exposed him. I don't believe you, you're definitely lying to me. I heard your stomach growling loudly. Tun Truong Min was embarrassed and finally had to reluctantly accept the bowl of rice his sister handed him. After Tun Truong Yen finished eating, she looked down at the foot of the table. She saw her brother's little loach eating the flesh of those ferocious fish, and worried it might catch the cold poison, she looked concerned. In contrast, the loach's owner Tun Truong Min seemed indifferent. After all, being alive was enough. If he didn't feed it, it would starve to death. Yet it was he who ended up unwell. That night, Tun Truong Min came down with a fever and chills. Probably because while struggling to get that pearl, he was bitten by those ferocious fish and caught the cold poison. There was no money in the house. Unable to call a doctor, Tun Truong Min could only endure it. He swore that one day he would take his sister and leave this godforsaken place, no longer living a life worse than a dog's. In the middle of the night, Tun Truong Min had drifted hazily into a coma. But the loach sleeping right next to him suddenly woke up because it sensed something was very wrong. A large creature, its head covered in horns, its 2 eyes gleaming brightly, was outside the door silently watching them. Without a sound, that loach jumped onto Tun Truong Min's chest. At that moment, a warm glow suddenly emanated from its body, helping his body feel a bit more at ease. And that golden light also made the strange creature outside the door pause for a moment, then leave. It wasn't until the next morning that Tun Truong Min woke up, and he felt extremely strange. Even though yesterday he had clearly caught the cold poison, his body had been shivering and extremely uncomfortable. But this morning when he woke up, his body was instead full of strength. How on earth was he supposed to explain this? Tun Truong Min glanced at the little loach sleeping soundly beside him. Based on his many years of experience reading web novels, could it be that it had helped him? Thinking of this, Tun Truong Min became extremely excited. 3 years, could it be that he had finally awakened? Of course, Tun Truong Min had guessed correctly, but he didn't know what had happened the night before. That fish was also very excellent at showing itself as a piece of trash, so that speculation was just Tun Truong Min's speculation alone. Speaking of which, the 2 siblings lived in Diango Kingdom, in a small village called Tiat Ho. This was the poorest place in the country. The villagers were all poor or had difficult circumstances. Tun Truong Min didn't want to live here either, but he had no choice. Because of the strict laws of Diango, he could only stay temporarily in this place. Today, as soon as he went out, an uncle in the village waved Tun Truong Min over. Then, he quietly advised him to be careful, because yesterday the monster appeared again and trampled 2 households to death. That uncle advised his siblings to go sleep in the cave tonight. Protecting their lives was still the top priority. Tun Truong Min's face turned ashen. Indeed, Tiat Ho village was not only poor but also unlucky, because monsters would occasionally visit. The monsters appeared mainly because of the large hills and mountains behind the village. According to the village elders, that was an ancient tomb of an old demon god. Every night, the descendants of the demon god would return to worship their ancestors. Their village's situation was like living right at the gates of hell. Fortunately, they had survived a calamity yesterday. The two were still talking when they heard an extremely shrill gong sound. The next disaster for Tiat Ho village had arrived, and that was paying taxes. Because of environmental problems, the villagers couldn't grow crops, so they had to risk their lives digging for jewels to get by. And yet the taxes were still very high, and the officials were heartless. Anyone who failed to pay taxes on time would be beaten brutally. And of course, their rations would be cut. This time, Tun Truong Min handed over the pearl he had just found yesterday. The 3 greedy officials' eyes lit up as soon as they saw it. Because it was top grade, both its color and shape were extremely perfect. With that pearl, he could at least exchange it for 4 sacks of grain. But out of greed, these scoundrels deliberately disparaged the pearl as worthless and tossed Tun Truong Min just 1 bag of grain. Holding the bag of grain in his hand, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. The taxes were already harsh, and like everyone else, he had to risk his life just to get a bit of food. Yet he was still being cheated by those parasites. Unable to hold back, Tun Truong Min muttered under his breath, calling them a bunch of beasts. Who would have thought that one of the 3 heard what he muttered? He immediately flew into a rage and turned around. What were you just mumbling? If we don't take your life today, it seems you won't learn to be afraid. Then let this official give you a lesson. As he spoke, he swung his fist at Tun Truong Min, but by now he was used to trembling in fear. He couldn't help it and immediately threw his own fist to fight back. Blocking the blow was instinct, but Tun Truong Min was extremely surprised to find that his body had suddenly become very strong. That official was knocked to the ground by him, and the bones in his hands seemed to have all been broken. "You stinking brat, do you want to die?" He was furious, his hand shaking uncontrollably. The other 2 saw this and thought Tun Truong Min was rebelling, so they immediately drew their swords. But at that moment, the uncle who had just warned him about the monster rushed forward again, quickly forcing him to kneel and bow his head low. Then he spoke a few words in Tun Truong Min's defense. "Sirs, he is just a child who doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against him." Then he whispered into his ear again. "Little Tun, endure it a bit. If something really happens to you, what will your little sister do?" On the other side, the 2 Yamen runners hurriedly helped their captain up. Then they advised him to leave, because the people of Tiat Ho village had long been pushed to the brink and knew no fear. If they traded 1 for 1 with Tun Truong Min now, it would be them who would suffer. The captain felt that made sense, so he had to leave resentfully. After they had gone, Tun Truong Min finally reacted. He looked at his own 2 hands with an incredulous expression. Last night, after that loach had eaten the raw fish, he had already felt a sensation of warm water flowing through his body. It seemed this had affected him. If that was the case, Tun Truong Min needed to verify it again. So he hurriedly said goodbye to that uncle and quickly ran to the lake. Tun Truong Min took the loach out of the gourd and threw it into the lake. Today, the way he addressed it had changed. No longer calling this fish a piece of trash. "Treasure, show me a bit of your ability." Underwater, the loach quickly encountered another fish. It fiercely bit the tail of that fish, and Tun Truong Min simultaneously felt his body being infused with a bit more strength. Sure enough, he had guessed correctly. As long as the little loach ate, it could transfer the energy into his body. So he immediately made it eat and eat continuously, devouring non-stop. The fish kept eating, from when it was still daylight until the crescent moon hung overhead, only then surfacing with a bloated belly. Tun Truong Min didn't expect that despite its small size, its appetite was so huge. It seemed this fish truly was a golden finger, the treatment reserved for a main character. He began to feel full of hope that from now on he could finally rise up. It was getting late and afraid that Tun Truong Yen would worry. Tun Truong Min dragged the fish along and headed home. But after only a few steps, suddenly a ball of light descended from the sky, landing right in front of Tun Truong Min and making him jump in fright. "What's descending this time, oh heaven?" Instinctively, Tun Truong Min immediately hid. Then he noticed several strange people had appeared. They seemed to be immortal cultivators, and it wasn't that they intentionally landed here. They lost control and fell while flying past. For this reason, the leader of that cultivator group believed that this village harbored something sinister, with foul energy that caused this to happen. Hun Truong Min held his breath and watched their every move. Perhaps because he was too tense, he accidentally made a sound. Almost immediately, a young man in the group shouted, "Who's there? Come out now." As he spoke, he shot a sword beam straight toward him. Hun Truong Min was terrified, but luckily the sword beam stopped when it was just a hair's breadth away from him. Because the other party realized that he was just an ordinary person. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, those people immediately questioned him. "Kid, we're asking you for directions. You must answer honestly. Do you know where Soku is?" Hearing this, Tun Truong Min immediately realized that here came another group of fearless people seeking death. So he pretended not to know and asked back, "What is Soku?" Who would have thought the other party would openly scorn him? HMPH, asking a direction-blind fool, a rude brat like him couldn't possibly know where Soku is. In my opinion, there's no need for us to exorcise demons for these worthless mortals. Just let them fend for themselves. One simple sentence contained so many sensitive trigger words. Direction-blind, worthless mortals fend for themselves. Tun Truong Min was furious. He had originally wanted to pretend not to know so that these people wouldn't rush headlong into danger. But since they dared to wound his pride, he would give them a lesson right now. Thinking so, Tun Truong Min retorted, "Did you say Soku is the big mountain behind our village?" "That's right, have you been there?" "No. The elders in the village have told stories. That place has a huge tomb burying an immortal demon. In the past, someone went there and not even their bones remain." Hearing that, those people's faces lit up. They kept nodding, saying, "Exactly, it's indeed this place." Tun Truong Min even feigned concern, urging them not to go there, because the village elders all said that no one who went to Soku ever came back alive. But he knew full well that these cultivators were as arrogant as they come, always thinking they were the best. The more he advised them not to go, the more they wanted to go. "Alright, this is no longer your business, get lost. Remember that. I, the Taoist Jia Jia, am here to exorcise demons and slay monsters for you wretched commoners, that's all." After throwing out a few rude remarks, that group of people immediately left. After they had gone out of sight, Tun Truong Min revealed an undisguisable expression of contempt. He thought to himself, they're indeed a bunch rushing off to reincarnate. If they refuse to listen to his advice, then they might as well go get themselves killed together. Honestly speaking, that group of immortal cultivators did not completely disregard the words of young Master Tun. It's just that in their minds, he was nothing but a stupid commoner. It is normal for non-cultivators to fear monsters. As for them, being immortal cultivators, how could they be afraid of a little thing like this demon? Following the path that Tun Truong Min pointed out, they had come very close to the lair. Before that, all the magical tools and treasures on them that were not in use were left outside. Only kept their life-bound magic treasures that would not be affected by evil energy. Tun Truong Min was still secretly following this group. Seeing them so resolutely advance, he could only sigh. He thought to himself, anyway they wouldn't have the lives to come back here. So those magical tools and treasures they just left behind, let him confiscate them. Consider it avoiding waste. Thinking so, Tun Truong Min immediately let out the loach. Sure enough, the small barrier created by those immortal cultivators could not stop it. Inside that bag, there were quite a few things and most were good stuff. Unfortunately, in this isolated village, he dared not use them. Tun Truong Min planned to stash them away first. Later, when he left the village, he could still use them, just as he thought of this. He then saw that loach swallowing a dagger whole. Tun Truong Min was shocked. This vulgar, worldly fish could put any damn thing into its mouth. He was even planning to take that dagger along for self-defense, but it was too late. It had already swallowed it down into its belly. Right after that, Tun Truong Min saw the fish showing signs of something not right. Thinking, oh crap, he rushed over to force it to quickly vomit it out. After a struggle, the fish vomited out the dagger. However, Tun Truong Min looked closely and saw it was not exactly the dagger it had swallowed earlier. Or rather, the thing it just vomited up was like a newly upgraded treasure. After a few seconds of astonishment, Tun Truong Min felt he had just struck gold. This little loach could actually eat waste and vomit out treasures. Even in his dreams, he never thought it had such a function. And so, a thought full of capitalist flavor appeared in his mind. Tun Truong Min wanted to squeeze the fish dry, wanted it to endlessly eat waste products and vomit out treasures. But after many failed experiments, Tun Truong Min finally discovered that this could not be turned into a production line. In the pile of magical treasures that those Taoists left behind, only one last item remained. Tun Truong Min also fed the last one to the loach. This time, he also felt a warm current of energy circulating through his body, but that warm sensation was several times stronger than before. It made him feel as if he were sitting inside a furnace. At the same time, a mark appeared on Tun Truong Min's left chest. It looked like a still unfinished emblem. When he opened his eyes, he saw his little loach's whole body swelling up. Tun Truong Min panicked, not knowing what was wrong with it. but before he could think of a way to save it, he suddenly saw the fish's body lengthen a little. It looked less ugly now. It seems this is evolution, right? The feeling of worry immediately disappeared, replaced by extreme joy. Good, Tun Truong Min felt that both he and the little loach had become considerably stronger. Thus, in the future, they could swim down to more dangerous deep waters together. So the next day, Tun Truong Min eagerly left the house early. Leaving Tun Truong Yen at home to watch the house, they went to the lake. As usual, the little loach carried a portion of Tun Truong Min's soul and dove down. With their current combined strength, Tun Truong Min could easily attach a portion of his soul to its body, not only to search for treasures in deep water areas. While swimming, he also kept lamenting, "My age is still so young, just a teenager, yet I already have to go out to the great river to find treasures. But we must still be humble even if we earn a lot of money. After all, there are still many poor people in the village. There are also vicious death row prisoners with no way back. I'm afraid if I reveal I have this ability, they will target me." Swimming along with the little loach, Tun Truong Min dreamed of a wealthy future with his little sister, quickly escaping this cursed village. Not long after, he saw 2 bone beads that looked even more valuable than pearls. Tun Truong Min eagerly wanted to swim over, but the loach hesitated, constantly making grunting sounds to warn him that there was a trap ahead. After all, Tun Truong Min was only a land creature. How could he fully understand the underwater traps like this fish? Those 2 bone beads were not treasures at all. They were merely the lure of an anglerfish. It could actually use a part of its body as bait, then lie in wait to eat its prey. Tun Truong Min saw that this fish had intelligence. Perhaps it had already turned into a demon beast. But it didn't look like hunting. On the contrary, it seemed to be hiding something. Tun Truong Min decided to control the small loach and wait a little longer to observe. After a while, the anglerfish left. This was a good opportunity. They immediately approached the spot where it had been swimming back and forth and discovered that indeed, beneath the moss, there was a mark of something that looked like a token. Tun Truong Min didn't care what it was, only knowing he had to take it away and figure things out later. But just as they were about to leave, they were spotted by the anglerfish. Tun Truong Min's heart leaped. Seeing the fish already swimming back to attack him, he hurriedly directed the small loach to swim into a narrow crevice to hide. After swimming into the cave, thinking he had successfully escaped, Tun Truong Min intended to steer the small loach quickly back so he could examine the newly obtained treasure. Who would have guessed they would face another formidable foe? It was a giant eel and it had 2 heads. Its teeth were razor-sharp, its fierce eyes not like those of an ordinary creature. One look was enough to tell it was a demon beast. Its movements were also very fast. Before Tun Truong Min could do anything, the small loach was already coiled up by the giant eel's body. Then with its razor-sharp teeth, it bit down fiercely as he could only panic, helpless. There was a great commotion in the water. The 2 creatures thrashed until part of them surfaced. Tun Truong Min didn't have time to think. He immediately dove into the water to save the small loach. The giant eel kept coiling around it. Creating a whirlpool right in the middle of the lake, Tun Truong Min immediately drew his dagger, ready to charge in and fight. But the eel shifted its attack. Instead of coiling around the small loach, it coiled around Tun Truong Min, nearly suffocating him. Tun Truong Min swung the dagger wildly, wounding the giant eel but only insignificantly, and even enraging it further. He could clearly feel it tightening around him. He was terrified, certain that this time he would die an unjust death. However, the small loach wasn't that useless. Once it broke free from the giant eel's grip, it immediately turned back, biting and tearing into that demon beast's body. In pain, the giant eel loosened slightly, allowing Tun Truong Min to escape. "Well done," Tun Truong Min praised it sincerely. After getting out of its grasp, he began to counterattack. The dagger that the small loach had spat out was indeed a fine item. With just a few slashes, Tun Truong Min was able to split the giant eel in 2. After that exhausting struggle, the danger was finally eliminated. He hoisted the demon beast's corpse onto the shore. While Tun Truong Min was still trying to steady his breathing, the small loach had already started its eel feast. As it wolfed down the meat, Tun Truong Min noticed it was also badly wounded. His heart ached a bit and he reached out his hand. "How did you get so badly hurt? I almost lost you. You're really..." The small loach thought Tun Truong Min wanted to hold and comfort it, so it instinctively extended its 2 fins forward. Like a child seeking encouragement, but instead it got a punch from him. "You're such a huge idiot. If you can't win, don't you know how to run? Eat, eat, eat. All day you only think about eating. Don't you even care about your life? If I had been a bit later, you'd have been eaten by someone else by now." Scolded right to its face, the loach clearly wasn't happy at all, but there was nothing it could do to rebel. However, despite its severe injuries, its wounds healed very quickly. Tun Truong Min scolded until his mouth was tired, only to see the wound on the loach's body had already closed. It seemed he had underestimated it. It was getting late, so the 2 of them packed up and prepared to go home, bringing along the remaining eel carcass. On the way back, Tun Truong Min met another villager, looking ragged and leaning against a tree root, seemingly on the verge of starvation. Though he wasn't rich himself, he still gave the man a chunk of eel. The man seemed very surprised, bowing continuously in thanks until the boy had gone far. Afterward, Tun Truong Min came across another man, a total stranger. He appeared to be a cultivator from outside. Figuring this was just one more person heading to the mountain behind the village to seek death, he didn't intend to waste words advising him again. But as Tun Truong Min was about to pass by, the man spoke up first. "Hey there, little brother," his tone extremely serious. It made Tun Truong Min jump out of his skin. Really, he had only glanced at him once, surely he hadn't provoked the man. Tun Truong Min hurriedly waved his hand. "Uncle, if you have something to say, take it slow." The man clapped a hand on his shoulder, tensed his face, then put on a smile. He told Tun Truong Min not to be nervous, that he only wanted to ask for direction. Tun Truong Min breathed a sigh of relief, but another question arose. "Ask for directions? You could ask anyone in the village, why lie in wait here to grab me? These two things are not the same." The other party immediately retorted, his gaze sweeping over Sun Changming as if seeing right through him. "After all, ordinary people have no spiritual power in their bodies. Am I right, young brother from this remote and desolate village?" The evening wind swirled dust through the air. With a gentle expression, Dongfeng placed a hand on the person's shoulder and asked, "Young man, what is your surname?" He paused, secretly observing the stranger before him. Who is this person? A feeling of unease spread. Inwardly shocked, he thought, how does he know I have spiritual power within me? Old memories flickered. He gripped his sword tighter, thinking, ordinary cultivators look down on the lives of mortals, unless he means to harm me. He burst into hearty laughter. Patting the youth's shoulder, Dongfeng said with a friendly smile, "Ha ha ha. Young man, don't be so tense. I just didn't expect to encounter a young person who has awakened spiritual power in this remote, desolate place. Just curious, that's all." Realizing his abruptness, Dongfeng said sincerely, "That was my fault. I frightened you, sorry." He glanced around the village. He then slowly asked, "Young man, do you know where Chukyu is?" Changming pointed behind him and replied calmly, "It's the great mountain behind our village." Hearing the familiar name, a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Chukyu again. Dongfeng nodded in thanks and prepared to leave. "All right, thank you, young man." Watching his departing figure, Changming sighed with frustration and helplessness. Another one seeking death. After walking a few steps, Dongfeng added another question, "Right, young man, do you have a master?" He shook his head lightly and answered calmly, "No, I was born here." A look of regret flickered in his eyes. He sighed softly, "Is that so? Ah, living so well, what a pity." Then Dongfeng tossed over a brocade pouch. He smiled and said, consider this a bit of help from me." Then Dongfeng tossed over a brocade pouch, still smiling. "Anyway, I have no use for it. You are kind-hearted, so I'm giving it to you." Changming turned and walked a few quick steps, then raised his hand and called out loudly behind him. "Uncle," looking into the distance, he murmured the all-too-familiar warning, "Once you go in, you won't come back out." Night was falling, darkness enveloping the lonely little wooden house on the hillside. The little girl slumped wearily onto the table, complaining in an exhausted voice. "So hungry." Just then, Changming announced his safe return home. "I'm back." Changyan rushed over and hit him in frustration, shouting, "You're so late, hurry up and eat." He silently placed the stone fragment he had picked up onto the old wooden table. His gaze was full of contemplation. Sitting down opposite, the little girl cheerfully called her brother to start dinner. Eating, glancing around, Changming muttered with a puzzled look. It didn't look anything special. Could it really make that fierce beast so interested? Deciding to put it aside for now, he reached out to open the brocade pouch and said, "Put it away. First I need to check the brocade pouch that cultivator uncle gave me." Seeing the name engraved inside, Changming softly repeated it to remember. "Dongfeng, is this the uncle's name?" He continued examining, carefully searching through each item inside. "Let me see if there's anything else." Looking at the pile of treasures, Changming couldn't hide his rare astonishment. 3 pill bottles, 1 suit of armor, 1 horse-slaying saber, and 1 flying sword. All top-grade magic treasures. Seeing her brother dazed, Changyan angrily threatened, "Hey, if you don't eat, I'll eat your portion too." Changming snapped out of it, smiled, and said, "All right, let's eat." The loach on the table raised its head, eyes curiously looking at the sword that was faintly glowing. It clumsily crawled over, opened its mouth, and swallowed the whole sword to everyone's shock. Changming panicked and jumped up, hastily shouting, "Quick, spit it out. This sword is not for you to eat." Suddenly the loach's belly glowed intensely. Energy gathered continuously. It spat out several bullets that shot through the window at terrifying speed. The extreme impact force caused trees outside to break and fall everywhere. The bullet ricocheted off the wall, changed direction, and shot back into the enclosed room. Finally, everything was swallowed again by the loach, disappearing into its belly. He widened his eyes, unable to hide the horror mixed with excitement. Whoa. The power of these bullets is on par with armor-piercing rounds, and they can be retrieved, unless it's a new skill of the little loach. Suddenly Changming thought of something. With a calculating look, he softly said, "Wait," the corner of his mouth lifting as a reckless idea came to him. "If you're that strong, I have a bold thought." Tearing through the originally quiet night sky at the old signboard on the main road, a flash of light signaled an impending event. A A person's back silently appeared in the quiet house, bringing a sense of unfamiliarity. Under the flickering oil lamp, shadows stretched long on the wall. The atmosphere became oppressive. Renaying faced Yunru, her figure hazy between light and shadow. She slightly curled her lips, her calm voice sounding in the silent room. "You've come." Renaying slowly stepped forward, each step heavy with thoughts in her heart. She stopped, her eyes carrying worry and torment, her voice softly lowered. Senior sister Yunru gently placed the book on the table. Her eyes softened as she slowly said, "You don't need to be so sad. I myself asked Tianhu to lock me here, to prevent me from being unable to control the godless arm of the demonic transformation and harming innocent people." Renaying clenched her sleeve. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked about the duration of imprisonment. "How much longer?" She smiled faintly, her voice light as if accustomed to fate. "I don't know, maybe 3 days, maybe 3 years, maybe a lifetime." Yunru looked straight at her, voice carrying both concern and puzzlement. "What's wrong? Junior sister came to find me. Is something the matter?" Renaying took a deep breath, her eyes resolute as she voiced her decision. "I've come to say goodbye to you, senior sister. My spiritual energy has never been able to condense a spirit pattern. I want to go out and train." She chuckled softly, her voice carrying nostalgia for the glorious past. "Aha, once the genius fairy of our Jingbo prefecture, still so proud as always." Yunru sighed, eyes distant, she smiled faintly. After all, watching peers gradually surpass oneself is not comfortable. She gently waved her hand, voice low with sincere advice. "Forget it, you go, be careful. This world is not peaceful." Yunru frowned and added a reminder, her gaze slightly more stern than usual. "Also, when outside, be a bit humble, don't be too arrogant." She bowed her head deeply, voice steady. "Your junior sister understands." At the riverbank sparkling with water light, the current reflected the gradually descending evening sky. Changaming enthusiastically told the loach, determined to eliminate that fierce fish today. "Little loach, today we absolutely must deal with that big fierce fish." The giant fish suddenly leaped into the air, its body blocking the light. The loach calmly replied, concise and decisive. Exuding confidence, the big fish charged forward with fierce power, stirring up rolling waves on the river's surface. The loach silently observed, its gaze indifferent as if seeing through the entire attack. Changaming urged, he shouted, "Little loach, use that move on him." The loach condensed spiritual energy and fired a bullet carrying astonishing might. The big fish crashed into the water, its body motionless amidst the splashing water. He breathed a sigh of relief, voice carrying some surprise. Didn't take any effort at all. Changaming hauled the big fish's carcass ashore, his movements somewhat practiced. He opened his hand, looking at the 2 bone pearls emitting a soft glow before his eye. Changaming said to the loach casually, "These 2 bone pearls look pretty valuable. They'll be mine, the rest is yours." As if suddenly remembering something, he tossed the pills and continued, "Right, also the pills that Uncle Dongfeng gave. You should eat a little too." The loach let out a short sound, It wouldn't stay still, wagging its tail and emitting soft protest noises. Truong Min frowned slightly, a vague premonition rising in his heart. Is it coming? A strange sensation surged up, like a stream of warm water flowing endlessly into his stomach. He thought this time the feeling was different from before. The warm current was like a great river, ceaselessly pouring into his belly. Suddenly, a hazy mark appeared on Truong Min's abdomen, emitting a faint light. He looked down, his voice full of confusion. "What is this mark?" The sky gradually shifted to shades of gold and orange, the dusk dyeing the entire space. Truong Min murmured, then said, "Time really does pass quickly." Previously, a strange rune had condensed on his left chest, and now another mark had appeared on his abdomen. "What on earth is going on?" He sighed, his tone self-mocking. "If I think about it that way, I'll realize I have absolutely no idea how to map out the realms of this world." Truong Min waved his hand, pulling the loach along, and decided to put the thought aside for now. "Forget it, let's go home first." The corner of his mouth curved up, his voice half joking, half serious. "After leaving Tayat Ho village, I'll see if I can find a sect to apprentice under. Preferably one with lots of senior sisters flying through the sky." Neem An was startled. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with the flying sword?" The flying sword shuddered violently, and Neem An lost her balance, plummeting straight down. She cried out, "Ah!" Truong Min jumped, turned his head to look, and hastily asked, "Hey, what's that noise?" Neem An's expression changed drastically. Sensing imminent danger, she rushed forward, shouting a warning at the top of her lungs, "Get out of the way, quick." Before he could react, he could only blurt out in shock, "Damn." It closed in too fast, and her chest collided with his face, making him blush bright red. "What the?" They both collapsed in a heap. Truong Min cried out awkwardly, "What is going on?" The evening sky was stained yellow, and the wind rustled through the treetops, making the surroundings gently sway. Neem An frowned, groaning softly from the accident. "That hurts. I can't believe the flying sword lost its spirit. If I'd known." She froze, hurriedly speaking up as she realized the awkward situation. Sorry." Neem An's face turned red, and she quickly scrambled off the other person. "Just now, I'm so sorry." "Are you all right?" Truong Min replied, his voice quite calm. "I've encountered things like this a lot. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." She hastily called out after him, her gaze sharpening as she prepared to get clear answers. "Stop right there." Neem An straightened herself up and presented her identity. "I am an officer of the Imperial Court and I need to ask you a few things." Truong Min halted, turned his head back, his expression a mixture of suspicion and caution. "Officer, what's the matter?" She raised her hand and pointed toward the distant mountain range in the twilight. "Is that the forbidden zone of Tiat Ho village?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes." Neem An silently observed the terrain, doubt rising in her heart. It was indeed just like the rumors said. Near the forbidden zone, the blast energy is dense. Anyone entering rashly will definitely be corroded by it. Her gaze swept over the young man in front of her and her thoughts deepened. Logically speaking, people living near the forbidden zone should be deficient in qi and physically crippled. But why is this young man so healthy? Truong Min frowned, showing his impatience. "Does the officer have any further business?" Neem An suddenly stepped forward, extending her hand right in front of him. "Give me your hand." Truong Min stepped back half a pace, his expression guarded. "Officer, I don't understand what you mean." Internally, he groaned, "This is bad. I've run into a lunatic." She frowned, her voice carrying a commanding tone. "I said do it, hurry up." "Hey," Truong Min replied in frustration. "Why are you still grabbing me?" Neem An circulated her inner force, placing her fingers on his wrist pulse to examine it carefully. Truong Min angrily shouted, his voice dropping low, each word ringing out decisively. "Let go." She was thrown off. Crying out, "That hurts." He spoke coldly, his gaze unfriendly. "You laid hands on me first. Don't blame me for being rude." Neem An steadied her breathing, inwardly shocked. His spiritual energy is so strong. He's definitely at the level of condensing a strange rune. She looked straight at him and asked in a probing tone, "How old are you this year?" Truong Min answered quickly without hiding anything. 15. Why, is there a problem? Neem An was shaken to the core, her eyes subtly changing. "He's younger than me by a year, and his spiritual energy has already condensed a strange rune, an exceedingly rare one at that. Jeng Metal's spiritual energy specializes in offense. There must be something peculiar inside." She coughed lightly, regaining her composure. "Cough, cough," I got a bit excited. "Sorry," he turned to leave. "If there's nothing else, I'll..." Neem An immediately cut him off. "Hey, wait," she formally introduced her identity. "My name is Van Neem An, an official envoy of the Heavenly Court Bureau of the Great Ngo Kingdom. I came here to investigate the strange blast energy near the Forbidden Zone." Truong Min repeated the title, looking surprised. "Heavenly Court Bureau." Neem An curved her lips into a faint smile. "Impressive, right?" He looked at the darkening sky and spoke up as a reminder. "But it's almost dark. You should find a place to stay quickly. It's very dangerous at night and there are monsters." She shook her head, her gaze directed toward the deep mountains. "The deeper you go, the denser the evil qi becomes. I won't go further in." Truong Min asked worriedly, "Then where will you stay?" Neem An stepped forward, pulling out a small gourd flask and holding it right in front of him, said, "Right here." She threw the gourd down and light from spiritual power enveloped the area. Neem An waved her hands to form a seal, spiritual light burst forth and a spell unfolded. The empty ground transformed. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, thinking, damn, is technology this advanced? Neem An burst out laughing, her voice tinged with teasing. "Never seen it before, right? Want to go in and take a look?" Truong Min hesitated, a sense of caution rising within. "Oh no, it's getting dark." He hurried away, still not forgetting to remind, "Sorry, I have to go now, but I still advise you not to sleep in that house. Dig a hole to sleep in. That's the safest." Neem An watched him go, muttering softly, "Dig a hole to sleep in, what a weird guy." It was gradually getting dark, the chill spreading through the quiet air. Night fell and with it sorrow. She sat inside the house, reminding herself of the journey's goal. This time out, besides breaking through the bottleneck and condensing the alien markings, she also had to investigate the origin of the evil aura. Neem An furrowed her brows, pondering, "But if I get too close, the evil aura will corrode me. How do I investigate? Wait, when it's dark I'll see that young man again. It seems he isn't affected by the evil aura." She sighed softly, feeling a bit regretful for forgetting to ask his name, but he was quite a strange person, saying there were monsters at night and you had to dig a hole to sleep. Suddenly, a rustling, eerie sound rang out in the quiet night outside. Neem An frowned slightly, listening into the night, her voice tinged with worry. What was that sound? She turned to look outside. Before her eyes, a gigantic monster full of evil aura appeared. The monster roared, its massive form charging straight toward the house. Neem An's eyes widened in terror and she blurted out, "What the hell is this thing?" The house was smashed to pieces in an instant. Her scream echoed through the dark night. After a tiring day, Truong Min stepped into the courtyard. A voice called out, "Tiu Yen, we're home." A familiar voice. Truong Yen, unable to hide her joy, said, "Brother, I've been so impatient." He hastily called back Tiu Yen. Wait, overwhelmed with joy, the little girl rushed forward and hugged Truong Min tightly. "Brother, you're back." Truong Yen pulled him to sit down, giggling as she spoke. "Hurry up and eat. Don't lie down anymore." After the meal, the little girl took the initiative to tidy up. Then I'll go wash the dishes, okay? Truong Min watched her back and nodded slightly. All right, thanks for your hard work. Looking at the little loach, he silently calculated in his mind. That little loach is eating more and more. The pills that Uncle left behind are down to only half a bottle. I can't feed you armor and peach cakes. After a moment of hesitation, Truong Min took out the last item. Then this is all that's left. The moment the loach saw the Mai Dua, it pounced and tore into it without hesitation. Immediately after, a strange beam of light shot out from his head. Intense pain struck, making Truong Min clench his teeth, his vision darkening. Amidst the dizziness, a familiar stream of information surfaced in his mind. 3 minutes, spirit origin technique. His consciousness gradually stabilized. He quickly analyzed the abilities he had just acquired. Spirit capture, spirit drain, spirit rage. These specifically targeted the magic of resentful spirits and evil ghosts of the various clans. Realizing the pattern, the corner of Truong Min's mouth twitched with calculation. It seems, as long as I feed the corresponding technique to you, I will directly learn it. Too perfect, the next morning, pale sunlight shone down on Tayat Ho village still covered in morning dew. He stood up, stretched, and said, "Yeah, today is the day to pay the survival tax." Truong Min clenched the 2 buffalo bone beads in his hand. Today, he would use these 2 buffalo bone beads to trade for meat for Tiu Yen. Passing by a house, he unconsciously stopped to observe. So early, this is the house of the girl from yesterday. Looking at the desolation, Truong Min sighed softly. It really has become an abandoned place. Could it be that she died too? As expected, life all depends on luck. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded from above. Hey, Neem An reluctantly spoke with a slightly awkward expression. Do you have any spare clothes? My house was destroyed yesterday. I hurriedly ran away and didn't have time to grab any. Truong Min looked up. An improper thought flashed through his mind. Damn this angle. He stood frozen, staring blankly at the tree branch where Neem An was sitting. Realizing that gaze, she was both embarrassed and angry, her face darkening. Neem An gritted her teeth, her voice clearly turning cold. Where are you looking? In the blink of an eye, she flew down, and a slap was imprinted clearly on Truong Min's face. He hurriedly took out a coat with an awkward expression. Sorry. This coat is a bit old, wear it for now. Neem An put on the coat, lowered her head to tie the sash, her movements calmer. She was bashful. Raising her head to look directly at Truong Min, she asked, "Thank you, you still haven't told me your name." He replied, his voice simple but clear. My name is Tun Truong Min. Neem An looked at Truong Min inquiringly. Right, what are you doing at the village gate so early in the morning? He calmly answered, to pay the survival tax. In Truong Min's mind, the familiar image of the desolate village suddenly appeared. He slowly explained. Tayat Ho village is eroded by impure energy every year. The villagers can only rely on Nhat Chow Bao to make a living. The government office will periodically send people to collect the survival tax. We can only get food at this time. Truong Min slightly frowned warily. The government people have arrived. She glanced over and quickly made a decision. We'll talk later. Noticing too many people around, Neem An quickly slipped away. Too many people now. Dressed like this is really embarrassing. I'll hide first. A rude shout rang out, shattering the quiet morning atmosphere. Pay the tax, you lowly people of Tayat Ho village. Hurry out and pay the tax immediately. Lo Ka grumbled sullenly, his eyes full of disgust. You've been sent to this desolate place again, so far, and you can't even earn much. Jia Hao bowed and laughed flatteringly. Sir, these past few days have indeed been a bit hard. Look, he sneaked, his voice full of sarcasm. In 5 days you went to the widow's house 4 times. How could it not be hard? He chuckled, not ashamed at all. You know I like this kind of thing. Lo Ka waved his hand, signaling the end. Forget it, this time take a little more. Jia Hao immediately bowed and replied, Great, thank you, sir. The villagers gradually came to pay the tax. A heavy atmosphere covered the wide yard. His gaze suddenly stopped, recognizing a familiar figure. He's the brat who caused trouble last time. Jia Hao suddenly shouted loudly, all of you get lost. In his heart, a murderous intent flickered. Good, this time with so many people around, I must deal with him. Several bailiffs immediately stepped forward, gradually tightening the encirclement around Truong Min. From above, Neem An observed the situation. What are these bailiffs trying to do? Jia Hao jerked his chin to command. Bailiffs, his lordship has ordered, notify that brat to pay first. The bailiffs in gray uniforms began to approach, their greedy eyes clearly visible. With a sinister smile, Jia Hao glanced at the 2 buffalo bone beads in his hand. This little brat got lucky. These 2 buffalo bone beads aren't bad either. He raised his hand to signal, his tone deliberately cold. Hand over the buffalo bone beads. The value is 1 bag of grain. The surrounding villagers buzzed, unable to help exclaiming in surprise. What here? Truong Min stepped forward. His gaze turned cold, his voice restrained with anger. Hey, his anger flared up violently, and with a frosty face he shouted, I clearly handed over 2 beads. Are you blind? Give it back to me. Jia Hao sneered contemptuously. Insulting a court official, you brat, do you want to die? The surrounding atmosphere became tense. A light breeze blew through, making the tree canopy tremble slightly, observing from above. Neem An slightly furrowed her brows. Have the low-ranking officials of the Dying Go dynasty fallen to such a low level? Truong Min looked straight at him, his voice calm but sharp. Coming to our Tayat Ho village to collect taxes is surely the most miserable chore of the county office. Your positions are all pitiful people. Why must you harm each other? Jia Hao's face flushed with anger, roaring like a provoked wild beast. You brat, today I'll show you who the real pitiful pawn is. Truong Min was not flustered, his body leaning slightly to dodge the incoming blow. He counterattacked immediately, a clean kick landing directly on the man's stomach. Jia Hao was sent flying by the force of the kick, his body somersaulting several times in the air. He fell to the ground in pain. The bailiffs panicked and rushed over to check. Lo Ka stepped forward, his eyes coldly looking at him. You brat. You really have guts? He channeled spiritual energy and an artifact appeared. Chains shot straight toward Truong Min. He squinted, a trace of vigilance flashing in his heart. He didn't expect them to use an artifact. However, Truong Min reached out and grabbed the chains in midair. With his feet planted firmly like nails, Lo Ka stared in shock, unable to believe the scene before his eye. What? You drew the small knife at your hip, the motion decisive yet not cruel. The blade swung, striking the man's arm, causing Lo Ka to lose the power of the binding talisman. He clutched his arm, howling in pain, blood soaking his sleeve red. The surrounding villagers, stunned, whispered in horror. That child is so formidable, I don't know. Lo Ka, enraged to madness, roared orders at his subordinates. All of you go, kill him for me. At that moment, a sword shot down from above, stabbing hard between the two sides. Upon the flying sword, a figure stood straight, an icy aura covering the entire scene. Her voice rang out with majesty. I am Ven Neem An of the Triuthene II. I now order you to stop. Neem An's gaze swept over the officials, then she continued shouting, You are officials of Great Wu, yet you do not follow the law, instead secretly oppressing innocent people. Get out of here immediately. The whole group of officials stood frozen as if nailed in place, not daring to move. The man clutched his bleeding arm. He gritted his teeth and gave the order helplessly. Retreat. Neem An calmly flicked her fingers. Invisible spiritual power spread around. The spiritual power wrapped the grain bags, slowly flying toward the villagers. Her serious voice carried regret. Everyone, this incident is a disgrace to our Great Wu. On behalf of the Wu clan, I apologize to you all. These provisions are some compensation. The villagers tremblingly stepped forward, whispering timidly, Take the grain. Neem An flew down beside Truong Min. Her voice softened, I'm sorry this happened. He nodded, replying calmly, It's fine, it's not your fault. Truong Min looked at her curiously and couldn't help asking, But is the reputation of your Triuthene II really that great? You even manage this? Neem An paused slightly, her voice carrying a bit of pride. Of course, in Great Wu, our Triuthene II uniform is considered a passport. He glanced at her thin clothes and laughed. But wearing such thin pajamas, can they still believe you? As soon as he finished, a crisp slap rang out in the quiet space. Neem An, both angry and worried, muttered, It's over. I haven't put on my uniform yet but already issued an order. According to the law, I'll definitely be reported to McCoy. Truong Min pretended to be serious. For hitting someone casually, I'll report you too. Obviously it was just a joke. She leaped onto the flying sword. Her figure flashed and quickly disappeared on the spot. Before leaving, Neem An's hurried voice came from afar. I must report in first. I'll return the coat to you sometime. In his heart, he couldn't help thinking, this young lady has no social experience at all. Is she really not going to be cheated? Neem An looked at the official uniform on her body and said apologetically, How could I forget to change? The reputation of Triuthene II is a bit too embarrassing. She shook her head, trying to focus on the main task but couldn't. Still, better do the main task first. Neem An bowed her head deep in thought. But the extremely sinister and toxic evil energy in this village, I can't act rashly. Recalling her senior sister's experience, she thought, one must know that evil energy is the greatest enemy of cultivators in this world. Once evil energy invades the body, at first there is no effect. The cultivator won't even feel it when they have been invaded. But at the most critical moment of cultivation, it erupts. Neem An recalled sadly. Senior sister, at the most critical moment of cultivating the Vu then Ti then art, was about to succeed when evil energy invaded her body and erupted. Her arm also became grotesque. At the same time, evil energy can only be suppressed, not eliminated. She clenched her fist and told herself, I must investigate the secrets of Tayat Ho village thoroughly. Find a way to deal with evil energy, help senior sister recover soon. Thinking of Truong Min, she calculated inwardly, it seems I must start with that youth. He lives in a place so dense with evil energy yet can still cultivate. Either he has some special technique, or there is a high-level expert guiding him behind the scenes. Having sorted out all her thoughts, Neem An resolved, I must keep an eye on him. She called her subordinate outside and ordered, I want to take over all tasks concerning Tayat Ho village. Bring me the official token of the local government. Holding the token, Neem smiled confidently. This young lady doesn't believe she won't have a chance to approach him. At that moment, Truong Min and the Loach were swimming at the river bottom searching for treasure. At that moment behind them, a pair of gleaming green eyes was watching the two. Truong Min and the Loach seemed to sense it. They started and turned to look at the thing charging at them. A strange four-eyed monster, its body like a turtle, its tail like a scorpion. Its back covered with sharp spines and a mouth full of sharp teeth, it stared at them. Truong Min immediately turned to his little Loach, encouraging it with confidence. Little Loach, don't be afraid, handle him. Hearing his encouragement, it rushed to face the huge monster. Against the attacks, the Loach, with its small body, easily dodged and weaved. Taking advantage of the monster's distraction, Truong Min rushed forward with his small knife and slashed its neck, causing blood to spurt out. The monster, in pain, raised its head and roared in fury, then thrashed violently. The Loach took this chance to charge and struck the monster hard with its tail, sending it flying. After its feet touched the ground, the monster regained balance, stomped down for momentum, and ran forward. Furious, it opened its huge mouth, ignoring the wounds on its body, and chased after the Loach. The Loach also quickly swam at full speed to distance itself from the monster. Seeing that he had put a safe distance between himself and the monster, the Loach immediately turned around, took a deep breath, and sucked in the surrounding water. It forcefully shot a powerful jet of water toward the monster, so immense that the water pressure directly pierced through the monster's body. After the monster was destroyed, Truong Min climbed ashore, his heart still pounding with fear, and said, You little rascal, you scared your big brother to death. The Loach paid no mind and happily dove back into the water. It feasted on the monster it had just taken down. As the Loach's meal slowly transformed into spiritual energy flowing into Truong Min's body, he thought contentedly. So comfortable, this time the harvest was not small at all. Truong Min looked at the changes in the mark on his abdomen, overjoyed. It turned out great. It had evolved from a personal seal into a heaven-granted jade. He rubbed his belly, examined the mark, and noted that this seal could even grow. Although he didn't know what effect it had, Truong Min looked at the Loach with a face full of delight and said, Something so big must surely be very powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, the Loach suddenly vomited until its face turned pale. He asked worriedly, What's wrong? I just praised you. Did you eat too much? On the ground, after the Loach had eaten the entire monster, it left behind the monster's back shell. Truong Min asked skeptically, A shield? He took out a bone knife to examine the monster's shell and said, This thing looks pretty hard. Let's try stabbing it with a bone. Saying that, Truong Min directly stabbed the shield hard with the knife to test its quality. After the powerful strike, it only left a tiny scratch on the surface. Having found a rare treasure, he hugged the shield and shouted with joy. A VIP item. Truong Min's plan was that whenever he encountered danger, he would hide behind the shield. To keep his tone from becoming noticeably less enthusiastic, he imagined that scene. Truong Min felt something was off. He suddenly realized it was just like a turtle retracting into its shell. Truong Min didn't care. He stuffed the shield into his bag and said, Who cares as long as it works? Let's go back to Second Brother's place. Suddenly the Loach refused to go back and stared at him as if wanting to say something. Truong Min turned back, looked at it and asked, is there something else? As soon as he finished speaking, the Loach swam back into the water. It led him into the cave from earlier. Truong Min swam after it and asked, Why are we coming back here? After swimming deeper inside, Truong Min noticed strange statues on the cave wall. He exclaimed, This isn't right, and looked closely at each statue. They looked like stone kiln. These traces were made by humans. Going deeper down, they encountered a huge gate blocking the way with two statues of Lord Guan standing guard on both sides. Truong Min wondered, Is this place hiding a grotto heaven? The man and the Loach slipped through a crack in the gate to look inside. Truong Min said, Let's go inside and see. They passed through a gate hazy like a mirror surface. Truong Min said doubtfully, It seems to be a divine hall. Together they stepped cautiously through the chilly wind, slowly advancing into the divine hall. Although this place was deep underwater, inside it was extremely dry. Truong Min also exclaimed in surprise, The lake water has disappeared inside the divine hall. Dry skeletons lay scattered everywhere with no signs of life around. He sighed, These white bones are about to turn into dust, and there's such immense pressure. Truong Min and the little Loach advanced to the center of the divine hall. He suddenly spoke, Moreover, what I notice most is. Truong Min suddenly noticed the spear planted in front and said doubtfully, This long black spear. He felt a bit worried inwardly. This long black spear gives me a feeling of threat. Unless all the white bones here are demon beasts it killed. Truong Min turned and said, Little Loach, we retreat first. Before he finished speaking, he saw the Loach approaching the spear with greedy eyes. Truong Min hurriedly stopped it, saying, Don't be reckless, all these bones, we can't even beat a single one of them. They were all killed by this iron spear. At that moment, as if sensing the presence of the two, the spear suddenly emitted a crimson glow. A powerful energy enveloped it. Seeing the situation was bad, Truong Min shouted, "Quick, let's go!" The loach saw this thing was no easy prey, so it grabbed a small piece of bone as a consolation prize. Frantically swimming after Truong Min, the energy from the spear pursued them as if alive. Truong Min worriedly shouted at the loach, "Stop gnawing that bone. Everything's converging here, life is more important." The two used all their strength, frantically swimming up to the surface to escape that thing. Fortunately, they both made it to the shore. Exhausted, they lay panting to recover. Suddenly from underwater, the spear seemed unwilling to let go, shooting a massive energy beam straight into the sky, stunning both of them. Truong Min gaped at it and remarked, "That's way too powerful. What exactly is the origin of this spear? Truly terrifying." The loach still clutched the bone tight in its mouth. Truong Min grabbed it, trying to force it to spit the bone out, and said helplessly, "Eat, eat, all day you only know how to eat." Suddenly, a dazzling golden light radiated from the loach's body, making him let go. Seeing this, Truong Min immediately understood. This guy got benefits from eating that white bone. He sat down watching the loach enjoying itself and grumbled, "Share some of the benefits with me." Hearing that, the little loach avoided Truong Min's gaze, pretending to be deaf as if not understanding. Before he could continue, it immediately burrowed into the gourd to hide. Seeing its attitude, Truong Min got angry. "Don't you dare play dumb, spit out my share right now." Suddenly, a golden light flew out from inside the gourd and entered Truong Min's body. He quickly sat cross-legged to receive it. Truong Min was bewildered. "This is." He closed his eyes, began to calm his mind, feel and absorb it into his body. After a while, a golden seal mark suddenly appeared on Truong Min's chest. After absorbing it, the seal mark gradually transformed into the shape of a peach. He reached up to his chest to feel it, and compared to that one down there, it was really too small. Truong Min compared it with the peach-shaped seal mark below. The large seal on his lower abdomen was even much bigger than the longevity peach. He closed his eyes to try circulating his internal power, thinking, "But my constitution feels much better than before." A figure was slowly approaching him. Truong Min didn't notice anyone coming. He slowly opened his eyes after leaving the cultivation state, when he clearly saw who had just arrived in front of him. He widened his eyes in shock. Neem An bent down, staring intently at him. Truong Min, startled, looked at her and asked, "When did you get here?" Assessing the surrounding environment, Neem An became more certain of her thoughts and said, "While cultivating by the lake full of impure energy, you truly are unaffected by the impure energy." She then approached Truong Min and questioned, "How is that possible? Is it a technique or a secret manual? Tell me." He frowned, thinking to himself, "This woman is really troublesome." Truong Min quickly found an excuse to brush her off and run away. "This has nothing to do with you, I'm leaving first." Neem An didn't give up, running after him and saying, "What a coincidence, I have another matter to ask of you." Truong Min didn't stop. Without even caring what it was, he replied, "No deal, I'm not doing it." Neem An stopped chasing and just said confidently, "If everything works out, you can be exempt from the survival tax." Truong Min seemed to be yanked back, turned his head to look at her with sparkling eyes and said, "Whatever you instruct, I'll do it right away." Neem An looked at him seriously and replied, "I need to find a few skilled pearl divers to help me retrieve a corpse." Truong Min walked alongside Neem An, asking doubtfully, "Look for a corpse," she answered. "The more people come, the better. Just by participating, one can be exempt from the survival tax. 3 months and whoever finds the body gets a year off." He had some doubts. He frowned at her, asking, "Can what you say be trusted?" Neem An patted her chest and swore, "Of course. Now I have the authority to manage the investigation of the entire Tayat Ho village, you know." Truong Min looked at her confident expression and hesitantly replied, "All right, I'll help you find the person." Neem An tossed the token onto his head, ordering, "After finding the person, go immediately to the lake, then use the jade talisman to contact me." Truong Min rubbed his head in annoyance, rubbing the bump on his head, and grumpily replied, "Fine." After Neem An left, Truong Min took the token. His expression changed, and he thought happily, "That girl is really simple and adorable. Finding a body can get you a tax exemption and a sweet bonus. It's practically a giveaway. In our village, who isn't someone struggling to make a living?" He rubbed his chin, smiled, and muttered to himself, "If you're so sincere about giving money like this, don't blame me for calling the whole village here." At that moment, in a vast area of land, behind the great mountains, a place rarely visited, Neem An walked over to inspect. After a while, she threw a treasure onto the ground. Immediately from the empty ground, a huge and extremely imposing mansion suddenly rose up. Neem An looked at it with satisfaction and said, "When I'm done using it, I'll put it away again." She went inside, changed into comfortable clothes, and lay down to rest on the veranda. Suddenly, a spark zipped past the eaves, startling Neem An awake. She looked up and saw a fireball flying towards the front of her house. In the sky, a luxurious carriage, pulled by 2 fierce flaming tigers, descended. Van An stepped down from the carriage and said with a smile, "From afar, I already saw your big house. Do you still like showing off like that?" Neem An unhappily said, "What, little Anne? Why have you come here again?" Van Ann ignored that, rushed over to feel Neem Ann's chest and assess. "My good little Anne, let me touch a bit, see if you've grown bigger." Neem Ann was startled, blushed, and resisted. "Little aunt, don't do that." Van Ann then looked at her teasingly. "You've grown up, Anne, have you met some man outside?" Neem Ann immediately shouted, "No." She looked at Van Ann and asked, "Right, little aunt, why have you come here? Isn't this mission my responsibility?" Van Ann immediately became serious and replied, "This mission is important, so the higher-ups sent me here as well. How is the situation now?" Neem Ann lowered her head and answered, "Since we dare not easily enter the village, we have no choice but to use survival tax exemption as a reward, and trusting the locals to go dig up the body." As soon as she finished speaking, the communication token she gave to Truong Min suddenly lit up. Neem Ann exclaimed in surprise, "They're here." "All right," Van Ann quickly replied. "Let's go inside and watch the transmission first." By the riverbank at that moment, Truong Min and some villagers had gathered to assess the situation. He took out the communication token and slowly channeled spiritual energy into it to contact Neem Ann. The token emitted a blue light, slowly rose up, and formed a flat surface like a mirror. Within that beam of light, the images of Neem Ann and Van Ann gradually appeared. She urgently asked, "So, has everyone arrived in full?" Truong Min saw the two of them and replied, "Everyone has arrived." The villagers outside, seeing such a strange treasure for the first time, exclaimed, "What divine and miraculous power!" Enheem Thuet, with his muscular build, stepped toward Van Ann, bowed his head, clasped his hands, and spoke. "Greetings, esteemed envoys, are the benefits that Truong Min spoke of all true?" She answered clearly, "Absolutely no lie, our Chiu Thien too keeps its word. If you can retrieve the body, you will be doubly rewarded." Receiving Van Ann's confirmation, they looked at each other joyfully and replied, "Many thanks, my lords." Neem Ann, through the communication token, instructed, "The body you need to find surfaced on the Man River. The approximate location is where the Man River and the Bun River meet. Split up and search." Enheem Thuet suddenly voiced a doubt, "But there are many vicious creatures in this lake. A body falling into the water would be gnawed clean in less than half a day." Neem Ann, as if well aware of the body's nature, replied, "It's fine, this body is a bit abnormal, those ordinary vicious creatures wouldn't dare eat it." Beside them, Truong Min heard her and rubbed his chin, thinking, "It surfaced on the Man River, logically speaking, there's no way it could have fallen into the Bun River. Could it be that this body knows how to swim?" Neem Ann repeatedly reminded, "Everyone be careful, if the situation seems off, immediately come ashore and report. We will think of a way to handle it." Everyone, having heard the orders, immediately left to prepare. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Wait a moment." Ki-ho stepped up to them and said, "If we're going down to the river, how can it be without me, Chuang Ki-ho?" A sidekick next to him also chimed in, "That's right, we can't do without Brother Ho." Enheem Thuet saw that and stepped forward to block him, saying, "Chuang Ki-ho, what are you here for?" Ki-ho ignored him, walked straight up to Neem Ann, bowed his head and said, "Esteemed officials, this matter should be taken on by us." One of Truong Min's team members, seeing Ki-ho intending to steal their job, rushed up to argue. "On what grounds? We got here first." He pointed at himself and brazenly declared, "In the entire Tayat Ho village, besides me, Chuang Ki-ho, who else has ever gone down to the Man River?" Ki-ho pointed at the people opposite him and scolded, "Your abilities are not up to it. If you mess up the important business of these officials, can you bear the responsibility?" He looked at Chung Min and questioned, "The official entrusted that important task to you. You only brought your own acquaintances, truly terrifying. Over here." Van Ann looked at Neem Ann with some reproach because of the situation before them. Neem Ann smiled apologetically at her little aunt while inwardly cursing. Hun Truong Min's work is truly not reliable at all. Truong Min finally stepped forward, his face angry, and said, "With me leading the team, success is guaranteed." "On the contrary, who are you, clown that jumped out from somewhere?" Ki-ho didn't even look, holding back before roaring. "Relying only on a wet behind-the-ears brat, and you want to go down to the Man River. Hurry back home and drink milk." Van Ann, headache from watching them argue, spoke up. "All right, all of you go into the water. Whoever finds it first will be rewarded." At this moment, the large crowd slowly moved toward the lakeshore. Looking down from above, the lakebed was pitch black and hazy, the twisting vines below making salvage even more difficult. Enheem that looked at Chung Min, feeling apologetic, and said, "Chung Min, this time I've made you lose face." He smiled at him reassuringly, "That's not the case." Chung Min thought confidently to himself, "With me here, Truong Ki-ho and his group will surely lose." The people around were all fearless. They prepared to slowly step down into the lakebed while Truong Min stood on the shore. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, he slowly released the small loach into the water. Watching it swim away, he calculated silently, "This mission is not simple. Release the small loach below, protect Uncle Ryu and the others. I'll stay on the shore and adapt to circumstances." Suddenly, Ki-ho came in front of Neem Ann and said, "Honorable officials, this afternoon I can still enter the Man River to search. Let the others go back, to avoid wasting lives in vain." Truong Min at that moment stepped closer and also spoke, "Hold on, I'll go too." He looked up at him and said disdainfully, just relying on you. Forget it, watch out you don't lose your little life. Neem An quickly explained to them. I know Dong Quan Heap is a famous dead zone of Fu Din 3. Inside there is an ancient battlefield, tombs of demon beasts, a Yinsha ghost domain, extremely dangerous. Van An also seriously cautioned. In Dong Quan Heap there is a coffin area. No one knows who placed these coffins there. She briefly recounted the current situation for them to grasp. But in recent years, the water has still been rising, often causing wooden coffins to be damaged by water pouring in. Corpses fall into the Man River. Van An stated that normally, outside Dong Quan Heap, Chiu Thien Tu goes into the water to retrieve corpses. But this time, how could an ancient corpse evade Chiu Thien Tu's corpse retrieval? She said worriedly, if it continues to drift downstream, this dangerous thing could affect our place here. Neem An beside her also continued in a panic. If it affects the food supply, it will cause a catastrophic disaster. Van An nodded and replied, that's right, therefore that corpse must be found. Trat Neem An sensed something was off and asked, but little ant, how could an ancient corpse flow upstream against the Man River? Van An explained, because in Hadu no one has ever seen that ancient corpse, they want to try their luck in the tributaries of upper stream. Neem An let out a sigh of relief and said, so that's how it is. She thought to herself about those villagers. Fortunately, that corpse was not in the main lake, otherwise the villagers would be in danger. On the lake shore at that moment, Truong Min was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in concentration. He transferred his divine consciousness into the loach to observe and protect the group infected by the spell. On the infected side, they were swimming along the riverbed searching. Behind them was the little loach. Suddenly, Truong Min's divine consciousness detected a monster approaching them. He said worriedly, oh no, Ru Tu Thuk, they're in danger. The huge monster had the body of a giant centipede, 4 eyes and sharp spikes on its head. It rushed to attack the loach. The loach with its small, agile body dodged. Truong Min immediately ordered the loach, little loach, stop it. The loach immediately turned back and bit hard into the monster's tail, causing it to flinch and turn around. Seeing the loach, it angrily opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and lunged. The loach was not afraid of it and kept biting tightly without letting go. From above, the river now rippled strangely, as if a huge object were thrashing below. Suddenly, the giant centipede burst up from underwater. At the same time, a surge of power from below shot straight up, piercing through its chest. Through a communication token, Neem An saw the monster and cried out in alarm. Oh no, it's the demon beast Dai Thien Trung. Van An, seeing it, also gasped. This type of demon beast is hailed as the #1 divine wood first generation. It stands among the 5 divine wood types. Even when facing a 2nd generation demon beast, it can retreat unscathed. This time, those villagers are truly in danger. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, catching Van An's shocked attention. She stared in disbelief at the scene before her. The Dai Thien Trung that had just leaped up was now torn in half. Blood splattered down into the water. In the middle of the river, a massive whirlpool dragged it in. The Dai Thien Trung now showed no sign of life whatsoever. The whirlpool gradually pulled it down, submerging the monster deep into the riverbed. Van An asked in confusion, the Dai Thien Trung was killed. Could there be a 2nd generation demon beast in this lake water? Neem An beside her asked curiously. Are 2nd generation demon beasts very strong? Van An turned to explain the connection between the first great realm and the spirit body realm, the pyramid of the first great realm. It is divided into 6 layers. First layer spirit chi, 2nd layer spirit meridian, 3rd layer spirit acupoint, 4th layer strange patterns, 5th layer object manifestation, 6th layer treasure wielding. Van An looked at Neem An and explained further. Cultivation of the first great realm is called the spirit body realm. Most cultivators across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands are only at the first great realm. The 2nd great realm is called the human radiance realm, which also has 6 layers. 2nd generation demon beasts correspond to the 2nd great realm of cultivators. I, as a senior member of the Summoning Heaven Division, am only at the 2nd realm myself. Hearing this, Neem An said worriedly, this demon beast is truly too dangerous. If it really can't be helped, I will request a set of evil warding armor from my sect and go check it out myself. Van An immediately stopped her. No, it's too dangerous. The evil warding armor provides no defensive effect in water. Moreover, there's a 2nd generation demon beast in the water. Back at the riverside, it had been a long while since everyone started searching underwater. He-Ho slowly made his way to shore after a period of searching without any results. The others were also exhausted and could no longer endure the cold of the lake. They had also come ashore to rest and recover. He-Ho approached Van An and said, officials, this afternoon I can still go down to the Man River to search. Let the others go back to avoid losing their lives in vain. Truong Min, also worried that everyone would face danger going further, said, wait, I'm going too. He-Ho thought he was just trying to compete with him and said scornfully, just relying on you? Forget it. Watch out you don't lose your little life. Neem An also asked with concern, can you handle it? There's a second-generation demon beast in the water. Even I can't deal with it. Are you going over there to seek death? Truong Min confidently said. Don't worry, I'm much stronger than you. I will definitely make it back safely, he thought to himself. After all, this second-generation demon beast is the second in command of my house. What the hell do I have to be afraid of? Van An said, as if driving the point home. Go find your own death. If you can't come back, I'll take your little sister in and care for her. Truong Min suddenly remembered his little sister's specialty, the iron head technique, and thought with a shudder. If you come to care for her, you might get sent flying by a headbutt. Then Truong Min and Ki Ho plunged into the riverbed, starting the search once again. Just a short while after they began, a bizarre school of eels appeared ahead of Truong Min, clustered together. On the shore, Neem An was silently praying. In her heart, Neem An thought, Truong Min, you must come back safely. The eels saw Truong Min swimming towards them and immediately changed direction, charging to attack. They aimed directly at Truong Min, ignoring the loach swimming right beside him. It eyed the eels hungrily, its two shiny incisors ready for battle. The eels, seeing the loach, turned back hesitantly, not daring to attack it. The loach didn't wait any longer. It chased after the meal that had practically served itself up. The slowest eel was bitten tight by the loach until blood spurted. It charged into the school of eels, herded them into a corner, and began eating to its heart's content. Truong Min saw the loach had arrived and joyfully said, Shark, you're back. In no time, it had devoured the entire school of eels and was full. Seeing this, Truong Min warned, Careful, you'll eat yourself to death. The gluttonous loach's belly swelled up like a balloon. Unable to digest it, it let out a loud burst. After it had temporarily digested all the food in its stomach, the loach began transferring spiritual energy to Truong Min. He praised it, saying, You've learned well this time, giving the nourishment on your own, feeling the streams of spiritual energy entering his body. Truong Min marveled at how powerful the energy was. A first-rank demon beast that has eaten human flesh indeed provides such high benefits. The meridians throughout Truong Min's body felt unblocked. The flowing mark on his stomach also grew larger because of it. Opening his eyes, Truong Min thought seriously that after finishing his cultivation, he should take care of some important matter. After fumbling around for a while, Truong Min felt somewhat disappointed. He had already searched for half an hour. Could the corpse have been completely devoured? Just then, he heard a strange gurgling noise. Truong Min wondered, what's that sound? Looking down to the bottom, he saw a giant octopus with 6 eyes and a seashell on its head. It was constricting Ki Ho, pulling him down to the bottom. Ki Ho struggled to break free from the octopus's tentacles, but they only tightened further. It slowly dragged him toward its mouth full of sharp teeth, preparing to savor a tasty meal. Ki Ho, in despair, stopped thrashing and thought to himself, Am I going to die here today? Just then, the small loach swam over, sucked in water, and shot a powerful jet at the octopus. Startled by the sudden attack to the middle of its face, it released Ki Ho. Having been held underwater for too long, he suffocated and sank unconscious. Seeing this, Truong Min quickly drew his blade and dashed to save Ki Ho. He targeted the tentacle reaching for Ki Ho and delivered a sharp, slicing slash. A single strike severed the tentacle. The monster, panicked, let go of Ki Ho. Seizing the moment when it wasn't paying attention, Truong Min grabbed Ki Ho's collar. Together with the small loach, he pulled Ki Ho and rushed straight up to the surface before he could drown. In his dazed state, he sensed he was being pulled up and weakly thought, I've been rescued. Through the command talisman observing the scene, Van An remarked, This kid's not bad. Next to her, Neem An quietly let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they are safe. On the lakeshore, Truong Min was wringing out his clothes and muttering, The poison technique isn't lethal, it's just that the effectiveness is terrible. But the sun is about to set. Hurry, let's carry him back to the village. From the image in the command talisman, Neem An asked worriedly, Are you both all right? Truong Min replied nervously, I'm fine, but Truong Ki Ho was attacked by a demon beast. He glanced back at Ki Ho and said, concealing the truth, but this guy got lucky. That demon beast was ambushed by an even stronger one right then. I took the chance to save him. Van An then looked at Truong Min with a deep, meaningful gaze and asked, Did you discover anything in the Man River? He felt a little guilty and quickly shook his head in response to Van An's question. Stammering and scratching his head, he replied, Nothing, I suspect it's not in this Man River. Tomorrow I'll go search in the Bun River. Neem An looked at him with concern and advised, All right, you've worked hard, please stay safe. Truong Min looked at the scene around her and said, But this house of yours is even more luxurious than before, be careful tonight too. Van An, hearing this, frowned and turned to ask her niece, Neem An, what do you mean be careful tonight? She recalled the harrowing experience from before and hesitantly explained, In Tayat Ho village at night, a terrifying demon beast passes through. Last time I almost got trampled to death. Neem An enthusiastically hoisted a hoe and said, We'd better dig a safe cave. Van An looked at her niece helplessly and stopped her, saying, Forget about digging a cave, just find a spacious mountain cave around here. That night at Tun Truong Min's house, the scene was peaceful with fireflies flickering. Inside, by the light of an oil lamp, Truong Min was preparing dinner for his little sister, Truong Yen. She savored the food with a blissful expression and blurted out, "Brother, this meat is so delicious." Truong Min gazed at his sister affectionately and said, "It's tasty, isn't it? This is the meat that Kaka risked his life to get today." Standing by the window, he thought, "Tonight, the little Loach and I scoured the entire Man River once. We only missed one spot because it was too dangerous to enter." He recalled the cave they had found and silently speculated. Could the corpse they're looking for be inside the lair of that giant turtle? He felt a little anxious. He hadn't been able to retrieve the little Loach today. It was the first time it stayed out alone, and he didn't know if something might happen. Just then, Truong Min felt a strange sensation course through his body. He murmured in confusion, "This feeling is..." A tremendous surge of energy suddenly rushed into Truong Min. He exclaimed with joy, "Looks like the little Loach has digested that monster." Meanwhile, under a starry sky, deep within the towering mountains, rustling sounds echoed. Two figures stood atop a high cave, looking down at the monster below that resembled a snail. Van An said, "Are these aberrations heading toward Tiat Ho village, the legendary Fan Kao?" Ni Man, watching the monster, replied anxiously, "Indeed, Fan Kao has always been a dark place. I wonder if the missing corpse this time is connected to the strange activity in Fan Kao." The two people stared intently at the lotus snail monster, completely absorbed in their own story, without noticing a large dark shadow that had appeared from above some time ago. A pitch-black monster with a human-like shape was staring at them. After that, at the house of Truong Ki Ho, he was still unconscious and recovering from the poison in bed. A dark shadow slowly walked up to Ki Ho's bedside. It stealthily placed a box with strange patterns toward the head of his bed. After finishing everything, it turned back to look at Ki Ho with calculating eyes. It turned out to be the very monster that had been watching Van An and Enheem An earlier. The monster opened the door and sneaked away without anyone knowing. The next morning at Tiat Ho village, it was a clear and cool day. Everyone was gathered by the lake to prepare for the second day of searching. Truong Min was also standing on the shore warming up. After a while, he dove into the water and began his work. An elder in the village exclaimed, "Little Tun is truly formidable and so young too." The people around were also talking. One said, "This time Truong Ki Ho is unlucky." Another quickly replied, "Yes, this time he's been poisoned very deeply. His future generations will probably struggle to survive." At Ki Ho's house at that moment, his complexion was extremely haggard from the poison, his face pale and weary. His forehead was dark. Suddenly Ki Ho's body stirred. Weakly, he slowly opened his eyes. Ki Ho propped himself up, gritting his teeth and struggling to sit up. He thought to himself, "I never expected that kid Tun Truong Min would become so formidable without my noticing, and he even saved my life." Although they had conflicts before, Ki Ho still understood loyalty and duty. This time he had to sincerely thank him. Tomorrow he would tell everyone that in the future they should follow Tun Truong Min to find pearls. Suddenly his eyes widened, unable to hide his shock at the thing placed on the head of his bed. It was exactly the strange wooden box that the monster had secretly left behind the day before. Ki Ho confusedly touched the box. What is this thing? He had never seen anything like it before. Overcome by curiosity, he slowly opened the box to see what was inside. Suddenly, from inside the box, a jet-black smoke rushed out and enveloped Ki Ho, making him startle and close his eyes. After a moment without any movement, Ki Ho slowly opened his eyes and looked inside the box. Suddenly he sat up abruptly. Ki Ho's eyes suddenly changed. No, why should Tun Truong Min monopolize all the good things? He turned his head to look at the strange box. His mind seemed to have been invaded and controlled by the smoke from earlier. Ki Ho looked at the thing in the box, his evil thoughts amplified by the black smoke, giving rise to an idea. "A little brat wants to threaten my position in the village." Daydreaming, "Everything he has, I will take it all." Inside the box were 3 items. A human skin mask that allowed natural breathing underwater after wearing, the Godslayer bow, capable of breaking the second great realm, and the Kan Dai Great Freedom Divine Tribulation, which upon use could greatly enhance one's power. Even an ordinary person could advance 3 levels in a short time. Ki Ho picked up the box and said with glee, "Tun Truong Min, let's see how long you can keep laughing." At that moment, Truong Min had already scouted around the riverbed with the little Loach. He suddenly sized up the Loach. After one night apart, it had gained 1.5 kilos. The man and fish swam together to the cave they had found yesterday. The cave was pitch dark. From inside, streams of black yin energy wafted out. Truong Min thought this kind of yin cold was similar to the cold poison in the village. Sure enough, there was something else inside. The Loach seemed to sense something good within the cave. Its greedy gaze swam inside. Truong Min swam behind it thinking, "Don't be too gluttonous." Suddenly the Loach stopped abruptly, causing him to bump his head into it, and he scolded. "What the hell, why did you stop so suddenly?" Before he could finish, Truong Min was shocked speechless by the scene before him. At the end of the cave, a strange corpse was tightly bound. It wore an official's robe, but its head resembled a wolf's. Its right hand held a wooden plaque, its left hand tightly clutched a golden seal. It Seeing this, Truong Min turned pale and exclaimed, "We've really seen a ghost." It turned out that the cold air constantly emanating from the cave entrance came from this corpse's body. Truong Min looked closely at its forehead and was horrified. It was a vertical eye. The loach, sensing danger, hastily hid behind his back. Truong Min spoke with some helplessness. "Are you sure this small body of mine can block such a large body?" Suddenly, a ghostly blue flame emerged from the chest of the zombie. Its entire body seemed to resonate with this flame. He watched the flickering flame glow. Truong Min guessed that this was the killing poison struggling against the cold chi. Suddenly, the official zombie came to life with a roar, the flame now spreading over its entire body. Truong Min was startled, thinking, could this killing poison be refining that cold chi? He quickly turned around, planning to flee. But the gluttonous loach had already swum forward, about to pounce on the zombie. Truong Min hurriedly shouted, "Hey!" and held it back, whispering, "Don't meddle in this anymore. Let's obediently report to the Triuthene 2 and collect the reward, and leave this headache to their people." Hearing this, it showed disapproval of his plan and shook its head frantically. Truong Min resolutely yelled, "No." The loach still didn't give up. It continuously waved its little fin in the direction of that zombie. It turned back to look at Truong Min, its eyes as if trying to express its opinion. After a fruitless exchange, the loach used the simplest method. It stood up in the water, using its two fins to continuously rub its belly, indicating it wanted to eat. Truong Min thought anxiously, "If I tell others, your snacks will be gone. I have to think of a way." As soon as he had a good idea, he shouted, "Got it!" He turned and tried to coax the loach to follow him. "How about we go up there first?" Suddenly, a noise came from behind them, causing Truong Min to turn his head alertly. A powerful beam of light shot towards them. Truong Min hastily took out a turtleshell shield to block it. Despite his quick reaction, he was still heavily impacted by the force. He thought in shock, so fast. He tried to hold the shield tightly but was still pushed back far. Truong Min shouted in bewilderment, "What is that?" Without giving him a break from the direction of that energy, a second attack was about to charge at them. At this moment, the little loach, heedless of danger, rushed out to shield in front of Truong Min. It opened its small mouth wide, swallowing the white energy that had just shot over. Unexpectedly, the loach happily devoured the attack without being affected in the slightest. After being neutralized by the loach, the attacker snapped his bow in anger and cursed it under his breath. "What a lousy bow, can't even kill a mere beast." It turned out to be Ki Ho. He swam away, thinking bitterly, "But Tun Truong Min, I've got hold of your secret. Once I surface, I'll expose you for controlling a demon beast. The Triuthene 2 will definitely not let you off." Truong Min only now realized who the troublemaker was. He thought worriedly, "Not good, the little loach's power has been seen by someone." Without wasting any time, Truong Min immediately gave chase, calculating, "This person cannot be left alive." After getting closer, he recognized that it was Ki Ho, thinking, "So it's you." The man then drew a knife and attacked Truong Min. He easily dodged Ki Ho's attacks and said angrily, "Seriously, if I'd known this, why did I save you last time?" Ki Ho continued attacking frantically. Seizing a moment when he left an opening, Truong Min grabbed the arm holding the knife. He gripped his wrist and squeezed tightly, crushing the bones there. Ki Ho screamed in trembling pain, then released the knife in his hand. Seeing he no longer had a weapon, Truong Min seriously took a stance and raised his fist. He didn't hold back, punching hard. And Ki Ho's belly made him lose all strength to resist. He took this blow and vomited blood from his mouth. His eyes were glazed over as if he had passed out. The things in the box that Ki Ho had taken also fell out when he lost consciousness. Truong Min swam over and saw the human skin mask and the Great Freedom Divine Pill, and was puzzled. Based on Chuang Ki Ho's status, how could he have such a strange item? Truong Min then turned back and ordered the loach, "You go see if there's anything else." Hearing this, it immediately drooled, its eyes greedy, nodding its head in agreement. Suddenly, Truong Min's whole body lit up and he exclaimed in surprise. This power, could it be that it secretly ate something again? Truong Min closed his eyes to sense this energy source, and in his mind, a technique manual appeared. God-slaying, destruction, forging diagram record. What is this? Forget it, the benefit isn't great. While Truong Min wasn't paying attention, the loach slowly crept toward the zombie from earlier. Seeing it risking its life for food like that, Truong Min immediately shouted to stop it from throwing its life away. He approached, pointed at its face and angrily said, "Don't go near him. That ancient corpse has something strange about it." After hearing this, the loach still remained indifferent and even kept shaking its head in defiance. Truong Min asked helplessly, "You're not leaving, are you? Then I'll go up." The deep, pitch-black river was full of danger, with only a few faint rays of sunlight reaching down here. After a while of persuading, Truong Min really left the loach and climbed ashore. Someone standing on the bank inquired, "Are you okay? What's the situation down there?" Truong Min replied, "I'm fine, haven't found anything today, we'll figure it out tomorrow." It was already late at night. At that moment on the lake's surface, the moonlight shone down, brightening a whole area. Suddenly, from the bottom of the lake, a tremor caused the surface to ripple. At the bottom of the lake, layers of sediment were pushed upward. The loach, who refused to return with Truong Min, was also trembling at the bottom of the lake. Truong Min was completely unaware of this, sleeping soundly in his own house. Meanwhile, the loach was still lying in the turtle's den from that afternoon. It suddenly looked up with great interest. Truong Min hastily sat up. He suddenly felt extremely uneasy with a sense of foreboding. Not long after, he connected his divine sense with the loach. In front of it now was the zombie from earlier, walking along with a mass of pitch-black algae. He wondered, what is that? Is it a ghostly shadow? Amid that tangled mountain of algae was a terrifying blood-red eye. The little loach looked at the delicious meal before it. It immediately flapped its little fins, wanting to advance, but Truong Min hurriedly stopped it. Calm down, we have to see what the situation is first. Suddenly, that pitch-black mass slowly converged. After a flash of purple light, it suddenly transformed into a three-horned demon with a long, dangling tongue. Truong Min exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this?" The three-horned monster was using its impure energy to invade the zombie. Seeing this, Truong Min thought in confusion, "What the hell is this? Is it trying to control the ancient corpse?" The powerful blue flame surrounded the zombie as if trying to protect its master. Despite its efforts, after a while, under the power of the three-horned monster, the flames grew fainter and fainter. The monster pulled the zombie closer to itself. The greedy monster pressed in closer. Suddenly, a small blue flame flew out from the zombie's chest. Seeing this, Truong Min could also guess what was about to happen. The ancient corpse seemed about to be absorbed. Streams of black smoke from the three-horned monster rushed forward as if trying to absorb the blue flame on the zombie's chest. Suddenly, the small flame blazed up fiercely, pushing the black smoke back far away. Truong Min assessed, this is the spear energy within the ancient corpse. It seems this spear energy exists because of the sealing of the ancient corpse, which is why the ghostly shadow conflicted with it. At this moment, the zombie also regained consciousness. Clenching its fist and roaring, it made the monster retreat. Overwhelmed by the zombie's pressure, the monster disintegrated, losing its original form. Over here, the loach was extremely excited, wagging its little tail. Its eyes gleamed brightly as it looked at the three-horned monster. Truong Min connected his divine sense with it and immediately understood what it was thinking, asking, "What? You want to eat the ghostly shadow?" He closed his eyes, searching his spirit consciousness to calculate. This ghostly shadow seemed to be a spirit entity. It just so happened that earlier he had obtained a divine wind technique targeting spirit entities, perfect for this. After grasping the plan, Truong Min in the loach's body charged forward with it, shouting, "Go, then let's try it, we're going." The loach slowly swam out of the cave entrance to the spot where the ghostly shadow had been pushed away by the zombie earlier. Following Truong Min's command of divine ability, the loach puffed up its mouth and sucked in a large amount of water into its belly. He continued to command, "Three-division origin spirit technique." Accordingly, the loach spat out a powerful whirlpool that shot straight toward the ghostly shadow, sweeping it inside. The ghostly shadow was tightly trapped in the enormous whirlpool, spinning round and round in the water. It struggled to escape the loach's whirlpool, but in vain, being dragged down. The loach began to retract the whirlpool, sucking the ghostly shadow into its belly. The ghostly shadow also gradually shrank along with the whirlpool. The loach comfortably devoured its delicious meal. Now only a few remnants of the ghostly shadow remained. Truong Min rejoiced, "Success, we've destroyed it." After swallowing the entire ghostly shadow, the loach's expression suddenly became somewhat uncomfortable. Its belly swelled up, surrounded by black smoke. The ghostly shadow inside seemed still alive, writhing violently. Seeing this, Truong Min worriedly exclaimed, "Damn it, that ghostly shadow isn't completely dead yet." The ghostly shadow inside kept ramming into the loach's belly to break out, causing it to thrash in pain. Even so, the loach kept its mouth tightly shut, refusing to release the ghostly shadow. Exhausted, it lay flat on the lake bottom, trying to digest the ghostly shadow. Truong Min immediately shouted, "Quick, throw it up, your life is more important." A moment later, the loach's complexion gradually brightened. It flipped itself upright, happily wagging its tail after having completely dissolved all the ghost shadows. Truong Min saw it was stable and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "It's good that you're okay." Suddenly, after the loach recovered, a radiant sigil appeared on Truong Min's head. Truong Min exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He closed his eyes, circulated his spirit energy, and inwardly marveled at the energy produced from devouring this ghost shadow. Could it be that the strange vein on his glabella directly transformed into a seal object? After entering a cultivation state, the sigil on his forehead manifested outward. Abundant spirit energy swirled around it and made it grow larger. Truong Min silently speculated that thanks to the Sak-ko fish's assistance, his soul energy had been strengthened. It seems the seal object of the impression corresponds to the strength of the soul. One could also say this is a seal object of the soul type. He opened his eyes, secretly marveling. He never imagined that devouring a single ghost shadow would bring him so many benefits. He really wanted to know what kind of harvest he would reap if he devoured its main body all at once. Inside the turtle cave, it had now fallen silent after the battle of the demonic creatures. The ghost shadow's main body was still inside, weakly saying, "Damn it. What exactly was the thing that devoured 3 of my evil ghost avatars?" It spat blood, stuck out a long tongue lying on the ground, and wondered angrily. What exactly devoured my avatars and remained completely unharmed, without being controlled by me? At the same time, on the side of the Sakko fish. After fending off the ghost shadow, it no longer showed any signs of movement. Truong Min looked at it puzzled. No movement. He examined the Sakko fish's body. The loach moved closer to inspect the injuries inside the Sakko fish's body. When it fought the ghost shadow, it had expended a great deal. Suddenly, a strange sigil appeared on the Sakko fish. The loach saw that and curiously came even closer, and then the sigil was slowly drawn out. So it was so gluttonous that it even sucked the sigil off the Sakko fish. After this light snack, the loach let out another satisfied belch. On Truong Min's side, his body was once again transmitted spirit energy, shining brightly because the little loach had drawn it from the sigil. After swirling for a while, the spirit energy gradually gathered in front of Truong Min's chest, where the peach-shaped sigil had appeared earlier. Beside the peach, a new sigil appeared. Truong Min said joyfully, "Another strange vein has formed. I never thought we'd profit from the chaos." In the end, he and the little loach had gained the advantage. He clenched his fist, cheerfully calculating. Not only did he receive the convenience, but he also found the killing bone. Tomorrow morning he would take it to hand over. The next morning, the sunlight in the distance slowly shone upon the village of Tiat Ho. Truong Min, after an evening of absorbing spiritual energy, stretched comfortably and said, "From now on I won't need to hide my living tax anymore. Good days are coming." Suddenly he stopped because of murmuring sounds. His curious eyes looked towards the distance. Truong Min watched the crowd of villagers approaching, puzzled. "Why are there so many people today?" He called Enhim Thuet over and asked, "What's going on?" "Not searching today," he replied. "Tiu Tun, you came at the right time. We're watching the government officials take out the strongest magical treasure." He squeezed through the bustling crowd of onlookers, trying to stand on tiptoes to see up there, and said in confusion, "Magical treasure?" It turned out that Neem An was wearing a strange outfit with shining protective arm and back armor. Truong Min's eyes sparkled. He stared at her and exclaimed, "Amazing, what is this?" Van An beside him smiled and explained, "This is the Exorcism Star Armor. After wearing it for a short time, it can resist the evil energy in the water." Neem An saw Truong Min arrive and excitedly walked down to him, greeting, "Tun Truong Min, you're here." She put her hands on her hips as if someone happily showing off her new armor to him. "So, isn't this armor cool?" Truong Min didn't hold back his praise. "Cool, where did you get it?" Neem An replied, "From the military." Saying that, she took out a weapon resembling a dragon-mouth rocket launcher and showed him. "Not just this, this is the main combat weapon of the Dian Go army, the Thuong Lang Tiu. Its power can injure a level 2 demon beast." Neem An also pulled out a talisman. "And there's this diamond talisman. When facing a lethal attack, it will automatically release the diamond divine light, able to withstand the attack of a great realm expert." Truong Min, seeing her so well equipped, asked, "But what are you bringing all these things for?" Van An, amused, said, "Didn't you say there's a level 2 demon beast in the lake? We guessed that perhaps the killing bone and the demon beast's territory are related, so we decided to deploy weapons to deal with the demon beast." Neem An enthusiastically grasped Truong Min's hand and continued, "Today I will go into the water with you. Don't worry, no matter what danger we encounter, I will protect you." It was the first time he had been cared for like this, and he was moved to tears. Such a kind girl. After transmigrating, it was the first time he had felt such goodwill. Neem An didn't hesitate any longer, turned around and led the way. "Let's go." Suddenly Truong Min realized something was off, stopped dead and thought. "Wait," he thought worriedly. "She's going into the water with me. Won't all the lies I told before be exposed, if it's revealed? Could I be arrested for hiding things from the government?" Imagining the scene of himself, Ka Che, and Truong Yen being led away with their heads handcuffed, Truong Min shuddered. He immediately ran to Neem An, grabbed her hand and pulled her back. "Wait, hold on." She turned back startled. "What's wrong?" Truong Min scratched his head, looking for an excuse to avoid it. "Miss Van, you're a delicate young lady. How could you do something so dangerous? You'd better let me go alone." She became a bit annoyed and said, "Who do you look down on? Don't worry, I can protect you well." Seeing her misunderstanding, he shouted in his heart, "That's not it." Truong Min tried to explain, "Really, you can't go." Neem An, seeing him like that, put her hands on her hips and pressed. "Why? Give me one reason and I won't go." The villagers around saw them arguing and gathered, murmuring, "What's going on with them?" Someone said, "Why does it feel like a married couple quarreling?" The two still didn't notice anything. Truong Min couldn't explain much and could only block her. "No means no." Neem An stubbornly replied, "I insist on going." She frowned and asked, "You're not letting me go, are you hiding some secret?" The two escorting soldiers beside Neem An saw this and asked suspiciously. "A secret?" Another said, "It's likely this kid has always been going into the water alone, unless." They stared at Truong Min full of suspicion. He awkwardly avoided their gazes, thinking, Looks like to get through this calamity, I'll have to use that move. Suddenly he rushed to stand right in front of Neem An with a serious face, startling her. Truong Min grabbed Neem An's hands tightly, making her blush all over, and said, "I've been hiding a secret." Neem An didn't understand, looking up blankly. Truong Min stammered, "You." He cut her off, leaned closer, held Neem An's hand, and whispered, "My secret is." Truong Min suddenly took Neem An's hand, pulled her close into an embrace, and confessed, "I like you." Truong Min's eyes sparkled, he slightly bowed his head, gazing affectionately at Neem An. Neem An blushed, her thoughts in turmoil. "You say you like me?" One of Neem An's attendants angrily shouted. "Hey kid, what are you whispering to my superior?" Truong Min continued, his voice gentle. "As a man, how could I let you go into such a dangerous place?" Neem An stammered. But she thought in embarrassment, "We've only known each other for 2 days. Although you're very handsome, you can't just confess like that." Truong Min put a hand on his chest, he suggested, "How about this, if you're really uneasy, lend me this equipment." Truong Min took both of Neem An's hands, reassuring her. "Wearing your equipment, it will be as if you're right beside me. I won't come to any harm, you'll agree with me, right?" Transition. A desolate forest space, thick mist spreading everywhere. Neem An's face was full of worry, she clasped her hands together, pleading, "You must absolutely pay attention to safety." After a moment of preparation, Truong Min put on Neem An's armor, he shouldered a large cannon. Truong Min softly replied, "Don't worry." As soon as he finished, Truong Min went toward the lake and jumped in. The loach was waiting below the water surface. Truong Min swam toward the loach and whispered to it, "Old second. The battle plan is this, I'll pretend to attack you, you make some commotion. Then we can hand over Sat Ko." The loach remained still. It looked at Truong Min swimming away as if signaling something. The loach and Truong Min silently looked at each other for a moment, irritation clear on Truong Min's face. Truong Min got angry and shouted, "What time is it and you still want to eat?" The loach closed its eyes and wriggled, about to leave. Truong Min's thought appeared. "Forget it, not feeding him won't do." Truong Min reached out, grabbed one side of the loach's fin, tone full of helplessness. "Fine," agreed. In an instant the loach swam up, it flicked its body creating a large wave. Truong Min remained still below, thinking, "This guy is a bit formidable now." Truong Min smiled, eyes looking at the loach. He took the cannon from behind his back. Truong Min raised the cannon forward. A beam of energy shot out from the muzzle, the ray flew toward the loach. The attack struck straight into its belly. The shot left a bruise on the loach's belly, it wriggled in pain. Truong Min swam over and tried to calm it. Above, the water surface suddenly shook. In the blink of an eye, the lake surface was blasted upward. Water droplets flew into the air, a stream of blood shot up from the water. Van An saw the scene and speculated. "He used Thuong Lang Tiu." Neem An added, "Success or failure lies here." Unease showed clearly on Neem An's face. She thought to herself, maybe nothing will happen to him. On the lake's surface, a whirlpool appeared, swirling deep into the center of the water. Van An clenched a fist, her tone decisive. "So much blood loss. It must be a large creature." Neem An silently wondered, "Why is there no sign of him?" After a moment the water surface rippled slightly. Truong Min appeared. He emerged from the lake and stood on the ground, waving both hands. His voice excited. "It's little Tun," he succeeded. Truong Min swam quickly toward the shore, dragging Sat Ko's body behind him. Truong Min planted one foot, hand gripping the rope tied to Sat Ko. His whole body was soaking wet. Truong Min clasped his hands together and shouted, "Sat Ko has been brought back." Neem An was silent. One hand on her chest, her eyes looked at Truong Min through an observation gate. Scene transitioned to some time after the events that just took place above. Wisps of clouds drifted lazily across the clear blue sky. Van An stretched out a hand and ordered, "Bring Sat Ko over here immediately to avoid trouble." Two guards shouted in unison, "Yes." Scene transition, Van An's guards carried a coffin over. In the distance, Truong Min stood waiting. They placed Sat Ko's body into the coffin. One person slowly and gently closed the lid. Van An placed a hand on the coffin. She looked at Truong Min, her tone full of satisfaction. "You did very well. Are you interested in joining our Chiu Thien too?" Truong Min awkwardly averted his eyes. He blurted out, "Heh heh." "Well," Van An approached. One hand on Truong Min, she whispered to him, "Give you the position of lieutenant, specifically in charge of Tayat Ho village. From now on, you and your little sister won't have to worry about food and clothing anymore." Truong Min placed a hand on his chin and thought, "That doesn't sound bad. That glutton at home won't have to worry anymore either." Truong Min clasped his hands, bowed his head and said to Van An, "Then I humbly obey." Van An turned and walked away, tossing something to Truong Min. Van An called back, "Take this for now." Van An gestured toward the bewildered Neem An. She said to Truong Min, "From now on you will be Van Neem An's subordinate." Truong Min was startled. He turned to Neem An and asked, "What? So Van Neem An is now my superior?" Truong Min shifted his gaze and thought, no way could she think that earlier confession was real. "I have to find a way or I'll have a hard time surviving." Truong Min suddenly called out, "Chief Van." Neem An turned to him and said, "What is it?" Truong Min said firmly, "Chief, I suggest that our office should best avoid internal romance. Comrades of Chiu Thien Tu should focus on training, seek the great path and uphold justice. Neem An raised a hand and said awkwardly. But earlier you said. Truong Min lowered his face slightly and whispered to Neem An. I remember you said before that you still haven't condensed a strange pattern, right? Chief Van needs to try harder, right? Neem An shouted in embarrassment. You don't need to remind me. Neem An frowned, her voice full of determination. I will definitely condense a strange pattern. Neem An's thought appeared. Because investigating also involves the task of searching for Kai Sat, I've forgotten about it. Neem An said angrily to Truong Min. Well done, Truong Min, you scoundrel. Still not realizing and daring to talk back to the boss. Truong Min put one hand behind his head, smiled faintly and replied, No, how would I dare? Van An walked forward. She laughed loudly and continued, All right, you all stop bickering. The Sakko matter is of great importance. It's about to be delivered to the Yamen. Are you coming back with us? Neem An clenched one fist, her tone resolute. No, until I achieve the great feat, I absolutely won't return. Van An climbed onto the carriage. The carriage carried her soaring into the sky. Van An's voice rang out. Then we'll go back and await orders. Neem An turned and walked away. Truong Min raised one hand. He called to her, Chief Van, where are you going? Neem An replied sulkily, It's none of your business. Cut. A line of text appears, Tun Truong Min's house. Truong Min's voice rang out. Today I invite everyone to my house for a celebration feast. Truong Yen ran from inside the house toward the door. She called out excitedly. Brothers back. Truong Yen opened the door and looked out. Outside, Truong Min was standing with Enhim Thuet and the others, without a chance to say anything. Truong Yen suddenly slammed the door shut. Truong Min and the others stood still in astonishment. Truong Yen bustled about in the kitchen. Truong Min walked over and asked her, What's wrong? Truong Yen crouched down, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling. We don't have any meat left in the house. Truong Min reached down into a small cavity. He grabbed a piece of meat and gradually pulled it out, holding a large chunk of meat in his hand. Truong Min laughed and said to Truong Yen, Is that so? What's this then? Truong Min lifted Truong Yen into his arms, his voice gentle. Isn't this from the celebration everyone contributed to? We can't be so stingy. Listening to this, Truong Yen said softly, All right, cut. Truong Min held a bowl of wine in his hand. He clinked glasses with the others and everyone shouted in unison. Cheers! Someone from the Enhim Thuet group said admiringly. Truong Min really is getting more impressive as he grows up. He can stay underwater for an entire hour. Enhim Thuet smiled lightly and joked. You brat, could it be that you're a descendant of the fishmen? Truong Min scratched his head, laughing. Ha, no way. Enhim Thuet held the wine flask, his voice grateful. This time, luckily Truong Min took us along. We didn't even need to do the dangerous missions, wasting several months' worth of rations. Truong Min, we old folks don't know how to thank you. So let's toast to you. Truong Min put a hand on his head and replied shyly. Fourth uncle, what are you saying? If it weren't for everyone looking after me, I wouldn't be where I am today. One person in Enhim Thuet's group raised a cup of wine and said, This cup must be offered. Enhim Thuet immediately added, proving that we have such skill. Later when we get promoted, we'll also benefit. Truong Min smiled brightly and replied, All right, thank you all. Truong Min's smile suddenly vanished. He shifted his eyes away, a thought surfaced, and he said, I wonder what my superior is doing. Scene changed to a cave deep within the forest. Rain was pouring down onto the ground. Neem An sat inside the cave. Her legs were crossed, her hands placed on her knees. Her eyes were closed. A thought of Neem An suddenly arose. Oh no, I've failed again. Neem An opened her eyes, looked down, and pondered. Clearly, the method to condense the rune is just one step away. The image of a demon beast appeared in Neem An's mind, and she clenched one fist. A resolute thought. These past days I've been constantly observing powerful demon beasts to comprehend my own rune, but it's still not enough. I need an even greater existence to help me enlighten the doubt. A loud sound rang out. A brilliant bolt of lightning struck straight down onto the ground right in front of Neem An. Truong Min's image appeared in Neem An's mind. He said, How is it that my superior isn't even as formidable as me? Neem An thought in frustration. I can't let him look down on me. Neem An returned to her cultivation. She closed her eyes once more, and suddenly a stream of green light began to appear. Neem An brought her two hands close together, the light condensing between her palms. That green light seemed to envelop Neem An's body. She remained silent for a moment, her eyes observing the changes. The result exceeded expectation. Neem An exclaimed in her subconscious, I've succeeded my rune. Scene changed to the next day. Early morning, wisps of clouds drifted scattered across the deep blue sky. Down below on the ground, Truong Min was walking alone, with the houses of other villagers on both sides. After walking a stretch far ahead in front of Truong Min, Neem An was already standing waiting. She coughed once to signal the other party. Truong Min ignored her. He indifferently walked past Neem An. She angrily shouted, Hey, Tun Truong Min. Truong Min turned around, smiled lightly and said, Isn't this Chief Van? Do you have some business with me, my lord? Neem An opened her mouth and enunciated clearly, Do you know that I am also a famous genius at Din Tam? Coincidentally, I recently made progress in my cultivation. Today I am in a good mood, and I intend to give you a little guidance. Truong Min was slightly surprised, his eyes widened. He exclaimed, "That formidable." Neem An raised one hand, smiling, and stated, "The more complex the condensed rune, the greater its power and the greater its potential." Neem An stepped forward. Her face leaned close to Truong Min. Neem An asked, "Little Tun, what is your rune? Write it out for me to see, and I will guide you." In Truong Min's mind a line of characters appeared. He thought to himself, "Let me think. I have several runes in my body." Truong Min picked up a small branch. He sat down, replied to Neem An, "All right." He held the branch firmly. Truong Min's hand moved, and a horizontal line was drawn on the ground. After a while, Truong Min wrote a character on the ground. He released his hand, stopped writing. Truong Min slowly stood up and said softly, "I have finished writing." "Please, my lord." Truong Min turned toward the bewildered Neem An. Finding it strange, he called her softly, "My lord." Neem An was silent. She thought in a daze, such a complex rune, far stronger than mine. How can I evaluate it? Neem An's face slightly flushed. She said shyly, "For someone as young as you to be able to condense such a rune is already quite good, but you must not be too arrogant. After all, you are my subordinate." Truong Min replied sheepishly, "My lord is very right." Neem An turned around and walked away. She called back, "I'm leaving now. If there's anything, use the command token to contact me." Truong Min grabbed Neem An's hand, stopping her. "Wait, my lord." Neem An turned back, puzzled. "What is it?" Truong Min averted his eyes to another direction and explained, "Your subordinate does not quite understand the matter of the mind cultivation realm. Please instruct me, my lord." Neem An crossed her arms. She chided, "A person who trains outside all day like you, how can you not even understand this?" Truong Min hesitated. "Well, about that." Neem An smiled lightly and said, "But since you've asked, I will tell you." An image of the 9 cultivation realms appeared in Neem An's mind. She lectured, "In the vast world, cultivation is divided into 9 great realms." Neem An imagined a cultivator training, and she continued, "In this world, the vast majority of cultivators are stuck at the first great realm. This first realm is called spirit body, divided into 6 tiers respectively: spirit meridian, spirit acupoint, rune, manifest object, and artifact control." Truong Min listened attentively. He pondered in confusion, "I have already manifested the manifest object, but what does artifact control mean?" Truong Min raised one hand. He spoke, "My lord, could you explain artifact control in more detail?" Neem An nodded in agreement. "Of course." In Neem An's mind, images of cultivators possessing various treasures appeared. She explained, "The artifact control realm is after you have chosen a rune to condense into a manifest object. Through constant nurturing and strengthening, you can reach the level of using magical treasures." Truong Min looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "So that's how it is." Neem An looked at Truong Min. She questioned with doubt, "Real or fake? You don't even know this." Truong Min looked toward Neem An. He asked curiously, "My lord, there's only one spirit meridian?" Neem An folded her arms. She answered, "Of course. Once you've determined your own spirit meridian, it can never be changed again. One spirit meridian is one anomalous script, and it determines your future cultivation foundation." An image flashed in Truong Min's mind. He wondered to himself, "Then why are there several spirit meridians and a whole bunch of anomalous scripts like that?" Truong Min raised one hand. He continued asking, "Then, my lord, having reached the layer of Long Bao, how should one break through to the second great realm?" Neem An put both hands on her hips. She reminded him, "In cultivation, the most important thing is perseverance. Don't be arrogant, you're still at the anomalous script realm. Breaking through is still far too early." Truong Min rolled his eyes downward. He muttered to himself, "Indeed, I must find a place to test whether I've reached the Long Bao realm yet." Scene transition. The sky now had fewer clouds, time gradually moving toward noon. Truong Min arrived beside a lake shore. He mumbled, "This water area has plenty of demon beasts. I'll experiment here then." Truong Min brought both hands together, his eyes closed. He concentrated and summoned out a dragon-shaped seal. Truong Min held the seal in his hand. He wondered, "I wonder what effect this great seal has." Truong Min raised his hand to the sky. The seal suddenly blazed with light, flying into the air. He shouted, "Go!" The seal flew toward the lake water. Truong Min's voice rang out from afar. "This great seal can actually summon demon beasts in an instant." The water surface suddenly rippled, many demon beasts emerging from underwater. They gathered behind the dragon seal. Facing the demon beasts, Truong Min exclaimed in excitement, "Awesome! It can also make the demon beasts obey my command. Is this the power of my manifested object?" Witnessing the demon beasts gathering around the seal, Truong Min exclaimed. Although he knew this manifested object was very powerful, he didn't expect it to be this strong. Suddenly from afar, the water surface exploded into the air. Truong Min quickly darted his eyes toward the source of the sound. A large demon beast emerged. Its head grew 3 horns full of might, its eyes bloodshot. Truong Min cried out in shock, "It's a second-level demon beast." The demon beast roared. The wind around began to blow fiercely. Truong Min raised one hand to shield his face. He thought, "It seems the Great Seal cannot command second-level demon beasts." Truong Min withdrew the seal between both palms, he said excitedly. Let me see what other functions this great seal has. Truong Min pushed both palms forward. The seal flew straight into the demon beast's chin. Truong Min's voice rang out, "Go!" The seal flew back to Truong Min's hand, he shouted. "Withdraw!" The demon beast turned around and swam back underwater. Truong Min was slightly disappointed, he thought. Is that all a second-level demon beast amounts to? Truong Min tilted the gourd in his hand downward. Something crawled out of the vessel. Truong Min said loudly, "It's time for you to take the stage." Ka-Trak appeared. Its eyes looked forward. It tried to assess the surrounding situation. In front of Ka-Trak, many fish-like demon beasts were directing their eyes toward it. Ka-Trak remained silent. It gave a satisfied smile, its tongue sticking out of its mouth expressing craving. Sitting on the shore watching Ka-Trak battle the opponents, Truong Min mocked, "Just eating makes you stronger. Don't evolve into a pig head later." Scene transition. At a tavern, the air outside was filled with thick fog. Outside a room, a tavern staff member whispered, "The guest inside has been eating all day. This is already the 7th table." The person opposite replied, "Truly terrifying. You can't tell it all from the outside." Inside the room, Neem Ann was sitting and eating with piles of bowls and plates stacked up. She called out loudly, "Why haven't the dishes come yet?" The tavern owner stepped forward. He said awkwardly, "Because, dear customer, the shop's ingredients are limited." "We're truly out." A thought flashed through Neem Ann's mind. Why hasn't the informant returned yet? Neem Ann was slightly disappointed. She softly replied, "All right, never mind then." Neem Ann looked at the pile of bowls and plates she had just eaten from. She thought, I didn't want to either. If it weren't for my anomalous script being able to absorb appearance, aroma, and taste to level up my strength, a refined lady like me wouldn't eat like this. Neem Ann said awkwardly to the owner, "Then, shopkeeper, do you still have any snacks?" "Bring them all out," the shopkeeper replied. "All gone, nothing left." Banner Chief, a sudden call made Neem Ann slightly startled. She turned toward the source of the sound. A guard rushed in breathlessly. He said, "It really is you, my lord, wonderful." His face was somewhat anxious. The guard said to Neem Ann, "My lord, I have something to report." Neem Ann raised one hand. A glow emanated around her hand. Neem Ann coldly ordered, "Speak." Neem Ann snapped her fingers. A barrier appeared. That guard began to report. Folk legends say that within Fan Kao is buried a mighty demon god. In the guard's imagination, the image of a massive demon god eye appeared. He continued, saying that the demon god was rumored to have once possessed the great power of the third great realm. Special investigations turned up nothing, and he no longer went out. Neem Ann was puzzled. The third great realm, the guard replied, is merely a legend. In the guard's mind, images of cultivators gradually appeared. They were heading in the same direction. The guard continued sternly. Recently, a group of cultivators also planned to go to Fan Kao, wanting to seize the demon god's treasure. Despite repeated warnings, it was useless. Even if they returned safely, they might still be affected by the evil energy. After turning into demonic creatures and causing havoc everywhere, Neem Ann replied softly, "Understood. In the coming time, I will pay more attention to this matter." Scene change. Than Engia is standing beside a river, with a large mountain range covered in mist in the distance. Than Engia smiled. He exclaimed excitedly, "This is the legendary Fan Kao. The demon god's treasure is only a matter of time." Suddenly, Van Ann appeared. Her voice rang out. A bunch of useless low-level beings daring to touch the opportunity of Fan Kao. Than Engia turned around, somewhat surprised. He shouted in confusion, "Who is it?" Luke Nhi smirked, his tone mocking, "The one who will lead you to your death." Than Engia looked up, raised one hand, and enlarged his sword 10,000 times. Than Engia's voice rang out arrogantly. Luke Nhi dodged the sword that lunged at him. He turned and called to Van Ann, "Madam Kai, it's up to you now." Van Ann held a piece of cloth in her hand. She smiled in response. "Got it." Van Ann threw the cloth towards Than Engia. Monsters gradually appeared. They chased the terrified Than Engia as he fled. On this side, Din Enhim turned and walked away. He called back, "Let's go, the opportunity of Fan Kao awaits us." Van Ann and Luke Nhi simultaneously shouted, "Understood." Scene change. A group that fought Din Enhim's group was taken down, all lying motionless on the ground. Din Enhim said as he walked, "The fourth group, those who obstructed us, have been eliminated." Luke Nhi behind him bowed his head. He replied, "It's all thanks to you that things went smoothly." An image of a village appeared in Luke Nhi's mind. He said, "This village is a bit strange, dense with evil energy everywhere. We shouldn't recklessly rush in." Luke Nhi picked up a chessboard. He suggested, "How about letting my Luke Hop soldiers scout the situation first?" Din Enhim continued, "I've long heard that your Luke Hop soldiers are a marvel of the current age. Just the right time to broaden my horizons." Luke Nhi tossed the chessboard up. The chess pieces emitted light. They flew into the air. Luke Nhi shouted, "Go!" The pieces flew down. In an instant, they transformed into tall soldiers. In the distance, Truong Min was resting on the shore, loaches swimming around the lake below. Suddenly hearing a strange noise, Truong Min was startled. He sat up to check the situation. A soldier stepped forward, its joints creaking. Echoing in the air, Truong Min looked towards the soldiers and cried out in horror, "What are these things?" Two soldiers drew their bows, aiming at where Truong Min stood. They released their arrows, and two arrows instantly shot toward Truong Min. Before he could understand the situation, he was caught off guard by the enemy's attack. Truong Min raised a shield just in time to block the incoming arrows. He wondered who had suddenly ambushed him. Truong Min tossed the bronze seal upward. He decided the archery is truly fast. If the enemy is not friendly, then I won't hold back any longer. The bronze seal flew into the air and began to expand. The soldier puppets below looked up at the thing above their heads. The seal plunged down, directly crushing the soldier puppets on the ground, over on this side. Blood suddenly spurted from Luke Nhai's mouth. Van An worriedly exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Luke Nhai gritted his teeth, his eyes full of fury, and said, "The soldier puppet's vision is limited. I can only see divine might descending. The link between me and the soldier puppets has been severed." Dai Enhim continued. One strike destroyed 5 squads of soldier puppets. He must already be at the second great realm. This old man must personally take action. Van An held a vase in her hand. She laughed and said, "Not necessarily. Why not let my children go take a look?" Van An brought a finger to her mouth and bit down hard on the fingertip with her teeth. Blood began to spread out. Van An placed her finger on the vase. Her blood started seeping onto the surface as Van An moved her finger. She wrote a single character on the surface of the vase. A dark shadow crawled out from the vase. Dai Enhim exclaimed in admiration, "Enchantress, your methods are formidable, madam. There is a yin creature even stronger than a ghost king." On the other side, Truong Min was observing the wooden materials of the soldier puppets. Truong Min looked at the wreckage and pondered, "Wooden mechanism soldier puppets. This owner is also a poor fellow. Why not use metal to craft them? Only this little stuff is left. Might as well feed it to the little loach. Who knows, maybe I can even get a shadow crafting method." Truong Min took the soldier puppet remains and began dismantling their components. Truong Min wondered, "But why did these monsters suddenly appear in the village? And why did they actively attack me?" Truong Min jumped toward a tree, thinking, "Hide first and figure things out later." Truong Min notified the loach hiding at the bottom of the lake. "Little loach, enemies are coming. Hide nearby and protect your big brother." Truong Min hid in the treetop and snapped off a branch. His eyes turned downward, quietly observing the situation. Van An folded her arms, her tone full of arrogance. "This little thing is quite nimble." Behind Truong Min, a huge dark shadow suddenly appeared. The dark shadow drew close to Truong Min, still unaware of the enemy's presence. He remained intently observing below. Dai Enhim looked at Van An and said, "The memory he left behind, if examined, shows those people have no allies." Van An smiled and reassured Dai Enhim, "Rest assured, leave it to me." Van An reached into her body and slowly pulled out a small stick. Van An tapped the stick on the vase she was holding and arrogantly said, "Poor little thing, big sister will make your death more comfortable." Truong Min suddenly realized something. His face turned pale, his eyes full of panic. Truong Min turned around, the dark shadow gradually advanced toward him. Truong Min thought despairingly. Since when? Truong Min's entire body felt as if it were being squeezed tight. He helplessly cried out, "I'm done for, they've ambushed me." Truong Min lay amidst an illusory vortex. His body shivered repeatedly, it was so cold. A moment later, Truong Min's figure suddenly glowed, veins bulging all over his face. At the same time, a golden mark also appeared on Truong Min's chest. Outside, an enormous energy stream was piercing straight into him. However, that energy was quickly absorbed entirely by Truong Min. The killing move was broken. Van An immediately suffered backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing her like this, Dai Enhim worriedly asked, "How could this happen?" Van An wiped the blood from her chin. "This person's strength is profound. We might have to ask you, mister, to invoke your divine art, like Tu Sin Can." Hearing this, Dai Enhim slowly stroked his white beard. "Let me see what skill this person has." Then his beard quickly lengthened down to the ground. Witnessing the heaven and earth swirling around him, Van An praised, "Lak Tu Sin Can, a fearsome second-level divine art indeed." At this time, Truong Min had just awakened. Just now it seemed to be some kind of ghost creature. I hadn't seen it clearly before it was destroyed by my forget mark. But he didn't know that the forest was undergoing an extremely violent upheaval. Then, Truong Min was entangled by the white beard strands. What is this? In an instant, he was wrapped into a giant white cocoon. Over on the other side, Dai Enhim was straining to pull the long beard back. However, things didn't go as he wished. "Why can't I pull it back?" Meanwhile, a golden field of immense strength radiated from that white cocoon. Truong Min gritted his teeth and thought, "What the hell are you? Now it's my turn to counterattack." With that thought, he immediately burst out with energy, shattering the cocoon encasing him. Only then did Dai Enhim realize something was wrong. A panicked expression appeared on his face. His hands with long nails were desperately trying to reel in the white beard he had cast out. Because of this, Truong Min's energy found its way to him. "Can't cut it, I'm dead." Not only that, the domineering power also reached Van An and Luke Nhai. By then, they wanted to flee but were caught by that dark aura. In just a moment, they were seized by the dark aura, lost all strength and quickly vanished, leaving no trace in the air. With the job done, Truong Min retracted the energy into his palm. Even so, he still couldn't stop wondering, who on earth could it be? But luckily, thanks to them, I discovered how to use the strange script. As he walked, Truong Min wondered, why are these Taoists ambushing a commoner? This won't bring any retribution. Next, he bent down, reached out and picked up several bags lying scattered on the ground. Out of curiosity, Truong Min hastily opened one and peeked inside. In an instant, he suddenly felt moved. So many ingredients, the little loach won't be able to eat it all these days. Our family finally has surplus food. Next, Truong Min opened another bag. Let me see what's in the second treasure vault. Unexpectedly, it brought him great joy. This fellow is truly organized. The storage space in the bag is a real windfall. 16 first-grade magical artifacts, 10 second-grade, and even 1 third-grade, plus 50 spirit jade stone. Just then the loach jumped to Truong Min's feet. He understood its intention and stopped it. Spirit jade stones are very precious, you can't eat this. Having said that, Truong Min pointed to the pile of scraps nearby and said, I'll let you eat these things. Can you clean up those mechanical soldiers for me? What's wrong? Are you unhappy? The loach turned its face away, already asleep, making Truong Min furious, then spit it out for me. But forget it, he told himself. Forget it, today's harvest is pretty good, but why have there been so many people outside recently? Another day was about to end, the twilight glow gradually lit up the horizon. At the city gate, someone was wondering, these 3 lords have been sitting all day. At that moment, a pair of feet suddenly appeared in the sight of those 3. Catching a glimpse of Than Nha, they immediately greeted, Young master, you've finally arrived. Than Nha waved the fan in his hand. What's the hurry? Those people are merely rushing to their deaths. His subordinates immediately stepped forward. Young master speaks the truth. The opportunity in Sokao will surely belong to the young master. Than Nha cut them off. All right, tell me who has come this time. Hearing that, one of them reported, there are quite a few demons, ghosts, and evil gods. But those truly worth the young master's attention are only 2 people. One is Van An De Long, whose might shakes the northern palace. He brought 2 assistants at the second great realm. Additionally, he also mentioned another person, the senior disciple Tiu Fuang Ka of the Enhin and Gok sect. Also at the second great realm cultivation, bringing 6 junior fellow disciples. After setting up the absolute spirit fire grand formation, their strength can rival the third great realm. Hearing a summary of those people's identities and strength, Than Nha smiled slightly. Somewhat interesting. After speaking, he ordered, let's go. There's no time to delay. Set out for Sokao immediately to avoid someone else seizing the opportunity first. Lu Bin looked at his back in confusion. Didn't they say leaving early would be seeking death? Thinking of something, Lu Bin hastily spoke up. That's right, young master. On the road, one must be extremely careful. I heard that recently in Sokao, a ghost domain has appeared. If you accidentally enter it, you won't return. At the same time, in the dark depths of the forest, 3 figures on horseback appeared, led by Duong Zoe. How much further? The person behind replied, Big brother, 30 miles ahead is the Man River. Unconsciously, Duong Zoe was attracted by a green light ahead. Strange. How can such a desolate, remote area have a prosperous little town? Moreover, the person beside him reminded, Big brother, even if we arrive tonight, the county town gates will already be closed. We might as well rest here for a while. Duong Zoe immediately decided, all right, rest for one night, don't cause any trouble. After speaking, the 3 quickly urged their horses toward the little town ahead. In the dark space, the sound of flapping wings suddenly echoed. Elsewhere, Truong Min was examining the objects on the ground. Magical treasures, spirit pills, eaten together like that, this dish isn't bad, right? He looked at the loach and calculated. This guy previously even spat out some treasures. Now should I point it into the space again or try feeding it something else? Thinking that, Truong Min fed the loach the set of long knives he had just obtained from Din Engi. At this moment it still didn't know anything, still chewing that thing voraciously. After a while, the loach's face gradually turned pale, and at the same time it stuck out its long tongue. This time it finally had to vomit up a pile of green and yellow bile. Seeing that, Truong Min deliberately threatened, Hey, why are you feeling unwell with just the first one? I haven't tried everything yet. But the loach was already angry. It jumped up and gave Truong Min a painful smack. Seeing it leave, Truong Min sighed inwardly. Is this guy going through a teenage rebellious phase? Forget it, letting it go out and play to vent its anger is fine. As for the loach, it dived deep into the water, still very furious. Suddenly, the loach once again discovered that strange green light. That place was the ghost domain. On the surface of a boat, countless mysterious silhouettes appeared. One of them lamented, Tonight, why are there no guests entering? I'm about to become a hungry ghost. The ghost opposite replied, Where would you find fresh meat every day to feed you? In the meantime, the loach was silently approaching that so-called ghost domain. but its movement was detected by the ghost minion. It seems there's a large demon beast coming in the water. Let it in, I'll eat it. Having said that, they still complained, it's a pity it's just a fish. If only it were a plump human, how wonderful that would be. Truong Du-ho, you make a move, quickly kill it, everyone share it together. The loach curiously looked up at them, unaware of the approaching danger. Du-ho heard the call and stepped forward. Do these trivial matters only know to call me? Because the loach was off guard, as soon as he reached out, he grabbed its tail. Then Du-ho quickly pulled the loach's huge body onto the shore. At that moment, Du-ho suddenly felt puzzled. What's happening? Why is this thing so heavy? But that couldn't stop him from putting the loach on the chopping board. At that time, the foolish loach even spun around once. After that, it made a few soft sounds, its eyes clearly showing curiosity. Seeing that, Du-ho even praised, quite sensible, aren't you? You even lay down yourself to make it easier for me to strike. As soon as he finished, he immediately drew the sharp knife from its sheath. The eyes of the nearby demons all turned this way. Kill it, let's eat. At that moment, Du-ho coldly raised the knife high with all his strength. Just as Du-ho brought the blade down, the loach flicked its tail and shattered the knife. Then, it also whipped Du-ho across the face with its tail. Under its powerful force, Du-ho was quickly sent flying backward. Du-ho sprawled on the ground. This thing just casually flicked and could crush my endurance like that. How is that possible? Seeing the loach advance, he panicked and threatened. Don't come any closer. If you move again, I'll call the demon king of my demon domain. As soon as he saw the loach closing in, Du-ho shouted, Lord Demon, save me. Then a gigantic demon head appeared behind Du-ho. One of the 4 great demon kings, Lik En-hiu Qi-Fi. Lik En-hiu spoke in a shrill voice. What is the matter that you call me to appear? You dare disturb me while I am resting. Du-ho hurriedly turned and reported, Lord, a powerful demon beast has invaded the demon domain. I hope you can take action. Hearing that, an excited smile appeared on Lik En-hiu's face. Then he charged toward the loach. However, in just a few seconds, he was hit in the face by its tail, causing swelling. Du-ho stared in shock at the spot where Lik En-hiu had disappeared. What is going on? Lord Qi-Fi was finished in one move, are you kidding? Suddenly, on the agitated water surface, many stark white human skulls emerged. Even Du-ho didn't know what was happening, just stood there staring dumbly. Before him, that tower of human skulls had risen from the water. At the same time, Du-ho's gaze was suddenly drawn to something else. Unexpectedly, it was a gigantic fireball hurtling this way at extreme speed. Then, En appeared. He was one of the 4 great demon kings. Lord of the Bone Sea En. Along with him, Thai-Bat also arrived. Another of the 4 great demon kings, Thai-Bat and En cast contemptuous glances at the loach. Truong Du-ho, you are after all a demon. Did you summon us just for this tiny thing? Forget it, then I shall deal with it myself. Before he could finish speaking, he was frightened by the loach. What is happening? Why does this beast's gaze make my back feel so cold? En ignored that feeling, his demonic aura already spreading through the space. Witnessing that scene, Du-ho shouted, The Lord of the Bone Sea is enraged. He will descend with supreme divine might. This time a thick murderous intent appeared in En's eyes. You beast, you're dead for sure. Thinking so, En continued to intensify his demonic aura, making the air saturated with the color of death. However, the loach was not frightened at all. It even showed an infatuated expression. Now, En realized the problem. Something's wrong. Why do I keep feeling that my bones are locked down by this beast? My bones are extremely fragile. If it attacks me, my cultivation realm will drop. No, I cannot strike. At that moment, the gluttonous loach suddenly charged toward the skull. Delicious bones, in a flash, En's demonic aura was inexplicably disintegrated. Du-ho watched the battle before him in astonishment. What on earth is going on? Standing aside, Thai-Bat mocked. Those so-called demon kings are all useless. Hearing him, the loach turned its probing gaze towards him. Immediately, Thai-Bat burst forth the energy within his body. Let me handle it. However, as soon as the loach opened its mouth, it sucked that scorching energy clean into its belly. After eating, it even contentedly let out a belch, looking extremely satisfied. Clearly, Thai-Bat did not expect this situation. He cried out. What next? Thai-Bat launched several fireballs. Let's see how big your appetite is. Meanwhile, at Hyatt Ho Village, the night scene here was extremely peaceful. Inside the house, Truong Min was lying on the bed, a layer of golden light enveloping his body. A moment later, Truong Min suddenly sat up, quickly realizing what was happening. Truong Min sighed, this little loach is really strong indeed. Even this late, it's still transmitting warm streams to me. That's truly awesome. It made him very happy, so great. It condensed a new strange pattern again. When that little loach returns, I must praise it. Just then, Truong Min's face suddenly turned pale. Oh no, why is it getting hotter and hotter? Not only that, the flames inside Truong Min's body quickly burst outward. Burned by the fire, he kept screaming. Damn it, what did that little loach beast eat? I have to kill it. Outside, the dark, gloomy, silent night still tightly shrouded the atmosphere of Hyatt Ho Village. Truong Min irritably sent a voice transmission to the Loach. You bastard, do you want to burn your big brother to death? As soon as he finished, his pupils emitted a brilliant golden light. Then Truong Min connected with the Loach's divine sense, wanting to see what exactly it was trying to do. Tun Truong Min, father of the soul. Through its eyes, Truong Min saw Thai Bat in the form of a dried skeleton. My flames all eaten up completely. Not knowing him, Truong Min scolded. What are you eating recklessly for? You almost burned the house down, do you know that? The Loach knew it had done wrong and could only let out soft squeaks. Through the Loach's eyes, Truong Min also saw the surrounding space. This is a demon domain with Tayat Ho village outside. How did a demon domain appear? Just then, a giant whirlpool appeared in the Black Sea. What's going on that they've arrived again? A moment later, Van Hun Vuong spoke in a strange voice. You guys are truly getting weaker the longer you live. Hearing that, the three rebellious ones, En and Thai Bat, could only lower their heads and were immediately pulled out. Van Hun Vuong asked directly, Speak, what exactly is going on? Du Ho immediately reported, My lord, it's like this, I originally caught this Loach, but the more he spoke, the more excited his voice became. This beast actually defeated Qui Phi, caught Vuong and Lord Thai Bat. Hearing that, Truong Min curled his lips, casting a probing look toward the Loach. Is that true or false? At that moment, Van Hun Vuong was still very confident. If you three are so useless, then I'll have to take action myself. After speaking, he quickly burst forth deadly demonic aura. Whoever trespasses in my demon domain, prepare to die. Seeing the situation, Truong Min could only complain. I knew it, this guy staying out all night definitely means trouble. Suddenly, the mark on Truong Min's chest glowed. Its power and the Lin theme inside this guy's body were somewhat similar to before. Lin theme was a magical artifact used to seal ancient corpses, and it likely had the effect of devouring evil energy. Let's try using it. Having thought of that, he immediately came up with a plan. Truong Min quickly mobilized the power from it. Lin theme, come. Now, a massive golden light appeared on the barrier of the demon domain. At this moment, Van Hun Vuong realized something was wrong. What did the ghost domain put in? Not only that surge of power also dragged countless lightning bolts to attack the ghost domain's barrier. In an instant, Van Hun Vuong could only pour all his strength into resisting. This power is, but that golden beam of light quickly rushed straight at him. Such strong pressure. At that moment, Van Hun Vuong had no choice but to take out a talisman with similar power. However, he quickly realized that his own attributes and rank were naturally suppressed. What exactly is this thing's origin? Truong Min laughed smugly. It seems this spirit token of mine is very powerful. Then let's deal with you all at once. On the other side, Du Ho suddenly spoke as if understanding, so that's how it is. Seeing the situation before him, he suggested, how about we go help? Du Ho scolded him back, why so much useless talk? Let's attack together, I don't believe we can't win. Before they could do anything, Van Hun Vuong stopped them. You fools, don't you value your lives? Look closely at the power on that spirit token for me. Nish En Hiu was still soaking in the cold water. I widened my eyes in surprise. No way, Yen spoke up to guess, could it be that? This is an aquatic creature, yet it carries the great power of the Yellow Springs. Van Hun Vuong confirmed again, that is the great power of the Yellow Springs. Just then, the will within Thai Bat disappeared. How could the great power of the Yellow Springs choose such a beast as its host? Truong Min's voice rang out from the Loach's mouth. Hey, who are you calling a beast? At that moment, he realized he could use the little Loach's body to speak. On the opposite side, Van Hun Vuong immediately asked, May I ask, Your Excellency, does this precious object belong to you? The Loach spoke with an insolent tone. So what if it is? What, you still want to fight? For a moment, Van Hun Vuong fell into deep thought. The ghost domain was originally a temporary reverse current, but unexpectedly encountered such a great opportunity, the great power of the Yellow Springs. That is the fundamental power of the underworld. Thai Bat deliberately probed. Do we really have to fight? It seems we can't win. At this moment, Van Hun Vuong slowly spoke. No matter, I already have a plan. As soon as he finished, his face darkened. Since you have willingly barged into our ghost domain, then there is only one answer. After he spoke, the space fell into silence. Only the sound of Van Hun Vuong lightly tapping his foot on the side of the boat. As soon as he arrived, he knelt down. I will be loyal to you and give this ghost domain to you. The Loach exclaimed in surprise, What? Nish En Hiu couldn't bear to watch and had to speak up. Van Hun Vuong, what do you mean? You want us to surrender the ghost domain? Unexpectedly, Van Hun Vuong admitted it. That is exactly what I mean. I have decided to bring this ghost domain and offer it to the service of your excellency. Nish En Hiu wondered why. Van Hun Vuong explained in a deep voice. If the ghost domain receives the support of your excellency's great power of the Yellow Springs, there will be hope of forming its own small underworld. By then, there will be no need to worry about the Netherworld's official agents finding our doorstep. Now, Truong Min understood that the Netherworld's underworld ships also have hierarchical distinction. Like that, at that moment, Van Hun Vuong continued. Then the spirit token flew in from outside the ghost domain. No doubt it's on the green stone tablet. It is only a clone of your excellency. Yen seemed to have guessed his meaning, a clone that is already so formidable. How powerful must your excellency be? Thigh Bat also agreed with that opinion. To offer the ghost domain, we gain your excellency's leadership. It is very reasonable. Truong Min scratched his head modestly thinking, it's not really that strong. At this moment, Nish Enhyu underwater finally spoke up. That's fine, but then Ada stepped forward to speak. Your excellency probably won't personally oversee the ghost domain. We need a liaison officer to relay and execute your excellency's orders. We are all aquatic beings and we are close to each other, why not let me? Unexpectedly, Yin claimed, absurd, take a good look. Isn't the way your excellency looks at me very different from you? That is the true feeling of closeness. I will be responsible for communicating with your excellency. Is the most suitable person. Among them all, only Van Hun Vuong was the most serious. How dare you, we haven't yet offered our strength. Allow me a moment. I must make your excellency accept me. As soon as the words ended, Van Hun Vuong took the lead. He led Nish Enhyu, Thigh Bat, and Yen to kneel down, everyone. Seeing them act like that, the Loach suddenly froze. What do you mean by this? This time, Van Hun Vuong sincerely expressed, we wish to enter your excellency's service. We hope your excellency won't disdain us. Although we are underworld beings, we wholeheartedly follow the Tao. We also have some strength that can help your excellency handle trivial matters. The Loach spread its fins, pointing at the command token above. Do you want to bow and enter my service because of this? Seeing it, Van Hun Vuong and the others immediately kowtowed. Yes, your excellency's strength makes us admire you. In the future, we still hope your excellency will consider our hard work and give us more guidance. At that moment, Truong Min suddenly thought that the external source of the spirit token was the ancient demon corpse that the little Loach swallowed, unless they had some relationship before. But that demon corpse was much weaker than these four. Then there is only one reason. At this point, he couldn't help but laugh smugly. It's that I, this young master, am born extraordinary. But on Van Hun Vuong's side, he became worried again. The Exalted One has been silent for so long, could it be that he no longer wants us? Thinking so, he kowtowed once more, begging my lord to have mercy. We yin beings cultivate with great difficulty. Give us a chance. We will be loyal, unwavering, and never dare to betray you. Truong Min pretended to ponder. Wanting to follow me is possible, but I am not so casual. Have you ever consumed blood meals? Hearing that, the King of Myriad Souls immediately shook his head. The four of us have never committed such heaven-offending and reason-harming deeds. However, Loach's face showed disbelief. His piercing gaze seemed to probe. Then he spoke up to interrogate, confessed truthfully. Like that zombie over there, it doesn't suck blood. Thigh Back hurriedly waved his hand. My scarlet flame fundamentally doesn't need to eat humans if it devours various yin fires. Inside the body it transforms extreme yin into extreme yang. Then, Loach turned to the one beside him. What about you? You've never killed anyone, right? His voice was urgent. I beg the Exalted Lord to see clearly. Skulls like me were all dug up from ancient battlefields. Moreover, these skulls of war generals are even stronger than ordinary people. I also have no need to unnecessarily harm others' lives. Of course, Truong Min dared not believe their words. He asked doubtfully, is that true or false? Then Loach continued questioning. Then what about that female ghost? With a mouth so red, who knows how much human blood she has sucked? Being questioned, the female ghost honestly wiped off the red color on her lips. This is just makeup. In front of everyone, she looked gentle. Strangely shy, I am an innocent person who starved to death. I know you all constantly subdue other ghosts in the lake. A noble young lady who doesn't want contact with strangers. Even Truong Min almost lost control of himself. He cleared his throat softly and exclaimed, got it. These words struck like lightning through the ears of those fellows, making them gape. Damn, he's smitten. Now, Loach had made a decision. If that's the case, I will accept them first to govern this place, preventing them from causing disaster in the region. They replied on behalf of everyone, we obey the Exalted One's command, we dare not do anything. How should this ghost domain develop in the future? Please, Exalted Lord, give instructions. That also made Truong Min have to consider carefully. Indeed, what would be best for them to do? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. You all open a business. You are ghosts and monsters but still have humanity and conscience. Going into business is the most perfect thing. After saying that, Loach took the golden command token in its mouth and turned away. All right, I have other matters, so I'll go first. With those words, only the gently rippling water remained. Its figure had already vanished from the side of the boat, leaving the 10,000 Souls King's group behind with stunned faces, unable to react in time. A moment later, Truong Min was already standing on the sandy shore, waiting for Loach to surface from the sea. As soon as its face appeared, Truong Min approached with a dark expression. He immediately poured out all his pent-up anger. When I wasn't keeping an eye on you, you went and caused such huge trouble. You nearly didn't make it back and almost got turned into sushi by someone else. You know that? Loach knew it couldn't argue back, so it could only flash an ingratiating smile in defense. But he didn't fall for it. He quickly grabbed Loach by the tail and lifted it up. So you've learned to talk back now? Nice. Then, of course, followed a proper lesson for the playful Loach. Once it passed out, Truong Min was satisfied and dragged Loach back. Let's go home and sleep. Meanwhile, in Ghost Domain, the 10,000 Souls Kings group had regrouped and were discussing the incident on the boat. A moment later, Dich Enhiu spoke first. The Lord left without a trace. Who knows when he'll return? What if he's forgotten us? After finally encountering such an opportunity, it'll be completely ruined. Hearing this, 10,000 Souls King reassured. No matter what, we must run Ghost Domain well and do a good job with Ghost Aid. When the Lord sees Ghost Aid flourishing, he'll understand our loyalty. At this, Yin asked, so how exactly do we do Ghost Aid well? Just as the atmosphere was quieting down, Dich Enhiu suddenly exclaimed, I have an idea. Instantly, all eyes turned to her. 10,000 Souls King asked curiously, what idea? Unexpectedly, Dich Enhiu had thought of copying the marketplaces of the mortal world. In an instant, the sky of the mortal world appeared. In the sky hung a bright crescent moon. On a pitch-dark forest path were two scholarly figures. Truck Enhan then suggested, Brother Tran, let's find a place to rest. We'll continue our journey when it's light. Lowen said warily, that's true, but in such a desolate wilderness, how can there be a place to stop? Right at that moment, two bony hands reached out from behind them. Would you two like a place to stay? Dich Enhiu walked over holding a lantern. I saw you two were lost, so I kindly came to ask. I didn't expect you to scream. You'd startle humans if not ghosts. Still suspicious, Truck Enhan asked, is there really an inn nearby? Dich Enhiu quickly led the way. Of course there is, follow me, though not entirely convinced. Truck Enhan and Lowen had no choice but to follow Dich Enhiu. Along the way, Lowen whispered to Truck Enhan, could this little girl be tricking us? He immediately reassured, probably not. After walking for who knows how long, Dich Enhiu finally stopped. We're here, before their eyes. Unexpectedly appeared a bustling and crowded town. Following Dich Enhiu, Truck Enhan looked around in amazement. I didn't expect there'd be such a lively night market. Dich Enhiu then reminded, don't underestimate the nightlife in the mountains. A moment later, she led the two to an inn. This is our inn. So not bad, right? Luxury rooms, beautiful women to bathe with, all for just one silver tael. With that, Truck Enhan took out a bar of white silver. Let's go in, Dich Enhiu hurriedly accepted. Thank you, honored guests. Today I'll take you two to enjoy yourselves to the fullest. As soon as they entered, Truck Enhan and Lowen were treated to an extremely lavish feast. Dich Enhiu pressed her ear against the door of their private room, listening. Truly delicious. Then Dich Enhiu excitedly reported, Caught Hai, your cooking skills are truly superb. The diners are all very satisfied. Yen replied with a voice full of pride. You flatter me. Before I died, I worked as a chef at Riverwatch Tower for a while. Afterward, Dich Enhiu, acting like a serious staff member, introduced. This is our bathhouse and you can even adjust the water temperature, she asked warmly. How does it feel? Truck Enhan then requested. The water is a bit cold. Can it be a little hotter? Dich Enhiu cheerfully agreed. Sure, I'll go call someone. Then Dich Enhiu immediately called Thaibat. Everyone, the water still isn't hot enough despite adding more. Dich Enhiu asked attentively, how does it feel now? Lowen replied contentedly, very comfortable. Suddenly, Truck Enhan's face flushed. So what about the beautiful women bathing with us? Dich Enhiu signaled agreement. The ladies still need time to do their makeup. I'll go hurry them along. A while later, the voices of beautiful women could be heard in the bathhouse. Hurry up, sisters, apply more, don't scare the guests, a girl said in a sweet voice. Want a back scrub? The beautiful women with curvaceous figures and fair, smooth skin approached. Handsome, don't you want a massage? Truck Enhan comfortably enjoyed the pleasures of the mortal world. Beautiful ladies truly have strength, a lady replied softly. Thank you, I'll do my best. On the other side, Lowen did his best to refuse. I don't need it. While Truck Enhan wasn't paying attention, a beauty directly revealed her long neck. Not bad at all, this resort area is really well done. In another place, the whole view of this town caught the eye of someone else. That was the Golden Command Token, which was observing everywhere on behalf of Truong Min. He looked at the scenery below and complimented. Not bad, this tourist area is really well done. Just then, suddenly a disturbance came. It's so late, did Triothen 2 have something to find him about? It turned out Neem An had come. There was a mission from above. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock gather at the village. The next morning, Truong Min came as promised, saying good morning to Officer Van. As soon as he entered, he noticed Neem An's expression. What's wrong? You look so gloomy. She propped her chin on her hand, her face tense. Work troubles were bothering her. Truong Min immediately asked what was the matter. Neem An then recounted. Triothen 2 is sending a superior to the two of us. I can't handle her, mentioning the past. Neem An couldn't help sighing. Our two families have been close for generations. Everyone in the family compares the two of us. Saying that, she pouted. She didn't mean to join Triuthene 2 earlier than me. She came to show off to me. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out. Who is badmouthing their superior so early in the morning? It was Din Tai Lin striding in majestically, the eldest young lady of the Din family, 100 household officer of Triuthene 2. She looked around and then spoke sarcastically. Look here, is this the subordinate you just took in? Looking so poor, can't even afford to eat. These words immediately touched Truong Min's pride. How I want to hit her. Luckily, he still kept a bit of calm. I indeed haven't eaten yet. Maybe the 100 household officer could find me something to eat. Neem An directly stepped in front of Truong Min. No need for the 100 household officer to worry about him. After all, if he eats he'll get fat, not like you. It seemed that under her imposing manner, Tai Lin had to swallow a bit, but she still couldn't resist mocking a few sentences. Ban Neem An, you're just putting on a bit of an act. What are you showing off for? Neem An also refused to back down. Din Tai Lin, clean up that mouth of yours. Now I, this young lady, have also condensed a rune. Tai Lin clenched her fist. A rune, what's so great about that? Neem An then boasted. I have already reached the Dongbao realm. Who knows if the Dongbao realm was cultivated by yourself or not? At that moment, a subordinate stepped forward to remind Officer Din. Official business is more important. Hearing that, Tai Lin finally stopped arguing. Forget it, I won't be petty with you. Then, she discussed the main matter. Recently, the government office received news that many people going to Fan Kao never return. This time I, the 100 household officer, came here precisely for Fan Kao. Truong Min fell into thought. It seemed this time Triuthene 2 intended to restore order to Fan Kao. This time, Tai Lin came also to issue an order. I have decided to send your subordinate, that Truong Min, to scout Fan Kao. Stop those reckless fools who don't know the danger from barging in and causing more disasters. If you find anyone intruding, immediately notify me. Truong Min frowned in displeasure. Stop, people. Isn't this just security work? Officer Din, this job is quite risky. Are there any rewards? Tai Lin said nothing further, directly taking out 2 heavy cloth bags. This is a month's guard reward. I'm not like some people who mistreat subordinates. Seeing it, Truong Min's attitude changed immediately. 100 household officer, then I'll go patrol first. Rest assured about the Fan Kao matter. I will definitely keep an eye on it with care. Having received the money, he quickly headed deep into the mountains to scout. Those cultivators coming to Fan Kao have sinister methods. I also need to craft some tools to protect myself. In a flash, he found a secret cave hidden deep in the forest. Inside, Truong Min took stock of what he had. Materials are ready, manuals are ready, fire is ready too. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. His eyes showed thoughtfulness. Although the ingredients were enough, Truong Min's ability was insufficient. I forgot, damn it, I don't know how to refine artifacts. Then his eyes lit up. He turned his gaze toward the loach. The old fellow didn't beat around the bush. Truong Min directly grabbed the loach. Then he quickly stuffed everything into the loach's mouth. Don't try to escape. Last time you went to the ghost domain and ate recklessly, causing your big brother's fur to be burned off. I still haven't dealt with you. Quickly help me refine the thigh, then fa. It was shaken by Truong Min until its head spun. Come on, big brother believes you can do it. After a while, the loach couldn't stand it and spat out a pile of water and arrows. At this, Truong Min happily picked up the arrows on the ground. Not bad. After wiping them carefully, the arrowheads had become sharp. Amid the loach's protests, Truong Min coaxed, I know, I'll give you more food. Saying that, he ignored it and continued collecting more arrows. At this moment, Truong Min suddenly discovered a strange chain. What is this? Out of curiosity, he reached out to pick up the strange chain. The chain was very disproportionate to Truong Min's hand inside. Immediately after, the chain lengthened, reaching out to coil around his hand. Luckily, it ultimately didn't cause any big trouble for Truong Min. What did it vomit up? A bracelet that creates battle tokens or something. At this moment, the loach suddenly let out a few small sounds from its throat. Truong Min immediately understood. You mean you want me to put spiritual energy into it? Then, Truong Min quickly transferred powerful streams of spiritual energy into the chain. Sure enough, before long, the chain on Truong Min's hand grew larger. It got bigger. Not only that, he discovered another surprise. It can also shrink naturally. Awesome. This item seemed to please Truong Min greatly. Good stuff. This chain can not only lock cultivators but also imprison souls and evil spirits. Moreover, the chain infused with his spiritual energy felt very handy. Contract, seeing it lying obediently on his hand, Truong Min made a decision. This chain is very strong. It belongs to the madam. Just use it for now. Even so, he still felt something in his heart, but only practiced a few techniques. This energy still lacks a bit of a sense of safety. Can I make something else? At that moment, Truong Min remembered, right, the mechanical soldiers he had encountered before. The material from their remains, I still have quite a bit. Thinking so, he immediately stepped forward and once again grabbed the tail of the poor loach. Seeing it unwilling, Truong Min even comforted. Don't run, we continue dragging and training. At the same time, from the desolate mountain forest suddenly came loud noises. It turned out to be Enheen and Gok sect, the third largest sect in Fudin. 3 disciples under its gate who specialized in using true fire were training. Their leader was the head disciple of Enheen and Gok sect, Tiu Fuang-ka. Where their fire surged forward, the ground immediately turned into a cloud of dust. At this moment, Fuang-ka and his companions were advancing. Ahead was Fan-ka. Absolutely must not be careless, understood. In his heart he already had a scheme. I have been stuck at the second level of the natural cave grand realm for a long time, and finally haven't found a chance to break through. I must borrow the opportunity of Fan-ka to break through. Otherwise, the position of head disciple would not be guaranteed. At that moment, Fuang-ka suddenly stopped and ordered his companions, "Wait." Then he loudly questioned all around, "Who is ahead?" Truong-min slowly stepped forward. "I am a lieutenant of Triuthene too. By order to seal off Fan-ka, you all should return." Fuang-ka naturally didn't take him seriously. "Boy, we are from Enheen and Gok sect. I advise you not to meddle in others' business." Hearing that, Truong-min sighed. "This is an imperial order. Moreover, behind the mountain there is a man-eating monster. You will go and never return." Fuang-ka snorted coldly. "So what if it's the court? Don't waste words with him. Capture him, then pull down his pants and give him a spanking right away." This provocation made Truong-min have to act. "So you insist on seeking death?" The eager subordinate next to him rushed forward. "I think you are the one who wants to die." However, his hand was quickly caught by Truong-min's chain. Immediately, that subordinate was sent flying. But they still wouldn't give up. Another one continued to attack. "Watch me." Seeing him, Truong-min showed no sign of wavering. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat excited, swinging his chain. The brilliant chain lashed out, sweeping a powerful arc through the air. At that moment, Fuang-ka, who was observing, realized this person was probably Dai Van Kan of the First Great Realm. Then he ordered his subordinates, "All of you attack together." Following Fuang-ka's command, those subordinates charged at Truong-min simultaneously. Even so, his expression remained unchanged. His steady hand gripped the chain. Then Truong-min swung the chain, immediately stopping the group in their tracks. Just as he was in the heat of battle, Truong-min suddenly paused for a moment. "Oh no!" Next, he quickly jumped backward, barely dodging a sneak attack. Fortunately, Truong-min evaded in time, because where that strike landed, the ground was cracked wide open. The one who had just attacked was Fuang-ka. His eyes were filled with gloom. It seemed Truong-min had irritated Fuang-ka. "I never thought a lowly guard of the Heavenly Court office would force me to personally take action." Truong-min firmly tightened the chain in his hand. "Sorry, but I feel that your strength is probably not enough." Hearing that, Fuang-ka suddenly revealed a vicious smile. "Brat, you will pay for your arrogance." At that moment on his face, Fuang-ka's eyes were filled with death and cruelty. "Prepare to die." Facing him, Truong-min hastily launched a preemptive attack. However, his spiritual chain could not block Fuang-ka's spiritual power. This left Truong-min utterly astonished, confusion clear on his face. Not stopping there, Fuang-ka increased his spiritual power, hurling several orbs of force. Immediately after, Fuang-ka calmly curled the corner of his mouth and quickly shouted. Under his command from the original 2 orbs, they instantly split into countless energy bullets. Facing this situation, Truong-min had to wrap the spiritual chain around his body as a shield. Then Fuang-ka brought his palms together. "Brat, go repent before King Yama." On Truong-min's side, the shield of the energy chain could not withstand Fuang-ka's barrage. Seeing this, Truong-min let out an amused smile. "This guy's moves are quite troublesome." At that moment, he took out a gourd. "Right, my magical gourd seems to be able to absorb flames." Thinking so, Truong-min swiftly raised the gourd in front of him. Absorbed, seeing his attack being sucked in, Fuang-ka was immediately stunned. "How is this possible?" After neutralizing his attack, Truong-min calmly uttered, "My turn." Saying so, he forcefully hurled the gourd emitting golden light into the air. In an instant, on Truong-min's shoulder, the original gourd transformed into a giant one. Then, from its mouth shot out a brilliant golden python. This time its target was Fuang-ka on the opposite side. Facing it, he still hadn't realized the danger and raised his hand as if to catch it. Immediately, a clash of 2 opposing forces appeared in the air. However, just looking at Fuang-ka's furrowed face was enough to know who was gaining the upper hand. Indeed, in just a moment, Truong-min's attack forced Fuang-ka to retreat. At that time, Fuang-ka's confidence diminished somewhat. Just a mere patrol captain, unexpectedly so strong. Nevertheless, that only intrigued him more. This guy really has many tricks. Then, Fuang-ka turned to his subordinates. "What are you still doing on the ground?" "Get up," they quickly responded. "Understood." On Truong-min's side, he had taken out several white round beads. if you're going to gang up on me. Then Truong Min took the opportunity to jump back a few steps, simultaneously throwing those white beads. As soon as they touched the ground, the white beads quickly transformed into distinct figures. A group of soldier puppets appeared before the crowd. Then don't blame me for not playing fair. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier puppets simultaneously raised and drew their bows. Yuan Ka was the first to notice the anomaly, and he hurriedly fled from there. Oh no, then countless arrows were shot, causing those people to perish instantly. Seeing the brutal death of his subordinates, Yuan Ka suddenly felt terror. Why does this guy know both 5 elements magic and qi refining? Unless he's a descendant of one of those great families. Thinking that, he quickly decided, no, I must retreat. Before he could step forward, Yuan Ka's ankle was caught by the spiritual chain. Then, Truong Min curled his lips smugly and pulled the chain as if reeling in a net. Now even if Yuan Ka wanted to flee, he could no longer move, but he still wanted to resist. Such a petty trick won't stop me. Saying that, Yuan Ka immediately grabbed the spiritual chain, wanting to destroy it. At that moment, the soldier puppets advanced under Truong Min's order. But I'm not your only opponent. Yuan Ka's entire face was shrouded in darkness, only the light of the sword flashing across his face. Before Phoenix Song's eyes was a troop of soldiers raising sharp swords high. With only a whoosh in the air, the sharp sword swept across in one stroke. When they were completely still, Truong Min slowly approached. Then he said mockingly, just like that, and you dared to go behind the mountain. Could it be that the current trend is seeking death? After saying that, Truong Min looked at the troop of soldiers helping him work and couldn't help but complain. Thought soldiers really aren't very convenient. Just then, the loach with sparkling eyes finally showed its face. Seeing it, Truong Min was a bit angry about what happened during the fight. Why didn't you come out? What do you want me to say to you? Still, he took out a green bracelet. You never put any effort into refining energy. While saying this, Truong Min tossed the item to the loach. All you're good at is eating. Ignoring it, Truong Min quickly searched for other items on Phoenix Song's group. Unexpectedly, he even pulled out a secret manual, essential guide to the 7 ultimate lightning fire grand formation. But Truong Min wasn't very interested. Like Jade Sect, right? Specializing in fire training indeed, this stuff isn't even as good as my gourd. After glancing through it, he casually tossed the manual behind his head. Putting that aside at this moment, Truong Min was still thinking of a way. So how to deal with the aftermath? If the leaders come to handle it, I can earn some reward money. Just then, a voice from his waist said, Tun Truong Min, prepare for the patrol shift change. Have you encountered any situations over there? He honestly reported, I encountered a group of cultivators. Officer Van is about to arrive. A moment later, Neem An brought Tai Lin to find him. Tun Truong Min, are you all right? Truong Min replied, I'm fine. Then he quickly reported the important news. I discovered these people sneaking to Fan Kao, so I followed them and then reported back later. Tai Lin waved her hand, you guys go check it out. A moment later, a subordinate reported back, this person is the senior disciple of the Burning Jade Sect. Tiu Phoenix Song? Tai Lin was astonished. What, Tiu Phoenix Song? That's a powerhouse of the second great realm. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Sure enough, it's a trashy sect. The senior disciple is so weak, but it seems the heavenly tribunal values this person greatly. Suddenly, Tai Lin loudly questioned Truong Min, did you kill these people? Immediately, his expression changed, trembling and looking dumbfounded. How could it be me? I originally wanted to stop them, but then a person in armor suddenly appeared. Truong Min waved his hands repeatedly, recounting vividly. Then he took out a bow. The arrows shot through like rain, everyone died. Finally, a single slash of his blade killed that guy named Tiu or whatever. Luckily I dodged, otherwise my life would have been hard to keep. Tai Lin still wasn't fully convinced. Then did you clearly see that person's appearance? As if prepared, Truong Min lied without blinking. No, he had golden armor covering it. At this, Tai Lin's face darkened slightly. Unexpectedly, the matter at Fan Kao drew a god of death here like this. Our mission is going to be difficult. At this point, she ordered Truong Min, this matter is strange, we need to discuss it. You go back first. He didn't want to beat around the bush anyway, immediately cupped his hands and withdrew. Yes. In his heart, Truong Min was secretly rejoicing. Perfect, I'll hurry back and feed that little loach. This kid has been crying from hunger several times. After Truong Min left, Neem An spoke up. If that mysterious person's strength is very formidable, and his methods are cruel, it's truly too dangerous. Should we withdraw first? Tai Lin raised her hand. No, actually she also had her own scheme. This is her first case at the 100 Household Bureau. She must complete this mission to secure her current position. Neem An still hesitated a bit, but what if it affects innocent people? Tai Lin directly brushed it off. No buts, then. She pointed ahead, issue the cloud-piercing decree, invite 1000 Household Thoi to come here. The two subordinates hesitated. You mean Thousand Household Thoi Thoi Than Ha. That is the famous powerhouse of Din Tam Prefecture. 100 Household Din was actually able to invite him. This person has long reached the strength of the third great realm. Tai Lin replied firmly, correct, with Thousand Household Thoi here, any demons or monsters will be killed by him. Knowing she couldn't be stopped, Neem An sighed, I hope it's really like that. As for Truong Min, after leaving, he went to the side of a steep cliff. At this moment, the Loach suddenly jumped out with an extremely panicked look. Truong Min quickly took out another green bracelet for it. What's the rush? Don't adults need to go to work? A moment later, the Loach happily hugged its round belly and rolled around on the ground. Seeing that, Truong Min was a bit worried. Aren't you eating a bit too much? As soon as he finished, a blinding light emanated from the Loach, startling him. At this time, the light from the Loach's belly grew even more expansive, forcing Truong Min to step back. He stared at it in bewilderment. What's going on? Not only that, the light even rushed straight toward Truong Min's chest. After a long while, that blinding light gradually shrank into a floating speck of light. From the center of that speck, tiny star-shaped dots appeared. At this moment, Truong Min realized the situation before him was the second great realm. Next, Truong Min immediately entered a state of cultivation. The Ignition Illumination realm is divided into 6 layers, respectively. Ignition Acupoint, Ignition Meridian, Ignition Spirit, Illumination Acupoint, Illumination Meridian, Illumination Spirit. A brilliant light emitted from Truong Min's Danshan, beginning the Ignition Acupoint layer. The spiritual energy in his body turned into fire, which would at least burn open 108 major acupoints of the entire body. Only then would he break through to the Ignition Meridian layer. Along with that, the acupoints on his body also lit up. There were some geniuses because of their accumulation during the previous strange mark layer phase. In addition to the 108 major acupoints, could burn open even more hidden acupoints. The more acupoints burned open, the greater the total spiritual energy would be in the future. The foundation would be more solid. In just a moment, Truong Min's body was wrapped in a layer of brilliant light. On the other hand, he also obtained a pure gold seal, intricately carved. At this time, the power within Truong Min's body was overflowing. He felt that after upgrading to the second great realm, his own spiritual power had greatly increased. Moreover, his control over spiritual energy became more meticulous. Not only that, this power also brought him quite a few surprises. Indeed, he could use less spiritual energy to unleash even greater might than before. Just then, movement coming from the side caught Truong Min's attention. It turned out the Loach had also evolved. You evolved too. Double happiness has come to our family. Truong Min gently hugged it. Good, good, good. This time I advanced. You contributed the most. You can eat whatever you want. Having said that, he poured the entire gourd bottle from before straight into the Loach's mouth. Eat up. But this time it not only swallowed it but also spat out some spiritual fire. Subconsciously, Truong Min reached out to catch that bright spark. Suddenly, he could only think, is this your new move? Seeing Truong Min so stunned, the Loach chirped excitedly and continuously. Hearing that, he said enthusiastically, let's go over to the lake and test the new move. As soon as they arrived at the lake, a splash of water awaited them. White foam burst, and facing the Loach was the 3 great demon beasts, the giant dragon lizard. Seeing it, Truong Min excitedly lunged forward. He used just one saber strike to split the giant dragon lizard into 2. Not over yet, a strange sound came from behind, making Truong Min alert. On the other side, the Loach that had just dodged was being suppressed by a water monster. At this, Truong Min urged, quick, try your new move. Hearing that, the Loach immediately circulated its power and sucked in a large amount of lake water. Along with the suction, even the fish at the bottom of the lake were pulled in. Neither of them knew that this inadvertently changed the current. Commander, there is a turbulent water flow ahead, likely to cause rocking. It would be safer to go inside the cabin. Than Ha calmly reassured his subordinate, there is no need to make a big fuss. This 1,000 household commander is a powerhouse of the third major realm. How could I fear this current? You people are usually lazy in your cultivation. Now so weak, how can you have the dignity of the Chiu Thien Tu? The 1,000 household commander of Chiu Thien Tu, Thoi Than Ha, third major realm. At the same time, the Loach had stopped sucking water and switched to firing a fireball of spirit power. Instantly, the water monster was pierced through by that fireball. On the deck, Than Ha was lecturing his subordinates when he noticed something unusual. It didn't stop there. The bow was also tossed by a huge wave. Now the arrogance on Than Ha's face had completely vanished, replaced only by panic. Very quickly, the cold lake water slammed straight into him. Only then did Truong Min and the Loach notice the boat above. Which bastard did this, daring to use spirit techniques to attack an official vessel? Seeing that boat, he curiously popped half his head out to look. What's going on? At this moment, Truong Min realized what was before him. Great Wu Navy, light armor class, we've run into a damn unit boat. On the boat, Than Ha saw the disheveled Truong Min and became even more arrogant. At this moment, he was extremely furious. It was you, wasn't it? Don't run. Truong Min immediately turned and swam away, fleeing fast. Truong Min dared not look back even once. Swim home quickly, don't stick your head out. He didn't know that behind him, Than Ha's eyes were bloodshot. Lowly wretch, I remember you. After an unknown amount of time, Truong Min happily pushed open the old wooden door. I'm home. Truong Yen excitedly raised her chopsticks. Let's get ready to eat, big brother. Truong Min happily replied, okay. He hadn't even sat down when there was a summons. Truong Min, Tun Truong Min, come quickly to the village entrance. We are here to welcome the Lord Thousand Household Commander. He guessed that a big shot had arrived. Thinking this, Truong Min told Truong Yen, little Yen, you eat first. I have some business to go out for. By the lake, Neem An and Tai Lin had been waiting for Than Ha since early. As soon as he arrived, he questioned them. So, 100 Household Commander Din means that a mysterious person wearing a golden mask has appeared in Fan Ka, and his strength has even reached the third major realm. Has there been anything unusual in Fan Ka recently? Being called upon, Tai Lin was startled and quickly spoke up. Your Excellency is wise. Then Tai Lin respectfully reported, reporting to Your Excellency there is nothing at the moment. Meanwhile, Neem An added, Lord Thousand Household Commander, because the local native Tun Truong Min understands the situation of Tiat Ho village in Fan Ka. You can ask him, Than Ha cut her off, I heard that. He is now under the management of a talented person, right? However, that didn't concern Than Ha. What could a tiny pseudo-cultivator possibly know? Even Neem An couldn't stand it anymore. She was about to retort, but the arrogant Than Ha spoke. Bringing such a person of unknown origin into Chiu Thien 200 Household Commander 2 was truly too careless. At this point, Neem An was very annoyed. How troublesome. It seems this Thoi Than Ha is a romantic debt that the young miss incurred. Could it be that his love has turned to hate and now he comes to make trouble for the person the young miss recruited? But she only muttered to herself, although Tun Truong Min is only a pseudo-cultivator. His strength is very great. Moreover, he works very nimbly, and no mistakes have ever occurred. Hearing that, Than Ha shifted his gaze, showing a disdainful expression. Then what cultivation level does he have? Tai Lin stepped in to smooth things over. Perhaps the exotic rune layer. Van Tong Kai said his exotic runes are not ordinary. These words made Than Ha even more smug. At my age, I am already at the second major realm, the ignited acupoints layer. And I have already ignited 150 acupoints. Tai Lin tactfully expressed, he has no qualifications to compare with the Lord Thousand Household Commander. Neem An pouted, not bothering to speak. A noble family scion like you comparing yourself to a youth from a poor background, is that something to be very proud of? Right then, the center of all the discussion so far appeared. Truong Min had just arrived and didn't understand what they were talking about, only sensing that the atmosphere was extremely strained. Seeing his face, Than Ha's expression darkened. It was that lowly wretch who had harmed him that day. Now, Truong Min also recognized the person before him as the one on the boat that day. At this moment, Tai Lin had to speak up. Tun Truong Min, come over and meet the Lord Thousand Household Commander. But Than Ha's attitude was clearly hostile. So you are Tun Truong Min, a lowly commoner like you. Where did you get the opportunity to cultivate? Could it be you are following an evil path? Just hearing the question made Neem An worry for him. This question must be answered well. Otherwise, this Thoi Than Ha might directly condemn you as a demonic creature. Fortunately, Truong Min remembered something from a while ago about Dong Fuang. An uncle came to the village. I advised him not to go to the back mountain, but he insisted on going. Before leaving, he gave me a few things. Among them was a book, 3 bottles of elixir pills. He told me to eat 1 pill every day. That is how it happened. And he cultivated the techniques in the book, which were said to be able to resist the cold poison in the village. Not only that, Truong Min also obtained several powerful weapons from him. Than Ha clearly still wanted to make things difficult for him. Could there really be so many fortuitous encounters in this world? Truong Min was irritated but dared not speak. This commander was holding a grudge over what happened that day. Deliberately picking a fight with him, a dignified commander stooping to making trouble for a mere captain like him. How petty. Even Neem An was very curious about that person. What is that uncle's name? Truong Min answered honestly. I don't know his name either. I only know his surname is Dong Fuang. I call him Uncle Dong Fuang. From just those few words, Tai Lin was able to guess that it was the Wealth King, Dong Fuang Vo Nga. Neem An added that 3 months ago this super expert of the 5th Great Earth Realm had suddenly vanished. So he had gone into Fan Kong. Hearing that, Truong Min exclaimed in surprise, he's that powerful. I originally made up a story using Uncle Dong Fuang. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be such a major figure. Tai Lin's voice was extremely serious. Not only is he powerful, Dong Fuang Vo Nga also has another title, Wealth King. His treasures are countless. In the cultivation circles of the Dying Go dynasty, there's even a saying, the Wealth King is a fortuitous encounter in himself. This kid is really lucky. How could the Wealth King Dong Fuang possibly choose him? On another note, Neem An also mentioned, I've heard that Dong Fuang Vo Nga has always been searching for his deceased older brother to help him reincarnate and cultivate anew. His entering Fan Kong is probably related to this. Thanha interrupted them. All right, let's end this topic here. Now we must check whether this cavalry captain has any problems. Sensing something amiss, Neem quickly stepped in front of Truong Min. Commander, what are you trying to do? At that moment, Thanha finally revealed a sinister look. Tayet Ho village is thick with evil energy. He came from there, so he is highly likely to have been infected by demonic entities. The four commanders absolutely will not allow demonic entities to infiltrate the Chiu Thien too. Then he directly questioned the cavalry captain. Do you have a mutated pattern? Truong Min answered without any guard. Of course I do. Could it be that after running into your business, you are the kind of person who holds grudges and must take revenge? What a petty man. These words were exactly what Thanha wanted to hear. He immediately ordered, Triukoi, come forward personally. Hearing this, Triukoi stepped forward. He clasped his hands and said coldly, yes. As soon as he finished, rolling killing intent surged around Triukoi. Then, countless iron chains emerged from his palm. Those chains swiftly reached out and tightened around Truong Min's neck. In an instant, the formation in this place was already extremely disadvantageous to Truong Min. Neem tried to explain, Tun Truong Min is not a criminal. He is a trainee captain of the Chiu Thien too. Triukoi, you're using this method on your own people. Triukoi curled the corner of his lips and said very coldly, Banner Chief Van, watch your tone. If the investigation later reveals he is a demonic entity, Banner Chief Van will also be implicated. Seeing this, Truong Min reassured her, I'm fine, you should retreat for now, let them investigate. Hearing that, Triukoi grabbed a red object in his hand and praised, good, you have guts. The thing he just took out was the Tiu Zhuang seal, a red seal representing identity. In an instant, power surged from the seal and choked Truong Min. Neem wanted to rush forward to stop it, but was blocked by Triukoi. The Chiu Thien too has clear regulation. The Tiu Zhuang seal is only used for serious crime. This is a punishment directly applied for interrogation. You are using public duty to carry out personal revenge. Meanwhile, Truong Min, caught off guard, showed a pained expression. Seeing his expression, Thanha was very satisfied. This is Tayet Ho village. He has lived in the village for so many years, it's possible he has been deeply demonized. Of course, we must use the fifth seal. Just then, a dazzling point of light appeared in the center of Truong Min's forehead. Sensing its power, he became excited. Fortunately, there is still the ancient lamp here. Meanwhile, Neem was still arguing. He does not have any signs of demonization. That's enough, can you stop now? Triukoi then took out a golden seal. All right, then we will proceed to the next step. This time, he directly used the gold needle, demon subduing 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even Tai Lin turned pale at the sight of it. Heavens, gold needle demon subduing 9 heavens and 10 earths will reverse the meridians, forcing out hidden evil energy. It causes extreme agony to the victim. Damn it, the commander wants to kill Tun Truong Min. Perhaps Neem realized that as well. She immediately gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist. This time, Neem directly threatened Thanha and stepped forward. Don't blame me for being disrespectful. What you're doing is not checking for evil energy, but trying to kill him, she threatened them. If you go too far, I will report this to Lord Garrison Commander. Then we'll see who comes out worse. However, Thanha actually managed to smile. I've long heard that the Van family has a spoiled girl. Meeting her today, indeed she is just that. After thinking, he put, since Banner Chief Van is protecting you, I will give you 2 choices. One is to endure the gold needle demon subduing 9 heavens and 10 earths. The second is to go to Fan Kong to scout the situation. Neem retorted, both choices are a death sentence. Commander, why are you making things so hard for a mere trainee captain? Thanha immediately shouted angrily, insolence, I am not making things hard for him. One is he endures the gold needle demon subduing 9 heavens and 10 earths, or he pays with his life. Without any reason, on what basis could one enter the heavenly summoning office? Neem still wanted to say something, but at that moment Truong Min spoke up, his voice clear. Echoed, I agree. Under the puzzled gaze of Neem Truong Min affirmed, it's fine, I agree to go to Fan Kao. Thanha laughed loudly. Very good, Triukoi, release him. Only then did Truong Min stop being painfully bound by those chains. Next, Thanha took out a token. Take this, I will monitor your every move. Truong Min grimly accepted, originally intending to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, he was going to Fan Kao. This instead gave him a chance. The scene shifted to Fan Kao, a peaceful place with lush green lawn and hills. In a corner of this place, Truong Min was demonstrating his fire-controlling skill. Then he threw the gourd up high. Well then, it's time for my performance. Thanha widened his eyes in surprise. It seems this kid still has some secrets. Finished, Truong Min was just putting the fire back into the gourd when he suddenly realized the immortal fire did not belong to him. At this moment, Truong Min, filled with doubt, searched everywhere. Who is it? There was no reply, only a pair of iron legs wrapped in flames stepping forward. It seemed that flame was several times stronger than Truong Min. Unexpectedly, the one emerging from the smoke and dust was the golden-faced slaughter god. Suddenly someone's voice rang out. The golden-faced slaughter god, he has appeared. Thanha wondered. golden-faced slaughter god, Tai Lin then explained. My lord, you might not know, the strength of this golden-faced slaughter god is equal to that of a third-stage powerhouse, and moreover extremely ruthless. Terrible that Truong Min will surely die. Fan Ha muttered the last few words. Fan Kao actually has a slaughter god. Having made calculations in his mind, this monster's entire body was covered in treasures. At this moment, the golden-faced slaughter god had closed in on Truong Min, simultaneously raising his blade high. He immediately hugged the golden-faced slaughter god's leg. Warrior, I am from the heavenly summoning office. I came to help you. As soon as he finished, the blade of the golden-faced slaughter god came down right next to Truong Min. However, the expected pain never came, making him open his eyes slightly to look. On another side, Than Ha and Neem An were also not understanding what he intended to do. At this, the golden-faced slaughter god planted his blade on the ground and declared, anyone who sets their sights on Fan Kao disrupts the order of Fan Kao. Shall die, Truong Min hurriedly clarified. Warrior, I only wanted to know why suddenly many people came to Fan Kao seeking death. I just wanted to stop them. Warrior, I dare. A moment later, the atmosphere between Truong Min and the gold-faced death god remained strangely quiet. Truong Min spoke first. May I ask, are you the guardian of the tomb mound? The gold-faced death god suddenly burst into loud laughter. How could we possibly have the ability to become the guardian of the tomb mound? We can only be considered the guides of the tomb mound, but everything surrounding the tomb mound is under our control. Hearing this, Than Ha listened with keen interest. The gold-faced death god used we, so he must not be alone. Tai Lin felt somewhat more at ease. If we can talk, that Tun Truong Min can probably return safely. Just as she finished that thought, the gold-faced death god swung his blade and struck the ground fiercely. Turn back immediately, leave this place at once. Anyone who dares cross the boundary will be killed without mercy. Then he coldly declared, the next time I see you will be the day you die. Truong Min hastily turned back to ask for instructions. Lord Thousand Household, what should we do now? Than Ha immediately gave the order. Return to the village, do not act rashly. Truong Min replied, yes. Back in Tiat Ho village, the sky over the mountain forest grew increasingly dark and gloomy. Meanwhile, Than Ha was asking his subordinate, are the preparations complete? The subordinate reported, reporting to your lordship, Tran Bok Ho says it can be completed by tomorrow. So Than Ha had already made plans. Understood, march straight into Tiat Ho village. I will go deal with the gold-faced death god. But he still hesitated. My lord, the imperial court has not ordered us to explore the tomb mound. We just need to block those greedy people and prevent any strange occurrences at the tomb mound. Than Ha calmly remarked, it's merely a show of force, no need to be so cautious and restrained. This left Neem An completely unable to understand. But Than Ha declared in a cold voice, there is no but. The tomb mound is a matter of grave importance. I cannot rest easy without entering to see it. After all, he had an even more sinister scheme. Only a fool would truly go explore the tomb mound if he could capture that gold-faced death god, let alone the golden magical artifacts on his body and the god-slaying spear in his 4 hands. This trip of his would still be worthwhile. Time passed gradually, and the next day the fog was still dense around Tiat Ho village. At this time, everyone in Than Ha's group wore golden command tokens on their waists. Truong Min saw through everything. As expected, Thousand Household Thoi had targeted his gold-faced death god. At this moment, Than Ha gave the orders. Ey Van Tong Kai Tun Truong Min, receive your orders. Lead the way first directly to the tomb mound. Truong Min cheerfully replied. Yes, seeing this scene, the surrounding villagers wondered, why are those young ones taking so many people to the back mountain? Could it be they've caused some disaster? The scene shifted too. Outside the tomb mound, where everything was still a pristine green of wild trees and leaves. Than Ha, leading the group, suddenly raised his hand and stopped. Tun Truong Min, you go and invite that gold-faced death god to come out. I wish to speak with him. Hearing this, Truong Min knew his task had come again, so he clasped his hands and accepted the order. Yes. With that, he immediately turned toward the mountain forest and called loudly, Sir, our Lord Thousand Household has come in person, wanting to speak with you. Please show yourself. However, only a cold voice rang out. I said those who cross the boundary will die. Than Ha silently calculated. Very well, it seems the gold-faced death god is right here. It's time to send those 2 hindrances away. Thinking so, he feigned concern for his subordinates. This operation is dangerous. Considering the strength of Van Tong Kai and Ey, Tun Truong Min still falls short. You 2 can return to the village first. Truong Min understood perfectly. Thinking to himself, how convenient. If that Van girl were here, it wouldn't be easy for me to operate. Neem An, unaware, still wanted to remonstrate. Reporting to the Lord Thousand Household, this matter is of great importance. But she was frightened by Than Ha's gaze. This is an order. Does Van Tong Kai intend to defy orders? Neem An worried, but then Truong Min stepped forward and placed his hand on her shoulder. Truong Min lowered his voice, trying to ensure only Neem An could hear. Hurry up and go. After that, ignoring Neem An, who was still clasping her hands, he pulled her away. We will take our leave now. Once they were alone, Neem An stopped Truong Min. Tun Truong Min, why did you drag me away? Don't you know that Thoi Than Ha sent us away because he wants to prevent us from sharing his credit? She crossed her arms, her expression completely serious. I am, for better or worse, from a prominent noble family. Whether I have credit or not doesn't matter, but you have no backing and no influence. This credit is practically gone. Hearing this, Truong Min was touched and covered his mouth. I didn't expect you to understand these people so well. Neem An was somewhat annoyed. What do you mean by that? Are you calling me stupid? Truong Min immediately explained. I didn't mean that. Then he did not forget to reassure her. Don't worry, I acted that way for my own reasons. Based on my understanding of the tomb mound, Thousand Household Thoi not only will not get what he wants, but will also suffer losses. Neem An perked up noticeably. Really? I've been waiting a long time for the day he meets with misfortune. Truong Min replied with a confident expression. Then just wait and see. Back at the tomb mound, Than Ha was plotting. The gold-faced death god is already prepared to make sure he does not return. Thinking so, he fiercely swung his arm and simultaneously ordered his subordinates. Move out. Immediately, a squad of fully armored soldiers stepped forward. But what greeted them was a sky-covering shower of arrows flying toward them. Before the squad of well-armored soldiers were countless incoming arrows. Even so, an arrow still accurately struck the head of one unlucky subordinate. Just hearing the sound of arrows whistling through the air, Than Ha's troops were nearly all wiped out. Moments later, the green ground was stained with bright red blood from those men. Witnessing that scene, Than Ha and Tai Lin were completely caught off guard. What? The sky above was still clear and blue. Flocks of birds flew in circles as if nothing had happened. On the side of desolate house village, Truong Min was still leisurely resting beside Neem An. He thought to himself with satisfaction, it truly lived up to its name. The god-slaying bow crafted by the little loach indeed possessed such might. On the other side, Than Ha was seething with rage. That beast dared to kill my personal soldiers. Then he immediately gave the order, Triu Koi, take your men up yourself. Triu Koi was having talismans pasted onto his body. Understood, it seemed that all of Than Ha's remaining hope could only be pinned on these golden talismans. Moments later, Triu Koi's body was fully covered with Vajra talismans. When struck by a fatal attack, would automatically release the Vajra divine light, capable of withstanding all attacks from powerhouses of the second great realm. But still, fear lingered. Than Ha even planned to call Tai Lin and Centurion Din. You might as well go up too. Tai Lin shrank back. My lord, my strength is too low. I'd better stand guard outside. Hearing that, Than Ha sneered coldly. Do you think I want to send a waste like you up there? You don't even take a look at yourself. Apart from you, how many centurions are still here? Several subordinates who understood his intent had already surrounded Tai Lin. Or shall we say, you wish to defy orders. Faced with this situation, Tai Lin absolutely did not dare to refuse. I wouldn't dare. Than Ha immediately burst into triumphant laughter. With Centurion Din's support, perhaps they would definitely cut down that golden-faced death god. On another side at Grave Mound, the place was still peaceful, but unbeknownst to all, undercurrents were already surging. Tai Lin was forced to advance toward the barrier, followed by several more subordinates. As soon as Tai Lin tried to touch the barrier, a dazzling ray of light shot out. At the same time, countless arrows from the nearby treetops immediately flew toward her. Seeing that, Tai Lin was utterly panicked. She quickly used her spiritual power to wrap herself. Of course, it still had some effect. The arrows were stopped right in front of Tai Lin. At that moment, she finally relaxed a little. Fortunately, the defensive power of the Vajra talisman was strong enough, but the matter did not end there. That golden-faced death god unexpectedly came out onto the battlefield directly. Than Ha and Triu Koi hastily dodged to both sides. This is bad, move quickly. However, the attack of the golden-faced death god was still flying over, and the one targeted was Tai Lin, who could only stand rooted to the spot. Of course, no miracle happened. She was quickly pierced through by that gust of wind. Just then, Than Ha urgently pointed. Over there, the golden-faced death god is right there. Amid the dust and smoke that filled the air, the golden-faced death god stood with great might. A few of Than Ha's subordinates, still not knowing fear, even dared to charge forward. This time, the golden-faced death god directly used the crossbow on his back. Then, two bolts carrying deadly red energy shot out. They quickly pierced the heads of the two unlucky men, sending them off to meet their ancestors instantly. However, this battle was not over yet because the golden-faced death god had drawn his blade. Seeing the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, Than Ha's face turned pale. This is terrible. At that moment, the golden-faced death god was fighting Triu Koi, but he too was no match for the golden-faced death god. The remaining subordinates no longer dared to advance. The four centurions were all cave treasure realm powerhouses. The one with the strongest defense had already been killed. Than Ha secretly fumed. Damn it, my elites and trusted aides have died in desolate house village. Even if we capture this golden-faced monster, we'll still suffer a great loss. Could it be that I truly have to step in myself? But those behind him no longer dared to enter the fray. My lord, what should we do now? The situation was pushing Than-Ha into a corner. This time, whether he wanted to or not, he had to act. Otherwise, he, as a Chiliarch, would not be able to command anyone's respect. These petty men would probably betray him immediately. Having thought it over, he had no choice but to bring out his last resort, the Chiliarch's life-bound magic treasure. Now Than-Ha could only risk it all. All of you fall back. Moments later, thick dust and smoke swirled around him. Watch me strike. The scene shifted back to the lush green hills and mountains. This was Grave Mound. Than-Ha was channeling his power. He moved swiftly and nimbly through the deserted forest. Suddenly, countless arrows came whistling rapidly toward Than-Ha. He immediately raised his hand and created a magic array to block the arrows. Than-Ha gritted his teeth and defended. Than-Ha extended his hand forward, and his palm generated a hexagonal magic array. White waves were generated, sweeping away the obstacles before Than-Ha. A figure stood opposite Than-Ha, with mechanical arms on their body. Scene change now in a quiet place. Truong Min was sleeping soundly. This was Desolate House Village. A finger gently touched the sleeping face of Truong Min. Neem An frowned worriedly and said, "This guy sleeps like the dead. Didn't he sleep last night?" Over here, Truong Min was incredibly anxious. He thought that he had placed nearly all the magic treasures that Uncle Dong Fuang gave him onto the golden-faced death god. Doi Thin Ho truly cannot cope. He is indeed worthy of being the third great realm. Than-Ha created a protective armor layer for himself, his other hand still activating the 6-armor formation. After mustering enough power, Than-Ha raised his hand high. He was about to counterattack. Than-Ha leaned his body forward, both arms reaching behind. With a delighted expression, Than-Ha launched his formation straight at the golden-faced killer god. Seeing the situation was dire, the golden-faced killer god immediately fled. Two of Than-Ha's subordinates shouted, "Pursue him, kill him. Lord Thin Ho is indeed a mighty warrior." The chase between Than-Ha and the golden-faced killer god reached another place. This was Fan Kao, an intensely hot area. The golden-faced killer god sensed something was off. The climate of Fan Kao was bizarre, suddenly turning scorching after going just a little over 100 meters deeper. The crucial part of the Dao soldier had already begun to melt entirely, but he would suffer alongside it. I don't believe the next Thoi Thin Ho could endure it either. Than-Ha could no longer stay calm. His entire face was flushed red from the searing heat. Than-Ha gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, this Fan Kao is somewhat strange." The temperature suddenly rose to an unbelievable degree. I must withdraw immediately. He stared ahead. The golden-faced killer god was already engulfed in flames all over his body. Than-Ha halted and gave up the chase. He figured the golden-faced killer god was finished. But Than-Ha still hadn't given up. He recklessly surged forward. To hell with it, at this point I might as well risk taking all the treasures off his body and then retreat. The golden-faced killer god plunged his whole body into the river below. By then, his body was no longer on fire. Seeing this, Than-Ha quickly jumped in after the golden-faced killer god. As soon as Than-Ha jumped in, he sensed something was wrong underwater. Than-Ha hurriedly deployed a formation, having already realized it was an ambush. A massive dark shadow was prowling right behind Than-Ha, truly dangerous. Than-Ha's eyes widened, panic-stricken. When the enormous thing materialized before him, Than-Ha stared at the black beast with razor-sharp iron teeth and uttered that it was a third-generation demon beast. The golden-faced killer god calmly gazed at Than-Ha. He thought to himself, "Thoi Thin Ho, how will you deal with this? It's not in vain that I sacrificed a Dao soldier. I'll drag you down with me like a dying fish tearing through the net." Only then did Than-Ha realize he had fallen into a trap. Damn it, that golden-faced monster lured me here to make me and the demon beast perish together. Than-Ha had no other choice. He formed a spell array, his heart set. He would just have to fight underwater. The orb from Than-Ha's technique was slowly expanding. The demon beast was opening its huge mouth with sharp iron fangs as if wanting to swallow Than-Ha whole. A loud explosion rang out. The water surface trembled violently. A column of water shot up into the sky from within the lake. Thuk Ha's face was panicked. Who unleashed that great beam of light just now? How terrifying. Could it be the existence of a fourth realm cultivator? The corpse of the demon beast floated to the surface. Thuk Ha saw Than-Ha swimming ashore and called out, "Lord Chiliarch." Than-Ha, having expended too much strength fighting the demon beast, shouted, "Quick, pull me up at once." But right behind Than-Ha, a giant loach was opening its mouth and charging forward, quickly biting down on Than-Ha. He was swallowed by the loach. Along with that came the panic screams of the subordinates. Lord Chiliarch. After Than-Ha was swallowed by the loach, Thuk Ha on the shore wondered, "What should we do now? The riddle of this segment hasn't been solved, and Lord Chiliarch is dead too." He turned and asked, "Vuong Thuk, will we be punished for incompetence? What should we do now?" After a moment, Vuong Thuk said, "What can we do? Just report the situation truthfully." Scene transitions back to the peaceful scenery. majestic mountains at Tayat Ho village. Neem saw Truong Min open his eyes and said, "Finally you've woken up, you really are a good sleeper." Truong Min sat up, stretched and said, "Let's go, the matter over there is basically done." Neem wondered, "What matter is done?" Truong Min smiled, mysteriously telling Neem, "You'll know soon enough." At that moment, that familiar group of green-robed people walked towards Truong Min and Neem. Yuang Thuk spoke up. "Lord Van, Chiliarch Thoi, Centurion Din and the others have all been killed by the golden-faced killing god." Neem was surprised. "What?" Thoi Than Ha was a powerful expert of the Third Realm, a Chiliarch of the Triuthene too, holding authority in the Third Prefecture, someone who could rank among the top 10 figures. "And he died like that," she thought, then said, "Now I am the highest-ranking person of the Triuthene too here." Vuong Thuk said in a serious tone, "Lord Van, things have come to this. The rest of us need to gather together. We will follow Chief Banner Van." Neem was a bit embarrassed, but upon hearing Vuong Thuk mention voluntary submission, she was somewhat surprised. Neem looked at the group of people with tears in their eyes, like a headless snake, and said, "What are you all?" Before she could finish, Neem clenched her fist, showing her determination. She raised her hand to her chest and said, "Everyone, this is a matter of great importance. We should still report to our superiors." Vuong Thuk immediately cupped his hands in salute and stopped her. "Absolutely not. If this matter causes trouble up above, we guards will certainly not keep our lives. Chief Banner Van has always been very good to her subordinates. Please save our lives." The entire group knelt and saluted Neem, saying in unison, "Save our lives." Neem was somewhat troubled. What do you want me to do?" Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed Neem's hand and pulled her away unexpectedly. Neem looked at Truong Min, who was pulling her along, and asked, "Where are you taking me?" The atmosphere at this moment had a touch of pink. It seemed Neem had begun to feel something flutter. Neem stared at Truong Min's back as he walked ahead, to the point of being entranced. Suddenly, without a word, Truong Min hastily pressed Neem against the wall. Neem asked shyly, "What do you want to do?" Truong Min said seriously, "Senior Officer Van, this isn't some trivial matter." Neem turned her face away and said, "Of course I know. Thoi Than Ha is dead, the 4 centurions are dead too. Such great responsibility, no one dares to bear it. That's why they deliberately flatter me." Truong Min was surprised hearing Neem's thoughts. This girl looked foolish but actually understood things quite clearly. After setting aside his surprise, Truong Min asked, "What do you think?" Neem bowed her head in thought, then said seriously, "I want to take charge as well." She looked at that group of people and worried, "If I don't take charge, these people will definitely have a miserable end." Neem cheerfully joked, "Besides, yesterday I contacted my aunt. She told me that as long as I help everyone get through this period, I can be promoted to Centurion." Truong Min pondered. This girl's family was not simple. Currently, the Triuthene II in Tayat Ho village still had over 300 people. Managing for a few days and then smoothly getting promoted to Centurion, this promotion was indeed easy. Although the two were walking together, each had their own separate thoughts. Truong Min recalled a problem. "So, can you bear the responsibility for Thoi Than Ha's death?" Neem was a bit gloomy. "No need. Thoi Than Ha brought death upon himself. It has nothing to do with me. They will send a new person." She then said with deep emotion, "The important thing is to endure through this period first." Seeing that this girl was starting to feel down, Truong Min encouraged, "That's good then. Keep it up, Senior Officer Van." Neem listened and then looked at Truong Min. "You're a bit embarrassed. Why are you looking at me like that?" Neem immediately blushed and put on a pleading expression. "During this time, if I run into difficulties, can you help me? You're the only subordinate I have." She already brought out food to bribe Truong Min, hoping you'd help me. "I'll give you this crispy fried vegetable dish that I like the most." Truong Min was trying hard not to laugh. "No, must hold it in, can't let this cuteness defeat me." Uncle Lian took the food bag and said, "All right, if anything comes up, just contact me through the command token." The little loach was swimming from the water toward Truong Min. Truong Min saw it and praised, "Little loach, you're really amazing. Have you gotten this plump already?" Although the loach didn't speak, but being praised made it very happy inside. It handed the bag to Truong Min. Truong Min looked at the bag and frowned. This was Thoi Than Ho's brocade bag. He took the brocade bag and scolded the loach. "What a pervert, what kind of taste is this?" Truong Min then sat down and clasped his hand. Then he clasped his hands and said, "I actually want to see what's inside." Without hesitation, he opened the bag. "God of transmigrators, grant me luck." Truong Min eagerly opened the brocade bag, and inside was something utterly unexpected. He held a pink towel in his hand. He said with a puzzled expression, "The brocade bag actually contained so many bath towels. Are they for entertaining guests?" Truong Min continued searching inside the brocade bag. He was still hoping to find something more useful. Truong Min found a bracelet. He was somewhat amazed. This might be the level 4 magical artifact that Thoi Than Ho used. Good stuff. Without further delay, Truong Min quickly put the bracelet on his hand. Inside the brocade bag, Truong Min also found some strange thing. He wondered, but what are these things? Truong Min looked at the green jade piece and asked himself, Isn't this a jade pendant that girls wear? For a guy to have this, you couldn't be a woman disguised as a man, could you? Looking at the leather whip in his hand, Truong Min said helplessly, "Oh, this is even more abstract. It doesn't feel like a proper magical artifact. Level 4 quality." Suddenly, Truong Min was startled by a strange noise. He looked toward the other side, the level 4 bracelet magical artifact he had just put on. At this moment, it was hooked by 2 orange whiskers. It turned out the loach was playing mischievously. Its 2 whiskers were trying to pull the bracelet off Truong Min's hand. Truong Min wanted to tease it. "Looking for something? Is this what you're looking for?" The loach, caught doing something bad, tried to dodge. Truong Min scolded it. "This is a level 4 magical artifact, not a white cabbage for you to eat. Then what will your big brother here use to fight?" He angrily smacked it once. "Wait a while and I'll let you starve to death." Truong Min let the loach off and continued searching. "Let me see if there's anything else inside this brocade bag," Truong Min said seriously. He didn't expect Thoi Thien Ho to have so many elixir pills and spirit treasures. This is a big haul. He thought happily, with so many materials, not only can the little loach eat its fill in the future, but maybe I can refine many treasured swords as well. Just as Truong Min finished thinking, he was bothered by the loach beside him. Looking at the loach's gluttonous expression, he really didn't know how to handle its greedy eating habit. Truong Min could only scratch his head in frustration and said helplessly, "All right, I know you're hungry, go ahead and eat." With Truong Min's permission, the loach quickly devoured everything. As soon as the loach ate the elixir pills and spirit treasures, Truong Min's whole body also absorbed them. He sighed. Truong Min ignored the loach and sat down seriously to circulate his energy to absorb the elixir pill. Truong Min's entire body surged with power. So this is the human acupoint. His true chi absorption speed was nearly 3 times faster than before. All 124 spirit acupoints had been completely ignited. Human acupoint, 4th level, great perfection. Next is to enter the human meridian. As Truong Min circulated energy within him, he analyzed if he could successfully open the human meridian. His control over true chi would greatly increase, and his move execution speed would improve several times compared to before. Truong Min opened his eyes and said, "Even though I'm already at human acupoint great perfection, the secret of Fan Kao is still very dangerous. What if the new centurion comes and captures me? Going to seek death would also be troublesome." He looked at the clueless loach beside him and couldn't help worrying. If it were just him alone, it would be fine. But if something really happened, what about my little sister? Who could afford to raise this guy? Truong Min had no choice but to plan for the long term. It seems that during this time, I must work hard to cultivate and conserve my strength. Then find a suitable opportunity to leave Tiat Ho village, leave the place where Truong Min and the loach are. Return to a familiar place, Tiat Ho village. Atu was carrying a black sack over his shoulder. After a few steps, he was attracted by a noise from the other side. Atu waved to greet the 2 people ahead. "Isn't this drunkard Uncle Tu and second brother Truong? Has Dao Ngok Tri returned?" Enhim Thuat replied, "That's right, you'd better hurry up, it's not easy to dig after dark." Atu then answered, "Got it, thanks." Enhim Thuat looked at A2's back and said, "This newly arrived Mao A2 isn't a bad guy. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand the business of digging for Ngok Tri. He also received agreement. Right, after a while. Maybe he'll get better." Atu stood alone outside the river. He looked into the distance and thought to himself, there's no one here. Suddenly, at that moment, a huge black monster burst out from the water. Without any hesitation, A2 jumped down onto the dangerous water surface in front of him. The water formed an enormous whirlpool. This whirlpool was not a natural occurrence. Chunks of the black monster's body floated limply on the water's surface. A Thai sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake, black streams of energy radiating from his body. Atu's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth sharp and pointed. He said, "Come to me, the more evil energy there is, the stronger I will become." He recalled the earlier battle driven by his desire to obtain the ancient corpses. Atu Kenjiang spoke angrily. Last time, trying to seize powerful ancient corpses to create corpse soldiers cost him 2 sets of body techniques. Now he had no choice but to absorb evil energy to recover his strength first and then his eyes went pitch black, and A2 spoke with a battle-hungry voice. "Find an opportunity to kill the monster that has attained his own Dharmakaya." He had arduously passed through difficult stages of cultivation and battle. Time passed. A month later, a fish with 2 glowing eyes was killing demon beasts. These were a group of level 3 demon beasts. The fish opened its mouth with thick lips and 2 large front teeth that were all too familiar. The loach easily bit the level 3 demon beasts to death without expending much effort. After dealing with the demon beasts, the loach leisurely crunched their bones. Then it was content with a full, round belly. The loach lay beside the pile of bones, satisfied. Truong Min watched it and thought happily during this time. The little loach has become the king of this water region, and its abilities have grown more diverse. And my own ability to control true energy has become more refined as well. He didn't let it rest too long. Truong Min urged the loach, let's go, I have to head back. As Truong Min was walking, he noticed someone else walking on the other side and suddenly stopped short. He looked carefully at the person ahead. It was A2, carrying a large sack over his shoulder and heading the other way. Truong Min was a bit surprised. It seemed this man had just arrived recently. Before he could gather his thoughts, he heard someone call, Truong Min. Truong Min was startled to see Neem An there and asked, how can you all enter here? Neem An immediately held up the token in her hand and explained, now we have an evil repelling token, we can freely enter the village. Neem An suddenly remembered the people behind her and said, now our division must go to Hiu Wai Tun's house to conduct an inspection. You all go patrol first. The subordinates answered in unison, understood. Neem An crossed her arms, tilted her chin up and asked, Hiu Wai Tun, are you going to lead the way or not? Truong Min scratched his head awkwardly and said, my house has nothing worth inspecting, it's very poor. Neem An ignored Truong Min's words. She pulled him along, I specifically want to go to your house. Let's go, Truong Min quickly said. All right, Grand Officer Van, let go of my hand first. Don't tear my clothes. The two arrived at Truong Min's house. He opened the door and called out loudly, I'm back. The little girl Truong Yen happily ran out of the house to greet Truong Min. Truong Yen called out, brother, contrary to Truong Yen's cheerfulness. Truong Min hastily pulled Neem An to shield in front of him. Neem An was extremely surprised and confused. Then she looked ahead, her eyes wide open. Before Neem An could react, Truong Yen had already flung her into the air. Brother, you're back. Neem An was thrown to the ground. She thought to herself, what kind of monstrous strength is this? Truong Yen then realized there was someone else. The little girl wondered why there was an unfamiliar pretty big sister here. Truong Min now came to help Truong Yen up. Sorry, this is my younger sister named Tun Truong Yen. Then he said to the little girl, this is my boss. Chief Van. Neem An rubbed her back and said, hello, she thought to herself. That really hurts. Is this child a normal person? Truong Yen happily greeted, hello, Big Sister Van. Big Sister Van is so pretty. Neem An then handed a bag of food to Truong Yen. The little girl was a bit surprised. Neem An patted Truong Yen's head. The little girl stared a bit dazed. Neem An praised, little Truong Yen is so good. Neem An then said to Truong Min, look at your younger sister, she has such good taste. Truong Min immediately took credit. That's because I taught her well, she loves telling white lies. Truong Yen, while eating, called out, brother, Big Sister Van, you two come inside and play. Neem An said shyly, who wants to play with him? Truong Min also didn't back down. Who has free time to play with her? Neem An coughed and said, it's all your fault. When I came, I wanted to discuss official business. Truong Min immediately understood her intention. He said to Truong Yen, let's go inside to eat. The little girl quickly agreed. After the little girl went inside, Neem An then said, recently, while patrolling, we detected the true chi waves of a stranger. Perhaps later you'll have to help check it out. Truong Min wondered, another cultivator coming to scout Fan Kao? What kind of opportunity is there in this Fan Kao? Why are there so many cultivators like moths to a flame? Neem An was also a bit bewildered. Who knows? There's a rumor that there's a secret treasure in Fan Kao which suddenly appeared a while ago. And Fan Kao is indeed very mysterious. Therefore, everyone feels that this rumor is true. Truong Min thought to himself, if there is a treasure in Fan Kao, why are all the people coming here small fries? Moreover, earlier, Uncle Dong Fuang came back looking half dead, as if he had seized some treasure. Suddenly at that moment, a loud knocking sound came from outside. Truong Min turned to look. The subordinates opened the door and hurriedly reported, Chief Van, we have again discovered the traces of cultivators. Please send more people to investigate. Truong Min then stood up and said, let me go, Chief Van, stay here and command. Neem An immediately agreed. Okay, remember to keep in touch. If there's any movement, notify me immediately. Truong Min knew what to do. Got it. Ignoring the busy people on the ground, the sky high above was still clear. Outside Truong Min's house, knocking was heard again. But Truong Min's group had just left not long ago. Neem An walked toward the house door. She was very puzzled why they would come back again. Neem An touched the door handle. She thought it was Truong Min, so she called out loudly, did you forget something or? But when she opened the door, the person standing there was not Truong Min, a face. With deathly eyes, Neem An panicked when she saw the person standing in front of her. She asked, stranger. Scene change. At this time the sky was pitch black. A group of 3 people were walking. This place was Fan Kao. The person in white was walking hurriedly, very focused, so he didn't feel a pair of hands behind him. Truong Min placed his hand on Vuong Bin's shoulder and warned, hey, you, the area ahead is a restricted zone controlled by Triu Thien 2. I advise you not to go there. Vuong Bin immediately pivoted on his toes, his movements looking extremely agile. Vuong Bin leaped up and flew onto the mound. Thanks for your warning. But I also advise you. Vuong Bin took out his fan and fanned it toward Truong Min and said, don't meddle in others' business. Truong Min was attacked suddenly, but he quickly dodged the strike. Although he dodged, Truong Min's shoulder was still slashed with a cut. He silently assessed, this person is really formidable. Truong Min then took out a white pill and thought, forget it, I still shouldn't fight. To avoid tearing my clothes and having to buy new ones, it's better to let the Tao soldiers do it. Kim Dean sat them began to appear in a dazzling golden light. Bin pointed his fan in that direction and ordered, deceitful tricks. Seize him for me. The subordinates immediately rushed forward in unison and they shouted with great momentum. Kill! Kim Dean sat then waved his hand. His entire body exuded a surge of energy, his body agile and nimble. With just a few swings of his hand from Kim Dean sat then. The two red-robed subordinates of Bin were already bleeding. Bin watched this scene. He closed his fan and sighed, a bit interesting. Then Bin rotated his hand. A small sword appeared. He said, "It seems I must personally take action." Then that strange sword grew larger. There was a large bird. The sword tipped like two huge claws charging forward. Kim Dean sat then dodged with some difficulty. He was falling into a passive position. The great eagle rushed swiftly. Then it pushed. The entire sword lunged forward. The golden sword gave a sudden jerk, piercing straight through armor and into Kim Dean the slaughter god's body. Min looked at the sword and said, "Isn't this the flying sword I wanted?" The sword slowly rose again, leaving Kim Dean the slaughter god's body, leaving a large crack on the armor. Bin recalled his sword. He just pointed his fan at Min and said, "If you've got any moves left, use them all." Min frowned at Bin's provocative demeanor. He still did not answer him. Seeing that, Bin immediately seized the initiative. "Scared stiff now, aren't you? Then I won't hold back." As the sword tip shot rapidly toward him, Min still made no move to dodge. Just as it was about to stab him, Min deflected it away and said, "What a sharp sword." Then Min raised his bracelet, frowned, and with a resolute look said, "Go." The tiny bracelet from moments ago had transformed into a massive iron chain. Under Min's control, it shot forward. Bin immediately ordered his sword to swiftly execute the eagle strike technique. But the golden eagle controlling the sword got bound by the chain. Only then did Min give a satisfied smile. Now he knew his chances of winning were high. Min didn't give his opponent a chance to realize what was happening and charged forward. Seeing this, Bin immediately knew things were bad. He shouted, "Oh no!" Bin hurriedly opened his fan in front of his face. He regretted his carelessness. "Damn it!" Min looked at Bin and said, "Too bad you're one step too late." The fire-filled gourd had already engulfed Bin. His whole body burst into raging flames. He was burned alive, leaving only a furious face and a loud scream. In the end, only a flying sword lay lonely on the ground. It fell right before Min's feet. Min immediately picked it up. He admired it for a while, then said, "A flying sword, truly beautiful." Min raised the flying sword high and happily said, "Got another treasure." Suddenly, Min's entire body was lifted off the ground. "What's going on?" A dark face radiating a gloomy killing aura appeared right behind Min. He was utterly panicked. Caught off guard, Min revealed an opening. He asked, Who? Min turned to look and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Uncle Vuong. "So it's one of our own. What happened?" Uncle Vuong suddenly lunged at Min. He still didn't understand what was going on. Uncle Vuong's hands had sprouted countless long, sharp claws at some point. He was trying to attack Min. At the critical moment, Min clutched his chest with one hand and shouted in shock at the attacker, "Old Hiuwai, what are you trying to do?" He raised his hand to cover the wound on his chest, staring intently at the old man. Suddenly, a golden light radiated from his palm. That miraculous light quickly healed his wound. No trace of injury could be seen. Turning back, Hiuwai now was engulfed in black smoke. The old man covered his face in pain, making Min think to himself, "This person's condition is very strange, just like Chuang Ki-ho who was demonized earlier. Unless he's been possessed by evil spirits again." To understand the situation, Min reached out toward Hiuwai and asked, "Who exactly are you? What happened in the village?" Just as he finished speaking, a pair of bloodshot eyes appeared beneath Hiuwai's hands, startling Min. His brows furrowed tightly, sweat beading drop by drop. Suddenly, the old man threw a punch, lunging forward with a smirk. He said nonchalantly, "Wait until you're dead, then you'll know soon enough." Time rewound half a day earlier. At Tun Min's house, A2 was scratching his head, smiling sheepishly at An. "I've arranged everything. Chief, please do me the honor of attending the banquet." An felt embarrassed, scratched her cheek with her hand, and glanced slightly away. Ngak Nuong replied, "Ah well, all right," and A2 just grinned. "Thank you, my lord." After A2 left, she closed the door and leaned against it, breathing a sigh of admiration. The people of Tiat Ho village are truly enthusiastic. Suddenly, a voice from afar called out, "Van Tong Kai. Lord Y has arrived." She answered softly, "Got it." She turned to remind little Truong Yen, your big sister and big brother still have some things to do. How about you go to Uncle Mao's house to eat, is that okay? The little girl shook her head. "I'm not going anywhere. No one cooks better than me. I'll stay home and cook for you too. Remember to come back and eat." Seeing the little girl so obedient and sensible, An smiled and patted her head. Truong Yen is really good. Then big sister will come back right after finishing work. Sunlight filtered through the window bars onto a table full of various dishes, looking truly lavish. The two raised his bowl with both hands, looked straight ahead and spoke, "Everyone. Ever since I came to the village, everything has been thanks to the help of everyone in the village that I've had such full meal. This gratitude I don't know how to express." Looking carefully at each person before him, A2 quietly continued, "Today at this meal, please don't be too polite." The sound of several bowls clinking together, the liquid rippling inside. Everyone said, "No more formalities, we're all from the same village." A2 heartily raised his bowl and continued, "I also toast to you all. If it weren't for everyone slaying demons and protecting us, we wouldn't be here today." The official also raised his cup and replied, "It's merely our duty." A2 chuckled softly, his tone shifting. Gracefully and smoothly he said, "But today I have an unreasonable request and I hope you all agree." He had been speaking cheerfully, full of gratitude toward everyone. Yet in just a moment, he changed instantly. His eyes turned green and he laughed savagely and mockingly. "I would like to borrow your bodies for a little while." The officials were stunned, eyes wide, some clutching their throats and screaming, others violently vomiting the water they had just drunk. He simply waved his hand toward the crowd. All the officials underwent a bizarre transformation, their eyes turned entirely white, drool dripping from their mouths. He shouted with glee, "Become my pawns." On a foggy evening in Tayat Ho village, Neem An knelt on one knee, hands clasped respectfully before a man sitting on a horse. Lord Kung Nguyen, commander of 1,000. This man is Kin Din. He quickly dismounted and helped Neem An to his feet. "Van Tong Kai, please stand up quickly." He placed a hand on Neem An's shoulder, proud and encouraging. Van Tong Kai, taking on a mission in a moment of crisis, daring to step forward and lead the work under such perilous circumstances. Truly a person of outstanding talent and ability. Looking up, Neem An replied shyly, "You flatter me," while inwardly feeling utterly awkward. This person was sent from headquarters and his boasting is a bit over the top. Thinking of the mission on this trip, he asked seriously, "Right. How is the situation in Tayat Ho village now?" Neem An reported carefully. "Now many people from Triuthene too have been arranged by me to patrol. 5 groups will take turns patrolling near the burial mound." Hearing the reasonable arrangement, he praised, "Good, now let's go into the village and see how things are." Neem An replied seriously, "Yes, sir." Then they approached Tayat Ho village. The surroundings and atmosphere were engulfed in thick black smoke. Kin Din was horrified at the sight. Bewildered, he anxiously asked Neem An, who was also standing there astonished, "What happened? Why is there such strong demonic energy in the village?" Then an official, pointing in one direction, shouted in panic. This made Kin Din turn around in surprise. "Lord, the path we came from has disappeared." With years of experience, Kin Din quickly realized that a formation was being laid down right there. "Don't panic, circular formation, defensive array. Everyone press your backs close together." The surrounding black smoke grew thicker. Neem An clenched his fists. Perplexed, he asked Kin Din, "Lord, what is going on here?" He reassured, "Don't rush, let me sense it first for a moment." He closed his eyes tightly, sending out waves of power to scout the situation inside the village. After learning the situation inside the village, he drew his sword from its sheath, as if preparing to fight, and did not forget to carefully warn everyone. "Demonic creatures may have appeared in the village. Everyone prepare for battle," the soldiers replied. "Understood." Neem An, her face flickering in the smoke, clenched her teeth angrily. She shouted in her heart, "Demonic creatures!" She broke out in a cold sweat. Startled, she remembered, wait, little Truong Yen was still at home alone. In Tayat Ho village, black mist emanated from the door frames, flew up to the sky. Realizing the situation was urgent and serious, Kin Din shouted loudly, activating the evil warding iron tokens. The iron tokens quickly appeared in everyone's hands. They shouted in unison, "Understood." Then they turned back to back. Looking into the thick black mist, hidden deep within were hundreds of pairs of green eyes flickering, surrounding them. Neem An at this moment was extremely tense, sweat running down her forehead. She was constantly worrying about Truong Yen's safety, silently thinking. Yet so many demonic creatures had appeared in Tayat Ho village. Leaving the formation on her own would be very dangerous. But little Truong Yen was still at home, and Tun Truong Min wasn't there. If she didn't save her, no one else would. Thinking so, she quickly turned around and hurried away, just hoping to find Truong Yen as soon as possible. But she didn't forget to turn back and say to Kin Din, "Protect Lord Thien Ho. I have something to attend to first." He anxiously called out to stop her, though it was already too late. "Commander Van, it's dangerous outside, come back." Inside the village at this moment, each house was submerged in darkness, no lights to be seen. The soldiers at this moment had transformed. Fangs and green eyes emerged, looking very grotesque. Neem An stood still to the side, looking at the group. One hand hung down as if turned to stone, the other hand tightly gripped her sword. Aura surrounded her, she exclaimed, "So many people have been demonized." Then she seriously made a decision, "I must finish them all." In the mist, a demonized being screamed, with glowing green eyes, staggering toward Neem-an. Other demonized beings still wandered aimlessly in the thick mist. Silently behind one demonized being, Neem-an raised her sword high with both hands. A sharp sword strike was brought down decisively. Along with the agonized scream of the demonized being, it quickly lost its strength. It collapsed to the ground, lying right at Neem-an's feet. The loud commotion attracted the attention of the remaining demonized beings. They scrambled and rushed to attack her. With her superior martial skills, Neem-an swiftly slew these demonized beings. She was seen leaping high, swinging a sword strike forward, causing the demonized beings to be unable to avoid injury and tumble to the ground. Looking at the demonized beings lying scattered on the ground, Neem-an nonchalantly said, "This young lady is very strong too." She sulked, recalling the past, and the arrogant face of Truong Min appeared in her mind. Before, if it weren't for her heart realm issues, and not yet having condensed her spirit root, she wouldn't be ranked behind that Tun Truong Min. Snapping out of her thoughts, she panicked because she had almost forgotten the little girl Truong Yen who needed her rescue. That's right, she had to quickly find Tun Truong Min's house. Rescuing little Truong Yen, she turned around and ran quickly towards Truong Yen's house in a rush. Arriving at the house, Neem-an reached out to open the door, and simultaneously shouted, "Little Truong Yen!" There was no response, only a glimpse of a demonized being walking back and forth inside the house. Neem-an immediately furrowed her brows, raised her sword high and swung fiercely at that being. A powerful and sharp sword strike was unleashed, heading towards it. With one hand to her mouth, Neem-an shouted, "Little Truong Yen, are you there? If you are, call Sister Van, I'm here to take you out." No reply from Truong Yen as expected, which made Neem-an even more uneasy and thought, "She's not here, unless little Truong Yen." On one side, a pair of eyes was watching clearly. Cutting off her train of thought, she heard a noise near her ear. She turned her head to search, muttering to herself, "There's movement in the kitchen." She tightened her grip on the sword, held it out in front, walked slowly and called out, "Little Truong Yen, is that you?" Suddenly, a pale white hand of someone reached out from under the mat, catching Neem-an off guard, causing her to scream in panic. The owner of that hand was the little girl Truong Yen. She stared with wide eyes and called, "Sister Van." No matter what, Truong Yen was still a child. She still sat frightened in a corner, crying pitifully, "Sister Van and Big Brother didn't come back, I'm so scared." Neem-an was shocked by this sight. She froze for a few seconds. Not wanting the little girl to feel sad, she rushed over, embraced her, and comforted her. "It's okay now, Sister Van will take you away from here." Then she smiled brightly, took the girl's hand and led her, "Let's go outside first." But the little girl was also very worried about her brother and asked, "Then where's my big brother?" Neem-an again gave a gentle smile and kindly told Truong Yen, "Your big brother will definitely be fine. Let me take you outside to regroup with the team first, then we'll go find your big brother together." Neem-an gently pushed the door of the house to lead the girl outside, but the scene outside at this moment made her panic and her mouth fell open. Dozens of demonized beings, bearing their fangs and claws, stared at the two of them with glowing green eyes. Facing the dangerous situation, Neem-an used her hand to push Truong Yen back behind her. She held a sword forward with one hand, then instructed little Truong Yen, "Hold tight to your big sister's clothes. Absolutely do not let go. Do you understand?" The little girl obediently replied, "I understand." A dazzling light appeared before Neem-an's chest and blazed brightly. She thought carefully to herself, so many people couldn't be possessed by demonic energy for no reason. Who exactly was behind this? Elsewhere, bowls and plates were scattered everywhere. Food lay strewn across the floor. Atu sat nearby, holding a green-eyed skull up into the air. His eyes were bloodshot and smug. "Haha, the puppet of Chiu Thien too is not bad. Cultivators truly have skills." Dense black mist poured from the skull's mouth. It spread continuously in many directions. Atu's greedy voice rang out, "But it's still not enough, I need even more puppets." The demonized people grew more numerous and frenzied, just as he wished. "Everyone here today must die. You shall become my sacrificial offering." A pair of bloodshot eyes lurked in the night, looking down at the group of three who were not demonized. Then he laughed gleefully, revealing a row of sharp teeth. "There are still people not yet controlled. Then I must go where there are more materials to check things out." Over on Kin Din's side, he was advancing with two officials, holding on a bit longer, gripping the iron warding talisman tightly, keeping formation as they pushed forward. The officials answered, "Got it, feeling fresh." The one named A2 laughed smugly, rubbing the skull and thinking to himself, "A bit interesting." His fingernails were now sharp and dark red. He placed them right above the skull and said, "Looks like I have to step in." From the distance, something approached that made Kin Din sense danger. He stood there stiff, as a black stream of energy rushed straight toward him rapidly. Kin Din clenched his teeth and quickly took out the iron warding talisman to block that black energy. The force of that energy was extremely powerful. It attacked swiftly, causing small cracks on the iron warding talisman. Unable to withstand it for long, the iron warding talisman shattered into pieces, making Qin Din's heart skip a beat. "This is bad, quickly adapt." Qin Din shouted, "Iron Wind Body Shield." A dazzling golden light surrounded him. It blocked the black energy, preventing it from infiltrating his body. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. He shifted his eyes, calculating a strategy. If the Iron Wind Body Shield expanded to a large protective range, his internal energy would be consumed too greatly, so he must lead everyone in a quick, decisive strike. The golden light grew ever brighter behind Qin Din's upright silhouette. He clenched his jaw and roared, "Everyone follow me, fight our way out." A2, watching from the side, was astonished. He muttered quietly, "This material's strength is not ordinary. After demonization, it will surely become even more powerful, perfect to use in eliminating that cunning brat who killed my Dharma body." Then he opened his mouth full of sharp teeth. He stared intently at the skull in his hand. A moment later, a stream of blue light enveloped Qin Din, making him gape in fear. Under the blue light, agonized screams rang out. A clawed hand with sharp talons grabbed Qin Din's head. Despite his struggling, he exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? How can there be a ghost cultivator beyond the third great realm here?" The two stood there, arms akimbo, laughing gleefully. "Got another new puppet. Not bad next." He raised 2 fingers and a stream of blue light appeared from them. He smirked and said, "Now it's your turn to be dealt with, you two." That beam of light pierced through space, rushing straight toward where Neem An and Truong Yen were at that moment. With his venomous voice, "Well done, a pair of sisters, be my concubines." Refusing to submit, Neem An raised the iron warding talisman to block. She resolved inwardly, "Now I can only risk it all." Unfortunately, the power was too great, and the iron warding talisman shattered into pieces. Faced with this unexpected scene, Neem An exclaimed in surprise, "Oh no!" Thur An Sang, who was terrified, quickly rushed toward Neem An and Truong Yen as they embraced. Neem An clenched her teeth, shut her eyes tightly, and thought to herself, "Am I really going to die here?" Just when she thought it would all end here, a golden cup appeared. It radiated a brilliant golden energy that lit up the entire sky. The dreadful thing did not happen as expected, making Neem An ask doubtfully, "Who?" Then she saw Truong Min appear radiantly, holding the cup in his hand. Min smiled and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Seeing her older brother, Truong Yen happily ran over and hugged his neck, repeatedly calling, "Big brother," Neem An asked in surprise. "Tun Truong Min, it really is you. Why are you only coming now?" Without much time to chat, Truong Min quickly created a circle of golden light around Neem An and said, "That's a long story." He recalled the situation then and explained, "By the river, I encountered an old man controlled by demonic energy." He looked back at the rising black mist and continued, "Then I saw black energy appearing in the village and knew something had happened, so I quickly returned to find you." He tilted his head to look at Neem An and asked sharply, "What exactly happened? Why has everyone turned into such a state?" Neem An thought for a moment, then shook her head repeatedly, "I don't know either. Lord Thien Ho said this is a fox demon. The fox demon can corrupt any living being. Just now, a sinister cord destroyed my talisman for warding off evil." Truong Min's eyes were thoughtful as he considered the situation. "It seems our only chance to survive now is to charge outside." To be safer, he grabbed his sword and spoke to Neem An and Truong Yen. "You two stay under this lamp and don't move. I'll go out and kill the demons." Worried that going alone was dangerous, Neem An clutched his sleeve anxiously. "Can you handle it alone, or should I go with you?" He just looked at her and instructed, "You should still stay here and protect my younger sister. Trust me." Seeing that his words made sense, she agreed, then said to him as he flew upward, "I understand you absolutely must be careful along the way." Whenever he saw a demonized enemy, he immediately took their lives, ensuring they would never have a second chance to harm others. Standing in a corner, Cao Kai said, "You rest, brother. I will definitely kill the ringleader who destroyed the whole village with my own hands and ruined my home." The demonized creatures became even more frenzied, rushing at him like ants from a broken nest. Then something shaped like a dragon, shining with golden light, radiated out. That thing caused the demonized creatures to fly up, piling on top of each other and screaming miserably. Afterwards, the demonized creatures were sent flying far away one after another like a storm. Truong Min stood there holding his sword, hand raising a golden dragon seal, commanding the demonized horde. "Little demons, hear my command, kneel down." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonized creatures knelt down on the ground one by one, submitting to his will. Truong Min raised his sword high towards the sky. His lips murmured, "Rest in peace." A beam of light swept across the back of their heads, causing them to howl in pain. Truong Min continued forward, leaving behind a layer of demonized corpses. At location A4, he observed Truong Min's every little move. His blue eyes glinted with a sly smile as he muttered to himself, "You little brat, you're quite good. Our demon army worked hard to spread the infection and you so easily." After a pause, he gritted his teeth angrily and continued, "If that's the case, I will send someone to deal with this little brat." After all, when you were alive, you were a capable general, a man of talent. Thinking he had dealt with all the demons, Truong Min confidently waved to Neem An and his younger sister. Come out, it's all taken care of. Suddenly, a whirlpool of light appeared behind Truong Min. Neem An shouted a warning, danger, be careful, and his younger sister screamed, hey, behind you. Reacting just in time, he used all his strength to raise his sword and block this beam of light. Neem An carefully gripped Truong Yen's hand, straining to filter the energy. Keep the little girl safe. Peering through the layer of mist, Neem An noticed something approaching which made her panic and ask, is that his silhouette? The figure gradually emerged from the mist. It was a mutated person, a huge green figure. Seeing a familiar gold badge exposed on his chest, Neem An was stunned to realize it was someone she knew. She shouted, Lord Thien Ho. A2, in his mutated form, looked up at the sky and said, a master of the third great realm has been demonized. That brat is as good as dead. Now the living sacrifice is ready. I can rest easy and go fetch that thing. After saying that, he walked over to the uncles who were still held captive. He raised one hand to the sky, and black energy along with resentful demonic auras swirled around him. After a shout of gather, ferocious red-eyed monsters charged in one direction. Riding atop them was A2 with his arms crossed. He led the way, carrying Truong Min's two uncles with him. A2 stood there and spoke smugly. Ahead was the grave mound. Back to Truong Min, he was standing face to face with the demonized Kin Din. He bared his fangs and claws, grinning hideously with bloodshot eyes fixed on him. Then, without warning, he swung his arm and a beam of light shot forth to attack, forcing Truong Min to block it with his sword. While clashing, he gritted his teeth and thought, this blade is no ordinary thing. As a responsible person, he would fight to the end. He threw his sword, manifesting a hawk-like figure, and thought, but I can't retreat. I have a little sister at home, and there's Van Neem An as well. The sword shot straight toward Kin Din's face. He merely raised one hand lightly and blocked it with ease. The hawk was quickly bound by that green energy, unable to move. His face was now smeared with dirt from his wounds, and his heart was shocked. Incredible, what immense power! Then he placed his hand on his chest. He closed his eyes tightly, and a golden light appeared right beneath Truong Min's palm. His face tilted up slightly, lips pressed together, glimmering with light. Kin Din, now demonized, raised his sword high and charged straight at Truong Min. Truong Min raised the golden seal with one hand and thought to himself, the dangerous part isn't that blade but the wind seal attached to it. Using it as a shield, he advanced straight toward the charging Kin Din. As they were about to collide face to face, he let out a loud shout. Freeze! Kin Din's monstrous body froze as if sealed. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Truong Min raised his sword and yelled, now is the moment. Diving from above, the sword in Truong Min's hand seemed about to pierce through Kin Din's demonized mystic armor, but to no avail. His sword could not pierce through as he had planned, making him panic. He muttered, my sword can't penetrate his body. In a moment of distraction, Kin Din unleashed a blade strike, which he barely managed to dodge. He gritted his teeth, looking at him and thinking, damn it, if I can't break through his armor's defense, I can't even wound him. Suddenly, Kin Din took out a magical treasure. He closed his eyes, sensing its power, seeing that treasure. Neem An recognized it immediately and anxiously warned Truong Min, careful, that's Thien Ho's signature magical artifact. The treasure was a green fan. There were red characters placed at the center of the fan. He gave a ghastly smile fan once and shouted, chaotic Zen wave fan. Truong Min was agile. He dodged all the attacks from this magical treasure. At the same time, while evading, he noticed something. If all of Thien Ho's attack methods were wind-based, his body twisted and turned, carefully dodging Kin Din's moves. He calculated in his head, then I'll beat him at his own game. He took out another magical treasure. Kin Din immediately flew at him from above. He shouted, freeze! He raised a gourd bottle high. Kin Din's body suddenly lost control and plunged into the gourd after his command, suck him in. Kin Din's monstrous body was quickly sucked into the gourd. He hoisted the large gourd onto his shoulder and yelled, fire-assisted wind blast. Then he turned the gourd toward an empty patch of ground and a fiery light shot out, enveloping Kin Din's body. He continued to shout, great flame heaven. Not missing the opportunity, he charged forward with his sword at lightning speed. Kin Din's body stiffened like a statue, allowing him to thrust the sword through. One sword thrust through, and his whole body shuddered violently right in front of Truong Min. He decisively pulled out the sword, breathing somewhat heavily as he watched him shatter into pieces and collapse. Just as Truong Min turned around, Truong Yen behind him suddenly screamed, Kaka, quick look, behind Hein's back. He turned back and looked down at his feet, shocked into silence. Truong Min gritted his teeth, utterly surprised. Damn it, it can even come back to life, an immortal creature. While he was still puzzled, Thien Ho had already recovered and stood up. Perhaps the death force in the decree token could finish him off, but the demonic energy here was too dense. Having no choice, Truong Min took out the decree token and held it toward him. No other way, decree token go. The body that had just reformed again rotted and melted down amid roaring screams. Then everything fell scatteredly onto the flat ground below like rain. By By this time, Truong Min heavily flopped down onto the ground and thought to himself, it's finally over. Truong Yen saw that her brother was safe and sound and joyfully rushed into his arms. "Hey, brother, you really are amazing." Neem An was fuming with anger, stood with her hands on her hips watching this pair of siblings and prepared to vent her rage. She began to angrily interrogate, "So you were actually this powerful all along? How long have you been hiding it from me?" Truong Min forced a smile and made an excuse. "You never asked me anyway." Suddenly Truong Yen pointed in a direction, cutting off the conversation. "Hey, Sister Van, look over there." The two looked toward the long shadow the little girl was pointing at, which was stretching itself taller and taller. That place turned out to be a mass of monsters piling up, surging forward under the command of that arrogant figure charging over there. Truong Min hurriedly lifted Truong Yen into his arms and turned his head, speaking in an urgent tone. "This emergency is not something small fries like us can handle. First let's escape outside, then find a safe place and figure out the next step." "Yeah, that's all we can do." He pointed in a direction and the three of them quickly ran off. "This way, turn left up ahead and we'll reach the village gate." But they had only run a few steps when something dazzlingly bright flashed. That thing blocked all three of them and sent Neem An sliding a long way before she came to a stop. "Who is so wicked as to put an invisible door here?" She stood up and carefully touched her hand to the transparent barrier. "It seems someone doesn't want us to go out. They've placed a barrier around Tiat Ho village. A large barrier envelops the entire village like a bubble. Let's follow along the curtain of light and look for a gap or maybe some weak point." As soon as the two made their decision, Truong Yen raised her hand to voice her opinion. "Ka." No one knew where the little girl had gotten a shiny shovel from, smiling very happily. "How about we dig a hole to get out?" Saying this, she squatted down and began digging the earth with great enthusiasm and agility. Truong Min stood there speechless, watching her already dig a small hole in the ground and burrow down into it. Clang, clang. After a series of sounds, Truong Yen poked her dirt-smudged head up from the ground with her injured forehead, looking at him with pitiful puppy dog eyes. "Brother, there's this broken light curtain underground too." Truong Min ground his teeth in anger and pulled out his little gourd. "I don't believe I can't smash this shell to pieces." The mouth of the gourd was aimed at the barrier curtain. The loach inside, hearing the order, immediately perked up, readying its sword emperor technique. He gripped the gourd firmly, and with a whoosh, immense power burst outward like a storm. The loach left a tiny trace of pitch-black marks on the barrier curtain, but those black marks were quickly shrunk by the power of the formation. Then they were gradually replaced and sealed up as good as new, leaving hardly any useful results. He pursed his lips, frowned, and whispered to the loach in the gourd, "How about we rack up some bigger points? With your appetite, our household is now counting only on you." The two seemed to reach some shady deal, exchanging confident glances. Truong Min pulled out black glasses and put them on his eyes, looking very imposing. The loach simultaneously wore those square glasses, showing off that it was the coolest fish around. The man and fish once again aimed the mouth of the gourd at the barrier. Following his chant, the loach sucked in a bellyful of air until it was round and taut. Ready, once again the storm-like power blew out, aimed straight at the barrier's formation wall. "Break it for me?" This time the loach's power was truly greater, actually managing to bore a large hole in that invisible wall. Neem An and Truong Yen were overjoyed beyond measure. "It worked." Truong Min put away the gourd and stepped forward. "Let's go." He carefully glanced back at the monsters hunting behind them. Suddenly Truong Min noticed something strange, making his brows furrow tightly. "Wait, that is." He discovered two Neum practitioners tied up right at that guy's feet. Uncle Ryu too and the others. Truong Min clenched his fists in fury. "Those demon creatures, they've taken them away." Memories of the little house amidst the snow falling all over the sky in those years surfaced. "My parents died on the coldest winter day in Tiat Ho village." At that time he held his baby sister still in swaddling clothes and sadly looked out the window. "This godforsaken place has never lacked wicked people. They bullied me and my weak little sister, stole the last remaining food in the house. I thought that we two siblings would not survive this winter. But then those two people appeared, bringing warmth to his cold life. Yet their appearance gave me the will to keep living. He taught me martial arts in that harsh place. They were no great heroes, but they willingly bowed their heads to beg for my sake, just ordinary common folk. Neem Thuan helped me remove a shell clamped on my foot. In the most difficult times, they reached out their hands to help, teaching me how to survive in this place." That was why his eyes were now filled with fury. "Now, if I see them in danger and don't save them, I can't bring myself to do it." Truong Min turned to look at the two behind him. "I'm sorry, I have to go back." Neem An and Truong Yen both worriedly tried to stop him. "What? You clearly know how dangerous it would be to go back." The little girl ran over and hugged him tightly, not letting go. "'Kay, then I'll go with you, brother." He took the opportunity to stroke his little sister's head. "Be good, go with Sister Van first. Ka has to go rescue Uncle Ryu too and the others and bring them back here." He stood up and looked at Neem An, who was still worried. "Neem An, from when we met until now, we can consider each other good friends, right?" She didn't answer that question, but with tears streaming down, firmly gave an order. I am your superior, I order you, you must not go back there. But Truong Min did not obey her words. He sat down and pushed Truong Yen, who was crying like rain, closer to her. I must trouble you to take my sister away from here and look after her well. Without waiting for her consent, he turned and resolutely flew off, pursued by the calls of both of them. Hun Truong Min, brother. She anxiously hugged Truong Yen, gazing after his retreating figure. Damn it, you must survive and return. In the gloomy, hazy darkness of the village, there was not a single sound. The monsters swarmed behind the figure with long, flowing hair, eagerly charging forward like a tempest. Atu laughed in delight, raising something in his hand, the fruit of his painstaking scheming. At last I have waited for this day. Before him was a fissure emitting surges of boiling hot air. The lava inside poured out in seething streams as if dancing. The gas bubbles crackled and popped. The monsters behind A2 all had red eyes, gathering around to listen to him speak. My fellow kin, he laughed loudly, his blood-red eyes looking ahead. I have made you wait long enough. Beneath that seal was a whole horde of other monsters screaming and struggling to escape. One that had just tried to crawl up to the surface immediately received a lightning strike. Golden lightning struck. It was enveloped in a brilliant sphere of light. In an instant, its original form was no more. That sphere grew ever larger with dense thunder and lightning swirling around it. Atu held up a stone with a strange mark and threw it into the sky. With this half of a key and this sacrificial object, this time we shall certainly let our compatriots see the sun. As soon as his words ended, on that transparent sphere, countless spreading cracks began to appear. The thing he called a key flew up high, then touched the monster-trapping mirror. The monsters under suppression here, the monsters from the deep pit, scrambled, surging up to the surface. They gathered strength to shatter the barrier and break out. The monster-trapping mirror was cracked and shattered by the key A2 threw, and the lightning suppressing the formation gradually weakened. He looked at his achievement and laughed with delight. Only a little fresh flesh and blood was needed as a sacrifice. Having said that, he extended the black shadow, pulling two people under his spell closer. Evil fiend, you will go to hell. He did not take that feeble curse to heart. He mocked, hell? You tell me, is there any scene more like hell than what is before your eyes? That black shadow bound their hands and feet, throwing them before the gaping mouths of the voracious monsters below. Then it released them both, and they fell. Both were only ordinary people, so they could not easily break free. Deep in the abyss, monsters still surged and sank, lurking for a sacrifice in the scalding lava. Enhim Thuet shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth, resigning himself to fate. Was he really going to die in this place? In just a few more seconds, the two of them would become a tasty meal in the stomachs of these terrifying demons and ghouls. But suddenly, a gleaming golden chain slipped in from somewhere. The chain coiled around Enhim Thuet's waist, making him look down in surprise. It turned out Truong Min had caught up in time. He pulled the chain, dragging both of them from the monster's jaws. Uncle, are you two all right? As they sat up, they finally saw clearly who had arrived. Both joyful and panicked, they looked at him. Truong Min, there wasn't much time for pleasantries. He immediately turned and pointed, saying to them, now run north immediately, leave Fen Mao. My spiritual energy can only protect you for a short while. As Truong Min was speaking, he suddenly froze. Something made him turn his head, alert. He drew his sword to block the shadowy mass rushing at them, and shouted at the two, still standing there dumbfounded. Run fast! With one swing of his sword, Truong Min bought them a little time to flee. Let's go, don't be a hindrance to Truong Min anymore. Although Enhim Thuet fled in the direction he pointed, the worry in his heart wouldn't cease. Truong Min, you must come back safely. Truong Min was left alone to face A2 opposite him. You're still not dead, he gritted his teeth and retorted. I'm so sorry. My life is very tough, I've disappointed you. A2 looked at him arrogantly. Before I was momentarily careless and let you destroy my clone. Now my true form has descended. Today you will surely die. At this moment, Truong Min seemed to understand the problem. So you were the demonic shadow scheming to probe and seize the ancient corpses? He questioned him with a stern face. So you planned everything long ago, hiding all along in Tiat Ho village. A2 still wore a conceited smile on his lips. That's right, I was the one who spread the rumor about a secret treasure in Fen Mao. He did not hesitate to reveal the truth along with a mocking remark. Those fools wouldn't believe otherwise, always wanting to go there seeking death. The entire space darkened with his every word. But luckily, with the sacrifice of those fools, I was able to probe and discover this abyss's true location. A2 paused for a moment. He raised his face to the sky and then stretched his mouth wide open. I've said enough. It's time to send you on your way. Something pitch black with strange red markings slowly emerged from his mouth. It plopped onto the gray ground along with A2's saliva. Moments later, it swelled up, transforming into a monster with a large chain around its neck. Go deal with him, break his neck. That demon, obeying its master's order, rushed straight towards Truong Min. He also gripped his sword tightly, along with his hawk, ready to face the enemy. Truong Min leaped up, thrusting his sword right through the center of that thing's chest. A dark liquid dripped from the wound, but the sword was stuck fast and wouldn't budge. the sword couldn't be pulled out. The monster drew back its arm, preparing to throw a punch. Truong Min had no choice but to release his sword. This monster's body was truly bizarre. He dodged its punch just in time. The ground itself shook and shattered from the impact. The two stood by, laughing merrily as he watched the battle. "You think you can damage my puppet with just a flying sword?" He said this, then controlled the black smoke to pull the sword from the puppet's chest. Only then could the sword, obeying the command, return to Truong Min's hand. But before he could even prepare to defend himself, Atu's puppet swung its fist right in front of Truong Min's face. He took the punch and tumbled to the ground, his whole body falling backward. Such incredible strength. The spot where he fell immediately shook, kicking up a cloud of thick dust and smoke, obscuring the vision of both sides. Truong Min seized the opportunity to summon the golden-faced death god for timely reinforcement. "Damn it, so strong. I must use all my strength just to have a chance to survive." He gripped his sword and proactively jumped forward, closely followed by the golden-faced death god drawing its bowstring taut. Go! At that moment, the head with the sad face on the puppet suddenly shook violently. It spun around abruptly, twisting as if to break its own neck, switching to a smiling face with a long, dangling blue tongue. That face seemed to have a will of its own, stretching itself out and flying forth like some kind of liquid. Truong Min, seeing this sight, widened his eyes in panic and shouted, "What is this thing?" It's separated. That thing came flying in from all directions, attacking Truong Min relentlessly. It was so fast that it left only a blurry black shadow with a terrifying smile streaking through the air. Truong Min was hit, his entire face scratched and bruised. What on earth was this thing? Its speed was so great that he simply couldn't see it clearly. He had no choice but to swing his sword wildly, yet it was swatted away by that thing. It hopped back and forth on the ground, its speed unchanged, leaving behind only a faint trail of light. That thing jumped onto the shoulder of the black puppet. By now, it had grown arms and legs like a complete entity, using that clown face to stare at him. The two chuckled, interrupting Truong Min's fight with it. A dense black aura flared up in his hand. "Let's see what tricks you have." Truong Min, Chinese letter, took out his gourd and looked at him. "It's your turn to take the stage now." The loach was released by him. It grew larger and larger amidst the sparkling seven-colored light. Soon, the loach officially joined the battle alongside Truong Min and the golden-faced godslayer. The two watched the loach lying motionless before him and cursed inwardly in frustration. "Never thought this brat was hiding such a ferocious beast. No wonder he destroyed him. Why Chinese letter. The machinery mounted with bows and arrows on the golden-faced godslayer's back was also severed, rendering it unusable. He hoisted his long sword over his shoulder, standing behind Truong Min, also receiving additional shield. Success or failure lies in this attempt. Seeing they had prepared long enough, A2 immediately bellowed for his two puppets to charge. "Dispose of them." Then the clown stretched its body thin as a silk cloth, extending its claws toward him. But suddenly, a blinding golden light caused its entire body to freeze instantly, unable to move. Truong Min took out his seal and shouted, "Lock it down." "Ding, I am your opponent." The puppet quickly shrank its body to evade the sealing light from Truong Min. It swooped in a beautiful arc right past his face, then circled behind his head. Truong Min could only follow it with a sidelong glance. He and the golden-faced godslayer were both frozen on the spot by its speed. It's truly fast, even the Great Seal couldn't suppress it. But at that moment, a gleam flashed in his eyes and he suddenly thought of something. Got it. He tossed an object to the golden-faced godslayer. He caught it deftly, immediately lowering his head to look. Just then, the clown-faced puppet returned to normal size and lunged to attack him. As expected, you fell for the trap. Truong Min immediately aimed his gourd at it, activating spiritual power with an arrogant smile. The clown-faced puppet was trapped by the powerful spiritual energy inside the gourd, unable to break free. Just then, a black shadow cast down upon its head from above, causing it to lose focus and stop to look. The golden-faced godslayer had somehow closed in, raising his sword high, ready to finish it on the spot. One arm of the clown-faced puppet briefly parted ways with its body for a fleeting moment. Truong Min shouldered his gourd, looking tense, and gritted his teeth, giving the order. Suck, but its newly severed arm was instantly reconnected swiftly. It used the momentum to lunge at the golden-faced godslayer, gripping his arm tightly. Truong Min gritted his teeth watching this overwhelming scene, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. While he was worried about this side, the corner of his eye helplessly glanced toward the other battlefield. Truong Min turned his head, panic-stricken, and yelled as the loach was also being pounded and bounced off the ground several times by the sad-faced black puppet. The little loach steadied itself, then was so furious it wanted to fume at that guy. The loach resolved to fight it out with the sad-faced puppet, using its fins and tail to quickly dart back into the fight. Inside the loach's mouth, a golden aura began gathering, tiny beads swirling around within. It spat out one mouthful, instantly shooting those beads out in a long, crisp chain. Then the sad-faced black puppet halted in its tracks, Its massive body trembled slightly, then it simply bulged all its veins. It stood there, resignedly enduring the beads spat by the loach, exploding continuously. The loach delightedly and proudly propped its fins on its belly, showing off two cute teeth. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the black puppet still stood there, completely unaffected. It coldly carried its huge belly forward, fists clenched tightly. The loach looked up at it, shocked to the point of freezing in place for several seconds. Then it hastily thrashed its tail, turned tail, and fled as fast as it could. Only its tail was caught by the sad-faced black puppet, turning its face green with fright. The loach was just like that, slammed repeatedly against the ground by that guy until it saw stars, still not letting up. Truong Min, seeing it get a beating, was terrified. This wasn't good. It had never encountered such a powerful enemy before. Now it could only get beaten. He furiously clenched his teeth, recalculating. This can't drag on any longer. He himself and the golden-faced godslayer were also pushed to the wall by the clown-faced puppet's dizzying speed. Elsewhere inside a mountain cave, a golden light flickered amidst the pitch-black night. Neem An and Truong Yen looked up at the glowing golden tablet suspended in the air. Both of their eyes were filled with immense worry. Unease under the presence of that light. Suddenly, Truong Yen grasped Neem An's slightly trembling wrist. With pleading eyes, the girl looked at her and asked, not too confidently, "Sister, Kaka will win, right?" Neem An looked down at the little girl. Her eyes couldn't hide her worry, but her mouth still spoke words of trust. "He will definitely win, we must believe in him." But Neem An herself knew very well that just using flying swords and Dao soldiers had already consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy and true chi. Hun Truong Min's cultivation level was no match for that demon beast. If this continued, he would surely die. She was so worried that she bit her lip until it bled. What to do now? She had no choice but to use that thing. Neem An recalled her former dignified self. "Before meeting Tun Truong Min, I was the head of the Van family, Min Chao. I felt there was nothing I couldn't do." Confident and radiant, with a smile on her lips, she bid farewell to her family, who cried bitterly, and set off to help her senior sister investigate the secrets of the corrupt chi. Thus, she independently condensed strange runes. She had refused the family's kindness and went out to train for a long time, so everything was not as smooth as she had imagined. As soon as she went outside, she had to face countless dangers under the claws of savage, fierce beasts. The world before her eyes was no longer the same as before. That place was piled only with those who had fallen in a sea of blood. This world was far more dangerous than the intelligence reports had said. Only then did she encounter Truong Min, the one who always made her angry and also her only subordinate. From the first meeting, he began to look down on her. There was even a time when she was cornered against the wall by Truong Min. Not only did he have a foul mouth, he also constantly lied. The distance between them was so close that Neem An's fair cheeks gradually turned pink. Truong Min often smiled in her eyes, but when facing danger, he never backed down. He was always a reliable person, protecting her at all times and in all places. Every time he chose to step forward to protect others. Neem An back then had also once looked at her own fist in doubt. But he was nothing more than her subordinate. Why was it that every time she could only let him protect her, this time let it be reversed, let her protect him? Having made up her mind, she carefully took out a wooden box, cradling it in her palm. Neem An opened the box and took out a precious string of green jade. This was a protective talisman that her father had spent 100,000 spirit jade to have crafted by someone. Once activated, it could grant the power of the third major realm for a short period of time. She gripped it in her hand, then pressed it firmly against her chest. The surrounding air also trembled with that decisive movement. Neem An tossed it into the air, and from that protective talisman, a stream of jade-green spirit energy slowly emerged. This was also her final trump card. She closed her eyes, allowing that spirit power to seep into every inch of her body. Then it coiled around Neem An's familiar sword, filling it with spirit power. Her hair hung loose, long black hair flying in the wind under the sparkling light. Every inch of her skin bathed in that cool, clean stream of spirit power. In a flash of transformation, Neem An appeared with platinum blonde hair and a completely upgraded outfit. Truong Yen saw this form of hers, her eyes sparkling with starlight, full of admiration. Big Sister Van has turned into a fairy. Neem An waved her hand, causing her flags to fly out of the cave first. Then she bent down and gently picked up a white flag from the ground. She sat down and handed it to Truong Yen. "Little Truong Yen, take this, it can protect you." The little girl took it and held it tightly in her hand. Her innocent eyes looked up at Neem An. "Big Sister Van, you're going to help Big Brother beat up those bad guys, right?" She reached out to rub the little girl's head and smiled, saying, "That's right, so you must be good and wait here for us to return." Truong Yen, with her big, round, innocent eyes, boldly promised her. "Okay, Big Sister Van, do your best, beat them all away, and then bring Big Brother back here with you." Neem An strode out heroically, her determined gaze fixed straight ahead as she made a promise to the little girl. All right, in the village at this moment, another loud explosion forced Truong Min to slide back a long way. The gloomy-faced opponent picked up the loach with both hands and shook it up and down. The loach was tormented until its eyes spun, unable to resist any longer. Truong Min saw that and turned back worriedly. Not good, it looks like the loach is being overwhelmed. While dazed, the loach suddenly thought of something. It opened its mouth and attacked the enemy. With one strike it knocked the opponent flat on their back. Even its owner was terrified. From afar, Truong Min saw the loach safe and felt relieved. Well done, quickly come help me. At that moment, suddenly his enemies merged together. Witnessing that scene, Truong Min was quite shocked. It appeared with a completely new appearance. Above them, the light shone weaker and weaker, causing the demons to struggle non-stop, about to break free. Truong Min and the loach looked up, anxious and urgent. This is bad. The ancient lamp is about to give out. Just at this moment, a flash of white light caught his attention. The appearance of Neem An in a brand new form surprised both him and the loach. What are you standing there dazed for? Shoot fire. Truong Min had no time to think. He quickly lifted the gourd and followed her instruction. After finishing that, he awkwardly spoke up to ask Neem An, "How are you?" But it wasn't convenient for her to explain at that moment, so she frowned in annoyance and said, "I know what you want to ask, but I can only maintain this temporary power for 15 minutes. We must finish the fight quickly." Truong Min shouted back, "I'm not asking that. I want to say, now that you're here, what about my younger sister?" Neem An was angered by that question, driven mad. "Your younger sister is now much safer than you. I've already transferred all the best defensive formations on me to her." After shouting for a while, Neem An finally calmed down. "Moreover, I promised little Truong Yen that I would help you kill the monster, then bring you back. I, this young lady, have never broken my word." Hearing that, the corner of Truong Min's mouth unconsciously curled up warmly. He stepped forward, seriously beginning the battle out of respect for Commander Van. "Then we must not lose." Atu also brought out his heavy weapon to meet the battle. "Very good, well done, a pair of lovebirds doomed to die. I might as well send you to hell to be reunited." "How about it?" Neem An spoke decisively within the thick fog rolling in. "If you've got the guts, come on." A2, red-eyed, stared blankly at the scene around him. "This fog is no ordinary thing. It can even block my spiritual perception." As soon as he lost his vision, a streak of green light slashed at him. A2 quickly noticed and swung his mace to counter that sudden attack. But the loach was a bit faster than him, successfully dodging that heavy mace. It opened its mouth and bit down hard on A2's leg, holding him while waiting for the other two to rush in. "Not good." Neem An and Truong Min then lunged forward to attack. Seeing that, A2 swung his mace, forcing both back. A mighty blow struck Truong Min, making him cough up blood, gritting his teeth to endure. Damn it, his strength is too great. With no other choice, he could only rely on the loach's help with the chain in its hand. At the same time, Neem An was channeling power to deliver a powerful slash toward the opponent, but all was useless against A2's defense. However, that bought enough time for Truong Min and the loach to rush in with the chain in hand. Seeing that, A2 sneered, "Useless." With his speed, he immediately moved elsewhere, rendering the three's attack ineffective. He didn't forget to mock, "What a bunch of fools." After a fierce exchange, Neem An and Truong Min were exhausted and panting. She took out a golden pill and handed it to Truong Min, then whispered, "Are you all right? I have one last treasure, but it requires coordination with my family's secret art to activate. Can you hold him off?" Truong Min took the spiritual pill and put it in his mouth. Without blinking, he replied in a low voice, "I'm fine, but if we rely only on strength and speed, we won't beat him. We need to break his defense." He swallowed the pill and looked seriously at A2 before him. In a firm, decisive tone, "All right." A2, aggressive, his blood-red eyes glaring, ground out every word at them. "Prepare to die." Truong Min mounted the loach and flew up to engage him, trying to draw his attention. He unleashed both magic treasures at once and gave the command. "Trap him." The command token and dragon seal activated simultaneously, locking him down for a while. Neem An seized the opportunity to chant an incantation to bring out her trump card. With blood soothe the spirits, high draw block the universe. She held her sword. The stabbing motion in her hand was so practiced that every gesture seemed done by instinct. The sword pointed toward A2, and with her clear voice the formation activated. Heaven's blade spirits appear. Countless sword silhouettes surged out from the formation, tearing through the wind and rushing forward. "Go." A2 now looked up in astonishment. His eyes showed disbelief. Then another explosion occurred. Dust and smoke covered the entire path, obscuring vision. A2 was pierced by her sword's shadows into a sieve. The resentment inside him poured out through those sword wounds. He furiously howled in despair and defiance. "Damn it. Just a mere insect dares to injure this lord." Truong Min and the loach, ecstatic about the victory, "Great. We've broken through his defense. It seems we need to stab even more." He patted Loach on the head to remind it. "Can't you spit out fire rings?" Truong Min cheerfully took out a pouch with something inside. "Come on, let's play a big one on that guy." Loach didn't understand what he was up to. It glanced warily at Truong Min, who was grinning slyly before it. Loach suddenly found itself tilted back a little by him. It didn't understand, and its heart pounded from this somewhat romantic gesture. But right after, Truong Min pressed the pouch opening and continuously poured everything inside into Loach's stomach. Eat up, eat up. Over here, Neem Ann had just touched down. She couldn't stand steady and had to plant the tip of her sword into the ground. Neem Ann struggled to brace herself. At the same time, Truong Min finished pouring all that stuff, making Loach's belly bulge enormously. The two's body was gradually recovering. The sword holes quickly sealed shut as if nothing had happened. The half-thoughts within his body also stopped leaking out. Very soon, he was able to fight them again completely unscathed. At that moment, Truong Min urgently shouted at Loach beside him. Now, following his command, it continuously fired golden orbs like a rain of bullets, shooting fire rings. One by one, they precisely struck A2's body, making him unable to heal in time and continuously wounded until he coughed up blood. The little Loach's fire rings began to blaze, burning him in a sea of fire, making it impossible for him to recover. Truong Min gleefully turned his head to look at Neem Ann, who had just regained a bit of strength. Neem Ann, let's go together. Without hesitation or delay, she answered him and charged forward with him. Both shouted loudly, rushing straight at A2, who was trapped within the fire rings, to end the battle. He was one step faster, leaping forward to confront him head-on with the long sword in his hand. His arm also transformed, becoming hard as steel, blocking Truong Min's sword strike. Neem Ann skillfully coordinated from the side, unleashing countless sharp sword strikes. The two, one blue and one gold, slashed continuously at his body. The two was continuously attacked by both of their sword paths, unable to dodge. He could only try to lean back, but it was hardly effective. Truong Min seized the opening and slashed a line across his chest, decisively and coldly. He took the fatal blow, looking at him in disbelief, then blurted out, "How could this be?" Then he collapsed right at Truong Min's feet. Thus ended this long and exhausting battle. He watched him coldly turn and walk away. In his mind, he still couldn't find an answer to his question. Just two ants, one relied on a secret technique to reach the third great realm in a short time. Truong Min walked over to support Neem Ann, who had returned to her original form, and asked gently, "Hey, the other one was only at the second great realm. Are you okay?" Seeing that, Loach also approached, demanding its due. But he pushed it away in disgust. "What could possibly be wrong with you? Get out of the way," the other guy. But he was a useless brute. Loach wriggled its plump body, then raised a fin and waved, pointing at A2, who was lying motionless on the ground, looking at him. "All yours." As soon as it got Truong Min's permission, its attitude immediately changed. It stared at A2, mouth drooling. "I never thought I would die at the hands of these people." Loach bit down on his gradually dissolving conscious form. It quickly finished off the body, even starting to swallow almost the entire arm. Meanwhile, Neem Ann weakly. With no magical power left, she tried to stand, but she couldn't support herself, forcing Truong Min to rush over and catch the beauty in his arms. "Can you still hold on?" "Yes." With just one arm, he could wrap around Neem Ann's slender waist. Truong Min gave a slight heave and lifted her up. Carrying her princess style, he glanced at Loach. "If you're done eating, get lost quick." Only then did she notice Loach's presence and curiously asked Truong Min, "Who's that big guy?" He avoided her gaze, forcing a smile and stammering endlessly. "That one, should I tell the truth?" His eyebrows twisted into a hook shape as he seriously considered how to explain. "If I say it's a demon beast that grew up in the fan cow, she probably wouldn't believe it, right?" Truong Min hesitated a moment, finally decided to tell Neem Ann, It's my spirit beast. I picked it up when it was little, it only knows how to eat." Hearing him say Loach was a spirit beast, her eyes lit up and she smiled, asking, "A spirit beast?" Truong Min looked ahead, showing a look of surprise as he glanced up. "Speaking of which, this is my first time entering the fan cow in my life. I never expected it to be like this." The two people and one fish stood before the barrier that sealed the gap, sealing away the horde of demons and monsters. All that talk about a treasure vault, a lair of demon beasts, just rumors from some ghost creature. That's what caused so many people to become mere memories in a sea of blood. Who would have thought a mere rumor could lure so many cultivators to their deaths? Our Chiu Thien too also suffered severe losses. The Loach, listening to the two of them talk, suddenly gave a start. Yes, the so-called fan cow is nothing but a place sealed by monsters. It noticed the cracks on the barrier curtain covering that hole. At the same time, the Bagua mirror floating in midair shattered into tiny pieces. Truong Min looked down in alarm toward the bottom of the abyss that the barrier was shielding. The ground beneath his feet shook violently, then cracked open into deep fissures. An earthquake, a hand reached up and broke through the thin, no longer sturdy seal. Demon beasts surged out of the gap, all heading toward the blinding golden light. Look, a horde of demon beasts in countless shapes and forms. Each one red-eyed and roaring to the heavens, they swarmed out of the seal, pouring through the gap to the outside. Truong Min warily looked around. His eyes widened in shock. Something was wrong. Neem An turned her head to look at the teeming demon beasts and evil creatures behind her and broke out in a cold sweat. Those demon beasts have escaped outside. Truong Min hurriedly took long leaps, fleeing as fast as he could from those gaping red mouths. The hideous demon beasts, with dozens of eyes growing all over their bodies, were poised to attack them. Loach was about to run after its master when it slammed to a halt, even kicking up smoke. It spun 180 degrees, flapping its fin to block the demon beast's advance. Loach bravely spat out countless blazing fireballs at the demon beasts that had just escaped. The moment they were hit, they burst apart, turning into a batch of flame-roasted demon beasts. Then Loach risked its life and leaped into the air. Its target was the Bagua mirror at the top of the gap. It opened its mouth and bit right into the crack in the mirror to do something. At that moment, Truong Min's frantic running slowed a little. He shut his eyes tight, unaware that the demon beasts were being dragged back into the barrier sphere behind him. They struggled madly, trying to find a way out, but were bound tightly by a series of chains and locked back inside. The Bagua mirror above blazed brightly, shooting chains in all directions. Loach had completed its mission and ran back to Truong Min. Those demon monsters were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Fan Kao is preventing them from leaving? Truong Min let out a weary sigh. Neem An, seeing him like that, couldn't bear it. Release me, your true energy is almost depleted. But out of the corner of her eye, she saw a golden light shooting from the gap, and she hurriedly patted his shoulder again and again. Tun Truong Min, watch out. But Neem An's warning was not as fast as that thing. It had already shot over and wrapped tightly around his arm. What is this? At that moment, the sun began to rise, the light of dawn illuminating a distant stretch of the horizon. Truong Min raised his arm, entwined by that golden thread. Neem An curiously leaned closer to observe. What is this? He himself had no idea what it was either. But he could feel that this thing meant him no harm. Its aura was incredibly warm. Perhaps it was harmless. It suddenly coalesced into a golden ring before Truong Min's astonished eyes. That was the chain outside. Fan Kao, was it a gift from Fan Kao? He turned to look at the glowing Bagua mirror. Could Fan Kao truly have a consciousness of its own? Chains gushed out from it, locking down the demons and monsters that wanted to harm people inside itself. The Loach also caught up to where Truong Min was. It charged at a very high speed. Because of that, it inadvertently sucked him in as well, causing Neem An to cry out in alarm. Tun Truong Min. He was pulled along a stretch by the Loach and painfully fell onto the cold, hard ground. Tun Truong Min, his vision gradually blurred. Neem An and the Loach before him anxiously called his name, but he could not reply. Tun Truong Min. Just as Truong Min passed out, the Loach and Neem An sensed someone approaching and were startled into looking back. Someone's coming, quick, hide. The newcomer wore an official uniform identical to Neem An's. Seeing them, he seemed somewhat apologetic. It seems this old man has arrived too late. Special envoy of Chiu Thien II, a fourth realm powerhouse. Neem An, seeing him, was overjoyed. She and the Loach both happily called out, Lord Special Envoy, please help, we are over here. As time passed, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened, gazing into the hazy void before him. After a moment, the image of the ceiling gradually sharpened a little more. Truong Min sat bolt upright in a daze, wondering, where is this? Meanwhile, Truong Yen was still deep asleep. He looked at his little sister, who had not been woken, and breathed a sigh of relief. Good, little sister is safe and sound. Truong Min smiled and used a finger to poke Truong Yen's puffy cheek. The sleeping girl, having been disturbed, opened her eyes just a sliver with a look of annoyance. But when she saw who was teasing her, she immediately snapped awake and sat up. Big brother, Truong Yen happily threw herself into her brother's arms. You're finally awake. He was jostled back by her, sternly reminding her, gently now. Truong Yen scooted back a little, clasping her hands before her chest and gazing at him with shimmering, watery eyes. You've been asleep for 3 days. I thought you might never wake up again. It's not as dramatic as that. As soon as she finished, she nimbly hopped off the bed. Right, I have to go tell Sister Van the good news. So Truong Yen gleefully ran toward the door, despite Truong Min calling out to stop her. Hey, wait! He stared frustratedly at his little sister's disappearing back. Since when did she get so close to Van Neem An? Suddenly, an embarrassing sound rumbled. Truong Min froze, clutching his stomach and looking down. Then his gaze drifted to the tempting food already set on the table in the room. Might as well eat first. No sooner thought than done, Truong Min happily enjoyed the delicious meal laid out for him. Perhaps he had expended too much before, otherwise he wouldn't be so hungry. While he was eating, a noise came. Truong Min's eyes immediately grew guarded and vigilant as he looked toward the source of the sound. He stopped eating, turned his head, and loudly called out toward the direction of the noise. His gaze still very much on alert. Who's there? The visitor turned out to be the beautiful Neem An in a flowing blue dress. Seeing him sitting there in good health, she couldn't hold back her tears. You're awake. Neem An blushed shyly, using her fan to cover half her face and avoiding Truong Min's eyes as she asked in a small voice. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not as if you've never seen me before. Truong Min was snapped out of his infatuation by her question and expression. He put a hand over his mouth and cleared his throat lightly, pretending that the person smitten moments ago wasn't him. Seeing Chief Van covered in dust all the time. I'm really not used to it. Neem An was infuriated by his heartless remark and threw her fan straight at Truong Min's face. Hey, what kind of nonsense? Are you spouting? This young lady does not have a dusty appearance at all. He caught the fan and looked at Neem An with a helpless smile. I say, dear lady, could you be a little more gentle? Neem An, provoked by him, turned red in the face, her slender hands clenched and her expression defiant. No, I won't. Then she stretched up, trying to reach the fan that Truong Min was holding up so high, give me back my fan. In her rush, Neem An accidentally stepped on the hem of her sash. Momentum carried her forward toward Truong Min. Though caught off guard, he quickly reached out and caught her. Neem An practically lay fully in his arms. The contact left both of them momentarily stunned. Truong Min grasped both her shoulders and quickly pushed her back to a distance. He averted his eyes, looking away. What was that? Here, I'm giving you back your fan. Neem An also no longer dared to look him straight in the eyes. She lowered her face a little sadly and took the fan Truong Min held out. She glanced at him probingly, trying to observe whether his constitution had any abnormalities. Then, Neem An shyly whispered an invitation to Truong Min. Would you like to go for a walk outside with me? Little Truong Yen, I've already found someone to play with her. He heard that and agreed immediately. The two walked side by side along the corridor of the villa. Neem An introduced as they walked. This is the villa of the Thien Ung residence in Van Jia. During the 3 days you were unconscious, Chiu Thien too sent people to take over the matter regarding Fan Cobb. Mentioning this, Truong Min curiously asked Neem An, what about that village now? Are Uncle Du Tu and the others all right? She looked at him cheerfully. They are fine, now in the infirmary receiving treatment. The village also has a team responsible for rebuilding. Suddenly Neem An's footsteps quickened a bit, moving ahead of Truong Min. She spun around mischievously, her beautiful face still blushing from embarrassment. Neem An stood facing him in the long narrow hallway, shyly asking him, but what plans do you have for the future? Truong Min looked up at the sky, his gaze distant. I haven't thought it through yet. After all, the village has been destroyed. I want to take this chance to bring my little sister away from Tiat Ho village. He gently closed his eyes, his tone still steady as if recounting his own dream. Then find a place free of the blast corruption, settle down and start a new life. Neem An agreed with that, then just pick a place first. Remember to report back to Chiu Thien too. They can arrange a position for you near your home. Truong Min happily reached out and patted Neem An on the head. Then I'll thank Commander Van. She was flustered by his excessive gesture. You've messed up this centurion's hair, and the two of them continued strolling around the compound. Neem An suggested to Truong Min since they had already walked over here. You want to go in and see Uncle Enheem and the others? It's just mealtime, and little Truong Yen is probably eating here too. He quickly agreed, but his eyes held a faint trace of sadness. The two of them, one after the other, entered the courtyard where Uncle Enheem and the others were recovering from their injuries. Sure enough, the 2 adults and 1 child in the courtyard were overjoyed the moment they saw him, fervently thanking Truong Min for saving their lives. Welcomed so warmly, he beamed like a flower but still politely showed embarrassment. Why such a grand reception? Enheem Thuet solemnly clasped his hands toward him. Truong Min, your 4th uncle thanks you for saving us from the clutches of that monster. Indeed, thanks to Truong Min, we were lucky to survive and return. Fine wine was quickly set out on the table. They all enjoyed it together while chatting. After eating and drinking their fill, the old man pointed at him and praised. I've seen since you were little that Truong Min is no ordinary child. Superior skills, that comment made Truong Min embarrassed. Enheem Thuet beside him, hugging a wine flask, his eyes dreamy from the alcohol, chimed in. Truong Min, come on. Seeing him like that, he could only sigh deeply in helplessness. Truong Min looked on helplessly, merely sighing a few times at this wine-loving worm. Enheem Thuet slammed a paper down on the table, his tone hearty. The authorities have refunded all the poll taxes we've paid over the years as compensation. We've bought a little house for you in Thien Ung Prefecture. Hearing this, he hurriedly waved his hands, shaking his head like a rattle drum in refusal. I can't accept it. Enheem Thuet walked over and clapped him hard on the shoulder. Take it when I say so, or your 4th uncle will get angry. You saved our lives, we don't know how else to repay you. He smiled as radiant as the summer sun. Take your little sister out to live, you must have a place to stay. Later, when you become a high official, just change it for a bigger one. Truong Min moved, hugged him and cried like a child. Thank you, 4th uncle. Enheem Thuet was a bit surprised by this display. What's the need for thanks between us? When you're free, just find an assistant to take him to clean up and do the shopping. Neem An from behind cheerfully placed a hand on his shoulder and took on the task. I'll take him. He was still a bit dazed as she pulled him along. Commander Van, but Neem An had already turned away decisively, giving him no chance to refuse. What are you doing? Let's go. They quickly arrived at the bustling night market, with people coming and going under the glittering lantern light. At the fair, Neem-an held a note in her hand. Carefully she said to Truong-min beside her, the scale of this Thin-ung market really is something else. She looked at the lines of text on the paper. Shopkeeper, bowls, hot plates, spoons, and chopsticks for a set. Wait, little Truong Yen's pot has been found already. Then no need for a pot. She turned to look at Truong Min, who was seriously studying something. Right, the bed and the table and chairs have been ordered. They'll be delivered. Think about what else the house needs. He rubbed his chin, frowning in thought. Let me think. There's still something missing. Seeing that he still hadn't spoken, she tilted her head and urged. Missing what? Truong Min looked at her, his eyes no longer sly like every time he used to tease Neem-an before. His voice, gentle on the breeze that blew Neem-an's hair and the hem of her robe, spoke what he had been thinking all along. It's you. After a night of fun. At the fair, a new morning dawned. Neem-an hit Truong Min on the head. Way too idle, you dare make fun of me. I'm your superior. He rubbed his head and spoke. Anyway, you're a girl. Could you stop getting physical? She put her hands on her hips and stubbornly declared. I won't. Who asked you to make fun of me? Truong Min clasped his hands together, words sincere from the bottom of his heart. This humble one knows his mistake. Please, my lord, don't take it to heart. She turned away sharply and said, this centurion won't stoop to bicker with you. Then Neem-an stopped by a shop, her attitude turning 180 degrees. With a cheerful face, she asked the owner for 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. A little more sugar. Seeing this, he went over, punching her shoulder while flattering her. Commander Van has worked hard. The embarrassment showed on Neem-an's blushing cheeks. She acted coldly. Who said it's for you? I'm buying it for little Truong Yen. After buying, the 2 of them left. She said, forget it, give me 3 skewers. Neem-an leisurely handed 1 skewer of candied hawthorn to him, saying gently. Here, Truong Min happily took it, replying, many thanks, Commander Van. An hour later, Neem-an was enthusiastically spending money. She stopped by every shop, her hands constantly picking. This, and this, 2 of each. He had to carry a heap of things she bought. Sighing, he complained, she really bought a lot, not to mention clothes. She even bought 3 sets at once. His voice expressed concern. Commander Van, spending money like this, the salary of those centurions is probably not enough. Holding a skewer of candied hawthorn in her hand, she said as she walked, just a lowly centurion. Of course it's not enough. When you leave Ungthin Prefecture, you'll discover that the whole world to you, this place is nothing but a grain of sand in the desert. Truong Min looked at her with a slightly worried gaze and wondered, is the outside world very big? Neem-an, in her excitement, exclaimed. Of course, speaking of our Van family. Suddenly hearing his question, her heart sank. Neem-an froze for a moment, then. Her emotions were immediately extinguished, her eyes drooping sadly. Amidst the bustling, noisy market, Neem-an's voice softly rang out, asking, Truong Min, do you have any plans for the future? He looked up at the sky and replied, the world is so big, everyone wants to leave Tiat Ho village to see what it's like. Neem-an's face showed concern. She expressed, your current strength is still very weak. Bringing Truong Yen along would only be dangerous. Truong Min's eyes were full of sadness, but he forced a smile and said, then what should I do now? I can't stay in Tiat Ho village my whole life. Neem-an offered sincere advice. Uncle Wine in Ungthin Prefecture has bought a house for you. You should still stay here, wait until you have strength, then plan further. That sounded reasonable. He suddenly turned to look at her and agreed. Yeah, he thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen this woman so serious. Small Neem-an walked beside the tall figure of Truong Min. She said, now the Heavenly Court Bureau has your position, your monthly salary will be issued as scheduled. Still as commander, I used the Van family's connections to promote you first to the position of Banner Chief. Only 1 rank below my centurion, he exclaimed. I said, Commander Van, how could you not look after your subordinate like that? He turned his beaming face to look at her and promised. With Commander Van, I, Tun Truong Min, in the future in the officialdom, won't I leap to the clouds in 1 step. Rest assured, later if I become a Chiliarch, I will also help you. The worry hidden behind Neem-an's melancholy eyes, she thought to herself. Chiliarch, even if it's Chiliarch, father will absolutely not agree. Truong Min, you are truly too naive. A hesitant voice rang out. Truong Min, maybe we will no longer be partners. Truong Min's bewildered eyes looked at her, waiting for a satisfying reason. He wondered why. Neem-an felt sad having to say what she didn't want to happen. Truong Min, I have to go home now. That struck him like a thunderclap. Truong Min was shocked and exclaimed, go home. She became downcast. Earlier, my family gave me a life-protecting talisman that can temporarily boost my strength for a short time. Now I have used the talisman. The people coming to pick me up are already on their way. She forced a smile at the corner of her mouth. Truong Min, your cultivation talent is not bad. At least stronger than mine. After I leave, you must train diligently. Leave this heavenly palace soon and see the vast world outside. The 2 stood gazing affectionately at each other under the vast blue sky. He said, all right, I promise you. Suddenly, everyone at the market fair was stunned, all looking in the same direction. A group of people riding white horses came galloping, with Van Can leading them. A girl by the roadside looked up and asked, who are these people? Such an imposing aura. The man beside her whispered a warning. Keep your voice down, they're from the Van family. He jumped down from his horse in front of Neem An and Truong Min. Van Can clasped his hands before him and respectfully said, Miss Van, I've finally found you. As soon as he saw him, Truong Min's face couldn't hide his astonishment. Such strong aura, his power must already be fifth tier. Are these Van Neem An's family? Van Can stood beside her, calmly asked from his horse, May I ask who this is? Neem An immediately stepped in front of Truong Min, trying hard to protect him. She replied, He is my subordinate, out on an assignment with me. Van Can calmly said, Young man, I advise you to give up any ideas about Miss Van. Perhaps you have some reputation in Fu Ung theme, but someone of your status will never be qualified to associate with the Van family in this life. Hearing this, Neem An immediately looked displeased and snapped, Uncle Van, he is the benefactor who saved my life. He spread out his hand, gently soothing her. Miss, don't be hasty, I'm just being straightforward, that's all. I mean no ill will toward this young brother. But Miss Van, aren't we preparing to leave? The old master is waiting for you at home. Right after, one of the men went to Truong Min to take Neem An's belonging. Then, her face darkened and she said in a sorrowful voice, Wait for me a moment. Then her small hand tightly grasped Truong Min's hand. She coldly pulled him away to another spot. Truong Min obediently followed without objection. At a quiet corner, she turned around, hurriedly said, Truong Min. Don't mind it, I'm fine, he replied. Neem An's eyes lowered. She gently said, It's good you don't mind. Before leaving, I have one more important thing to entrust to you. Truong Min tilted his head, curious. What is it? She explained. My senior sister at Chiu Thien Tu has been corroded by demonic energy and can only survive within Dai Lao. The image of Van Nhu alone in a dark room, her arm wrapped densely with talismans. Neem An expressed, This time I came to Tayat Ho village precisely to find a way to break the curse. This was originally my mission, but now I must return to the Van family, so I can only ask you. Having heard her wish, Truong Min gently lifted Neem An's hand and swore, All right, when I return to Chiu Thien Tu, I will first go find your senior sister. Her face suddenly brightened a bit. She replied, Thank you, then I'm off. As soon as she finished speaking, Neem An pulled her hand back. With a face hiding sorrow behind a gentle smile, she turned away. Truong Min watched her figure receding and still managed to utter his final words. Will we have a chance to see each other again? Neem An immediately turned her head with a radiant smile and eyes full of attachment. She answered, Yes, once you leave Fu Ung Thien, become a strong warrior admired by many, we will meet again. These vows and sweet farewells echoed under the clear blue sky. Wait until I become stronger, then I will go out traveling. Then I will come find you. I will definitely be stronger than you. At that time, it will be my turn to be the senior official protecting you. Then she reluctantly left, leaving him alone amid the crowd. Observing the two of them, an old official said, For his age, that kid can reach the second tier, even stronger than the young lady. Van Can smiled and replied, The young lady simply hasn't received the family's inheritance yet, although that kid has decent talent. In this barren and desolate place, it's hard to achieve much. At this moment, Neem An crossed her arms, looking annoyed, and said, Let's go. He answered, Yes. Standing behind, Truong Min sadly watched them take Neem An away. His heart was in turmoil. Parting like this, he truly didn't know when they could meet again. Scene change, a bustling crowd on a morning at the county office. Truong Min looked at the crowd and exclaimed, This centurion really puts on a grand show. All the other officials have become attendants, blending into the crowd. He strode confidently through the sturdy city gate. Before Truong Min now was a Taoist temple courtyard. Spacious and splendid, he stepped up the long staircase and met Van An. He exclaimed in surprise, Why is it a person? She looked at him with astonished eyes and said, Not bad, you. I've been away just a few days and you're already a banner chief. Then Truong Min blurted out, Just a banner chief. Van An turned her hand out and replied clearly, Plus 500 hours of contribution. She pointed at him and said, Don't be ungrateful. Next, the county office will set up a guard unit in Hong Thatch County. Basically, you will be the number 2 figure of the guard unit in Hong Thatch County. He asked blankly, Who's the number 1? Van An looked puzzled. Unfortunately, I thought it was me too, but the superiors didn't agree. She smiled and said, I just came to convey the reward to you. They will arrive tomorrow. Later, you will join his team. There are quite a few people from the Van clan branch and your associates in there. Suddenly, Van An leaned close to his ear and whispered, making Truong Min jump. Moreover, there are also some people from other teams coming here to station. Hearing that, he was stunned and asked her back, Why? Her sharp eyes glanced at him and she replied, Because slaughter crystal has been discovered in Tayat Ho village. Then Van An stepped back and he asked in astonishment, What is that? She explained, It's a brilliant and mysterious violet glowing crystal. It is an extremely special and precious material, condensed and produced after the demon tide. It can be used to craft magical instruments and 5 pills. It can also be used for pill refining. Several famous types such as the realm-breaking spirit pill and the longevity-enhancing pill all require it. Those words struck him like a thunderclap. A thought flashed through his mind: increase lifespan. Truong Min then turned to question Van An, but if it's a precious material born inside the demon tie, won't it contain demonic energy? She spread out her fingers and shook them, her voice full of confidence. No, this thing is extremely pure. You can use it with peace of mind. In Truong Min's mind, the image of a fat, plump fish began to appear. He pondered, then should I find some for the little loach? However, Van An spoke up. But there is another group of forces also targeting the slaughter crystal. Immediately, Truong Min angrily exclaimed, who is it? They dare compete with our Van clan, she speculated. It's also a force from the Heavenly Court Bureau. The leader is named Kat Jio. In the Heavenly Court Bureau, they don't oppose the Van clan. This time, the fight for the slaughter crystal will definitely bring trouble to the Van clan. The Kat Jio she mentioned is a young man with a handsome and refined face, but his eyes are full of danger. Van An said, you are someone I promoted. Everyone considers you a person of my Van clan. Then she said loudly and proudly, although I am only from a small branch of Neem An, I am still the most powerful centurion in this third prefecture. Van An looked at you disdainfully. Her sharp, cold gaze swept over, then she continued, I know you young people are arrogant, but behind you there is still a large force. For you it only brings benefits, no drawbacks. A moment later, Van An crossed her arms over her chest. She was sulking. After Kat Jio arrives, keep an eye on Kat Jio and his group. If anything happens, report back to me at any time. Truong Min quickly bowed his head and replied shortly. Yes, but he was hiding his doubtful eyes. She continued with authority, I will certainly keep an eye for you. But whether to tell you or not, they are all my people. At that moment outside, the sky was deep blue. She turned her head back and said with a hint of mockery, not bad, you don't seem like someone who came from a small village. Why did your family originally enter Tayat Ho village? Truong Min gave a soft grunt. Replying, his calm voice seemed to hide something unfathomable. To be honest, I don't really know either. Hearing that, Van An was puzzled. She spoke gently but meaningfully. Is that so? Then she snapped her fingers, a decisive gesture as if to end everything. She said firmly, everything has been clearly handed over, I won't stay here any longer. Then, she ordered a junior banner, Van Pham. Take some people and find a suitable place to stay, he replied. Yes. In the large room, a long table was covered with attractive dishes. Van Pham sat at the center. Speaking in a deep voice with a hidden warning, the power of our Van clan is vast, unfathomably deep. Even a centurion must give face to our Van clan. If you don't believe it, just watch when the time comes. Although I am only a junior banner because my surname is Van, he must carefully consider my opinion. He only replied briefly. While facing Truong Min, he buried his head in eating. Faced with that situation, Van Pham felt uncomfortable. He muttered to himself, useless, and I wanted to use good food to win him over. But this little sister of his really eats a lot. One meal and she eats dozens of silver taels worth. It's causing me to have to borrow money from your shop now. Van Pham looked visibly worried. He seemed to ask himself, hey, it's already the fourth day, the fifth day, why hasn't that centurion arrived yet? If this continues, I, a junior banner, will be eaten into poverty. At that moment an announcement rang out, Tun Banner Chief Van Junior Banner. The centurion has arrived outside the city. At that moment from outside, the sound of horse hooves rang out. There were 3 people in blue clothes on horseback. Thien Viet took the lead. At that moment Van Pham respectfully asked, are you Lord Centurion Thien Viet? I am Van Pham, your subordinate. Truong Min stood to the side and wondered, I am the squad commander, so how come you're the one taking the lead? But then, he reconsidered and reminded himself, forget it, since you've been treating me to meals out of your own pocket lately, I won't quibble with you. Thien Viet spoke up. Which one is Squad Commander Tun Truong Min? Van Pham quickly replied, it is this gentleman. Instantly Thien Viet appeared. His voice resounded with politeness. Squad Commander Tun, I have long heard of your name, and indeed you are a young talent. He replied with humility, Lord Centurion, you flatter me. Meanwhile, Van Pham muttered under his breath, his eyes looking bewildered. I've been ignored. Then he grew anxious inside. Van Pham said to himself, I am from the Van family with a powerful background, look at me. He fretted then. He turned around eagerly. Lord Centurion, these past few days I have led people all over Hong Thatch district and secured several locations for setting up defensive outposts. All this Thien Viet brushed aside. Not needed. A second later, Thien Viet turned to Truong Min with a smile. Squad Commander Tun, you are from Hong Thatch district. So as for where to build the defensive outpost, you probably have no objections, right? Hearing that, Truong Min hesitated. I remember Bok Lin Kang. He quickly said, all right, let's place it there then. Now, Van Pham felt it was unfair. He screamed in his mind. Bok Lin Kang was clearly also one of the locations I chose. This is pure double standards. Unexpectedly, Van Pham had made calculations, but he still had one more trick. Lord Centurion, your subordinate has prepared a welcoming feast, contrary to his plan. Thien Viet pushed Van Pham aside. Then he put his arm around Truong Min's shoulders and said, today it's my treat. Squad Commander Tun, relying solely on your own strength. You stopped the demon tide and eliminated the calamity for all living beings. I have long admired your style. Today I must toast you a few cups. Squad Commander Tun, please. Van Pham felt dejected. Why are you all ignoring me like this? Suddenly Thien Viet spoke up. Hey, junior officer, what's your name? Immediately Van Pham's eyes widened, his voice tinged with a mix of panic and pride. Here, my lord, I am Van Pham of the Van family. At the same time, a thought echoed in his head. The Lord Centurion has finally remembered me. But Thien Viet then gave an order. You go invite Lady Truong Yen to come and dine with us. Be respectful and feel free to order whatever you want. Eat as much as you like. This centurion will cover the bill. Van Pham seemed to turn to stone. Then he turned away but felt disappointed. So it wasn't Tun Truong Min who was worth currying favor with, but I have to build connections. Time flew by 1 hour later, in a tent set up in an open space. Thien Viet sat opposite his superior. He spoke gently. These few days, Chief Tun, please rest well. The Centurion's office and the NHA district still have some official documents to exchange. I will go handle them, you need not worry at all. Truong Min hastily replied. I am sorry to trouble you, sir. Then he smiled lightly and spoke in a serious tone. Chief Tun, there are some matters I must clarify with you. He bowed his head slightly and replied succinctly. Please speak, sir. He slowly explained. Building the Centurion fort in Hong Thatch district was naturally because their Jio Chiliarchs were fully pushing for it. But privately, I also feel that this place indeed needs a protective fort built. Then, Thien Viet pointed at the map, his voice deep and firm. Each word was like a nail driven into a post. Here is the Min River. The location of Hong Thatch district is extremely crucial. If you go downstream, it is directly. The Ho Thuc region, the key area of our Chiu Thien Tu. A minute later, Thien Viet continued, his voice more solemn, his hand pointing to the red arrows on the map. Our mission is precisely to guard this last gateway, ensuring the safety of the Ho Thuc region. Suddenly, he recalled the grotesque shapes with blazing red eyes. Hanging in the darkness, Thien Viet spoke decisively. We absolutely must not let any messy things enter the Ho Thuc region. At this moment, inside the tent, Truong Min pointed at the map and asked loudly, full of doubt, is something running out from inside Quan Dong Heap? Thien Viet replied with a warning look. In fact, since last year, Quan Dong Heap has not been peaceful. He leaned forward, his voice growing more severe, each word emphasized. It is said, according to the speculation of the Dia Luke Dai Can elders, once the strange realm enters an acceleration cycle, at the start it will cause the danger level to increase. The demons that escape outside also grow stronger and stronger. Then, Thien Viet continued analyzing. Last year, demons began escaping from Quan Dong Heap, but they were not very strong and all were blocked by the protective forts upstream. It is also very strange. The demons emerging from the Quan Dong Heap strange realm did not go elsewhere but all swam along the direction of the Min River. He frowned slightly, thoughts surfacing. These demons, their target is probably not the Ho Thuc region but the Thiat Thuong underground palace, isn't that right? Right then, Thien Viet placed a hand on his shoulder. He said, Chief Tun, you need not worry. Old Man Ko Zoa and several senior elders have already reported this above. They will come to our Hong Thatch Centurion fort to station themselves and guard the last gateway of our Chiu Thien Tu. Just after hearing that, Truong Min looked up and spoke in a calculating voice. That is the most satisfactory. But Centurion, sir, do we need to move the garrison to the Min River bank? Thien Viet spoke in a deep, firm voice as if to reassure. Setting up a guard post by the Min River is sufficient. Truong Min imagined strange dark shadows chasing small squads. He exclaimed anxiously, being too close to the Min River. If there really are large, powerful evil creatures coming down the river, wouldn't everyone have to risk their lives? Staying here, it can be said, our unit after receiving news will quickly go there immediately. But still one step too late. The demons have already fled the people in the past. Then he suggested, Centurion, sir, let me personally guard this post. Thien Viet shook his head, refusing. How could we trouble Chief Tun with that? However, he immediately placed his hand on his chest as if to emphasize his words, his voice resolute. I am used to the wild. Staying in the Centurion fort feels too constrained. Sir, please let me go. Facing him, Thien Viet calmly replied with consideration. Chief Tun likes peace and quiet. This Centurion fort has too many noisy people. Naturally, he does not like it. Very well, then I will trouble Chief Tun. An hour later, Thien Viet spoke clearly. Chief Tun, on this trip pay attention to safety. At this time, standing behind him was a group of small squads. He replied seriously, Thank you, Centurion, sir. Then, he led everyone. Truong Min turned toward the distance where the deep green mountains and forests lay. He spoke decisively. Then let's build the guard post on that mountain over there. He raised his eyes to look into the distance, calculating inwardly. Not too far from the village and also not too close to the demon domain. This place is just right. Then he walked over to a clear, secluded stream. and then he sat down, took out a gourd flask and said, I must go build the guard post. You go find food on your own. Immediately, a loach darted out of the gourd into the deep green water. It swam slowly, its eyes wide open as if searching for something. It emitted a tiny sound. A few minutes later, the loach turned around and sighed. Small bubbles escaped from its mouth. Suddenly, it saw a white shape appear in the distance. It darted quickly toward that direction, swallowing continuously. That white shape had long tentacles like an octopus, and it quickly sped away extremely fast. At the same time, at the dock, many boats loaded with peach blossoms were moored, preparing to depart. Uncle Ba stood nearby, pointing at the boats, his voice ringing out clearly. These wooden boats dare to navigate the Min River. The Chan answered with certainty, Don't worry, those are boats for the river god. They won't encounter any attacks from fierce creatures. Then he pointed far away and explained, While you were away these days, our Chan and Gu Kao has had a major incident. You see that big tree by the river over there? That is exactly the river god. Uncle Ba replied, his voice deepening, I have transported goods here many times. How come I have never encountered it before? Hearing that, a Tran frowned slightly, hand on his chin as if analyzing. It seems that afternoon when you all went out, this tree had already grown. These past few days, just by worshipping this sacred tree and offering sacrifices, boats will be safe, absolutely no fierce creatures attacking, and our Tran and Gu Kao will prosper in the future, all thanks to the sacred tree's protection. At that moment, Chu Ba picked his nose and said skeptically, Nonsense, how could that thing resemble the river god? A Tran quickly retorted, Don't talk nonsense. If the sacred tree hears and becomes angry, it will no longer protect our Tran and Gu Kao. You are the sinner. Hearing that, Chu Ba shouted, You all are worshipping an evil object. You want to bring disaster. As soon as he finished, a Tran grabbed him and ran. He challenged, Stop right there. If you dare say such blasphemous words to the sacred tree, do you believe everyone will gang up and beat you? Chu Ba muttered as he ran, A bunch of fools. When something happens, you'll regret it too late. Suddenly a voice shouted, Look, what's happening over there? The sacred tree is moving. At that moment underwater, Loach spotted a creature like a white octopus. It swam quickly after that creature, looking worried. Water bubbles burst with each tail flick, sliding below. Giant tentacles from a mysterious creature appeared and began to move. Then, a pair of glowing green eyes emerged, along with long tentacles stretching out. Rushed toward Loach at terrifying speed. Loach panicked. Then it quickly gathered its energy, making the two barbels at its mouth grow longer. It swung its two long barbels, slicing the monster's tentacle into many pieces. Unfortunately, a piece of tentacle struck Loach and knocked it unconscious. A minute later, Loach was thrown up by a wave and surfaced. Chu Ba saw it and shouted, This is it, it's that flood dragon. It has come to save our Tran and Gu Kao. I told you that evil sacred tree was definitely an evil object, but you didn't believe me. Open your mortal eyes wide and see, Lord River God has truly arrived. It will surely subdue your evil god. A few minutes later, Loach regained consciousness and quickly plunged deep into the water. Then it opened its mouth wide. A stream of red gold energy erupted from its mouth. That energy shot straight forward like an underwater lightning bolt. Opposite was the giant sea creature from before. Loach launched the energy beam through the water, forming a dazzling streak that pierced straight through the monster's body. It revealed its true form, a dark black body with glowing green eyes. Long tentacles coiled around. Now from the rooftop, a teaching voice resounded. Look carefully, the river god said Kao Trung will appear again. Remember the river god's appearance well, only this river god will protect us. At that moment the river surface churned, white-capped waves crashed against the wooden pier. On the pier, a Tran was clinging tightly to a wooden post. Water splashed everywhere. He panicked when he saw a giant tentacle on the water's surface. Suddenly he noticed something strange beneath the water. It was Loach, enormous, with its long barbels wrapping around the tentacle. At that moment, Chu Ba hurriedly shouted, Quick, find old Tuck, tell the people to build a grand temple for the river god, not far away. At the carving workshop, Truong Min wondered, It's been so long, I wonder how little Loach is doing. At this moment, little Loach was opening its mouth wide, trying to swallow that giant tentacle. A few minutes later, Loach was full and bloated. Its stomach made a sound. In its mind, a helpless thought echoed, I knew it. Now on the shore, Truong Min said to himself, It's fine if it doesn't come back. But the food supply is wrong, I'll definitely give you enough. Big brother knows you ate especially well today. Don't think taking the snake's warm current can fool me. Meanwhile, Loach was fast asleep. Time passed swiftly and the next day arrived. The sky was tinged with brilliant dawn colors. Truong Min stood straight, arms spread wide, his entire body radiating a brilliant golden light like a living flame. He shouted, It's here, such a large warm current, equivalent to a level 3 demon beast from before. In the quiet room, Truong Min sat cross-legged, surrounded by glowing items. He muttered to himself, The Ban Dao manifestation and the Lin Thing manifestation are very harmonious. Unlike the left brain in the spirit acupoint, the golden sword manifestation and the gourd manifestation are disrupting each other. These two guests both start from the spirit acupoint. Both go upstream to the meridian that is burned at the end point. Everywhere reverses. Converge in the right brain spirit acupoint and revolve 9 times, then switch positions and again go upstream in the other half of the meridian. The great completion of the natural meridian layer is to burn the 12 main meridians of the human race throughout the 8 wildernesses. According to my experience in my previous life, there are probably also the 8 extraordinary meridians, but why have I never heard of them? Then he tilted his head slightly and wondered, have the cultivators of this world not discovered the 8 extraordinary meridians yet, or do the people here simply not have them? Suddenly Loach appeared and signaled. Truong Min opened his eyes and asked, another seed? Then he stood up and said curiously, last time the seed was the Hyen Ko seed, what is it this time? He quickly moved to the Min River. Loach let out a mischievous laugh. Truong Min held out his hand to catch it and it made a whimpering sound. He quickly comforted, all right, we can't let such delicacy escape like that. It will return to the cave sooner or later. We'll figure out a way later. The Loach slowly spits out something blue onto his hand. Truong Min picks it up and examines it carefully. He says, his voice clear, tinged with deliberation, Tram Quiet seed, good stuff. If we use thatch hin to transform 1,000 acres of land. A golden substance in this kind of spirit seed. Then he gazes into the distance, thinking to himself, once the watchtower is built, I'll plant them. Next he releases the fish, saying decisively, all right, go eat. Time passes swiftly 1 watch later. He was working when he suddenly felt that the little Loach was up to something again. He slipped into the Loach's body and let out a mischievous laugh. All right, let me see what's going on. Then he exclaimed in surprise, a level 3 demon beast, even more powerful than that giant crocodile last time. Moreover, this softshell turtle is also prey. The Thiat Thuong underground palace has been targeted by some powerful existence upstream in the extinction zone. But why would it foolishly come here? Is it the gourd saving grandpa? Unless, the thoughts keep surging, it can't leave the extinction zone. According to what Thinviet said, that powerful existence will sooner or later be able to break out. Once it can get out, the little Loach might have grown enough to swallow its eggs. A minute later, he recalled what the little Loach had said. If that spirit light is a hidden spear aura, doesn't this prove that the guardian power of Thiat Thuong isn't much left? The little Loach might really have hope of turning this place into its own food store. At this moment the Loach says something. He asks again probingly, you mean this softshell turtle wasn't like this originally? It signals agreement. He puts his hand on his chin, pondering something. If it's as you said, its whole body is covered with a layer of turtle shell to block lightning. Wouldn't that severely reduce its vision and agility? Then he analyzes, but this turtle shell layer after use might be immediately discarded. And suddenly he remembers someone, Tang It Bean. He says admiringly, this operation has the style of a barber, that slave fighter Tang It Bean. After that, he ordered the Loach to stop bothering it, just observe quietly. Recently, there's no need to fight over food and drink with it either. Let it quickly form a shell. And he placed his hand on his chest, speaking confidently, Big Brother has a brilliant plan. An hour later, Truong Min arrived at the guard post by the Min River, where 2 tall wooden towers stood solidly erected. Now, Van Pham spoke respectfully, Lord Chief Banner. Truong Min quickly asked, I'm looking for someone to ask about something. Is there anything that can condense or enhance the power of a lightning formation? He scratched his head and replied thoughtfully, for this, you should go ask Lord Centurion. In the Bureau there are many such formations, but our rank doesn't have the authority to investigate. Hearing that, Truong Min returned. The next day at Bok Lik Hill, the sky was cloudy. Thien Viet handed him some things and said, these are some cultivation materials that Lord Centurion was able to find, including mental methods, spells, formations, talismans. You may look at them, he asked apologetically. This isn't according to the rules, won't it cause any trouble for you? Thien Viet quickly replied, no one is managing these materials now. Not only are they not kept in the Bureau, they're almost semi-public. It's just that outside few people know about them. Then Truong Min mounted his horse and read as he rode. HMPH, he muttered to himself, these cultivation methods, although complete, are very crude. Below the second major realm, the mental cultivation methods aren't worth mentioning. The only thing that can condense a lightning power formation is the 3-eyed lightning array. However, after a moment, he rolled up those materials again and exclaimed, forget it, I'll take this one. An hour later, Truong Min arrived at Hun Thai Lake. The water surface sparkled under the sunlight, gently rippling like a giant mirror. At this moment on the shore, he deployed the 3-eyed lightning array. After completing the setup, it could, within the 3 array eyes arranged in a Chinese letter shape, absorb free lightning energy from the surroundings. Truong Min stood before the formation, his gaze fixed on the 3-eyed lightning array. After careful observation, he realized this low-level formation took up a large area, had weak power, and still needed a spirit jade to activate. After weighing its actual effectiveness, Truong Min thought to himself, this effect is too weak, I need to set up a few more arrays. The river's surface returned to calm, only gentle ripples remained. 3 watches later. After finishing the setup, he let out a long breath. Fortunately, the soft-shell turtle needed to hunt, giving him the time to deploy the arrays on the riverbed. But just as he completed it, Truong-min couldn't help but feel heartache. In a short moment, he had lost 7 of his spirit jades. And softshell turtle, oh softshell turtle, you absolutely must not let me take a loss. Through the thin mist, his gaze suddenly caught the majestic structure ahead. The third mansion, the yamen of Triuthene II. In the main hall, Lam Hone slowly walked in, his calm eyes sweeping around. Standing nearby, Sun Kai kept bowing and said respectfully, "My lord has arrived." His expression unchanged, Lam Hone asked coolly, "No need for formalities. Has what I need been delivered?" He immediately replied, "One divine seal barrier-breaking pill is enough for you, my lord, to successfully advance to the third major realm." After Sun Kai handed over the divine seal pill, he immediately asked back, "The spirit pill is extremely precious. Where is what I need?" Without hesitation, Lam Hone handed over a letter and said, "It's all on it, see for yourself." Sun Kai took the paper, and a sense of unease suddenly rose in his heart. His hands clenched the paper, he trembled slightly, muttering, "My son." Rage surged up. Sun Kai gritted his teeth and growled. "My son," he gritted his teeth, murderous intent churning in his chest. The gold-faced killing god, and also Triuthene II, who saw death and did not save. "I want you all to be buried together with my son." The subordinate immediately reported, "Mountain Lord, the people on the boat have all been dealt with cleanly." Sun Kai turned around, his cloak billowing, and immediately set out for Tiat Ho village. "Avenge my son?" The subordinate bowed his head and answered, "Yes, Mountain Lord." The water churned endlessly, thick mist covered the lower reaches of the Min River. Deep below the water surface, Truong Min muttered while diving, all right, today I'll definitely help you find the baby ginseng." When he lifted his head above the water, he raised his voice and asked, "What are they building here?" The loach continuously sent signals, and understanding the meaning, Truong Min nodded. "Got it, let's go straight back to the cave." The loach immediately turned around, its body diving deep, leaving a trail of bubbles. Truong Min muttered, his expression clearly puzzled. "What on earth is it? The baby ginseng can actually run?" It suddenly wagged its tail forcefully, the water's surface rippling slightly, pointing to a dark corner at the river bottom. His eyes lit up. His voice carried a hint of excitement. "What is that? Quickly take it out and let's see." Looking at the cracked stone fragment, Truong Min didn't hesitate. "This is similar to the stone fragment I obtained before, maybe they're one piece. Upstream, downstream, 100 miles apart, and I found both of these fragments." After a month of hesitation, he exhaled lightly, his thoughts becoming clearer. Coincidence, or is there some force behind it driving things? Forget it, even if someone really is driving it. He couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. A familiar small house appeared, simple and quiet, the home of Tun Truong Min. Truong Yen heard the sound and happily ran out. The little girl smiled gently and said softly, "Big brother is back." Truong Min didn't answer immediately. He bent down to search through an old wooden chest and said urgently, "Found it," when everything remained quiet. Truong Min felt puzzled, strange. Why did nothing happen? He hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly clenched his fist. Although he didn't know what had happened, it was definitely effective. "There it is, there it is." Truong Min seriously instructed, explaining as he spoke, "You take this half stone and deliver it to the border between Tam Duong District and Hong Thatch District." Then the loach happily nodded, followed the instructions, and quickly left. It dived down, using its tail to gently stir up mud and sand to cover things up. Skillfully, it left no trace. Then the loach lay still, pretending to be harmless. Its eyes revealed a hint of smugness. He stood on the boat. His gaze looked far downstream. More than 10 days later, Cam Gap. Truong Min calmly said, and the part where they had to build additional steps directly leading to the Man River on the high cliff. This project was too dangerous, only they themselves could do it. The official workers all bowed their heads and accepted the order. Yes. When he turned around, he saw the little girl appear. He asked, slightly surprised, "Little sister, what are you doing?" Truong Yen hugged the shovel, seriously explaining, "Brother, I want to dig a hole in the bedroom. That way when bad people come, we can hide in this underground hole." Hearing that, Truong Min burst out laughing and gently said, "Little sister, lend me the shovel for a moment." He took the hoe, stepped out behind the house, his movements skilled, each stroke firm. Truong Min stopped his hand, thinking to himself, this stone was hidden in the yard. The fern spore seeds had also been planted. It was just unknown when they would bloom and bear fruit. At that moment, a familiar sensation came. He was slightly startled. Oh, the little loach is in trouble. But when he clearly saw its state, he immediately felt relieved and said softly, "Nothing's wrong." His gaze stopped on the strange object. Truong Min exclaimed, "This is a golden fish scale." After observing, the loach was swimming suspended. He suddenly asked, "What did you eat today?" Truong Min narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying some suspicion and vigilance. "Nothing. Then what about that scale in your belly?" He sighed softly, his voice softening. "Forget it. Be careful these next few days." just don't touch the scale under your neck. In the solemn atmosphere before the temple, prayers rang out. Pray to the river god to protect the safety of Chan and Gu Kao. Pray to the river god to grant peace to Chan and Gu Kao. Horse hooves trampled on the road's surface, making a dry, cold sound in the silent space. The townsfolk saw the mounted group appear and hurriedly dodged to the sides of the road. They couldn't help but worry, turning their heads to watch that group. He quickly looked, his expression slightly darkening. Look carefully. The footprints of these people were very faint, completely not the weight of normal people. Truong Min lowered his voice and explained, because they are all paper people of the Jie Dam family. Inside the body of each paper person is a sword. In the darkness, Sun Kai silently observed and thought. The thread spread out from the sword. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, still controlling their every move. A subordinate knelt down, a low voice sounded. Mountain Lord, your subordinate has been monitoring Bak Lekang. As soon as all the men of Bak Ho move out, we can immediately intercept and kill. Another subordinate stepped forward and reported, your subordinate has surrounded and killed around Tiat Ho village. I stake my life to guarantee that no one will disturb the Mountain Lord's revenge plan. A cold feeling rose in Sun Kai's heart. Now Dong Quan Gorge was in the pre-eruption stage. The powerful demons had not yet reached their peak, and those good things were about to emerge. This son's death, on the contrary, would be valuable. Old memories surfaced in his head. Previously, in the extinction zone of Dong Quan Gorge, an ancient mural was discovered. On it was recorded a mysterious underground palace. The train of thought continued, and those rafts fell into the Man River before my eyes, floating downstream. Sun Kai recalled the encounter in the mountain valley. In the valley, he met a dandelion demon beast. After talking, they reached a cooperation agreement. Although they had an agreement, how could I entrust my back to a demon? Fortunately, I had previously made contact with Tri-Veen Man. If you count the time, he's probably about to arrive. His voice rang out coldly, full of killing intent. Tonight, we attack the guard post of the Man River, capture Tun Truong Min alive. He is the only lieutenant of the Chiu Thien Bureau in Tiat Ho village. Only he knows about Sat Than Keen Dean. The subordinates answered in unison. Understood. Deep calculations rose in Sun Kai's heart. Tun Truong Min is a local of Tiat Ho village. Perhaps he knows what I want. By the river, Truong Min observed and said in a deep voice, the mechanical soldiers are hidden along the river bend, Iron Spear underground palace. His voice became slow and steady. But their speed is not as fast as yours, go check it out. Then Truong Min continued to instruct with a cautious tone. As for the rock cave, I will set up a sensing spirit array for you. As soon as something enters, I will immediately notify you. It submerged, answering briefly. He nodded slightly, his voice carrying some satisfaction. The vegetation growing a bit more isn't bad either. Truong Min looked ahead, encouraging himself in a low voice. Come on, hurry up a bit, come on. Observing the water flow, he lowered his voice and instructed. Hide here first. After the thunderclap erupts, you must first rush into the river. The loach replied, A softshell turtle slowly crawled up, heading straight toward the submerged front hall. It extended its front claw to probe. Its body was slow but carried a vigilant air. As soon as it touched the range of the formation, the electric current flashed, making its whole body convulse. The softshell turtle's body trembled a few times, then went limp. It was immediately knocked unconscious by the shock. Truong Min stood observing from a distance. He silently assessed, what a pity that lightning at this level still couldn't kill it. If a spirit weapon were involved, he wouldn't need to act himself. On the water's surface, ripples spread out, reflecting flickering lightning flashes. The small loach didn't hesitate, immediately diving down at extreme speed. As soon as it saw the softshell turtle knocked out by the electric shock, its eyes lit up. In that gaze, undisguised excitement and anticipation were clearly revealed. He waved his hand gently as a signal, his voice calm, no need to be polite. It happily moved forward, beginning to swallow the softshell turtle without any hesitation. At that moment, behind the distant mountain range, a strange beam of light suddenly flashed. Sun Kai immediately turned his head and asked, What happened? The subordinate bowed his head and reported, Mountain Lord, in the turbid river there is a small loach swallowing a softshell turtle. His gaze instantly sharpened. He pressed further. Are you sure it's a softshell turtle? The subordinate answered, Yes. A trace of doubt arose in Sun Kai's mind. Damn it, could it be the giant demon beast sent by Bo Kong An? Bo Kong An was originally extremely cruel, and he was certain that the demon beast under his command was incredibly formidable. His eyes showed unmistakable contempt. Small loach, just that. Forget it, there is no hope in cooperating with that arrogant Bo Kong An. The subordinate cautiously asked further, Mountain Lord, shall tonight's operation still proceed? Sun Kai clasped his hands behind his back, calculating the situation in his mind. The remaining strong reinforcement team would be easily exploited by him. The final winner will definitely be this Mountain Lord. He lowered his voice and gave the order. No doubt allowed, act according to plan. The subordinate immediately bowed and replied, Understood. The loach, after finishing its meal, lay still, its body bloated. Truong Min shook his head slightly and said, Understood, the rock cave side will help you keep watch. As soon as he stepped through the door, he couldn't help but let out a long, tired yawn. An urgent call came from inside the room. Truong Yen ran out and hugged him. Brother, Truong Min frowned in confusion and asked, what are you doing? The little girl's voice was full of curiosity mixed with undisguised excitement. Brother, what did you plant in the backyard? It smells so good, can we pick it and eat it? Hearing this, his expression immediately changed and he said, no. Truong Yen pouted, her face full of grievance. Big brother doesn't love me anymore, hiding delicious food and not giving me any. Truong Min pondered silently. I just planted a live kamquiat seed in the backyard. That stuff is deadly poison. He suddenly noticed something odd. There's no smell at all. Truong Min looked down at the little girl, his eyes growing more serious. He lowered his voice. You thought it smelled very fragrant? Truong Yen nodded repeatedly. Her eyes sparkled. Yes, even more fragrant than everything we've eaten before. A sense of unease rose in his heart. Strange, it seemed there was something very unusual about his little sister. No, it's been abnormal ever since we cooked that pile of magical creatures. After a moment of contemplation, Truong Min took a deep breath and decided. Then let's go take a look. But you must listen, no eating recklessly, or else you might end up buried in the mountain. The little girl's eyes widened, curious and a bit scared. She asked softly, what is it? He looked at his little sister and slowly explained, it's a mysterious ritual. Then Truong Min led the little girl through the corridor, straight ahead. In the backyard of the pavilion, he couldn't help but frown in thought. The soil looks golden and so vigorous. In such cold weather, can a plant grow so tall? Before he could react, Truong Yen had already run inside, opening her mouth to bite down. Truong Min immediately rushed over, wrapping his arms tightly around the little girl, his voice urgent. Little sister, stop! Blocked unexpectedly, Truong Yen struggled. Struggling and crying out with deep grievance, he had to coax her softly. This really can't be eaten. How about I take you to a restaurant in the city? The little girl shook her head vigorously. No, no. Truong Min sighed, trying to negotiate 3 meals. Truong Yen counteroffered 30 meals. He frowned, gently grasped her hair, and smiled helplessly. You're deliberately bargaining. The little girl reluctantly lowered the price. 20 meals. Finally, Truong Min decisively settled it. 10 meals, deal? He had made up his mind, thinking he would go all out. Even if it cost 3 spirit stones, he couldn't let Truong Yen sneakily eat it. Immediately after, he took out the spirit stones, circulated his spiritual power, and cast a spell. Truong Min was still uneasy, continuing to ponder in his mind. How toxic is this thing really? I must find a fierce beast to test it later. Scene changed. Truong Min stood on a boat looking at the rushing water of the Man River. He frowned in confusion as he had just picked it while it was still green. Why has it now turned dry and yellow? The man behind him helped Truong Min pry open the fish's mouth to stuff the dried leaf inside. He observed the fish's reaction, his expression flickering. Dead. The toxicity is too strong, it seems it can't be eaten. Without further hesitation, Truong Min kicked it hard with his toe. The fish into the river. He raised his eyebrows slightly, muttering to himself, just one dry leaf and the toxicity is that strong. Then Truong Min thought for a moment. He gestured, catch that fish and grill it. Night gradually fell. At the pavilion, Van Pham shouted in panic. Fire! He waved his hand and said, let's go check it out. His voice was casual, tinged with fatigue. Fires like this happen often in the village, no need to pay attention, as long as it doesn't burn over here. Elsewhere, Sun Kai slowly asked how the grilled meat tasted. His subordinate coughed lightly, face slightly pale, and bowed his head. The fire was a bit strong, so it slightly burnt. As soon as he smelled something strange in the air, his eyes changed. This is poisonous smoke. Sun Kai circulated his spiritual power, thinking secretly, who is it? Could they know what it is? Deliberately scheming against me. He glanced around and asked, how are you all? The subordinate struggled to stay conscious, answering weakly. Mountain Lord, I'm fine, but I need to meditate and rest. Tonight's operation, I'm afraid. Sun Kai's expression grew darker. He thought this operation has just begun, allies are already dead, everyone poisoned. Sun Kai gritted his teeth and decisively ordered to cancel the operation. Elsewhere, Truong Min was quietly meditating. Burning through the 5th purified meridian, he silently checked his own condition. Through the upgrade of the little turtle, the innate divine art from the turtle not only devours shells, but even metal. Normally, it can hide helmets and armor within the body, automatically manifesting to protect the body in danger. But helmets and armor don't suit his identity as a sword immortal. After some consideration, Truong Min exhaled and abandoned the idea. Tomorrow, send the Dao soldiers to patrol, first get some sleep. The pale sunlight shone on the mountainside. He observed the surrounding. The scenery was eerily quiet. The next day, he concealed his aura, slowly analyzing in his heart. Extraordinary aura hiding silently at the door. The newcomers were not friendly, it was about the tomb. These people had been here all morning. The mechanical Dao soldiers were all drawn here by them. If only he could leave a pair of eyes. A thought flashed. Truong Min recalled memories from his past life. Heavenly eyes were everywhere on the streets in my previous life. Could they be used here? He calmly calculated step by step. Just refine the eyes of the mechanical Dao soldiers separately, then add a related formation. This was a wireless camera device. Due to his own strength limitations, each heavenly eye could only operate within a range of 10 miles. Truong Min seemed to think of the key point, his eyes lighting up. I've got it, relay devices. One heavenly eye can link up to 5 relay devices. If so, the effective link distance between the heavenly eye and himself would reach 60 miles. Later, he could just send the mechanical Dao soldiers to set them up elsewhere. His subordinate said cheerfully, "Thankfully we have the Mountain Lord's spirit pill. Otherwise, this toxin would truly be very difficult to expel." Sun Kai stood in silence. His gaze icy, murderous intent surged. Tonight, attack the guard post, capture the elder Mindu at Thoi Lan but Mountain Bok Lik Kwang. At the guard post construction site, he looked calm, then slowly spoke. The Bok Bo guard post on Bok Lik Kwang has just had its foundation laid. If this pace continues, next year it may not be finished. Truong Min frowned slightly, alert. Are these paper people? What kind of bizarre things are these? A suspicion rose in his heart, unless it was related to those people in the cave. Could this be the work of the Chiu Thien too? The sun gradually hid behind the mountains, the sky darkened as the gloom silently spread. The space suddenly shifted, a thick yin-cold aura pervading. This place is Ghost Domain. En's dry voice echoed through the space. Those 3 fools are in seclusion. Now the entire Ghost Domain is under Lord Kot Hai's command. Suddenly a bullet shot over, blasting straight through En's white-boned skull. His skull head fell to the ground, rolling several times with a clattering sound. Right after, several more bullets came, shooting straight at En's head. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "You Kwak Kung Nguyen, honored lord," Kachach said calmly. "There is a task to assign to you." Yen immediately replied, "Little Kot would rather die than refuse." Excitement welled up in his heart. At last, the honored lord had given him a command. This truly meant he was regarded as a subordinate. He nodded slightly and gave the order. "A group of people who easily disgust others, take men and deal with them." En replied, "Understood, understood." Cao calmly continued, "All right, go quickly and handle it. I will wait here for your news." He walked and pondered. Every word of the honored lord had to be carefully analyzed. If he said a group of people, then he must bring a group of people. Yen silently calculated the military strength. He was leading a second-tier squad, but the soldiers were all first-tier, somewhat shameful. He scolded his subordinates with a contemptuous tone. "Usually you just laze around, now it's time to put you to use. Look at each of you, what kind of trash cultivation levels are these? Bringing a bunch of fools like you out, I, your lord, feel utterly humiliated." En pointed straight at the guy and said, "Truong Du Ho, what are you looking at?" "I'm talking about you." Called by name, Du Ho, startled, quickly turned his head to look at him with panic. En calmly reached into his robe, pulling out several black beads shimmering with ghost energy. Then he immediately threw them towards his weak subordinates. The subordinates were shocked to feel their cultivation surge, advancing from first tier to second tier. The second tier leader advanced to third tier. "All right." He crooked his finger, his cold voice rang out, "Truong Du Ho, get your ass over here." The man panicked. Me." En raised his hand to cast a spell. Ghost power instantly locked Du Ho's body in place. A nearby subordinate, after a slight hesitation, swung a foot and kicked him hard in the back. Struck, Du Ho collapsed to the ground in pain. His whole body trembled, then a massive surge of spiritual energy flooded into him. His meridians burst, and the corner of En's mouth curled up in satisfaction. This was the appearance of a deputy commander. In his heart, pride surged. "I've performed so well, the envoy lord will surely notice me." The other subordinates looked on, their eyes full of envy and awe. This guy had advanced from second tier to third tier. En's voice boomed with authority. "Move out," Kachach sighed inwardly. So it turns out that just following the right big brother makes advancement this simple. Du Ho spurred his horse forward, his sharp gaze fixed into the distance, spotting the group of paper people ahead. "Deal with them, leave not a single one behind." He stomped hard on the stirrups, his body launching from the horse's back high into the air. In midair, Du Ho swung his blade down, splitting a paper person in two. He raised an eyebrow, his voice full of scorn. "Not even yin souls. What's with these paper people you use? They're infuriating to look at." The sky grew dark. The sunset light disappeared behind the mountain range, darkness slowly spreading. Bakengo approached, his voice filled with panic. "Mountain Lord, my sword pointer was attacked." Sun Kai frowned, his gaze icy. "What happened? Unless it's the people of Chiu Thien too." He reported the situation. "No, it was a group of knights with ghost fire burning on them." "Could it be Yin soldiers passing through?" From another direction, a subordinate's respectful voice sounded. "Reporting to the king, the paper people have all been dealt with cleanly." Under the gloomy sky, the subordinates stood in neat formation before En, their auras surging. He nodded lightly. "Well done." En thought to himself that the honored lord would certainly be very satisfied. He then waved his hand to signal, his voice echoing throughout the camp. "Withdraw." In the distance, Thien Viet hid behind a rock, silently observing the entire scene. He muttered in fright. I've seen this ghost creature before, back when I went to find the sad assassin with the Jio Thien Ho group. The one who came at the end to snatch it. Wasn't it this very one? Sun Kai sensed the spiritual energy within him in chaos. His expression gradually darkened. His cultivation had fallen to the second realm. Bakungo trembled as he said, Mountain Lord, these ghost creatures are growing stronger. And moreover, it seems there's an even stronger ghost domain stationed behind them. He clenched his fist, thinking, that demonic beast puppet was intercepted and killed, plus that strange poisonous smoke. I thought that was a coincidence. But now it seems my movements may have been discovered by someone else. Sun Kai remained silent for a moment, finally deciding to cancel tonight's operation. Everyone be on high alert, do not act recklessly. The subordinate replied, understood. The space shifted, the scenery turning gloomy, thick with ghost energy, ghost domain. Katrak calmly asked, can you eradicate the grass completely? He bowed deeply and said, this small nation is truly powerless, but if the old ghost makes a move, it is actually possible. He silently analyzed, this is exactly the limitation of ghost cultivation. Although it matures quickly, it is clearly too short-lived compared to Little Bone. Crushing these paper people is just a trivial matter, but if one wants to rely on the traces of the spell left behind to find the one who sent them, I'm afraid it will be somewhat difficult. He continued, Lord, these paper people are truly sword chi beings, using sword chi to replace ghost chi. He squinted slightly and thought, sword chi. The steady voice carried a profound meaning. This time, the purpose of sending you out, do you understand it clearly? Yen replied with absolute deference. I only help the Lord with tasks, I don't think that much. Katrak shook his head slightly with a look of dis. You are also a ferocious creature that has lived for thousands of years, how can you be so foolish? To seek the great Tao, you must use your heart to progress. He repeatedly kowtowed and replied, Little Bone is only loyal to the Lord, other deep thoughts are unnecessary. Zhuang Min silently muttered sarcastically, I didn't expect that a heap of your bone balls could also become a bootlicker. Katrak calmly ordered, increase the manpower and from now on patrol the area around the ghost domain. Yin blankly replied, patrol. He bowed deeply and respectfully bid farewell, respectfully seeing off the Lord. Yen stood there pondering, patrol, what is the Lord's deeper meaning? No, I must call the ghosts to analyze exactly what the Lord meant. Yu Ho bowed his head very low and cautiously spoke. Lord caught high. This humble one has some opinions, I wonder if I should speak, he angrily shouted. Why are you still following me? Get lost quickly. The guy shut his eyes tightly and replied. Lord caught high, this humble one feels that the Lord's intention is not to go patrolling, but to receive new ghosts. Yen narrowed his eye sockets and said in a deep voice. Continue. Du Ho took a deep breath and slowly analyzed. What kind of identity does the Lord have? Only the four lords, including Lord Kot Hai and our Lord, have seen the initial form of this underworld, which is why they chose us. And now, the newly born ghosts around here mostly will enter our ghost domain. But this is not the setup of the underworld. The Lord told us to patrol, perhaps hoping that among the patrol team, soul-reaping envoys can be born. He happily replied, exactly, I thought the same. When encountering new ghosts, we welcome them here. When meeting those unwilling, we forcibly reap their souls and bring them here. If so, sooner or later we can also produce more soul-reaping envoys. All sorts of calculations surfaced in Yen's mind. But if this is not arranged properly, I fear that in the future I will become the commander of the soul-reaping envoys, the ox head and horse face. No, at the very least I am Yama. What are the ox head and horse face? His voice was low and carried an order. Truong Du Thai, you do it well. I will keep a position of ox head and horse face for you. Du Ho trembled with excitement, quickly knelt down and replied, Thank you, my lord, for your cultivation. Yen lightly flicked his sleeve in response. Go and establish a set of patrol regulations. He nodded repeatedly, not daring to delay in the slightest. Understood, understood. Early the next morning, Thien Viet stood up straight and said with a voice full of sincerity, Tun Tong Kai, for your great kindness, I don't know how to thank you. These are all top-grade cooking ingredients found in the Hong Thatch Cave. The young lady will certainly be satisfied. He then took out an exquisite wooden box. Softly introduced, the Mong Sun Cloud Tea from Great and Go, a tribute to us, suits the temperament of a lofty hermit like you best. Zhuang Min replied, put it there. Thien Viet paused slightly, then said with extreme politeness, then I shall not disturb you further. He smiled lightly and said, it's not easy to make the trip, stay and have a meal before you go. He quickly waved his hands, his face showing embarrassment. That would be too much trouble. Zhuang Min still calmly said, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's just the meal my little sister cooks every day. At the same time, old Bao thought to himself, such good ingredients have been cut so messily, her knife skills are truly terrible. He frowned again. He sighed inwardly, she doesn't even understand basic heat control. As soon as Thien Viet stepped in, he was stunned and thought, what's wrong? Why didn't Chef Bao cook himself? Thien Viet sighed softly. Eating a meal, the most important thing is not what you eat but who you eat with. Just then Truong Yen's voice rang out, "Time to eat, the food is ready." Old Bao immediately rushed over, saying, "Coming, coming, finally I get to eat." Truong Yen frowned and lightly tapped his head with a ladle. "No manners." He clutched his head in pain. "I was wrong, but you can't blame me, every time I just can't help myself." Then the little girl turned and called, "Brother, time to eat." He smiled and said, "Coming." Truong Min slowly spoke. "At home it's just me and my little sister. We don't have many rules, just help yourself to the food." Thien Viet hurriedly nodded, "Yes, yes." When he saw Old Bao taking too much, he quickly stopped him. "Hey, aren't you the chef of Hong Thatch Cave? Why are you acting like a hungry ghost? Leave some for me." He concentrated on picking up a large piece of food and put it straight into his mouth. In Old Bao's mind, many flashes of light flickered. So food can be combined like this. It looks very careless, but it actually has deep meaning. I've realized it. Sitting opposite, Truong Yen silently observed. Could it be that I've invited a crazy chef? After finishing eating, he suddenly slammed his bowl onto the table. With a decisive motion, Old Bao's entire aura noticeably changed, his spirit suddenly extraordinarily excited. Thien Viet stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. What's going on? This is cooking skill that enlightens one to the Tao. But he's just an ordinary person, how could it be? The more he thought, the more absurd it seemed. A person with fundamentally no cultivation aptitude, after eating a few meals cooked by someone else's little sister, actually achieved enlightenment. Old Bao was overjoyed, as if basking in a space full of gold, silver, and jewels. Thien Viet was still sitting at the dining table, rubbing his chin in thought. Gaining insight and finally stepping onto the path of great cultivation is also rare. After entering the cultivation path, such oddities actually have smooth sailing, becoming legends across the 8 wildernesses. As expected, I still shouldn't associate a greasy cook with the legends of history. Thinking so, Thien Viet looked toward Truong Yen. The girl was burying her face in a bowl of rice. The only one who can explain everything is Miss Tun. Then Thien Viet turned his eyes toward Truong Min. He was also enjoying the meal very much. This brother-sister pair is truly unfathomable. In Thien Viet's mind, an evil image of the two siblings Truong Min formed. This matter must be reported to Lord Chiliar. Absolutely cannot only care about Mr. Tun and neglect his little sister. Truong Yen saw that in Thien Viet's bowl there was a piece of meat untouched by chopsticks. The girl quickly said, "Big brother, are you not eating this piece of meat? Then I will help you take care of it. I remember Big brother doesn't like fatty meat. Then I'll pick it up." Then Truong Yen unhesitatingly used her own chopsticks to point at the piece of meat in Thien Viet's bowl. Thien Viet heard this and felt softened. He voluntarily picked up the fatty piece of meat and put it into Truong Yen's bowl. "Big brother is full, the rest is for you, must not waste it." While the 4 people at the table were eating happily, Truong Min discovered something. "Hey, how come you have spiritual energy now?" Truong Min quickly ordered a guard standing nearby. "Since that's the case, go call Van Pham here." This guard promptly obeyed Truong Min's order immediately. Understood. Not long after, Van Pham arrived. He clasped his hands and bowed his head. "Lord Centurion, Commander Tun." Seeing that the person he wanted to meet had arrived, Truong Min got straight to the point without any hesitation. "From now on, you will be responsible for teaching cultivation matters to Master Bao and my little sister. This is not considered an apprenticeship, so I cannot give you a formal status." Hearing that, Van Pham was about to use reason to refute Truong Min's words. "My Van family's secret techniques are no ordinary thing." Van Pham hadn't finished speaking when Thien Viet suddenly jumped in and cut him off. "I'm willing, let me." Seeing Thien Viet so eager, Truong Min rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Then Bok Lakang saw Truong Min deep in thought. Thien Viet waved his hand and added a few words to persuade him. "The Centurion station hasn't been built yet. During this time, I happen to have nothing to do. By freeloading a few meals from you, sir, I can conveniently talk about cultivation knowledge with the young lady." Hearing that, Truong Min was extremely delighted. He clasped his hands in thanks before Thien Viet. "Then I'll trouble you, Lord Centurion." Thien Viet also smiled. He also clasped his hands before his chest and said a few polite words. "Sir, you are too polite. I should still thank you for agreeing." Hearing this, Van Pham was so shocked that he froze. He thought to himself, "Lord Centurion, have you gone mad? Can the High Sun sect's secret techniques behind you forgive you?" Meanwhile, Thien Viet covered his mouth and laughed cunningly. In his mind, he had some thoughts about benefits. A figure like the young lady, how could it ever be our turn? Obviously, the sir has no time to teach. Such a narrow-minded view, this kind of great opportunity I must take. At the rear courtyard of the guard station, Thien Viet was there for work when suddenly a soldier ran up anxiously. At the rear courtyard of the guard station, "Something's wrong, Lord Centurion." This soldier clasped his hands and immediately reported, his voice extremely urgent. "Lord Centurion, hurry into the Tu Ku Veen. We found a group of people in the cave at the village gate. All of them are powerhouses of the 3rd and 4th great realms." Thien Viet, seeing his subordinate's improper demeanor, immediately scolded. "What are you panicking about? When has our Chiu Thien Tu ever been afraid of others?" A guard standing nearby stared wide-eyed at Thien Viet. It seemed he greatly admired Thenviat. Lord Centurion indeed has the bearing of a leader. Strong enemies are ahead, but he remains very calm. After scolding his subordinate, Thenviat turned and left, his demeanor very composed. With the Sir stationed here, what is there to fear? But I must go and invite the Sir for a moment. In the tightly shut house, it seemed Thenviat had recounted the whole story to Truong Min. I know. Thenviat stood at attention. It looked like he greatly admired Truong Min and was willing to obey his orders. Indeed, everything was under the Sir's control. After hearing the information from Thenviat, Truong Min fell into deep thought. He rubbed his chin. Perhaps those people. What exactly do they want to do? At this moment, Sun Kai is leading a gang fully equipped with weapons, swords, spears, and such. Sun Kai's group walks along a forest trail. All around is dense forest. Sun Kai wears an angry and somewhat unwilling expression. He grits his teeth. Just a minor 100 household officer. I can flip him over with a single move. It's just that existence lurking in the dark is far from ordinary. Must not act rashly. It's better to wait for strong reinforcements to arrive. At that point, I'll be in the open while the strong reinforcements remain in the shadows. We'll definitely strike before that person can even react. One of Sun Kai's subordinates speaks up. Fear is clear on his face. Chief Sun, what should we do next? I have other plans. Sun Kai turned sharply toward the subordinate and replied, rest for now, halt all troops and make no move. At a river with crystal clear water, surrounded by small jutting rocks, the Man River, Truong Min is inside the body of a loach. He has witnessed everything on the Man River bridge. Truong Min is possessing a body, watching a group of people change into different clothes. Seemingly to disguise themselves, these people are dressing up as merchants. Truong Min also sees one of them toss away a hat and stuff a notebook into a tree hollow. Those are spies from the Nam My Kingdom. As Truong Min sees the scene before him, his mind fills with the history of Nam My Kingdom. 600 years ago, Nam My Kingdom was a treacherous, savage place. Under the aid and civilizing influence of the great Ngo dynasty, it gradually developed and became a vassal state. The Nam My Kingdom faced many rebellions. At critical moments, it was always the prince and the local Ngo people weeping and pleading, begging the imperial court to send heavenly troops to quell the chaos. Only then could they rule Nam My long term. Truong Min replays in his mind the war from many years ago. But 600 years ago, 600 Hong Dai worm battleships swarmed into Nam My Kingdom. They quickly threw in their lot with the Hong Dai worms, and the cultivation methods of the Hong Dai worms were vigorously promoted throughout the country. Repeatedly, they provoked disputes along the southern border of the great Ngo dynasty. Truong Min imagines the desolate scenes of that history in his head. At that time, the great Ngo dynasty was corrupt and had no strength to resist. Almost every year, incidents of Nam My people slaughtering great Ngo people occurred. Truong Min is now in the body of a bird, perched on a tree to observe the situation. Now that Nam My people have appeared here, it is absolutely not a good thing. Track them first to see what's going on, then decide whether to report to the Triuthene too or not. Tun Truong Min is possessing a body. One morning, in a certain town bustling with people coming and going, Ngu Kao town, in contrast to the lively scene in town. Inside a temple, the atmosphere is very quiet. At the river god temple, a disciple enters and announces an important matter to Trin Fong. Master, lately an evil creature has been running rampant in town. And as for the river god, people say that old man has never blessed our merchant boats. Trin Fong is still clasping his hands in pious devotion to his faith. He replies angrily, the entire crew on those boats are not sincere believers. They actually think that merely offering a few pigs and goats at the temple will gain them the protection of Lord River God. How truly naive. How could such mundane livestock ever catch the eye of Lord River God? Those people deserve to be abandoned by Lord River God. This disciple seems to be someone who clearly distinguishes right from wrong. He speaks his mind, but even so, those foolish commoners do not understand the master's wisdom, able to see through all their true natures. They are easily incited by these evil creatures. Hearing that, Trin Fong makes a bold decision without any hesitation. Lord River God has his own plans, but we as believers must also demonstrate our own work. Here, take a portion of the believers' cash donations, recruit more people, and secretly form a protector squad to strike down those evil creatures. The disciple shows obedience. He clasps his hands in front of his chest and replies swiftly, yes. To what degree should we strike these evil beings? Please make it clear, Master. Trin Fong raises a determined fist. An angry expression appears on his face. These things that slander the river god. Their crimes are unforgivable, and naturally they must meet total destruction. A boat is sailing along the riverbank. They are about to reach their destination. Ahead is Tiat Ho village. Steer the boat a bit further from the shore. The cold poison of Tiat Ho village is no joke. Don't let it infect us. Suddenly, the water surface ripples. The boat shakes violently. The people on board panic. "What on earth is happening? Wasn't it said the river god protects us?" A huge tremor suddenly erupts in front of the boat, making it rock even more. It turns out a bizarre clam is trying to swallow the boat with its jagged shell. Someone falls over from the rocking and he struggles to cry out. In reproach, this river god is utterly useless. Regrettably, it's too late for regrets. The clam, in its rage, is suddenly bound tightly around its kernel right in the center by a cord. The cord wraps tighter and tighter, preventing the kernel from launching any more attacks that could harm the boat. Before long, the clam crashes down to the water's surface, seemingly unable to resist any further. Those cords turn out to be the whiskers of a loach. Also known as Truong Min's pet, the loach flicks its tail and lashes out its whiskers, shattering the clam's shell to pieces. The loach uses its long whiskers to yank the clam's kernel up. It looks incredibly painful. Then the loach rips the kernel away, staining the clam shell with blood. The people on the boat witnessed the entire scene just now. They were extremely respectful. That was Jiang then protects us. Without being told, everyone spontaneously chanted the god's name. Jiang then protect, Jiang then protect. Amid the cheers, the loach used its barbels to pull the clam's flesh down to the water's surface. Jiang then protect. Jiang then protect. At that very moment, Truong Min was possessing a small bird, perched on a tree to eavesdrop on the situation at Chan and Gu Kao, the inn. In the form of a bird, Truong Min easily sneaked into an inn. What's been going on lately? Even the Nam Nai country thousands of miles away are all targeting our tiny isolated hamlet. Damn, these Nam Nai people are using the Nam Nai language. Good thing I know the beast tongue art. The distance isn't far. 1 day by waterway is a day and a half on land. Truong Min used a spell formula to try and understand what those people were saying. Husni was standing right next to Vi Dean too, and he offered his opinion. It seemed this was an extremely important matter. If we just find Mang and Ga Hu and obtain the Hien Ko too, it will be a great merit. The junior lord will definitely reward us. Let's be careful. As long as we don't get caught by him, he won't even know we're here. How could that possibly hinder us? Upon hearing that, Vi Dean too immediately retorted, presenting a seemingly reasonable argument. But that man from Go is both powerful and influential. Once he discovers us, I'm afraid even if we find the Hien Ko too, we won't be able to bring it back to Nam Mai. Vi Dean to look stern. He placed his hand on the table and gave an order to his subordinate. The lowly Go people want to borrow our strength but won't reveal the truth. If they won't cooperate, so be it, Husni. Bring out the map, let's study it further. As soon as Vi Dean to finished speaking, Husni obeyed and went straight away. Yes, my lord. In a small room, Truong Min sat brooding on a divan. The small guard post room. Then Truong Min opened his eyes. He rubbed his chin, contemplating what he had just heard. Where Mang and Ga Hu is, I don't know. But the Hien Ko too is right here with me. You're certainly on a wild goose chase. However, from the sound of it, there is someone in the Go court colluding with them, and that person seems to hold a very high position. The more Truong Min thought about it, the more unacceptable he found it. He declared he absolutely would not let it go. One early morning, in a forested mountain area, the weather was cool. Sun Kai was holding a memorial tablet in his hand. His expression was as if he suddenly remembered something important. Huveen Man will likely arrive in a few days. Get in touch. A subordinate of Sun Kai saw his leader leave. He called after him, but Sun Kai didn't look back. Where are you going, Mountain Lord? At an inn in a quiet room, 5 people were all staring at a glowing object on the table. Chan and Gu Kao, the inn. Vi Dean to rested his chin on his hand, his face clearly pensive, then he ordered, let's first hear what he has to say. This spirit tablet belongs to Sun Kai. It seems to be conveying Sun Kai's words to Vi Dean to's group. You have arrived late. This matter is of great importance. Previously, for safety. The specific situation was not disclosed to everyone. Now it can be told. I have discovered an underground palace with countless treasures. But the guardian of the underground palace is extremely powerful. You and I must certainly cooperate. If successful, I will take 60% of the treasures. The rest belongs to you. All of Sun Kai's words were overheard by Truong Min, who was utterly astonished. In the future, if you have other matters, you may also come to me. As long as the price is suitable, I will fully support you. Understood. Truong Min's heart suddenly became furious beyond words. This guy didn't say enough. Just give enough and I could even sell you the great Ngo dynasty. Then Truong Min rested his chin and pondered as if calculating his next move. This voice is quite strange though, but the underground palace. Could it be the Thiat Thuong Mountain underground palace? Whether it is or not, we must quickly search during this time. On Vi Dean Tu's side, after hearing Sun Kai's words, he laughed gleefully, then hurried. The more so, the more advantageous for him. After careful thought, Vi Dean Tu spoke up to affirm the relationship between the two sides. Your Excellency, to avoid exposure, we are extremely cautious. Therefore, our speed is a few days slower than imagined. We of Nam Nai and Your Excellency are forever good friends. You can always trust us. Husni was delighted, thinking that his side had gained the upper hand. Husni said to another person sitting beside him, "So the people of Great and Go still don't know we've arrived. Tomorrow we set out to search for Mang Nha Hu." This person showed irritation and replied to Husni very rationally. The Nam Nai kingdom had long intended to swallow Great and Go whole. This Great and Go person could become our inside agent. If we offend him and cut off relations over this, it would be somewhat regrettable. Vidin Tu was the final decision maker. He outlined the tasks to be done. First, find Hyen Ko 2, help the young kingdom ruler achieve great cultivation success. This is an important mission. At that time, I will take a few people to stay behind and humor that Great and Go person. All of this was overheard by Truong Min. After hearing Vidin Tu's ambition, Truong Min silently pondered this maliciousness. This Nam Nai kingdom truly has a vicious heart, even dreaming of swallowing my Great and Go dynasty. Aren't you afraid of choking to death yourselves? Then Truong Min showed great confidence. It seems he was ready to receive his opponents. If that's the case, as the host, I must give you a proper reception. Truong Min sat on the divan. He rubbed his chin, plotting his next move. But before dealing with these Nam Nai people, I must first go to the ghost domain to check the situation. They may be useful later. It seemed Truong Min had thought of something. He called Little Loach to go to the ghost domain. The Loach had gone down into the deep river. It looked around as if searching for something but saw nothing. The ghost domain at the bottom of the Mun River. In a dark watery space, ships still passed back and forth around. Ghost domain. Yen stood with his arms on the boat's gunwale. He made a suggestion to an ugly person before him. "Someone as unlucky as you. I will help you exchange for a giant boar-headed monster, making other ghosts fear you. Are you willing?" This person knelt and begged for mercy. The situation seemed very dire. "Please, great lord, spare this lowly one." Suddenly Yen noticed the Loach's appearance. He turned to observe. The Loach had just jumped onto the boat when Yen bowed respectfully. Little Bone bows to the exalted one. It turned out Truong Min had possessed the Loach. Truong Min asked Yen, "How is the matter of the ghost patrols going?" Yen cautiously answered Truong Min, now standing up. "Everything is going smoothly. In just a few days, the patrol range of the soul fragments has all received guidance from the ghost domain. The renowned have come to seek refuge." Truong Min listened to Yen's report, pondered, and looked very satisfied. "This is good. We can control new ghost soul. All are brought into the ghost domain." After thinking, Truong Min praised Yen. He smiled brightly even in the Loach's form. "Well done." Yen chuckled, showing himself to be utterly loyal to Truong Min. "It's nothing. This little bone only knows loyalty and service to the honored master." Having heard, Truong Min continued about the upcoming tasks there. "This is only the first step. Next, we must establish a system of rewarding good and punishing evil. In the ghost domain, the wicked will be judged for their sins committed while alive." Yen seemed to worship Truong Min thoroughly. He clasped his hands at his chest and praised Truong Min. "The honored master is wise." Yen followed Truong Min's orders. He covered his joyful smile with his hand. But in his head were only calculations. Isn't this exactly building a small underworld court? Reward the good, punish the evil, judge the sins before death. As long as you hold this object in your hand, at the very least you are a judge. The next step, should we build a prison? Then later advance a step and upgrade into the 18th level of hell. Yen suddenly seemed to recall something. He gradually revealed a look of regret. Yen rubbed his chin again, pondering, as if weighing a very important matter. "No, a judge is not bad either, but my goal is a private hall." Seeing Yen had been thinking for a long time, very meticulously, Truong Min spoke up. "This position of judge, do you have anyone suitable to recommend?" Yen heard Truong Min's suggestion, but he was still thinking. "This entrust to whom? Among my subordinates there is no such person." On Truong Min's side, he seemed unable to wait a single second or minute more. "Quickly choose someone." Seeing Truong Min seemed impatient, Yen then answered Truong Min succinctly, "Yes." While pondering, Yen felt someone behind him was causing trouble. This demon unleashed several moves in midair, causing the dark space to suddenly brighten. It seemed it could no longer endure. Yen went to the bow of the boat, pointed, and shouted, "What the hell is this? How dare you come here to cause trouble?" Yen's subordinate quickly approached. He knelt down and reported everything to Yen. "My lord, there is a new ghost, very insolent, who does not obey our rules and even assaulted and injured our people. But my lord, rest assured, the commander has already gone there. That ghost will certainly not have a good end." Upon hearing this, Yen not only was not pleased but grew even angrier. He cursed under his breath. "A bunch of fools. I upgraded you, yet you get beaten by another. Are you deliberately trying to make me lose face in front of the master?" Du-ho felt extremely confident. He jumped out of the boat, intending to go to the place of disturbance. "My lord, let me go check it out." Another beam of light soon merged with the two previous beams. But not long after, Du-ho's power could no longer be felt. Yen grew more and more furious. He could no longer sit still and rush to that spot. These good-for-nothings, they let that new ghost run amok again. Still, this king must personally take action. Not long after, Yen returned, still carrying by the hand a man wearing a conical hat. That was Dong Fuang. Yen set Dong Fuang down in the boat's hold. The man showed no signs of resistance. Upon seeing this person, Truong Min in the form of a loach was very surprised. Truong Min immediately recognized who the person in front of him was. At this moment, Dong Fuang's eyes were already pitch black. Uncle Calamity? No, it is Uncle Dong Fuang. Uncle Dong Fuang is truly formidable. Entering Fan Kao Lao for so long, yet only dying tonight. Yen smiled and then said to Truong Min. It seemed he could not wait any longer. Master, wait a moment, let this underling handle this guy. Before Yen could finish speaking, Truong Min interrupted and assigned a task to Dong Fuang. I see the judge position, this ghost is very suitable. Hearing this task, both Yen and Dong Fuang were extremely surprised. Although he was possessing the loach, Truong Min could still sense the immense power that Dong Fuang possessed. This power is perhaps a strange treasure, worthy of being a fate-wandering talent. In Neem An's eyes, there is even a yin treasure. Dong Fuang was still bound. He spoke provocatively to Truong Min's group. You want me to be the judge, your ambition is not small. Hearing that, Truong Min also provoked back. No one knew why he did so. What's the matter? Don't you dare. Only then did Yen have the extra time to personally witness and assess the ghost named Dong Fuang before him. This new ghost is extraordinarily formidable. Just having become a ghost, he is already level 3. In the future, he may become the 5th person of the ghost domain. Truong Min no longer hesitated or beat around the bush, but asked directly to the point. With your strength, can you resist the pull of the ghost domain? Why did you come to this place? Dong Fuang remained stubborn, not revealing a single bit of new information. I was just curious, taking a stroll, that's all. Without waiting for Dong Fuang's consent, Truong Min immediately decided the judge position. All right, this matter is decided then. This gentleman, Dong Fuang, state your full name. He bowed and cheerfully replied, just call me Ghost Talent is fine. Seeing that everything seemed settled, Truong Min gave the order to Dong Fuang. Judge Ghost Talent may now begin the trial. Then, Yen pointed his finger at Dong Fuang and transferred power to him. It seemed that at this very moment, Dong Fuang transformed back into a human. He stood with his arms crossed, now changing his name to Two Hand. Two Hand's eyes were no longer pitch black. He raised his hand high and unleashed power, rays of light flying up into the sky. And flying straight towards the distance, Two Hand chased after those rays of light. Before long, from those rays of light, a large golden building emerged. Inside that building were all the necessary brushes and ink stones. The golden light it emitted was very pleasant. High above were lines of text instructing people to do good deeds. Right in the center was the name of this building, written in very elegant calligraphy. Truong Min could not help but admire Two Hand's skill. He thought to himself, not bad, Uncle Dong Fuang was born to be a judge. The building had not been erected long before a group of people came to kneel before the steps. Please, my lord, uphold justice for us. Two Hands solemnly examined the records. Then he pronounced decisively about these people. Looking at your records, it is truly an unexpected calamity. Moreover, those foreign spies are also very ruthless. After saying that earlier sentence, Two Hand raised his face to look toward them and spoke clearly. So now, humans and ghosts gather in one place from now on. You can rest assured and stay here to cultivate. In the future, there will be prospects. One person was crying. This person knelt down and recounted the tragedies of his life. I am not some great rich or noble person. The people in the clan pooled money to have this merchant caravan, taking advantage of free time to earn silver to supplement the clan. But unexpectedly, the first time going out, we encountered disaster. Now I die in a foreign land. The whole team probably cannot survive anymore. After listening, Two Hand, very wise, immediately gave a judgment for the good people. These people, before they died, did good deeds and accumulated virtue. Reward each of them with a drop of yin water wine. Clearly, Truong Min and Yen were still there witnessing everything. Truong Min was very satisfied with Two Hand's side. He called him Little Bone. Yen was even more satisfied. The more he watched, the more tears streamed down, but he still answered Truong Min, here, Little Bone. Truong Min explained to Yen some things that he must know in life. Although it is said that the biggest rule of the ghost domain is not to interfere with the real world, but there are some things that make others hard to accept. Yen saw that Truong Min was being serious, so he also switched to serious mode. Lord, just be angry, Little Bone will certainly help you erase the sadness in your heart. Then suddenly, Truong Min turned to mood mode. He suddenly opened up to Yen. Isn't it just because of my regret? After listening, Yen nodded with satisfaction. He spoke out what he had just realized. Little Bone understands. Regret can possibly turn into a demonic obstacle on the future cultivation path. Hearing that, Truong Min glanced over at Yen, showing that he didn't really trust this Bone guy much. What do you understand? Before leaving, Truong Min gave an order to Yen. This is something very important. Give them power so they can go take revenge. But but you must make it clear to them that this is an act that does not comply with the rules. After they return, they must be punished. Yen heard Truong Min's order, clasped his hands respectfully, and said obediently, "Little Bone understands." Yen immediately carried out what Truong Min had just entrusted. He went to the group of people and mediated. "Are you willing to do this?" The group all agreed with Yen's words. Everyone bowed their heads. They begged, "Sir, please grant this." Once done, Yen waved his hand and created some kind of power. Then he ordered, "All right, you may go." On the chests of these people, a strange blue-black light radiated, making them very astonished. Then these people flew down to the mortal world, and Yen still watched them fly far away. At this time, Yen and Du-ho were standing next to each other. Yen showed a worried expression and asked Du-ho, "What does the Lord mean by this?" Du-ho did not answer Yen's question immediately but thought to himself, "You're asking a pig butcher." After a while, Du-ho spoke up. His words proved that he had thought very clearly. "As I, your subordinate, see it, the Lord probably has very profound intentions." Then Du-ho analyzed it for Yen to understand, of course according to his own understanding. First, many people of the merchant group died unjustly. The obsession in their hearts is extremely strong. If not dealt with, sooner or later there will be more disaster. Du-ho spoke of the second aspect, also explaining in detail. Second, as the ghost domain develops, in the future such matters will certainly become more and more frequent. If handled according to the old rules of the underworld's law, it would create a worse situation. The Lord's coming here sets a precedent, equivalent to opening a gateway. Then Du-ho mentioned the last point he thought of, all explained thoroughly. Finally, when the Lord proposed establishing a judge position, he once asked Your Excellency if there was a suitable person. The difficulty Your Excellency faced at that time. Perhaps the Lord has already seen it. After this, the new ghost merchant group and Your Excellency will form a karmic bond. From now on, they will be your people. In the future, no matter what happens, it won't be that there is no one. After hearing Du-ho's words, Yen felt moved by Truong Min's intentions. He shed tears. "The Lord is far-sighted, while I am shallow in understanding. Such profound intentions, and moreover, he cares about a small fry like me. Even if my flesh is torn and bones shattered, I would not hesitate to avoid any future confusion." Du-ho added that this is only subjective judgment. As for the Lord's intentions, this humble official fears he has only seen a few parts. Nevertheless, Yen still greatly valued this judgment of Du-ho and directly praised him. "You have done very well." One night, at a small temple located in a desolate land, Vidianto's group, traveling at night, was delayed and had to take shelter nearby. Vidianto spoke, "Rest for half an hour, then continue the journey." Suddenly, Husni seemed to have sensed something. Husni shouted, "Hey, look over there!" As soon as Vidianto looked, he immediately recognized an acquaintance. He laughed sinisterly and said, "It's the merchant from the lake, a little ghost who doesn't know his own strength, daring to lecture us." This group of ghosts, without anyone guiding them, encouraged one another. Their eyes were full of murderous intent. "Tonight we'll end your obsessions from when you were alive. Rest in peace as a ghost." Vidianto stepped forward and issued a challenge. He seemed very confident, not worried about becoming a ghost himself. "Today we'll scatter your souls. You won't even be able to be ghosts." After saying that, Vidianto apparently thought he was very cool, so he laughed loudly a few times. The laughter echoed far, disturbing this quiet forest with few passers-by. Not long after, that laughter suddenly ceased and silence reclaimed the space. The ghosts slowly stepped out. On the corners of their mouths appeared a faint smile. One of them raised his eyes to the sky and spoke with great gratitude. It seemed he was very happy. "Thank you." Not long after, this group of ghosts returned to the ghost domain. They stood before the entrance to the ghost domain. Du-ho informed them, "The judge has ordered me to go to your village. Your clansmen will discover a large silver cache from a previous dynasty, enough to make a living." Hearing this, the person was overjoyed. He knelt down, expressing deep gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Yen still stood from afar listening to everything. He crossed his arms and thought to himself, "This ghost hand judge is truly formidable." Originally, the Lord arranged for his own subordinate, but then let him go share a portion of the grace. Still at that temple located in the silent forest, dawn had not yet come. Someone arrived here and discovered the surroundings full of blood. It turned out to be Truong Min. He came to investigate the situation and see how things went. "This trivial matter must of course be handled by myself. What if everything is lost?" Truong Min clasped his hands together, muttering an incantation he was very familiar with. 3 parts primal spirit technique, wrathful spirit. In an instant, a shining spirit tablet appeared in Truong Min's hand. He commanded, "Go." After hearing Truong Min's order, all the souls gradually detached from their body. Truong Min looked at the stubborn souls before him, and in his mind he made some assessment. When alive, their cultivation was very strong. After death, their attainment is just as high. But before the Lord of our ghost domain, they must obediently listen. Truong Min closed his eyes to focus on the next task, memories. Truong Min saw Sun Kai in those memories. He opened his eyes immediately after obtaining what he needed. The guiding inner core is the owner of the Sun Sword. Then, Truong Min bent down to examine the pile of corpses right at his feet. There was a treasure map of Mang Nha Hu. Truong Min picked up the map and examined it very carefully. From the entrance to Mang Nha Hu, one must pass through many checkpoints, if not careful. Then for 10,000 lifetimes one cannot return, but clearly without my little loach blocking the way. From that map, Truong Min also realized many other things about the past. From these writings, it appears that this Mang Nha Hu was arranged by some great power from 1,000 years ago. They grew spirit plants, then left the treasure map for their own descendants. Even more, Truong Min recognized the map's arduous journey. In the end, after who knows how many mishaps, the treasure map fell into the hands of the Nam Nai kingdom. Obtained by the young kingdom lord, Truong Min held 2 spirit tablets, silently forming his own judgments. These 2 spirit communication talismans, one is probably for contacting the mountain lord's top spy, the other is for contacting the young lord. At this moment, Truong Min pieced together all the clues and continued to deduce. Now he could deduce that the group in the cave in front of the village were indeed the mountain lord's men. As for the underground treasure vault the spy mentioned, whether it was the food and supplies cache of the small outposts still needed one more step of confirmation. In the still dark night, the surroundings were nothing but forests and hills. Truong Min also found the entire money bag of the video crew. He tossed the bag into the air and said, "Working for your crown prince, and in the end you lot put together only have 23 pieces of spirit jade, plus this few hundred silver taels outside." Suddenly, Truong Min discovered a glow coming from the pocket of one of the corpses. Truong Min's eyes lit up brightly. Before him lay a sword. "What is this? A divine artifact?" Truong Min picked up the sword and examined it carefully, then finally came to a conclusion. Just what is a divine artifact? It is a magical tool cultivated by the Hong Dai species within the system. Truong Min rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. His mind was filled with chaotic ideas, according to what the Nam Nai people say. After applying one's own blood to a dagger, one can unleash a critical strike 3 times one's own strength. It only has the effect of 3 mountains' power, which is the 3rd great realm. 3 mountains' power means possessing the strength of 3 mountains. How big are the mountains where you come from anyway? Then Truong Min walked toward the corpses and made a few mocking remarks about them. "I gave you the Hong Dai insect, yet you ended up like this, working for the crown prince. And so poor you've become beggars in the cultivation world." Feeling something was off, he revealed an extremely determined look. "No way, isn't this paltry stuff a huge loss? I have to find something more." Thinking so, Truong Min picked up the spirit tablet and commanded a corpse of Husni that was transforming into a ghost to request reinforcements from the nation lord. By now, the sky had brightened completely. In a magnificent, splendid palace in Dongbang, the spirit tablet on the other end kept buzzing repeatedly in strange language. Thinking it was a mistake, the young lord set the tablet down, having no intention of paying it any more attention. The strange language kept coming through, which made the young lord extremely uneasy. The young lord lay lazily on a luxurious long chair and tried to guess the intentions of the person on the other side. "For His Highness, you mean the bureaucracy of the Ngo dynasty is greedy and rotten. The commoners are weak, and the kingdom's final day has come." On the other end, Truong Min was the one speaking through that spirit tablet. "I've already contacted the mountain lord of Track Keem Mountain, and through the mountain lord's introduction, I've got to know many high-ranking officials of the Ngo dynasty. They are willing to provide all kinds of conveniences within the Nam Nai kingdom." Upon hearing this shocking information, the young lord couldn't help being stunned. "These high-ranking officials can provide intelligence for us," Truong Min on the other end emphasized further, as if he had some ulterior motive. "They can even help us sabotage critical defensive formations of city." On the other end, the young lord clutched the spirit tablet and wept with joy. "Excellent, for His Highness." The young lord threw off the warm blanket. He jumped off the chair, showing urgency. "I will immediately dispatch Mahaffey. She will take you to the treasure you need. You must maintain those relationships with these high-ranking officials." Truong Min on the other side was still maneuvering to obtain the information he wanted. "Young lord, you must hurry. According to my speculation, this Ngo dynasty is surrounded by fierce tigers. We aren't the only ones who want to replace it." Seeing that the person on the other end seemed worried, the young lord reassured him. "Rest assured, for His Highness." After speaking, Truong Min disconnected and then slowly walked out of the temple. Even if utterly destitute, once squeezed dry there's still a little liquid left. The remaining problem now belongs to the mountain lord. At this moment, the sun was about to rise. In an area full of hills and trees, Sun Kai leaned against the spirit tablet and continued exchanging information with the group of Nam and people. "We have already approached Hong Thatch County. Please forgive us for having to act cautiously. You people of the Ngo dynasty have always been cunning. We don't want to be sold out. You absolutely must tell us the specific situation of the underground treasure vault before we can negotiate the next step. Hearing this, Sun Kai became utterly furious. He was about to shout at the people on the other end, these southern barbarians. Then for some unknown reason, Sun Kai regained his composure. With a look of worry, he began to recount. An ancient cultivator is buried there. Before he died, he single-handedly fought all the way through the Dongquan Gorge of the demised domain. Judging by today's standards, his strength was at least at the 8th great realm. It turned out that Truong Min was still holding the spirit tablet, and he was the one communicating with Sun Kai. Sun Kai continued speaking. He carried off a large amount of treasure from within the Dongquan Gorge of the demised domain, causing many high-level demons in the demised domain to bear a grudge against him until now. But where exactly is he? I cannot tell you. Hearing this, Truong Min immediately agreed, lowered his voice, and set an appointment with Sun Kai. All right, we'll contact each other again at that time. Then, Truong Min disconnected from Sun Kai to do another important matter very cautiously. Forget it, let's eat first. So saying, Truong Min went inside the house to see if there was anything to eat. At the dining table in Truong Min's house, both Thien Viet and Old Bao were present. This made Truong Yen quite unhappy. Those two had come to freeload again. While eating, Truong Min suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked toward Thien Viet. Then Truong Min put down his chopsticks and bowl and ordered Thien Viet, "Follow me." Once they were outside, Truong Min felt at ease to speak first and ask, "Out with it, what's the matter?" At that moment, Thien Viet bowed his head, clasped his hands, looking extremely embarrassed. "Sir, I am truly incompetent. I'm afraid I am not qualified to teach the young lady." Truong Min found this puzzling. He thought for a moment. His foolish little sister had never been exposed to cultivation before. Bok Thien Viet is at the Earth's 2nd stage, acupoint illumination realm, more than enough for a beginner. He couldn't seem to think of anything else. Truong Min asked directly, "Is it that my little sister is too stupid?" Hearing that, Thien Viet couldn't hold back, hurriedly waved his hands in denial and explained, "No, sir, how can you be so modest? You must know the young lady's level better than I do." Then, Thien Viet began to explain further. He appeared very worried for Truong Yen. "The young lady is a genius. The main thing is, if I continue teaching her, my Dao heart might collapse. At worst, it could end in chi deviation." Truong Min appeared half believing, half doubting. He turned to go back inside, real or fake. "Later when you teach, I'll stand by and watch." Inside, Old Bao and Truong Yen had finished eating. Old Bao heard the news and was extremely surprised. Teaching, Thien Viet began the lesson. He put on a friendly expression to start the class. "Young lady, today we will learn a divine art called Bone-Chilling Frost." Hearing this art, Truong Min, who was observing right nearby, suddenly frowned. Bone-Chilling Frost, I remember, is a divine art that requires the cultivation of the 1st great realm, spirit meridian stage to perform. Can Truong Yen learn it? But it seemed that Truong Yen wasn't very interested in cultivation. Seeing Truong Yen's bored expression, Thien Viet had to use bait to lure her. After learning it, you can use freezing to preserve food. So this technique is very useful, and Truong Yen suddenly became excited again. She raised her hand high. "I want to learn." First, Thien Viet explained the theory and mechanism of this art, under the watchful eyes of the 3 people around. First, you must use spirit energy to create a low-temperature environment, condense the surrounding water vapor, and then do this and that, enhancing the effect of the divine art. Old Bao seemed to be a fast learner. He suggested practicing first. "I understand, I will perform it once. Lord Centurion, please see if it's correct." No sooner said than done. Old Bao straightened up and began to circulate his energy, channeling it all into both hands. Then Old Bao raised both hands, and the chi energy followed his hand gesture. Then Old Bao extended both hands forward, so the chi energy all gathered at a single point. Finally, Old Bao succeeded. Before Old Bao was a ring of chi. Truong Min, standing at the side, could only blink and exclaim in praise. He learned it in one go. That's incredible. It was time for Truong Yen to practice. Thien Viet stood right beside her, encouraging her. Old Bao was still behind. Truong Min, right there, couldn't help but be dazzled by his little sister's talent. "You're pretty good at it." Truong Yen was still practicing. The little girl was still curious about many things. "Really? But I feel like something is off. Must spiritual energy really be circulated like that?" Hearing this, Truong Min did not understand what Truong Yen meant, so he asked her back. "What do you mean?" Thien Viet seemed to understand Truong Yen very well. He suggested that he handle this situation himself. "Sir, let me." Saying that, Thien Viet lowered his body, then leaned his hand close toward Truong Yen. "What do you think, young miss? This posture is very suitable for Truong Yen." The little girl whispered a few words to Thien Viet. "I feel that this works too." After that, Truong Yen practiced the move again, and she succeeded. Truong Yen still circulated her chi to execute the move, then punched a maggot. Truong Min went from one surprise to another. He gaped, standing there dumbfounded. Is this real or fake, heavens? This lass had only heard it once, and already improved a divine technique. Seeing Truong Min like that, Thien Viet became even more confident. Thien Viet spoke of the difficulties in his teaching career. Look, sir, I truly have no ability to teach anymore. These two, one of them, no matter what heart method or divine technique, hears it once and can perform it. The other is even more exaggerated, directly improving it for me. Truong Yen explained the matter from her own perspective. It seemed she still didn't quite understand herself. I can't sense spiritual energy. Of course, I can't perform it. But I feel that I can perform these things even without spiritual energy. However, I still don't understand how to do it without using spiritual energy. Just need to use these divine techniques. Just wait, I'll definitely figure out a way. I'm very smart. Truong Min over there was still extremely surprised. Seeming not to know what to say, he said offhandedly, I can't make my older brother believe it. On Thien Viet's side, he was far more emotional. He was so happy that he shed tears. Young Miss is definitely no ordinary person. I also believe you will certainly find a way. Then Thien Viet wiped his tears and changed the subject to lunch. All right, that's enough for today. Young Miss, what shall we eat for lunch today? Truong Yen folded her arms, looking extremely stubborn. She answered curtly, I still haven't thought of anything. Suddenly, by instinct, Truong Min had a premonition that something was about to happen. Truong Min felt a strange heat burning within his body. The warm current from the little loach came, and once again it could ignite 3 of my meridians. Next time, perhaps it could directly reach the natural meridian great perfection stage. Truong Min also received another mysterious book. Perhaps it would be useful for him. There was also a divine technique, mind-warping sound, which could directly attack using sound waves. It could also create a demonic brainwashing effect, controlling the target, originating from a type of wave from a giant pearl that knocks prey unconscious. After undergoing the little loach's improvements, its power had not diminished at all, and its flexibility had even advanced a step further. Truong Min silently evaluated this book. He closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Mind-warping sound, this skill doesn't look bad. First, go to the little loach's place and check it out. Not long after, Truong Min arrived at Man River where the loach lived. Man River, Truong Min gradually approached the water's surface, his mind still constantly thinking about the loach's power. He didn't know how much stronger it had become recently. When he got close, Truong Min shouted loudly, hoping the loach would hear and come up. Little loach, loach! At that moment, its eyes were already emitting light. That light flashed in the dark water. Hearing Truong Min's call, the loach leapt up from the water's surface. It seemed very delighted. Seeing the enormous loach, Truong Min was so shocked that his face turned pale. The demon beast loach joyfully wagged its tail and approached Truong Min. It seemed very happy. Seeing the loach a bit too excited, Truong Min grabbed its tail and scolded. How did you eat yourself into this shape? After speaking, Truong Min held the loach's tail and spun it around, making the loach completely dizzy. I'm raising a loach, not a pig. After spinning it a few times, the loach returned to its original size. Truong Min looked at the scales on the fish's body, then remarked to himself. About it, no matter how you looked at it, these golden scales really stood out. Truong Min stared at the loach in his hand, his face showing clear awkwardness. Unless this is some kind of evolution opportunity. After all, no one would think it was just an ordinary little loach. Before he could do anything else, the fish leaped out of Truong Min's hand and slapped his face with its tail. Naturally, Truong Min felt pain after that tail slap. He shouted, "What are you doing? Are you rebelling or going through a rebellious phase?" Truong Min understood the loach's words. He translated them back to himself. The loach was very excited after hearing that. It said that this Min River area no longer posed any challenge. It wanted to devour more, hunt larger demon beasts to become stronger. Truong Min continued to translate the loach's words. This time the loach was very angry. You're telling me I've grown up, need to be more mature and stop being so reckless. Seeing the loach so angry, Truong Min also had some thoughts in his heart. But it seemed right after all. Indeed, he shouldn't keep it confined by his side. It would hinder its growth. When it's time to let go, you have to let go. This is a process that must be experienced. Truong Min threatened the loach. It seemed like he was trying to act scary in front of the loach. Letting you out for a while is also fine. But you must send warm water currents or some kind of tools to your big brother. Otherwise, I'll lower your position in the family by 1 rank. The loach laughed and Truong Min immediately understood what the loach meant. What? You're asking if I might have some misunderstanding about family ranking. Truong Min translated the loach's words. This made him extremely indignant. You say that in our family, you always rank first as the little sister. You rank second, I rank last. Having said what it wanted to say, the loach turned and left, intending to return to the river. At that moment, only Truong Min remained on the shore. He angrily called the loach back. Come back here. It seemed Truong Min did not want to argue further with the loach. He sighed and walked away. Fine, I should also head back. But Truong Min had no idea that Sun Kai was moving nearby. Sun Kai channeled his energy to leap onto the treetops, making it easier to move around. Sun Kai moved with extreme caution. In his mind at that moment, he was thinking about the deal with Nam Man. I've already contacted the Centurion of Din Ba Prefecture, offering great profits to obtain another portion of the document. Sun Kai hid among the treetops. He looked out toward Truong Min. It seemed he was investigating Truong Min. This investigation came after that demonic object was killed, and a portion of the demonic technique was destroyed. This report, if others saw it, would seem like the truth. How could a minor trainee lieutenant have such powerful ability? But if it were true, it would prove that this brat chief flag officer Truong Min has problems. As Truong Min was heading home, he discovered he was being followed. He spun around. Sun Kai immediately jumped down in front of Truong Min. Truong Min spoke first. As expected, I felt someone was following me. May I ask who you are? I am a lieutenant of the Triuthene II. Sun Kai acted as if he knew everything. He was so confident that his words were as firm as driven nails. Brat, you are indeed not simple, but also very naive. Do you think that just relying on your status as a chief flag officer of the Triuthene II can make this lord afraid? What do you want with me? You'll know after this lord captures you. Saying that, Sun Kai launched an attack. The sound that Sun Kai produced echoed far throughout the forest. Truong Min covered his ears with his hands. In his mind, he thought of the Guanyin brain. Sonic wave attacks indeed have the effect of demonic sound brainwash. If he hadn't obtained the Guanyin brain before, he would indeed have felt some pain. But now, Truong Min showed no sign of being affected at all. He used his hand to scratch his ear, not the slightest effect. Change your move. Seeing the scene before him, Sun Kai seemed provoked. He blamed him. It really is you? These past few days, you've been making things difficult for this lord everywhere. Time and again sabotaging this lord's plans, it's you. Hearing these baseless accusations from Sun Kai, Truong Min naturally understood nothing. Sun Kai, seeing Truong Min's innocent expression, became even more enraged. He clenched his fist, still trying to hide and pretend to be weak. It's useless. In front of this lord, you simply cannot hide it. Today, following you has truly opened this lord's eye. Who would have thought that a member of the Triuthene II was secretly raising demon beasts? The demon beast puppet, Dathene Dak Yen, all of it is your doing. Hearing Sun Kai's words, Truong Min refused to take it lying down and was determined to set the record straight. You really leave me unable to refute. The things you mentioned, indeed I did them all. But let's be clear, they weren't aimed at you. Don't flatter yourself. Also, those people were also killed by me. Sun Kai, knowing this, was extremely furious. He ground his teeth and shot bullet-like glares at Truong Min. You controlled their souls, talked to this lord, toyed with this lord. Hearing this, Truong Min didn't want to say more and wanted to end it. He concluded, toying with you has gotten boring. You're no longer of any value. This statement from Truong Min made Sun Kai even angrier, and he shouted loudly. Arrogant brat! Then Sun Kai channeled his energy. Golden rings of light radiated around him. Then Sun Kai directed his power to amplify his power toward Truong Min. But before Truong Min was hit, Sun Kai was already wrapped up in Truong Min's binding ropes. Tied tightly in the tangle of ropes, Sun Kai was not resigned in the slightest. What? At the other end of the rope, Truong Min pulled it tight, causing Sun Kai excruciating pain. Soon, Sun Kai collapsed right before the binding rope and the blade of Truong Min's sword. In the final moment of his life, Sun Kai still tried to persuade Truong Min. Wait, aren't you going to interrogate me a little? Sun Kai tried to persuade Truong Min by revealing his own status, but failed. I am the dignified master of a great sect. Surely I know many secrets. I also hide many treasures. Truong Min looked at Sun Kai, motionless before him, pondering silently. His gaze was very resolute. The sole reason for your death is that you said I raised demon beasts. If I see that small loach, I can no longer keep you alive. Having made up his mind, Truong Min directly extracted Sun Kai's soul to view his memories. After all, the living all know how to lie. Why kill the spirit horse? Directly examining memories would be more convenient. Just as he was about to descend to hell, he was called up, leaving Sun Kai's spirit utterly astonished. Relying on his own outstanding abilities, Truong Min also perceived Sun Kai's resentment aura. The aura of resentment was quite heavy. Soul-dividing origin spirit technique. Truong Min silently browsed through Sun Kai's memories. He froze when he saw something familiar. This was Dong Quan He. In Sun Kai's memory, there was the appearance of Dong Quan He and another weapon. This was the Black Spear. The monster roared as if to intimidate Dong Quan He, but the master of the underground palace was not afraid at all. He valiantly thrust the spear into the monster. So the master of this underground palace was him. Not long after the monster died, its corpse piled high like a mountain. As for the master of the underground palace, he walked alone into the water, gradually disappearing without a trace. Truong Min finished reading that memory segment, his face solemn in thought. So that was it. It seemed the master of this underground palace had been injured inside Dong Quan He. And knowing he did not have long to live, he made his own funeral arrangements. But why build the tomb underwater? That was unreasonable. Having obtained the necessary information, Truong Min did not hesitate to shatter Sun Kai's soul. Truong Min turned back, then flexed his wrist. He was pondering something. Whether true or false, in any case this underground palace was more mysterious than he had previously guessed. He still unintentionally thought that the spear energy was depleted, and was about to take the small loach inside to check it out. Now Senza would have to wait until he became a bit stronger. Truong Min picked up the map and continued on his way, as if searching for something. Truong Min's eyes remained glued to the map, inwardly cursing Sun Kai. That guy was truly stingy, carrying no treasures on his person. Even his spirit jade was barely enough. Truong Min looked at the map, deduced the strongholds of that Sun Kai from earlier, and couldn't help but assess in his mind. This stingy fellow divided the precious treasures accumulated over several hundred years into 5 portions. One portion was on Chak Kim Mountain, while the other 4 were hidden in different locations. One of those portions he even hid inside a famous currency exchange in the Dying Go dynasty, and set up traps truly extremely sinister. Even if someone accidentally discovered it, in the end, if they wanted to take the treasure, most would trigger the traps and ultimately die for well. It seemed Truong Min realized he had other things to do, so he temporarily set aside the matter of Sun Kai. Alright, I've remembered these places. In the future, when I have the chance, I will retrieve the treasure. The problem now is the subordinate of Sun Chu outside. Forget it, now I must go back to make a start and plan for the long term. Truong Min had returned home. In front of him were ferns with purple roots. Seeing the strange phenomenon, Truong Min squatted down and questioned himself. They've all dried up and fallen. Is it because of this heavenly gold soil? Sun Chu said something about the mastermind behind the heavenly poison smoke. Was it this thing? Although he intended to take these leaves, Truong Min suddenly remembered he could not use them. But it's useless to me, so might as well. As Truong Min was pondering, Thien Viet came over. He respectfully greeted Truong Min. Sir, did you look for me for something? Truong Min handed Thien Viet a box, apparently containing something valuable. You've worked hard these past few days. When I went out, I found some treasures, but they are of no use to me, so please help me sell them. After hearing Truong Min's request, Thien Viet did not hesitate to help. No problem. Before leaving, Truong Min carefully instructed Thien Viet on what to be careful of. Don't touch it, it's a deadly poison. You go sell it, we split the profit 1 to 9. Seeing that he would also benefit, Thien Viet immediately felt grateful to Truong Min. Thank you, sir, for granting this. After the deal, Truong Min turned away sharply. Thien Viet opened the box and saw only a few leaves inside. Thien Viet used a spirit tablet to connect with Lao Kim. It seemed he wanted Lao Kim to take a look at the leaf. Lao Kim, help me look at this. As soon as Lao Kim saw the leaves through the tablet, he scratched his head. Mr. Bok, I can't appraise this accurately, wait a moment. Let me go call someone to look. Lao Kim was communicating with Thien Viet when suddenly Lu Dan then appeared and interrupted the conversation. Lao Kim, if you dare deceive me. Today I will definitely smash your shop to pieces. Thien Viet on the other end saw Lu Dan then and became interested. Isn't this the famous alchemist Lu Dan then from the 3rd district? As soon as he saw Lu Dan then, Thien Viet bowed respectfully. I, a junior, greets senior Lu Dan then. Lu Dan then on the other end was very cordial and wanted to get straight to the point. Alright, no need for formalities with this old man. I am very busy, what exactly is it? Thien Viet placed the box a little closer so Lu Dan then could observe easily. Please take a look first. As soon as he saw the leaves in the box, Lu Dan then revealed a look of great astonishment. Lu Dan then showed curiosity about the origin of the leaves. Lu excitedly asked Thien Viet, young man, where did this come from? Thien Viet, seeing him so excited, felt a bit uncomfortable. Just picked it up by chance. Lu Dan then instructed Thien Viet very carefully. He gestured with his hands to illustrate, you must be absolutely careful. Don't tear a single leaf. Poisoning you to death is a trivial matter. Damaging this spirit herb, this old man would be heartbroken. This made Lao Kim, who was right beside him, extremely curious about those leaves. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? What exactly is this? Lu Dan then became more and more interested. He boldly spent money on those leaves. This is the ultimate poison of the world, a top-tier catalyst. Just name your price. This old man wants it. On the other side, Thien Viet was still extremely surprised and silently admired Truong Min. As expected of what the sir gave, it's so formidable. Suddenly, Thien Viet didn't know how to set a price correctly, but I also don't know how much this thing is worth. Then Thien Viet had an idea. He clearly negotiated with Lu Dan then. Alright, I'll sell just one, the rest will be kept for an expert. Just name your price. Right from the start, Lu Dan then offered an irresistible price. 800 spirit treasures, a price you won't get from anyone else. Hearing the generous figure Lu Dan then proposed, Thien Viet's eyes suddenly lit up. 800, that much. After negotiating the price, Lu Dan then did not forget to remind Thien Viet, don't move around recklessly. One hand gives money, one hand gives the goods. I'm setting out right away. Having said that, Lu Dan then rode a cloud vehicle to pick up the leaves from Thien Viet's place. When he landed on the ground, Lu Dan then was in a fluster as if afraid someone would snatch the leaves. Thien Viet, I'm here, where are you? At that moment, Thien Viet was holding chopsticks and a bowl. He saw Lu Dan then and was extremely surprised. Senior Lu, you've arrived. As for Lu Dan then, he only focused on the leaves. He just wanted to get them as quickly as possible. Where is my spirit herb? Hurry and give it to me. Thien Viet held the bowl and calmly led Lu Dan then into the house. You truly came at an inopportune time. Please come in with me first. It is now mealtime. The young lady is still cooking. Hearing this, Lu Dan then showed an annoyed expression. He used his hand to lift the curtain and enter. It seemed Lu Dan then saw something. He jumped in surprise. Young lady, is it not even worth a meal? Lu Dan then saw an acquaintance, Lao Bao, here and he greeted him. Lao Bao, why are you here? At that time, Truong Yen was focused on cooking. Hearing this, the little girl asked, Grandpa, who are you? In just a moment, Lu Dan then suddenly posed a question to Lao Bao. Is this girl your disciple? Lao Bao heard his friend Hiu's question, and he showed a displeased expression. My disciple, what nonsense are you spouting? My meager cooking skills are not even worth mentioning in front of the young lady. Right next to Lao Bao was Truong Yen. The little girl cheerfully carried a pot that was still steaming hot. Time to eat. Hearing there was food, Thien Viet was very quick. He grabbed a bowl and ran at the speed of light. Food's ready, hurry up. Not long after, Truong Min also slowly lifted the curtain and came in to prepare to eat. Time to eat. Truong Yen, seeing her brother had returned, greeted him in a clear, ringing voice. Big brother has arrived. Lao Bao and Thien Viet were fighting over the food. The scene looked very comical. Don't push, move over a bit. Truong Min looked at the scene before him and found it not the least bit unfamiliar. These two had come to freeload again. Lian Dan then saw the scene and was suddenly taken aback. He spoke, You two, why are you acting like beggars waiting for alms? Is a dinner worth going that far? The aroma of the food wafted straight into Lian Dan then's nose, making him extremely curious. Lian Dan then approached the dining table. It seemed he had discovered something shocking. This is Dan Hao. Truong Min naturally didn't know what Lian Dan then was talking about. He asked back, What is Dan Hao? After discovering that food, Lian Dan then grabbed Lao Bao by the collar, looking angry. You brat, why didn't you tell me we were having Dan Hao tonight? You wanted to eat it all by yourself, didn't you? Truong Min was still very curious about this kind of food. He pressed Lian Dan then. What is Dan Hao? Is there something extraordinary about it? Lian Dan then suddenly became agitated. He rushed next to Truong Min and punched him a few times. You don't even know what Dan Hao is. Only a dish that can be cooked to produce the effect of a spiritual pill is called Dan Hao. Ordinary people call it medicinal cuisine. Before Dan Hao, it's not worth paying attention to at all. This made Truong Min somewhat unable to understand this old man. Why was this old man so excited? Then, Lian Dan then explained for a while. His gaze was fixed on Truong Yen. Those who can cook Dan Hao all lack cultivation, but they definitely possess outstanding talent in the art of pill making. They are born with it, understand. The sovereign, minister, assistant, and envoy of medicinal principles are predestined to be people of the heavenly master Dan Dao. This little girl, at such a young age, can already cook Dan Hao. Truly a person born to walk the Dan Dao. Seeing that Lian Dan then seemed quite dangerous, Truong Min rushed forward to shield the little girl. Hey, you old man are truly treacherous. Quickly get out of here. Don't have any nasty intentions toward my little sister. That's it. Thien Viet then leaned close to Truong Min's ear to remind him about this Lian Dan then. Sir, Lian Dan then is an alchemist with a noble status in Fu Din 3. Whatever he wants to do, let him, sir. Do not provoke a conflict with him. But who would have thought that Lian Dan then was very obedient? He ran far away. All right, I'll scram right away. Seeing Lian Dan then avoid them like this made Truong Min a bit embarrassed. Damn, Lian Dan then was strangely obedient. He timidly flattered the elder brother Truong Min a little. Young friend, are you satisfied now? Can you let me have a few words with your little sister? Truong Min was still very worried. He directly asked Lian Dan then about his motives. First, don't come in here, just tell me what exactly you want to do. At this moment, to make Truong Min trust him, Lian Dan then introduced himself. I am a renowned alchemist of Fu Din 3. Then Lian Dan then began to state his desire. At this time, Truong Yen, still unaware, calmly continued eating. Your little sister is a prodigy of the Dan Dao. I want to take her as my disciple. I will spare no effort to teach her, and I will surely make her the most brilliant shining pearl of Dan Dao in the 8 wastelands of the Great Wu Dynasty. Thien Viet was still eating, secretly pondering the Dan Hao that Truong Yen had made. No wonder during this time, staying in the guard station, his cultivation had been continuously improving. Now it seems it was all thanks to these Dan Hao. As for Lao Bao, his eyes shone as if seeing a new truth. So this is Dan Hao. No wonder I could never surpass the young lady's cooking skill. No wonder I was able to dwell within the Dao through it. The grown-ups kept talking and couldn't eat a thing. Meanwhile, Truong Yen had already eaten her fill. these idiots. When eating, they're not focused and keep talking, so they must be eating very slowly. Seeing Truong Min still hesitant, Thien Viet tried hard to persuade him. Sir, I am not capable of teaching the young lady anymore. The young lady has supreme talent and must not be wasted. Let her learn some Dan Dao, that would be good. Truong Min responded to Thien Viet's earlier reasoning, while expressing his own words. Bok Thien Viet does have a point. I can let my little sister study Dan Dao with you. However, we siblings have never been separated before. Hearing that, Lian Dan then was very accommodating to the two siblings. I will move over here, just give me a room and it will be fine. Truong Min observed Lian Dan then right in front of him, secretly assessing. His attitude seemed quite sincere. Moreover, he was an acquaintance of Bok Thien Viet. Letting him teach Truong Yen a bit wasn't a bad idea, then it's decided. After Truong Min agreed, Lian Dan then was overjoyed, to the point of jumping up. Great, thank you for your trust. At this moment, Thien Viet remembered the main business. He brought out a box with some leaves inside. Right. Mr. Lu returned to the main issue. This is the 100 Treasures Spirit Cave Poison Leaf. One hand pays, one hand delivers, not as expected. Lian Dan then waved his hand, indicating he no longer wanted the leaves, but still handed over a bag of money. Take it, compared to accepting my beloved disciple today. This poison leaf is basically not worth mentioning. Truong Min curiously asked Thien Viet about the price of the leaves in that box. How much did they sell for? Thien Viet answered briefly. But it seemed he felt he was at a loss, so he looked stunned. 800 jade coins, did we lose money? Hearing this number, Truong Min was so shocked he couldn't believe his ears. Damn, they can sell for that much. I've been in the isolated village until now. Killing people and stealing treasures is hard work. Even talking about spirit jade, you couldn't rob that much. Thien Viet saw Truong Min's expression and quickly guessed his mood. Oh no, why does he have such an expression? It's probably because they sold for too little. So his heart was bleeding inside. Lian Dan then stood from a distance watching the two Truong siblings talk, at the same time muttering to himself. I have roamed the martial world for decades. Among the alchemists of the entire Kujiang district, modestly speaking, I can still make it into the top 10. Realistically, I can make it into the top 3. Tomorrow's first lesson is very important. I must make Tun Truong Yen feel the profoundness of the alchemy path. Lian Dan then chuckled and tried to look dignified. In his mind, he still had some thoughts. He also needed to build an image of greatness and unfathomable depth in her heart. The next morning, the weather was pleasant, with many clouds in the sky. At Truong Min's residence, Lian Dan then was laughing nonstop. The sound of this laughter made Truong Yen's face turn pale. It seemed Truong Yen couldn't stand it anymore. The little girl shouted, calling for Truong Min to rescue her. Big brother, there's a pervert in our house. Why does he keep laughing? At that moment, Lian Dan then clasped his hands and began teaching. Little Truong Yen, the most important thing in alchemy is talent. Come, let's study together. Seeing this, Truong Min didn't interfere anymore. He went outside and told Truong Yen, all right, just study with Mr. Lu and don't cause trouble. After leaving the house, Truong Min didn't look back and just walked straight ahead. Truong Min strode forward with his head held high. His eyes showed clear determination. It was about time to find a moment to deal with that mountain lord's underling. If they were plotting something again, they could not be underestimated. In a desolate mountainous forest region, there were only hills and mountains all around. Only a few scattered trees stood here and there. Inside a stone cave, two soldiers were huddled up, apparently suffering from the cold. One soldier stepped out to the cave entrance. He raised his trembling hands and said, Mountain Lord, why haven't you returned yet? Suddenly, as if something very urgent had come up, Thien Viet called back. Sir, wait, there is something I forgot to tell you. Truong Min turned his head to look at Thien Viet. Then he asked about the matter. What is it? Thien Viet held out 2 scrolls in front of him and informed Truong Min. Sir, these are documents just sent by our superiors. Please take a look. Truong Min quickly unrolled the scroll and read the important information. The imperial court was about to establish a new violence suppression office. At that moment, Thien Viet rested his chin on his hand, pondering, and explained in detail to Truong Min. This official dispatch was jointly signed and sent by Lu Kuang-hiu, one of the grand academicians of the current dynasty, and Nam Muk, the commanding officer of the Heavenly Court Bureau, along with Lu Truck, to the Heavenly Court Bureau offices in Kujiang and Thurfu commanderies, so that they could coordinate operations, recruit personnel, and step up the establishment of the new Violence Suppression Office. Hearing this, Truong Min revealed a puzzled expression and remarked, This Violence Suppression Office, unless it's meant to replace our Heavenly Court Bureau, the power this Lu Kuang-hiu wields is truly immense. Thien Viet did not know what else to say. He agreed with Truong Min and added, Indeed, you see through every situation in this world, sir. It would not be an overstatement to say treacherous officials dominate the court. the common people suffer. Below are district offices everywhere, above is our heavenly court bureau. The structure is unwieldy, there are more people than tasks, and every year they consume a great deal of the court's stipend. The chaos in the country grows in clusters. Thien Viet spread his hands and pointed to the sky. Then, with great zeal, he continued his lecture. That is why Grand Academician Lu has this idea: to build an entirely new institution, but its primary objective is to be responsible for suppressing ghosts, monsters, and demons. In recent years, there have been very many wrongful deaths. Such cases have also increased. Moreover, some heretical cults everywhere have flourished as a result. They must be dealt with. Hearing this, Truong Min suddenly let out a mocking smile. He sneered at these people. What virtue does the Great Ngo dynasty possess? Just look at the extinct villages and you'll know. Thien Viet spoke further about someone. Worry was evident on his face. Grand Academician Lu is building the Violence Suppression Office, disregarding background and considering only ability. It said that within this month, he has already recruited many powerful experts. Moreover, the main framework of the Violence Suppression Office has also been erected. To capture ghosts, man-eating beasts, and rogue cultivators who have failed to achieve success, these are its main members. It seemed Truong Min was also very worried about this person. He stepped forward and asked, Grand Academician Lu is a good official. By sending this dispatch to our Heavenly Court Bureau, what does he want us to coordinate? This was a difficult question that left Thien Viet unsure how to answer. That, as Truong Min and Thien Viet were talking, they suddenly heard a call from afar. At the Bok Lik Quang 100 household office, where our Centurion Bok Thien Viet and Chief Banner Tun Truong Min, Jia Van, head constable of Kim Chuong from the Violence Suppression Office, has arrived. Truong Min turned toward the sound, a surprised expression on his face. They've come right to our doorstep. Truong Min turned and instructed Thien Viet to guard against any unnecessary mishaps. You are the superior, do not reveal any flaws in front of outsiders. Thien Viet was also very understanding. He listened to Truong Min's words and replied, understood. The scene suddenly shifted to the dark of night. Jia Van rode up on horseback. Upon seeing him, Thien Viet bowed his head in salute. Greetings, Lord Neep. Jia Van did not ask anything else and went straight to the main subject. You have all seen Lord Lu's dispatch, correct? Truong Min and Thien Viet still had their hands clasped. Thien Viet answered on Truong Min's behalf. We were just preparing to go into the district to welcome the constable chief. We did not expect you to come here already. Jia Van seemed unable to wait any longer. He quickly tightened the reins as if intending to dismount. I could not wait any longer. Jia Van explained the current situation to Truong Min and Thien Viet. The chaos caused by monstrous rebels is increasing everywhere, and the local government offices either lack sufficient strength. We certainly cannot immediately build the Violence Suppression Office in full. The chief constable is truly single-mindedly devoted to public affairs. Jia Van had dismounted and approached closer to Truong Min and Thien Viet, showing a pleading expression. To be honest, my purpose in coming here this time is to ask for the Centurion's help. Thien Viet displayed extreme courtesy there. He replied to Jia Van, you are too polite. With the dispatch from Grand Academician Lu and Lord Lu, everyone in the Heavenly Court Bureau, from top to bottom, will naturally do their utmost to assist. Hearing this, Jia Van smiled, then made a request. I thank Lord Bok in advance. This time, I have come to Hong Thatch District to borrow someone from the Bok Lik Quang 100 household office. Thien Viet was very curious, and it seemed he also wanted to know who that person was, so he replied very briefly. Who? Jia Van pointed straight at Truong Min and called out his full name. Chief Banner Tun Truong Min. Hearing his own name, Truong Min frowned. He showed considerable surprise. Me. Hearing this, Thien Viet waved his hand and refused with a very reasonable argument. Absolutely out of the question. Tun Tong Kai is my right-hand man. In the entire Bok Lik Quang garrison, there aren't many capable people if you want to take Tun Tong Kai away. Then what will become of the Bok Lik Quang garrison? Thien Viet showed difficulty and then explained his reason more clearly. Constable, you have also seen. The guard posts of the Min River all rely on Tun Tong Kai to hold the fort here. The matter of Dong Quan Heap, don't tell me your riot control office doesn't know. You can't take anyone. This man, I can make the call, but do I dare? Jia Van seemed to also sense Thien Viet's predicament. He then offered another option. Centurion, don't be angry, Tun Tong Kai is such a talent that you won't let him go, I understand. This time before coming out, Lord Lu and Lord Lu had already discussed. If he truly cannot leave the Chiu Thien too, he could hold both positions. Truong Min didn't seem to hear clearly, so he had to ask again to confirm the information. You mean I will hold positions in both the Chiu Thien 2 and the Riot Control Office later? At that moment, Jia Van came close to Truong Min, putting his arm around his shoulder as if to propose something. That's right, Tong Kai, can we talk privately for a moment? Jia Van and Truong Min were in a private place. Truong Min spoke first. Constable Neep, please speak. At this point, Van explained the current situation and the expectations of the superior. The world is hard, the riot control office has just been established, all the staff are new. They have almost no experience in solving cases. Therefore, Lord Lu selected 104 outstanding talents from the Chiu Thien 2 to supplement the riot control office. The old lead the new. Tun Tong Kai is one of those people. Lord Lu highly values you all and is full of expectation. Truong Min pondered a bit about the past. This thought made him extremely confident. Outstanding talents, it seems that the previous case in Fan Kao. In the report that Van Neem An sent to the superiors, she spoke too highly of me. But whether I join or not mainly depends on whether your riot control office shows enough sincerity. After saying that, Truong Min clasped his hands and moved closer to Jia Van, asking discreetly, "Excuse me, Constable Neep, how are the benefits at the riot control office? After all, I still have to earn money to support my little sister and the little snakehead fish." At this point, Jia Van suddenly felt awkward. He spoke vaguely, not looking directly at Truong Min. "Well, because we are a newly established office, so we..." Just hearing that, Truong Min turned to leave. He seemed to find it unsuitable. "I understand, farewell." Suddenly, as if driven by something, Jia Van raised his hand forward to block Truong Min's step. Wait, Jia Van still wanted to continue presenting some difficult cases that the riot control office had encountered. "Tong Kai, don't mind hearing me out. The first case of our riot control office is the demon murders in Ho Kao district. This place is the fief of Prince Fuck, and our mission is to investigate Prince Fuck." Jia Van raised his hand to think. He continued about the superior's judgment. "The superiors suspect that the demon murders are related to Prince Fuck. If there is solid evidence," Lord Lu said, "we must confiscate Prince Fuck's assets. And no matter how much is confiscated, he and the superiors will not take a share." Truong Min heard that and then added, but he didn't finish the sentence, only saying vaguely, "Confiscate assets, the superiors don't take any, then isn't that?" Then Jia Van silently affirmed, still rubbing his chin pondering the case, "You're not wrong, it's actually to give us the motivation to work." Hearing this, Truong Min suddenly became interested in the matter. He eagerly asked, "Yes, after listening I even feel fired up. Quickly tell me the details." Jia Van continued telling what he knew about the Chiu Thien 2, but he couldn't tell everything. The Chiu Thien 2 had already sent people to investigate Prince Fuck. But whether it was the Chiu Thien 2, the Ministry of Justice, or the Censorate, in the end all leads were cut off. Even the investigators who entered Prince Fuck's fief died mysteriously. Saying that, Jia Van shifted the subject to His Majesty. He crossed his arms in frustration and continued, "His Majesty is extremely disappointed with the other offices. Now we must rely on our riot control office. Can we gnaw this hard bone?" Hearing that, Truong Min immediately waved his hand and shook his head in disagreement. Prince Fuck's fief in the Ho Thuk region has always been the richest. Moreover, Prince Fuck also likes to collect to prove he is no idle recluse. Jia Van explained more to make him understand. No, I'm not letting you talk about the case. I want you to talk about Prince Fuck." After hearing these words from Jia Van, Truong Min rested his chin and thought for a while. A big tycoon, such a wealthy man. No wonder the imperial court sent people to his house to confiscate assets. Such a case is of course extremely dangerous, but the growth rate of myself and the little snakehead fish has actually become slower now. This case will give me many opportunities to obtain more resources. It cannot be missed. After thinking for a long time, Truong Min changed his mind. He put his hand on Jia Van's shoulder and accepted the invitation. "Constable Neep, I've thought it over. I want to join the riot control office." Jia Van was overjoyed. He somewhat couldn't believe that Truong Min would accept. "Is this true?" Not letting Jia Van get too happy, Truong Min immediately put forward a condition. "But I have one request, I don't want to show my face." After hearing this suggestion from Truong Min, Jia Van smiled and nodded in agreement. "That's simple, I will report back to Lord Lu when the case ends in the future. Your name will absolutely not appear in the case file. The newly established riot control office, everything starts from zero. For us this is truly an opportunity." After that, Jia Van gives Truong Min a tablet engraved with an official title. "Hun Tong Kai, you may recruit 30 constables and directly assume the identity of a constable." Truong Min holds the green tablet in his hand. He understood his task. "I understand." At Truong Min's residence, Jia Van had not yet left. His horse was still there. Before leaving, Jia Van placed both hands on Truong Min's shoulders. He carefully repeated, "So, Tun Tong Kai, we have agreed beforehand." Truong Min saw Jia Van seemed uneasy, so he reassured, "No problem, Captain Nhep, rest assured, I will quickly go to the Zhenbao office." Then, Jia Van and his horse disappeared from the sight of Thien Viet and Truong Min. Thien Viet smiled and asked Truong Min. He seems very happy to see Truong Min achieve his goal. "Sir, so you have agreed." Truong Min confirmed, his eyes very sharp. It seemed he had made up his mind. To me it doesn't hinder much. Captain Enhep also agreed with me. He can let me shoulder the positions on both sides. After that, when only Truong Min remained, he closed his eyes tightly to think. After joining the Zhenbao office, the difficulty of cases will certainly increase. Now the most important thing is his own realm and the little loach. For the little loach to grow quickly, it must swallow a level 4 demon beast whole. But a level 4 demon beast is extremely ferocious. Its combat power completely overwhelms the fourth great realm of humans. It's not easy. In a stone cave, a soldier worriedly spoke. It seems we have waited a very long time. We can't wait any longer. The mountain lord must have met with trouble. Sun Kai's subordinates were extremely worried. They gathered to discuss what to do next. If the mountain lord has gone silent, something happened. If we go, what use would we be? The mountain lord has been kind to us. How can we do nothing? At that moment, Bakugo remained very clear-headed. He instructed his friends, search around a bit. If you find anything, immediately use the jade talisman to communicate, then set out at once. At this time, Truong Min was at the Min River. He was using the calabash gourd to subdue the loach. After subduing, the calabash gourd emitted the loach's special language. Truong Min interpreted the loach's language, then he asked the fish back. What? You say ahead there is a level 3 demon beast in a cave a bit to the north. In the chaotic rocks there is a deep cave. A level 3 demon beast is useless to you. We must quickly go around it. Ahead there is one stronger than it. How do you know where the demon beasts are? Loach no longer spoke those strange languages but just chuckled. At this moment, Truong Min was feeling extremely worried because of the feeling from the loach. You say you don't know either, it's just a feeling? Fine. Truong Min followed the direction the loach indicated. He just kept going straight ahead. While walking, Truong Min suddenly felt something strange happening. This feeling. Truong Min recognized it immediately. He stopped for a moment to analyze the situation. The wind carried a few scorching hot breaths, secretly sucking away his vital energy. It was truly a bit irritating. Something must have affected the surrounding environment, as if he had encountered something very terrifying. Truong Min widened his eyes to look at what was in front of him. In front of Truong Min was a large rock. As soon as he saw the rock, he shouted, "This is a meteorite from outer space." Truong Min joyfully approached it. The loach in the gourd also chuckled. I knew this strange object must be a great treasure. As he was stepping closer to the large rock, Truong Min slipped and fell straight down the cliff. Luckily, he had braced himself. When he steadied himself, Truong Min saw that the rock had shifted from its original position. The earth and rocks were breaking apart more and more. Truong Min asked in bewilderment. What happened? Then before Truong Min was a mountain split in half. Before Truong Min appeared something enormous and extremely terrifying, making his face turn pale. Truong Min observed and immediately analyzed the current situation. A demon beast. Judging by its aura, it was a level 4 demon beast. The demon beast directly attacked Truong Min with its legs, but he dodged the blow. Damn, this level 4 demon beast is so much stronger than a level 3 one. If it hits us, won't I be scattered into smoke? In the heat of the moment, the loach in the gourd said something. Truong Min deciphered it immediately. What? You say I'm useless, that I can't even beat a level 4 demon beast? The loach gave Truong Min a condition. It seemed very intelligent. If you save me, big brother, I can tell you its weaknesses. To save his life, Truong Min had to release the loach so it could advise him. Then, he threw the loach right in front of the demon beast. He said in a challenging tone, "Aren't you so great? Then you fight." Seeing the huge opponent before it, the loach started in surprise. After that, the loach dodged many of the demon beast's attacks, but couldn't inflict any damage on it at all. The loach could only run for its life amidst the super-fast attacks of the demon beast. At this moment, Truong Min couldn't just stand and watch any longer. He gathered his energy to prepare an attack. I still have to step in, don't I? In an instant, a large sword radiating light appeared in Truong Min's hand. Then, without hesitation, he hurled the sword straight at the demon beast. The sword flew through the demon beast's shell, but the beast wasn't scratched at all, making Truong Min exclaim, "So tough! If only the little loach could eat it. It could spit out a magical treasure." After that, Truong Min hastily channeled his energy to launch himself into the air. He unleashed many whips, seemingly wanting to bind the demon beast tightly. Then I'll have to get serious. The demon beast's entire body was bound by Truong Min's whips, but its 2 arms remained free. Thanks to that, the demon beast used its claws to tamper with Truong Min's whip. Truong Min was toyed with by the demon beast through the whip, making it difficult to control the whip. But Truong Min didn't give up. He decided to try once more. It seemed Truong Min was in a difficult position. He gritted his teeth with a troubled expression. Damn it, this demon beast is too strong. Even using the immortal binding rope to drain my spiritual energy dry wouldn't hold it for long. I must finish it quickly. Truong Min used the binding ropes to hold the monster with all his might. What? Even the flying sword can't break its defense. Realizing he wasn't doing well, he glanced at the loach. If you know its weakness, strike now. Your big brother can't hold on much longer. Listening to Truong Min's thoughts, it leaped as high as it could. From the loach's mouth, a series of sparks burst out. That was its weapon. All of them struck the monster's skin directly, causing it great pain. Finally, the sparks exploded all at once, injuring the creature. His binding ropes also vanished. Truong Min ducked aside. He raised his arm, gently wiping off the dripping sweat. As expected, with my current cultivation level, killing a level 4 demon beast still takes some effort. Naturally curious, the loach swam over to the monster, observing it closely, sensing a delicious smell. It got so excited that its whiskers formed a heart shape. The loach looked at the creature's hide with a craving gaze, even drooling. From behind, Truong Min angrily flared with green energy and shouted, "Come back and guard me." With its support, he fell into meditation. If only there were some spirit pills. A little boost right now wouldn't be bad. Most of the various spirit pills from before had already been fed to the little loach. It seems from now on I'll have to rely on my innate talent for alchemy. A while later, the loach remained very loyal, resting its face beside Truong Min's foot as it waited. Seeing it like that, he softened a bit. "All right, go on." So both of them moved toward the creature lying sprawled out. Truong Min reached out to carefully feel the mass of flesh before him. So hot, so hot. The energy emanating from the stone made him flinch. What exactly is the function of this meteorite that it has a 4th-grade demon beast guarding it? Truong Min couldn't hide his worry. Hands stroking his chin, he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a sound behind him drew his attention. "What's wrong? This thing can't be eaten by humans. I want to keep it to study its effects." Despite Mac Truong Min's advice, the loach still insisted coquettishly. The next information surprised him. "What? You're saying eating this meteorite could make you evolve?" Suppressing his emotions, Truong Min pondered. Indeed, signs of potential evolution had previously appeared on the little loach. Could the opportunity lie within this meteorite? What a coincidence. He looked at the stone, then murmured to the loach, "But how can you swallow it? The temperature of this meteorite is so high." As soon as he finished speaking, it leaped up high, aiming straight for the meteorite before it. The loach began devouring the spoils. Truong Min called out a warning from below. "Are you okay? Just be careful." In just a moment, its mouth had swallowed the entire enormous meteorite with incredible ease. It's grown big again. Because the stone was too large, it lost its balance and tumbled to the ground. Seeing the situation was not good, Truong Min immediately recalled the loach, letting it digest for a while. Tonight could be considered a fairly bountiful harvest. Just wait and see what form the little loach will take after evolving. That night, the sky was pitch black with twinkling stars. Neem Neem stealthily entered the village path. "So this is Tiat Ho village." She lowered her head slightly, her face full of thought. "I've brought several magical artifacts that ward off evil energy. I've modified them a bit. Perhaps they can ward off the cold poison in this village." As if having a sixth sense, Neem Neem turned her head to look behind. "Who's there?" To investigate the matter, she shot forward, flying quickly. Neem Neem landed, hiding behind a tree. A few wooden puppets were chatting. "If we dig up things like lingjai and ginseng, can we sell them at the ghost market?" However, the group looked quite worried. Inside, there are all ghost cultivators and also different cultivators like us. They are all unsavory characters. If we get robbed, our strength is only enough to accept it. We might even be refined into pills. To calm the atmosphere, a leading wooden puppet said, "Don't worry, that market has rules. There are lords and patrol teams maintaining order. Such things won't happen. The venerable ones of the ghost domain all possess power above the 5th great realm. I heard recently a new judge lord has arrived, who is also extremely just." With their spirits lifted, they continued moving forward. Unbeknownst to them, the entire conversation had been overheard by her. "Above the 5th great realm, ghost market, judge. Originally I only came here to bring NHA who, but unexpectedly there's such a surprise." That night the moonlight shone brightly. Hanging suspended in the mysterious night sky, Truong Min walked alone on a deserted road. Looking at the little loach's condition, it probably still needs some more time to evolve. His gaze was now filled with deep thought. That recent battle, although he had continuously used the immortal binding rope and five-teeth flying sword quite happily. But after that painful strike, he had weakened. It seems he must prepare some spirit pills for emergencies. Hand gently stroking his chin, Truong Min fell into worry. But to refine pills, one needs a pill furnace and spirit herbs. Hong Thatch district is too small. Such high-grade treasures as pill furnaces are even more unthinkable. Where else could he go? After racking his brain for a while, he found a solution. Got it. Leaving the peaceful village behind, Truong Min arrived at a dark, eerie place. He raised his hand to shield his forehead, his eyes assessing the surrounding. Seems like development isn't bad. Wasting no time, Truong Min raised a hand full of spiritual energy, and Vidin Tu appeared with a cold face. After being transformed into a ghost entity, Vidin Tu's strength had also improved somewhat. "We shall go together to the ghost market to buy some spirit herbs and also see if there are any good low-grade magical tools," he replied at once in a deep voice. "Yes, master." A while later, at the city gate, clamorous noises echoed continuously. Vidin Tu, appearing through Truong Min's borrowed body, looked at the crowd. "No, you are forbidden to enter." "On what grounds? I just want to go in." Curious by nature, he inquired about the situation. "What's going on?" a bystander explained. There's a living person trying to enter. A living person. In the distance, Neem was arguing the rules with two guards alone. This cultivator, who knows where from, thinks highly of herself. Yet she doesn't abide by the ghost domain's rules. Watching her, Truong Min acknowledged, indeed a living person and carrying a magical artifact that can resist the yin energy. Unable to discern her cultivation level, with a vexed mood, Neem demanded, if you're open for business, why not let me in? So what if I'm alive? I don't disdain you for being a bunch of ghost entities, yet you dare to be wary of me for being a living person. She continued to reproach the rules. Could it be that your ghost market even has rules forbidding living people from coming to do business? That statement flustered the soldier greatly. Our ghosts have many rules concerning living people. For example, we cannot consume the flesh and blood of the living. The other one scratched his head, analyzing. But it seems there really is no rule like that. A regulation forbidding living people from entering to buy and sell goods. In the end, both had to make an exception and let Neem in. Please come in, sir. Standing from afar, concealing his identity as Vidianto, Truong Min assessed that this person was also quite arrogant. A while later, he was also allowed through, striding alone on the street, alongside the giant form of Vidianto. Truong Min complained continuously. Such a large ghost market, yet it didn't have what he wanted. Although he had bought some spirit medicines, the important pill furnace was still not found, or he hadn't found a seller. Not far away, Neem's figure appeared, startling him. Oh, it's that human cultivator. He followed her for a while. Neem had turned into a deserted street. A stall was laid out on the ground with many kinds of rare and expensive herbs. She squatted down on the ground. How much? The question flustered the wooden man. Customer, which one are you asking about? Seeing the counter-question was too detailed, Neem decisively demanded. All of it. I'm too lazy to choose, just give me the total price. Her attitude startled the wooden man, who nervously suggested, Customer, you are truly generous. These things we originally planned to sell for 10 spirit jades, so 8 will do. Hearing the price, Neem laughed smugly, ha, because she had been stalking from afar. Truong Min opened his mouth wide and said, this is the first time I've met such a fool. Other little ghosts all tried desperately to quote high prices. It's just that the price you offered is much lower than the real value. His interruption made her turn pale at losing a bargain. She turned her head and asked, what did you say? Truong Min chuckled softly, waved his hand lightly and left. Oh dear, do you want to eat me, old monk? I'm leaving first. He hadn't gone far when he was blocked by the wooden man. Fellow Taoist, please stop. He clasped his hands, bowed his head slightly and respectfully in front of him. I truly do not understand the market price. Please give me some guidance, fellow Taoist. I will certainly repay you generously. Taking pity on the wooden man, Truong Min gently instructed, the current market price, your goods are at least 15 spirit jades. This made Neem angry, she shouted. At such a high price, how could you sell it? Ignoring her, he emphasized that this seat was a ghost god. I can't use these things, but I won't admit defeat. Neem questioned him relentlessly. You quoted a high price, but you yourself don't want to buy. Isn't that deliberately trying to mess with this seller? Her words made Truong Min freeze, trembling with anger. If I don't buy, they might never be able to sell it. Without further ado, he took out money to buy all the goods. Buy it then. 15 spirit jades for you. This seat has fiery golden eyes. I absolutely cannot be mistaken. Even if I can't use it, reselling won't be a loss. Receiving the money in hand, the wooden man was grateful. Thank you, customer, you are too kind. As for Neem, she was not very happy. Does this guy want to die? Leaving the market, Truong Min trudged deep into the forest. Not bad, tonight's harvest was quite good. The spirit herbs for refining the divine seal barrier-breaking pill have long been fully prepared. He also bought many rare hand-protecting spirit herbs. As if having a third sense, he quickly turned his head to look at the figure behind the tree. So persistent are we. Knowing it was her pursuing him, Truong Min spoke to dissuade. Don't follow me, you are not a ghost. You and I will never work out. This seat knows he is full of heroic and romantic spirit. Handsome, shining brightly like a radiant pearl in this darkness. A woman like you can hardly attract this seat. Neem felt insulted, raising her weapon high at the arrogant little perverted ghost. Let this seat suppress you, see if you still dare to spout nonsense. A bottle flew high up, aiming straight at Vidianto's body below. A green light shone over his entire body, taking effect. Because he was hiding inside Vidianto, he too became motionless, unable to move. His body and the ghost had merged into one. Standing still and unable to break free, it felt like countless red-hot iron wires were piercing the ghost body. This guy actually has a magical treasure specifically designed to counter ghosts. With a proud face, Neem lifted her head and walked over. My magical treasure is specifically for countering ghosts. Otherwise, how could I dare enter a ghost domain? Her attitude amused Truong Min. Through Vidianto's face, he smiled. In that case, let me broaden your horizons with a taste of my power. Truong Min controlled Vidianto to open his eyes wide, the veins in the whites clearly visible. Two beams of black light shot straight forward from his eyes. They aimed straight at Neem Neem's ghost-subduing bottle, making her break out in a cold sweat. What? In just a few short seconds, her magical bottle was cracked wide open. My magical weapon. Holding the weapon in her hands, Neem Neem sweated. What kind of power is this? This is a magical weapon originally designed to counter Yin's spirits, yet he easily shattered it. Frightened, she turned to look at the culprit behind her. Unless this man is hiding his cultivation level, damn it, with a mindset of peacemaking. Truong Min laughed. We have no grudge against each other, no need to start killing right away. Inside, he was secretly pleased. He had used a spirit talisman to store 3 strands of Yellow Spring's tail force inside Vi Dean Tu's ghost body. He had just used 1 strand. She didn't recognize the Yellow Spring's tail force, which meant her rank was definitely below the 4 great ghost kings. Nothing to fear. His expression under Truong Min's control infuriated Neem Neem. You ruined my good deed and still say there's no grudge. Ignoring her anger, Truong Min pondered. But that ghost-countering magical treasure of hers is actually quite nice. Wonderful, perhaps it could be used. He smiled and said to Neem Neem, Miss, I see you have some skill in catching ghosts. I have a big business deal here, are you interested? Unconcerned, she turned to Lee. Daydreaming, her words were quite contrary to her thoughts. This person was not easy to deal with. Time to retreat. Too bad about my magical weapon. I need to quickly find a place to repair it. Standing behind Neem Neem, Truong Min advised, Don't be so heartless, young people like you. Let's talk first so you don't regret it later. As soon as he finished from his side, she immediately lunged to attack him. Neem Neem's hand moved to Vidin Tu's neck and began to act. A force tightened around the body Truong Min was temporarily borrowing. This second-rate ghost body was really a bit weak. Knowing she couldn't beat that ghost body, Neem Neem conceded and let go. Stay away from me. Clutching his just-squeezed neck, he sighed and lamented. Young people killing without a word. His words once again provoked Neem Neem's anger. Looking for death, do you really think I dare not kill? She lunged again, but fortunately Truong Min quickly explained. Don't strike, there really is a big business deal involving ghosts. Your abilities are just right, it's the treasure of Prince Fuck. Isn't that a big deal? Hearing the location, Neem Neem immediately stopped frozen and asked, Prince Fuck? Eyes wide and bright, he got straight to the point. Fuck Fuong is plotting rebellion, raising evil ghosts. Along with a heap of treasures for rebellion. Truong Min suppressed his emotions, though quite worried inside, he first lied to her a bit. After a few seconds of thought, she said, This business is too big. I don't have the skill to do it. To deceive Neem Neem, he laid out a clear plan. Of course, it's not just the two of us, there's another strong expert. Moreover, we don't need to provoke Prince Fuck. We just need to find the treasure location, kill those evil ghosts, and take the treasure. Standing nearby, Neem Neem sneered. You speak without evidence, how can I trust you? How do I know you're not deceiving me? Truong Min earnestly assured, I'll gather enough people and then contact you. When the time comes, I'll give everyone specific clues. You can decide then whether to join or not. His words made Neem Neem somewhat swayed, deep in thought. In the end, she nodded in agreement. Fine, I will give you a spirit talisman for contact. If you dare deceive me, I will definitely make you regret ever agreeing to cooperate. Neem Neem left, saying goodbye. Take care, little sister. After a few steps, she glanced back at his figure behind her. Knowing that Truong Min had also left, Neem Neem's expression immediately changed. A scheming smile appeared on her lips. Oh my god. Fuck Vuong's treasure vault. If what the old ghost slayer said is true, I could actually consider cooperating with him. But if he has other intentions, I will secretly report to Fuck Vuong immediately. I need to plan for both sides. Besides, that ghost domain earlier was no ordinary thing. Looks like I need to plan to seize it for myself. Truong Min held a bulging bag of spoils. The harvest wasn't bad. But pretending to be you is really tiring. As he stretched, he recalled Neem Neem's figure and inadvertently still wanted to recruit that old lady into Chan Bakso. But anyway, her identity is unclear. I can't let my own identity be exposed either. In the world of cultivators, to smoothly complete a cooperation, you not only need to keep some tricks up your sleeve but also guard against them. Truong Min took out the spirit talisman she gave him from his bag. Just like now, this contact talisman, clearly meant for surveillance. It's my talisman now? Neem Neem's voice echoed in his ears. Take this spirit talisman. I will contact you later. Clutching the talisman, he pondered if he destroyed it now. He couldn't put Vidin Tu away. That would sever the talisman's connection and sensing with that hat-wearing woman. On the contrary, it might expose the truth that Vidin Tu is a puppet. After a while, Truong Min sighed and set the matter aside. Forget it, let's see how it goes. Time to go home. He had no idea that behind him, high up in a tree, someone was watching him, none other than Neem Neem. So it's the little ghost of Triuthene 2. Your Triuthene 2 says Fuck Vuong is raising evil ghosts plotting rebellion. How much stronger are you than Fuck Vuong? At the mountainside house. The next morning, when the rooster crowed loudly after a long sleep, Truong Min stretched and woke up. Wow, I've really been too tired lately. Still groggy, he stepped out of bed, pushed aside the curtain and went outside. Before him sat Lu Dan Then and Truong Yen, Taka. Awake, the old man stroked his beard, looking pleased. Very good, your pill making is getting better and better. Your little sister is a one-in-a-million genius. Remembering something, Truong Min chuckled. Right, you alchemists probably have quite a few pill furnaces, don't you? Udan then nodded, looking puzzled. That's right, why? Opening his eyes wide, he began to bargain with the old man. Look here. I've lent you my little sister as a disciple. How about you give me a pill furnace? In the small house at the guard post, Truong Min looked at the pill furnace and thought, this old Lu is really generous. He observed the inside of the furnace and silently assessed. For 1,800 spirit jades, I got a furnace that can refine spirit pills below the 3rd grade. Not a loss. First, practice my skills a bit, test the calculation. With the divine seal breaking through the barrier to refine the item appraisal in hand, getting familiar was no difficulty at all. He poured in the medicinal ingredients, then controlled the fire level. A few hours later, the result was 6 pills. Truong Min looked at them and happily exclaimed, pill refining is indeed quite simple, it's just a shame it's only 6, still too few. While refining the second batch, he fanned the fire in the furnace and nodded off drowsily. Then Truong Min suddenly woke up and said to himself, all right. He took out the pills, counting them while muttering. Adding the 6 from before, a total of 18. According to plan, that's enough for a short while. Thus, my future battles will be more secured. Truong Min let out a breath and said to himself, in that case, it's time to think about the Fuck Vuong case. Suddenly, he pondered and said to himself, how about I forge a letter ordering Ku An of Chak Kim's son to go investigate Fuck Vuong directly? To be a scapegoat for me. No, what if they discover the Mountain Lord is dead and refuse to do it? Then Truong Min exclaimed, wait, I have an idea. Scene change, Truong Min called Thien Viet over and instructed, Bok Thien Viet send a message to Kak Jio. Tell him to find a way to transfer the jade record of the 100 households from the 3 prefectures gate here. He respectfully replied, understood. He put his hand on his chin and said to himself, next are those people at Chak Kim's son. I have to give them a good tease. In the evening in the forest, Truong Min, in the guise of Kim Dean Sat then, was walking. 3 youths from Chak Kim's son were stealthily watching him from behind the bushes. Truong Min spoke, hiding your heads but showing your tails, the behavior of petty men. He hurled his sword toward the bushes. It flew and sliced off the hair of one of them. That guy was terrified and the one next to him was no less astonished. Truong Min retrieved the sword. The sword immediately flew back. It grazed that guy's neck as it returned to his arm. One of them holding his sword confidently shouted, charge together, while the other 2, as if soulless, wailed, my life is over. But still they staggered forward with their swords. In the quiet forest, the clashing sounds of blades rang out. After a while, all 3 of them were so exhausted they could barely stand. Truong Min thought to himself, Loach gave me quite an excellent treasure this time. Not bad, one of them silently assessed. Our frenzied attacks were like children, learning to walk in the eyes of our opponent, not even able to touch a corner of his robe. What kind of monster is this? I'm afraid even the Mountain Lord might not be his match. Suddenly Truong Min took out a cloth sack, then reached his hand in and pulled out their Mountain Lord. He shouted, you fools, do you know the real purpose of this man coming to Hong Thatch District? Seeing that, they shouted in unison, Mountain Lord. One of them clenched his fist and declared, of course, to avenge the young Mountain Lord. Truong Min angrily shouted, truly foolish, he said. This lord extracted his soul and spirit. He does not care at all about his son's life or death. He merely used it as an excuse to come here and search for an underground palace. An underground palace that this lord left behind 6,000 years ago. Hearing that, the group silently thought, 6,000 years ago, how long has this old monster lived? No wonder he's so powerful. Truong Min pointed at the Mountain Lord and lied. He didn't want to share the treasure with you, so he came up with such an excuse. How pitiful you fools are, yet you remain absolutely loyal to him. Upon learning the truth, one of them couldn't help but say sadly, to think that we were wholeheartedly loyal, yet the Mountain Lord was guarded against us. It truly chills the heart. All 3 clasped their hands respectfully and said, many thanks to you, Senior, for your enlightening guidance. They knelt down in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, Truong Min spoke. At last, you are not so utterly foolish beyond redemption. I shall spare your lives and give you a way out. I need you to do a small task for me. One of them quickly replied, it is an honor for us to be noticed by you, Senior. He explained, although it is not convenient for this lord to appear directly, this lord is an agent of the imperial court. The task I want you to do is also official court business. Truong Min continued, Fuck Vuong intends to rebel and this lord is secretly investigating. We must not startle the snake by hitting the grass, nor reveal that the court has grown wary of him, so we cannot mobilize the Triu Thien T forces. That is why we have chosen you, do you understand? He opened the cloth bag, took out the pills and asked, want some? That man was astonished. This is the divine seal barrier-breaking pill. No reward without merit, Senior, if you have any instructions. This subordinate will definitely risk everything to accomplish it. Truong Min ordered, Go to Prince Fuck's territory, secretly investigate Prince Fuck's rebellion. Whoever finds the crucial clue first will be given priority to receive the divine seal barrier-breaking pill. He then handed out a token and said, "The property of Chuck Keem Mountain, you can divide it among yourselves." The three men said in unison, "We will definitely work for you, senior." Scene changed to the small house at Chuck Keem Mountain. Truong Min sighed and muttered to himself, "Using the 5 Ngu Nha flying swords has consumed more than half of my spiritual energy. If my cultivation hadn't increased sharply recently, I truly couldn't withstand it." And that female rebel squad plus Kiu An of Chuck Keem Mountain, manpower for investigating the fuck case. The methods are not few. However, these people can only be considered a wide net. I still need to find someone who truly knows how to solve cases. Suddenly he thought of Van Neem An, then extinguished the thought himself and silently said, "Forget it." He then thought further, "Little aunt, she definitely won't listen to me." Truong Min pondered again, "That scholar constable, tax collection is fine, but solving cases, forget it. Next person." The next day, Truong Min picked up the water bottle and muttered, "What's wrong today? It seems like you want to go out and play." Suddenly a voice spoke up, "Brother, time to eat." Truong Min immediately replied, "Coming." After finishing the meal, Truong Min fell asleep again. In his mind he secretly thought, "Really delicious, even my depleted spiritual energy is recovering. The meal my little sister cooked is truly delicious." The scene shifted to the Mang River. Loach suddenly jumped out in front. Truong Min caught it and called out, "Wait." He poked its head and asked, "Are you about to grow horns?" Truong Min wondered, "Are you growing only one? The dragon clan all grow 2 horns, why do you only have 1? He pondered while imagining and said, "What use is it? I think it's not even comparable to other divine abilities like Sword Emperor, Fire Pill, using a horn to suck people in, like a bullfight. Not pretty at all." Truong Min threw Loach forcefully into the river. He muttered to himself, "Yu An of Chuck Keem Mountain and the female rebel squad. To Prince Fuck, they are all a strategy of beating the grass to startle the snake." Truong Min leaned his head against the tree trunk and thought, "Prince Fuck has prepared for many years, absolutely will not give up because of a few investigators. On the contrary, because of being discovered, he will speed up his action. This process, conversely, will more easily reveal loophole. If we can use mechanism soldiers to capture these clues. Even if there are clues, so what? Until now there hasn't been a single person who truly understands how to solve cases." Suddenly he came to his senses. A trap set up a long time ago has shown signs of activity. Truong Min hurriedly stood up. He ran to the riverbank while thinking to himself, "Must quickly go check. Loach doesn't know how long it's been waiting." He called out, "Loach, that trap set before has shown activity." "You're in luck." Loach heard and immediately swam off. Suddenly it encountered a ginseng. It pouted at Loach. Suddenly, rays of light shot down. The ginseng easily dodged and evaded the rays. It avoided the attack with an extremely confident and disdainful look. Seeing that, Loach became angry and turned around, blocking in front of the ginseng. The ginseng, seeing Loach coming, was equally furious. Lightning bolts were shot out. Loach was struck by a barrage of lightning. Truong Min on the shore couldn't help but worry and called out, "Loach, small house at Chuck Keem Mountain." Truong Min was sitting on the bed when a golden key appeared. He momentarily came to. Half an hour later, Truong Min sighed and thought, "Fortunately, I have the ancient lantern artifact, otherwise soul damage is the hardest to heal. I'm afraid in this lifetime it would be difficult to ascend to a higher realm. Must quickly go check on Loach's condition." "How is it?" He used a teleportation spell to go under the riverbed and asked, "Loach, where is that ginseng?" Loach proudly patted its belly. He immediately praised, "Did you eat it? That's impressive." Seeing it was a bit tired, Truong Min thought to himself, "Although we've won, Loach is quite injured. For now, stay here and recover first." Suddenly he heard a voice, "I beseech the river god for protection. Tonight your devotee will take action, slay the malicious ghost, rescue the young lady of the Triu family, destroy Prince Fuck's ghost lair and free the people of Chan Tiu, so we no longer suffer because of that evil ghost." Truong Min muttered to himself, "This place is secluded, who on earth is talking?" That voice spoke again, "If tonight's operation is successful, I will definitely return to fulfill my vow, call on villagers to donate, and cast a golden statue for the river god." Truong Min speculated that the source of this voice seemed to be from a scale below Loach's neck. He pondered, "Moreover, this voice is directly transmitted into the soul. If I weren't attached to Loach's body, I'm afraid I truly wouldn't hear it. But what on earth is this situation? Someone is praying to the river god. Why does it fall onto Loach's scale? If Loach is the river god, then the voice shouldn't come from inside a scale. What exactly is inside this scale?" Truong Min reached out to touch Loach's belly, and a spatial gateway opened before him. Truong Min looked inside that gateway and assessed. The first is Chan Ngu Kao. The second is the west of Tam Duong County Town. The third is Tran Tu Jia. All 3 of these places have newly built river god temples, and even the cargo boats worship the river god statue. The scene shifts to the river god temple at Jingseo Pass. Tu Bai is standing there. Then he walks away and Jiang Ming sees this and thinks, "Is the Loach really the river god?" but this statue doesn't resemble that chubby loach at all. Back at the camp, Chang Ming walks hurriedly. He immediately goes to find Yun Fan to look at the map and make calculations. Jingxiao Pass is located on the border of Prince Fu's territory. The location is remote and sparsely populated. That constable mentioned Prince Fu's ghost den. Could it be that the place where Prince Fu raises evil ghosts is right at Jingxiao Pass? Chang Ming puts his hand on his chin, pondering. That constable will act tonight. I wonder if there is enough time. Send some Dao soldiers to tail him then. Chang Ming walks over and opens the window, looking at the little blue bird perched outside. He exclaims, "So arrogant and huge. In such a short time, this magpie has actually grown this much thanks to the myriad things responding to spirit heaven. If it evolves further in the future, we can't let it appear at the outpost anymore." Chang Ming speaks up. "You're also going to Jingxiao Pass?" Scene change. Jingxiao Pass, my name is Liu Tubai. At age 9, I followed my remarried mother here. My stepfather was the coroner of the district yamen. When I grew up, I became an official constable. 4 months ago, I was reassigned back to my hometown in Hukou County. But this place seems different from others. It's too eerie. As the investigation deepened, I discovered that 8 out of 10 cases were actually evil ghosts eating people. The reason I could discover this is that I have a yin-yang. It's useless. I didn't want to get too deeply involved in this. But then the news came that the young lady of Squire Zhao's family in Jingxiao Pass had gone missing. That is a woman worth risking my life for. I don't care about Prince Fu or any vengeful ghost. I'll fight you to the death. Very quickly, I found the location of the ghost den. Although it was already late at night, the time when ghosts and monsters are strongest, saving a life is like putting out a fire and can't be delayed. Strangely, the other temples in the town were all secretly contaminated by ghosts and monsters. Only this newly built river god temple was sparkling clean. Perhaps just seeking a bit of psychological comfort, I went in to pay my respects. Even though I knew it wouldn't help, this place seemed to have something eerie. But even my yin-yang eye couldn't detect their existence. Earlier, the old Taoist priest granted me the yin-yang eye and also gave me a protective talisman. It will surely protect me. Scene change. In a harem, many singing girls are performing. Prince Fu raises his teacup to enjoy it and says, "Those people are really slow. It's almost midnight and they still haven't arrived." The manor lord replies softly, "That Liu Tubai has a special birth spirit, and his body is different from ordinary people's. Truly a good ingredient. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. It won't be in vain that I went through all kinds of schemes to lure him here." A subordinate says, "To be valued by the manor lord is his good fortune. To be refined into a 3-yin demon, contributing some strength to your highness's great cause, is also his good fortune." The manor lord says arrogantly, "Let's just drink and enjoy ourselves first. When they arrive, the children in the rear courtyard will take care of them." In the rear courtyard, there are many well covers carefully chained up in the yard. Suddenly, a noise comes from inside one of the wells. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Tubai and a few others are walking with torches. Mumbling voices can be heard. "Boss, are we almost there?" Tubai turns and says, "The ghost den is not far ahead, just over one hillside." He reminds them, "Everyone, you must be careful. These evil ghosts have been terrorizing the villages. This time we must catch them all in one sweep and rid the people of this scourge." Suddenly, from a distance comes a giggle and a voice. "They're here, they're finally here." Tubai continues walking through the woods. He remarks to himself, "Although the yin energy is dense, they are all living people and there are no wandering souls." Suddenly, a group of ghost soldiers rush out from nowhere. Tubai shouts, "Quick, set up the barrier." A ghost soldier throws out a long chain, lashing it at Tubai's men, but he quickly knocks the chain aside. Tubai thinks, "Damn it, all our prior preparations are completely useless." He shouts, "I'll fight you damn ghosts to the death." But the ghost soldier whips the chain again, sending Tubai falling backward. It then wraps the chain around Tubai's neck. The ghost soldier then throws the chain over a large tree branch and begins to strangle him. Tubai thinks the iron plate is useless and the old Taoist priest isn't showing up. The earlier prayers to the river god seem to have no effect either. After a while, Tubai and the others are chained up by the ghosts and dragged away. He looks at him and thinks, "What is this place?" The pain seems to have eased a little. Suddenly, a beam of light flies in from the distance. A ghost walking along is shot through the head by the beam of light. The group is terrified and shouts, "What happened?" Tubai stares blankly at the ghost lying in a pool of blood. He asks himself, "Is this the river god's punishment? That deity actually took pity on me." Scene shifts to the tarot. The manor lord slams his teacup down and roars, "Damn it, he's so arrogant. Let me see who dares to ruin my plan." The manor master used a spatial vision technique to see Truong Min, who was in the form of the golden-faced slaughter god. Suddenly he turned his head and the manor master's vision was covered in red. He screamed in shock. The manor master clutched his eyes and cried out miserably. His subordinates scattered and asked, "Who is so bold as to cause trouble on the territory of Fuck?" "His Highness Prince Fuck, you blind fool. My 7 absolute tyrant saber has not tasted human blood for a long time. Everyone please remain seated, I will go capture him." Suddenly an arrow flew in from afar into the tea room. The people outside cried out in alarm. "What is that?" A subordinate asked Manor Master Han. "Are you all right?" The Manor Master's eyes were already bleeding. He forced himself to say, "I'm fine," while he silently thought to himself, "Thank goodness I was prepared otherwise." A scar-faced subordinate questioned, "Is this the work of the Lu Tu Bai group?" The Manor Master silently looked at the wooden puppet and exclaimed, "Absolutely not." The large scar-faced subordinate said, "No matter who it is, since they killed our brothers, then even at the cost of our lives we must pay them back eye for an eye." The Manor Master interrupted, "Everyone first delay him. I will go release the ghost army. Fresh blood of cultivators is very suitable for feeding ghost creatures." Hearing that, the man turned and said, "We should split up and surround him tightly from different directions. We can't let him escape." The others immediately agreed. "That makes sense." The scar-faced subordinate flew into the forest. He thought to himself, "Manor Master, you are truly an old fox wanting us to sacrifice our lives for you to buy time. Do you really take us for fools?" Just then the Manor Master was also fleeing. He muttered to himself, "Let's get out of here." In the rear courtyard, the Manor Master opened the door and mumbled, "As long as these ghost soldiers exist, wherever I go, Prince Fuck will value me." Suddenly, ghost soldiers appeared in front of him and the Manor Master asked himself, "Where are all my huge well covers, so many of them? How did these things get out by themselves?" The ghosts suddenly ran toward him. The Manor Master tremblingly shielded himself. He thought in his heart, could the magical artifact have lost its effectiveness? Damn it, where are the well covers? Suddenly there was the sound of a bird cry. He looked up and saw Hai Thuk carrying a lid in its beak and cursed, "You damn well cover thief!" Hai Thuk cried again. The ghosts all turned to look. The Manor Master, terrified, jumped onto the roof. He thought in his heart, "It's over." Suddenly he saw something flash. Truong Min appeared and raised his sword high. The Manor Master was extremely panicked, but he couldn't do anything in time. The sword slashed down, splitting the Manor Master in two. Blood instantly gushed out and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, the ghosts gathered around the Manor Master's corpse. They devoured everything clean. Witnessing it all, Truong Min said to himself, "The heavenly law of reincarnation, retribution is never wrong." Hai Thuk soared high above and looked down at the ghost soldier troops marching. Through Hai Thuk's eyes, Truong Min saw everything. He remarked, "With so many ghost soldiers conducting a blanket search, they will certainly capture those guest cultivators." Meanwhile, a man called out, "Tu Bok, Constable Lu. Is this the arrangement you mentioned earlier?" He replied, "Yeah." In his heart he thought, "Earlier I had some expectations for that useless iron token, so I said there was an arrangement." Tu Bok spoke, "But I came to the mountain god temple myself, so that also counts as my arrangement, right?" The man responded, "As expected of Constable Lu, truly a high-ranking official from the county office transferred from a big city." He continued, "The bandits should have been wiped out. Everyone first go inside the manor to search, find those missing local gentry." Suddenly the door swung wide open. The ghost soldiers had appeared at the door. One walked up and stared straight into Tu Bok's eyes, making him unable to hide his worry, but then it suddenly turned around and left. So he said, "These ghost soldiers must have been subdued by Lord River God." Truong Min, in the form of Kim Dean Sat then, entered and said, "It's safe now." Tu Bok immediately turned and ordered, "Go find the people quickly." His subordinates quickly replied, "Understood." Tu Bok knelt down and respectfully said, "Riv." Truong Min cut him off at once. "I am merely an envoy of the river god in this world." Hearing that, he said, "Believer Lu Tu Bok, I respectfully greet the exalted envoy." Truong Min spoke, "Buk Fuong is a great traitor and rebel harming the nation and the people, but his status is high, his power is great, and his strength is formidable. If I hand this case to you, do you dare to investigate it to the very end?" Tu Bok thought to himself, "Investigate to the end? Investigate what? Investigate to the very roots of Fuck Fuong. But that is Prince Fuck. Just looking at this one ghost den is enough to see the multitude of cultivators under his command. If I accept, it's probably a near certain death. No, wait. Behind me stands the river god. No matter how formidable Prince Fuck's people are, can they surpass a deity?" In the end, he answered decisively, "This believer is willing." Truong Min praised, "Very good, I will act together with you. First, we begin with interrogating the criminals from this time." He ordered, "Go inside now, those criminals will very soon be escorted back." Tubok replied, understood. He stared intently at the silver command token hanging at his neck. Then he reached up and gripped it tightly, and after that he hurled the token straight to the ground. Scene change inside the interrogation room. Tubok sat on a raised platform while the criminal in a neck kang knelt below. He appeared very anxious. Observing the whole process, Truong Min secretly assessed. This guy is not old, yet all sorts of interrogation techniques and verbal tactics are extremely skillful. Case solving is highly seasoned. When it was done, Tubok stepped forward to report. Exalted envoy, all the criminals have been interrogated, Truong Min requested. I will take the criminals away, you handle the aftermath, he respectfully said. Understood. The scene shifted to the watchtower. Truong Min placed his hand on a man's forehead. He was reading memories. Truong Min muttered to himself. Just this one branch of that estate master alone has brutalized more than 10,000 people over the years. He murmured, to make the ghost soldiers carry greater resentment. Nearly every person before death had to endure all kinds of horrific torture, causing them to die in agony and humiliation. Letting that estate master die so easily is truly letting him off too cheaply. Truong Min asked himself. Besides the branch of this estate master, there must be many similar underground forces of Prince Fuck. Just what these guest cultivators know already amounts to over 10 locations, some refining corpses, some raising demons, some concocting poison. Among them, this creation workshop is the most interesting. He pondered. Organizing a large army needs only one cultivator to command it all. Truong Min then continued to calculate the various resources within this creation workshop. They should rightfully be seized by a hero like me who acts on heaven's behalf. Since there is a creation workshop for crafting artifacts, there must also be a place for refining pills. I will take the creation workshop first, then search for clues from there. Looking at the pile of assets on the floor, he said to himself, these estate masters and guest cultivators, each probably has no small fortune. Truong Min then opened it, and the dazzling gleam of gold and silver inside made him unable to help but exclaim. This is not just no small fortune, it's actually terrifyingly vast. It seems these people, using Prince Fuck's name, have quite often plundered and amassed wealth over the years, he remarked. More than 1,000 spirit jades plus over 10 rare spirit herbs, 6 bottles of various spirit pills. All are precious second and third tier goods, 5 second-tier magical artifacts, 4 third-tier magical artifacts, a pity there are no fourth-tier ones. Truong Min then rummaged out a stone tablet with inscribed characters. He thought to himself, this must be the origin of that estate master's ghost-raising art. As Truong Min reached into a cloth bag to rummage, he calculated. All the guest cultivators combined also had more than 2,000 spirit jades, over 30 second-tier magical artifacts, and 14 third-tier magical artifacts. Suddenly he pulled out a magical artifact emitting red light. Truong Min wondered. This is a 4th-tier magical artifact. This sky-high killing aura, who knows how many people it has killed. He formed a hand seal and pondered, I do not have a divine ability. So these are the genuine items of the 4 greats, probably components of a higher-grade magical artifact. Truong Min smiled to himself. This harvest was too bountiful. Just wait until the Prince Fuck case is over and Prince Fuck's assets are confiscated. Life truly is wonderful. At that time, at the guard station, dusk had fallen, and the descending night made the guard duties even stricter. Groups of Dao soldiers rotated patrols, their steady footsteps echoing in the silent space. Inside a tent, Truong Min sat quietly, deep in thought. The basic information of the case had all been extracted through interrogation by Lu Tubok. After soul killing, he had generally sorted out the sequence of events. He looked at the golden spirit pills in his hand. He had to send a detachment of Dao soldiers back to deliver the spirit pills to Lu Tubok. With these spirit pills, Lu Tubok would have a bit more ability to protect himself. The next day, Truong Min was already at the bank of the Mang River. In his hand was a large book, its surface densely engraved with countless complex characters, each stroke faintly shimmering with spiritual light. Truong Min said nothing, only silently handed the book to the marsh fish. He crouched down by the riverbank, elbows propped on his knees. His face clearly showed sadness. Hey, don't say your big brother doesn't care about you. In the time to come, I'm afraid you'll have to hunt demon beasts to eat on your own. I've prepared balanced nutrition for you. Before long, that book was devoured completely, leaving only a single cord behind. That evening, in a vast and silent residence, lamps were sparsely lit. Darkness stretched along the corridors with only the soft sound of wind brushing past the eaves. Miss Triu lay exhausted on her side on the bed, her complexion pale. Brother Lu, I saw my own little brother being refined into a ghost soldier with my own eyes. I'm having trouble sleeping. Can you stay here and keep watch with me? That might make it a bit better. Tubok immediately agreed without hesitation. All right, then I'll stand guard outside the door. After speaking, he quickly turned and left. The wooden door closed softly without making a single sound. Standing guard outside the door, Tubok kept thinking, judging from the current clues. Prince Fuck had truly accumulated extremely formidable power. Even if he didn't rebel, the forces under his command wouldn't stand for it. But since we've decided to investigate to the very end, we must put all our effort into doing it properly. Perhaps there will even be a chance to enter the Golden Palace for an audience and present Prince Fuck's wolfish ambition before His Majesty. At the same time, in another corner of the residence, Yidya stood still amidst the thick night. The faint moonlight filtered through the eaves, just enough to illuminate an object lying silently on the ground. His gaze was fixed on that token, his heart pounding rapidly for some unknown reason. After a moment of hesitation, Yidya quickly crouched down and reached out to pick it up. The instant his fingertip touched the cold surface of the token, spiritual light suddenly blazed, dazzling light surging out like a tide, swallowing the entire space around. Before he could react, Yidya only felt the world turn upside down. In an instant, a gigantic spirit beast manifested in the void, and his entire body split into multiple afterimages. Sitting on its back in a solemn posture like the goddess of mercy, the power was too overwhelming. Yidya's body could not bear it. He tilted his head back and let out a great shout toward the sky. The shout tore through the night, his eyes rolled back white, his consciousness stretched to the extreme. It was unknown how much time had passed when the spiritual light gradually faded, the afterimages dissipated. The spirit beast also vanished as if it had never existed. Yidya collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. After a while, when his breathing finally steadied, he clutched the token tightly in his hand and quickly stood up. In the silent residence, Yidya's footsteps echoed steadily along the long corridor. Each step seemed to beat directly against the night. Just as he reached a turn, his gaze immediately met Tubok. He was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. His head lowered as if deep in thought. Yidya softly called out, "Brother-in-law." At that very moment, a harsh sound suddenly rang out, startling him. He couldn't help but wonder, what sound is that? When Yidya looked up, he saw a bird perched silently on the roof, its cold eyes staring intently at him, not blinking even once. Scene change. At the guard station, brilliant sunlight shone down, spreading warmth over the temporary tents, somewhat dispelling the gloomy atmosphere of the previous night. Inside a large tent, two subordinates stood at attention before Thien Viet, cupping their hands in rapport. One spoke first. "Centurion Truong Ngok Ban has arrived." Ban Pham offered a comment somewhat arrogantly. He rested his chin in thought. "This Truong Ngok Ban is the one the Mr. wants." Then Thien Viet stepped out the door. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct, "Ban Quang, go back and check on Van Pham, you stay. When Tun Tong Kai returns, let him know." He respectfully obeyed, understood. At the same time at Bok Lat Quang, the office of the Centurion station, on a wide, windy open ground, Truong Ngok Ban stood quietly. His face glowed with unconcealed joy. He couldn't help feeling smug inside. "With that divine seal barrier-breaking pill, I've finally broken through to the third great realm. In Dinba Prefecture, a Chiliarch position just opened up. This is heaven's will. These goods have passed through my hands, so I must get a share." His eyes swept over the construction site, taking in the slow progress before him. He couldn't help but frown. After all this time, they haven't even finished building a single Centurion headquarters. A Centurion commander not staying in his own garrison, what is he doing by the river? As soon as they spotted Ngok Ban, a subordinate immediately shouted a warning. "Lord Bok has returned." In the blink of an eye, Thien Viet rushed out to greet him. The moment he saw him, he jabbed a finger and bellowed, "You're alone? Where are your ensigns and senior officers? The superior has arrived and he still dares to be so arrogant." Thien Viet stopped in his tracks, his gaze turning icy. His voice was low but sharp as a blade. "Chu Ngok Ban, who do you think you are?" He gritted his teeth, barely restraining the fury surging in his chest. "You still expect the master to come out to greet you?" Ngok Ban sneered, his tone full of reproach. "After all this time, you haven't even finished repairing your own garrison." "Bok Thien Viet, how did you manage to sit in this Centurion position?" Thien Viet was unfazed and replied calmly, "Because I have compassion for the people. Unlike you who oppresses and bullies the laborers," he blustered back. "I originally came to deliver supplies, but now these supplies cannot be handed over to you. I will report to the commandant and request an investigation into your Bok Luke Huang Centurion post." With that, Ngok Ban turned and left, giving no one a chance to respond. "First, head to Hong Thatch district to set up camp." His hand clenched into a fist, knuckles cracking. Too arrogant, utterly arrogant. Elsewhere in the watchtower, through a spiritual screen floating in midair, the scenes outside were clearly displayed before Truong Min. Every movement, every direction was reflected without missing a detail. Watching Ngok Ban's route, he slightly frowned, a trace of doubt rising in his mind about this direction. Toward Hong Thatch district afterward. Then Truong Min picked up a communication token. "The task I assigned you, how far along is it?" the person on the other end carefully reported. "According to your orders, sir, everything has been arranged properly." Without hesitation, he immediately commanded, "Act now and rendezvous with me en route." He answered resolutely, "Understood, sir." Soon after, Truong Min appeared ahead, silently blocking his path. Ngok Ban's face darkened, his furious voice booming. Who approaches? Why do you block the way of a centurion? Without beating around the bush, he directly called out the other's name. Chu Ngok Ban, he roared in anger. Impudence. A mere ensign dares to address a superior officer by name. Truong Min gave him no time to react. The spiritual energy within him immediately surged like a flood, and in a flash a sword appeared in his hand. Ngok Ban, your collusion with the overseer of Kim's son. The cell's secret codes of the Triuthene Agency has been exposed. The blazing golden sword in Changaming's hand shone incessantly, spiritual light flowing along the blade, clearly illuminating his face full of smug satisfaction at this moment. Zhang Yubin's face turned pale in an instant, a flash of panic darting through his eyes. But he immediately growled loudly, trying to maintain a tough front. Wukong's eyes widened. Protect the Lord. The subordinate behind him reacted extremely fast. His body shot up into the air, the spiritual power inside him erupting fiercely, surging into the shield in his hand at that moment of extreme peril. That shield flew over just in time, blocking the tip of Changaming's sword tearing through the wind, emitting a sharp clashing sound, the shockwave spreading in all directions. However, in just an instant, the blazing golden spiritual light exploded. The shield trembled violently and then shattered into pieces. Shards flew everywhere, completely unable to stop that sword strike. The sword thrust straight forward, carrying no emotion, and Yubin's whole body fell backward. Fresh blood sprayed into the air, dyeing the ground in front red. The miserable scream had not yet escaped when it choked in his throat. The subordinate who had lunged forward shouted furiously, "My lord, avenge Lord Centurion!" At that very moment, an angry shout rang out from behind. "Insolent, let me see who dares to strike." From the inner office, Zhao Ziaoing stepped out, his voice cold as ice. "Have you rebelled? You still dare to make a move?" Zhang Yubin's crimes are solid. Sun Zonki, acting on the emperor's decree, I am eliminating the traitor. I am a great meritorious official. You dare to attack a meritorious official? Could it be that you are Zhang Yubin's accomplices? He was dumbfounded on the spot, as if he had just heard something unbelievable. His eyes flickered violently, his throat dry. Centurion, is it truly a secret case? He confirmed, "Of course it's true, all the evidence is in this commander's hand." Changaming sheathed his sword, his lips pressed tight, the killing intent in his eyes gradually subsided, leaving only a cold, resolute look. After a moment, Changaming indifferently ordered, "Handle it well." Ziaoing bowed his head, cupped his hands, and accepted the order. "Yes, leave it to me." Very quickly, they returned and faced each other. Outside, everything was peaceful as usual, but in stark contrast. The atmosphere inside the large tent was so tense it was suffocating. He interrogated irritably, "Bai Tianyu, do you know your crime? The supplies Zhang Yubin was escorting were reinforcements for us. You just let him go like that. Bai Li Gang is your territory, why didn't you just seize them? If Zhang Yubin dared to resist, you could have simply killed him on the spot." Tianyu sighed softly, an indescribable regret welling up in his heart. "When that bastard Zhang Yubin dared to speak disrespectfully to you, sir, why didn't I just strike directly? Such a good chance to make a contribution, just missed like that." Sibai hurriedly entered the county office. He gently pushed the door, opening it just a crack. Peeking inside, a hint of hesitation flickered on his face. After a moment of hesitation, Sibai reported awkwardly, "Imperial envoy, the young lady, has agreed to meet me." The golden-faced killing god raised his eyes to look at him, his gaze calm, without concealment. Go, a trace of displeasure rose in his heart, his lips pressing tight. "Everyone says heroes struggle to pass the beauty test, and this Liu Sibai got involved because of the Zhao family's private letter. Well, it's fine, it's just one night, no rush." 2 hours later, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Sibai walked in, looking dejected, his head bowed, his whole body seeming lifeless. The golden-faced killing god thought in surprise, "Back so soon? Did the meeting not go well?" Seeing the silver tossed forcefully onto the table, the golden-faced killing god couldn't help being startled, his eyes showing astonishment. "Silver?" Sibai stood still, his expression sorrowful to the point of anguish. His eyes reddened, tears welling up, his voice trembling. 500 taels of silver. This is Squire Zhao's thank you gift to me. But he won't let me see his daughter. Squire Zhao said I am just a petty constable. He said that my prospects are clear at a glance, that my whole life I'll be nothing but a lowly runner, unable to bring happiness to his daughter. If I truly love his daughter, I should let go and not ruin her bright future. He also told me that he has already chosen a marriage for his daughter. The groom's family background and status are not something you can compare to. Right? Sibai was stunned, his eyes wide. "You, how do you know?" The golden-faced killing god scolded loudly. "Fool, think about what you're about to do. As long as you succeed in this entire Great Wu dynasty, who would dare look down on you? Squire Zhao dares to despise a poor youth. Later, when your name resounds to the heavens, it will be just the time for him to realize he misjudged you. By then, he'll have to beg you to marry his daughter." Sibai suddenly slammed his hand on the table, a dull thud resounding, raised his head. a fierce determination bursting in his eyes. You're right. Let's study the case right away. He began to express his views. I have some thoughts I want to tell you. The discussion lasted until late at night, when only the sound of the night wind remained outside. Inside the room, they had quietly decided to switch the guard shift at the main door. Kim Dean sat then nodded. Just follow your plan, tomorrow we set out. Tubok could not hide his joy and blurted out, good, at the same time. In the wooden house on the upper floor, Truong Min stood by the window, his gaze piercing straight into the dense night outside. He moved his lips slightly, his voice so low it almost dissolved into the night wind. Now, it was time for that lecherous old ghost Vidin to take the stage. At this moment in the ghost market, a dim green light spread like spiderwebs in all directions, floating in midair, making the entire market appear both illusory and real, as if separated from the mortal world. Amidst that scene, Vidin strolled leisurely, with a relaxed expression as if walking in his own garden. As soon as they saw him, a crowd immediately approached, hastily clasping their hands in salute, their voices unable to hide their joy. Second Master, the day has finally come. These past few nights had us worried to death. We even thought something had happened to you. Vidin snorted. His face darkened, he cursed loudly and dusted off his hat. Even if all of you lost your souls and scattered, I'd be fine. The ghost woman beside him hurriedly waved her hand. Her pallid face broke into a casual, ingratiating smile. She flattered him. Yes, yes, who are you after all? How could anything happen to you? Please help us take a look. He waved his hand. Everyone move aside. First, help me, the Second Master, with one thing. Is there a suitable shop in this ghost market? Tonight, I, the Second Master, will buy it. Vidin's gaze suddenly stopped at a large stall in the ghost market. With just a glance, he was satisfied. This one would do. On the other side, Truong Min rubbed his temple. Muttering helplessly, I'm buying my own property and I still have to pay, Vidin clearly announced. Ladies and gentlemen, my pawn shop, the Second Master's, tonight is officially open for business. Whatever treasures you have, just bring them out, I, the Second Master, guarantee. Absolutely not like those black-hearted pawn shops that cheat you. He raised his hand, pointing at the newly hung signboard, made of dark black wood. 4 characters, Cam Du Than En Hat, carved deep. Under the flickering ghost fire, it stood out even more. Look at the name of this pawn shop. All pawned items. I, the Second Master, only take 1/10 of the profit. As soon as he finished, the crowd in the ghost market paused for a moment. Then suddenly someone couldn't contain their excitement and shouted, Second Master, you are truly righteous. One fellow immediately squeezed forward, hastily carrying an old chest, his voice full of urgency. Second Master, please help me see how much this is worth. Vidin said nothing more, turned around and opened the shop door. All right, come inside, we'll take our time looking. Soon the faint light of dawn appeared, dispelling the lingering ghostly aura of the long night. He carried the wooden chest he had acquired the day before, its surface still bearing a cold, gloomy aura, and slowly entered a quiet room at the back of the shop. Vidin deftly opened the lid of the wooden chest. A jade pendant lay silently inside. He immediately picked up the jade pendant, the corners of his mouth curving meaningfully. Would the young lady be willing to come into this old man's room and sit for a while? Neem stood still, not saying a word, the emotions on her face, completely hidden beneath the wide brim of her hat, revealing only a motionless silhouette, so quiet it was hard to read. Vidin caught sight of Neem's figure outside the door and called out, Young lady, hurry in. She unhurriedly stepped inside and sat down, crossing her legs on the chair. Neem put on a serious expression and interrogated, Who exactly are you working for? Are you a ghost from the Chiu Thien Bureau? But then why do you allow such a ghost domain to exist? Hearing this, he hastily explained, Who said I'm a ghost of the Chiu Thien Bureau? We're merely cooperating on this case. No one can order this old master around. Neem's expression remained unchanged and she repeated once more, Tell me the truth. Otherwise I will turn and leave. The waters are too deep, I won't get involved. Finally, Vidin sat down on a chair and decided to share everything. This old man's master is a great figure, temporarily hiding within the Chiu Thien Bureau. The matter of Prince Fuck is no ordinary case, an official identity is needed to act. She wondered, if your master is already so powerful, why still need to temporarily recruit people? He shook his head and replied, I don't understand either, as the master said. Prince Fuck's power is too great. For this operation to succeed, the key lies in the 4 words victory through chaos. Not only us, but many other cultivators will all receive intelligence and assistance from the master, each fighting independently. Only then will Prince Fuck be unable to respond in time, and chaos will create opening. Otherwise, relying solely on scattered cultivators like us to oppose a vassal prince with the strength to rebel, there's absolutely no chance of success. Neem pondered. Well then, Vidin impatiently reminded, the clues I've given you, whether to join or not, you decide for yourself. Don't ask random questions anymore. I'm too lazy to waste words. In Ho Kao District, Tran Tu Jia Town, there is a ghost den where Prince Fuck raises ghosts, A few days ago, it was just destroyed by local righteous hero. If you want to join, just contact me, the second master. With that, he hinted at sending her away. It's almost dawn, I need to sleep. She didn't linger further, walking away while muttering, victory through chaos. Enheem began to calculate once more. There were risks, but it was much safer than charging into Manhwa Ion alone, and besides, she could earn money quickly. Just destroying one of Prince Fuck's strongholds could bring in a sum, if she could complete the bounty in the tower. That's wonderful. Our household has been running out of food lately. Let's do it. On this side, Tubok and the golden-faced death god walk shoulder to shoulder deep into the forest. He turns and speaks, Lord Divine Envoy in front of outsiders. How should I address you? The golden-faced death god replies. My surname is Kim Ba. Tubok nods amiably. Then I shall call you Brother Kim. He replied, then I will call you Little Four. After saying that, the golden-faced death god paused and pondered. Nijia Yun said Prince Fuck uses ghost soldiers to guard the stockpile of rebellion supplies. But I find it unlikely. Ghost soldiers have too many limitations. Once they encounter a cultivator who counters their attribute, they can barely withstand a single blow. Such crucial rebellion supplies, Prince Fuck would naturally seek absolute perfection. On the contrary, it is very likely guarded by puppets or Dao soldiers. Therefore, we should investigate the trail of Dao soldiers. Tubok also observed the surroundings, deducing that a rogue cultivator was secretly refining Dao soldiers for Prince Fuck. The man was called Bat Daoist. He hid himself at the foot of Mount Vusun, southwest of Kudong Lake, relying on the protection of Tong Toa Tin on Mount Vusun. Therefore, the Toa Tin sect must have also submitted to Prince Fuck. High in the forest, Ryu drifted around and made that assessment. Father, how can you be so blind? A brother-in-law like this, why not seize the chance to hold him tight, but instead you want to use a stick to break up the lovebirds? Truong Min finally managed to fully refine the ginseng. He focused his mind, began circulating his power, and calculated inwardly. This time he opened about 30% of the spirit vein. Just 2 more times and he could step into the illuminating spirit realm. From his body, a surge of energy erupted into specks of light that spread into the space. The Thunderwater True Ring Refinement Diagram is a divine ability derived from the ginseng that absorbed the power of the Thunder Peak. This spirit pill is of rank 3, and it also has the effect of healing injuries and replenishing spiritual energy. The sound of the Heavenly Eye Talisman record must come from the thing growing on the head of the little ginseng child. It records 9 types of methods for refining innate spirit weapons of the wood attribute. He rested his chin on his hand and murmured, although limited to the wood attribute. But after all, they are innate spirit weapons. At my current realm, I cannot craft them, but if I simplify, the power drops to postnatal spirit weapon level, yet the might would still be extremely fearsome. Sure enough, having reached this level, ordinary prey no longer brings much benefit to me and second brother. To advance further, one still needs special treasures. Hukao County Town, the Liu family. Tubok and the golden-faced death god presented 2 spirit pills. Tubok then spoke, eat it. He calmly added, sit cross-legged and enter meditation, I shall protect you. Tubok accepted. He suddenly exclaimed, spirit pills, truly for me. The golden-faced death god replied calmly, this is only the beginning. In the future, there will be even more rewards like this. His eyes shining brightly, he stared at the spirit pill and thought, this is a reward from His Highness Jiangthen. As long as I am sincere to His Highness and work diligently, His Highness will surely continue to reward me with treasures. Without hesitation, Tubok put it in his mouth and ate it. Truong Min rested his chin on his hand and remarked, you rode that horse desperately for such a long time just to get from Chan Tiu back to the county town. By the time someone reaches Fangvu Mountain, the vegetables will be cold. 2 hours later, Tubok raised both hands in delight and shouted, I've become a cultivator. The golden-faced slaughter god reminded him in a stern voice. Hurry up and get up here. Tubok obeyed, struggling to lift his heavy body to his feet. An hour later, the 2 of them flew silently through the clear blue sky. The golden-faced slaughter god mused, Prince Fuck's domain lies on one side of 9 caves. According to the division made long ago by the Great Wu's founding emperor, Prince Fuck occupies 3 parts of 9 caves. Precisely because he is so wealthy, Prince Fuck is left with only 2 choices. Either voluntarily exchange his lands for a poor fief, or take the path of rebellion. He looked at the island ahead, then made a decision. The Bat Taoist's Taoist temple lies right at the foot of Fangvu Mountain, so they would first go there to check it out. Tubok said seriously to the golden-faced slaughter god, from now on, I am a medicinal herb merchant. I'll wait until tonight before scouting the Bat Taoist's temple. I've already inquired thoroughly. There are only the Bat Taoist and 3 young disciples in the temple. I suspect they have another place to train Tao soldiers. Cut to that evening at the Bat Taoist's temple. As planned, they would meet there, so both were present on time. As soon as he saw him, Tubok waved and said, Brother Kim. After surveying the surroundings, the golden-faced slaughter god said in surprise, Little two, do you see the stone spirit beasts on either side of the gate? Tubok replied, I see them. He casually explained further to Tubok. Those are two stone statue Tao soldiers. A moment later, the golden-faced slaughter god mentioned the pond in the courtyard. Little two, do you see that pond in the courtyard with a few red carp? Tubok answered in a low voice, I see it. He quickly added, those are demon beast Tao soldiers. Not stopping there, the golden-faced slaughter god pointed at the wall and asked, do you see that vine-like plant crawling all over the wall? Tubok politely replied, I see it. He explained, that is a spirit plant Tao soldier. Tubok, looking astonished, probed his companion's meaning. Are you saying that this small Taoist temple, which I thought only housed a master and 3 disciples, is actually extremely heavily guarded, the very place where they are training an army of Tao soldiers? It is very likely right here. The golden-faced slaughter god confirmed loudly, exactly. After walking a while, Tubok was completely exhausted and urged him to leave. All right, let's stop here for today, let's head back. However, the golden-faced slaughter god grabbed Tubok's shirt and said, there's no need to rush back. I only pointed out these Tao soldiers to you, but I never said we couldn't go inside. Tubok replied in surprise, we can go in, he seriously said. It's not absolutely necessary to go in. The golden-faced slaughter god plucked out his own eye, looked at it, and muttered, good thing I modified this mechanical Tao soldier eye earlier. This eye can not only see images, but also capture sound. He entrusted a small bird to carry his eye away. Just like that, following the little bird, it became a perfect flying camera. Cut to Trin Duck, who was smashing a wall while laughing heartily. I get it now. I get it, that's how it is, let's test its power. A moment later, the golden-faced slaughter god and Tubok arrived at his location. Unaware of their presence, Trin Duck simply gave the order, begin. At his command, Duong Tuan used his divine eye, Truong Thuk breath fire, Tao Heen produced spider silk. In an instant, flames blazed fiercely. Seeing this, Trin Duck looked satisfied and laughed loudly. We've finally succeeded. Tomorrow I'll report this achievement to His Highness. We need to mass-produce this elite type of mechanical Tao soldier, and I must ask His Highness to quickly provide sufficient resources. At that moment, upon seeing the fire, Tubok said dispiritedly to him, Brother Kim, aren't we a bit too ignorant of the vastness of heaven and earth? The golden-faced slaughter god seriously replied, you might be, but I'm not. So Tubok didn't dare say another word. A few seconds later, the golden-faced slaughter god changed his mind. Let's head back first. This type of mechanical Tao soldier is elite. It's not easy to produce and consumes a lot of resources, making it a poor choice for training a large army. Moreover, this place can't station a large number of troops. We must find a way to uncover where the main Tao soldier army is actually stationed. Cut to outdoors on the street. Tubok took out a cloth bag and shouted, this little bit isn't nearly enough for me. Do you have medicinal herbs in bulk? Right at that moment, Chu Chin passed by and casually spoke up, which surprised Tubok. Lately, the only place that can satisfy such a demand is the branch of the Toy Tin Tong sect. To repay the other's kindness, Tubok took out a silver ingot and said, I hope you, my friend, can guide me. He was a money-loving person, so he was happy to help. Easy, easy, just follow me. With money, even ghosts and gods can be ordered about. Thus, Tubok followed Chu Chin. Cut to the branch of the Toy Tin Tong sect, whose owner was Lu Hao. As soon as he met the customer, he started negotiating prices. The medicinal herbs grown by our Toy Tin Tong are all cultivated using immortal methods. For ordinary people like us, they are absolutely the best herbs, which you simply cannot buy anywhere else. Tubok brought out his money bag and replied frankly, I absolutely won't let a friend work for nothing. Don't worry, he saw your sincerity, so he agreed to this deal. Tomorrow morning I'll take you to the lower court to choose goods. Don't be late. Hearing that, he thought to himself, immortals and mortals are different. This guy just has a bit of connection with cultivators, yet in the eyes of ordinary people he's already a big shot. Scene change, at this moment Siju was driving the carriage very hurriedly. After a while, the person inside set up a formation so the carriage could fly into the sky. A second after Golden Mask Killer God saw it flying into the sky, he was stunned and muttered to himself, if I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have used the Joy Magpie to test the myriad things responding spirit heaven. Now that it's so big, I can only follow it myself. He quickly chased after it with a thought surfacing in his mind. The main task now is no longer to find evidence of Prince Fu's rebellion, but to investigate his entire strength thoroughly to prepare properly. When the time comes, the imperial court sends people to act, they can conveniently reap some benefits, then it would be even more perfect. Scene change, the carriage stopped at Tung Nin Prefecture. The person stepping down from the carriage was Bat Taoist, so he found a corner to land and muttered to himself, just looking at this prince's mansion, the roof alone is all gilded. You immediately know Prince Fu is the richest in the Great Wu dynasty. His reputation is well deserved. If I could go in and sweep it clean. Golden Mask Killer God's current personality is very much like Truong Min, both are money grubbers. At the same time, when he saw money, his eyes lit up again, and he muttered to himself, "It seems this old Taoist has received Prince Fu's full support. That means later there will be a large amount of resources, and they will all be my resources." Scene change at Golden Mask Killer God's location. When he saw someone coming out, he said in a puzzled tone, "Bat Taoist wants to go to the residence across the street. Then won't I have to wait here all night?" Scene change. Thuan Vu walked hurriedly inside, and an hour later he also came out. Seeing Thuan Vu step onto the carriage, he thought to himself, "Only an hour, that was too quick." Golden Mask Killer God watched the silhouette of the carriage. As it was leaving, he secretly made his judgment. That old Taoist is probably not coming out again tonight. Let's see if I can find a breakthrough with this man. Scene change, Thuan Vu's carriage stopped again in front of the Tran residence. After following here, Golden Mask Killer God climbed onto the roof again. From high above, he looked down and whispered to himself, "The heaven and earth spiritual energy here is extremely dense. Moreover, it is very wondrous, all confined within the walls, completely imperceptible from outside." Very quickly, Golden Mask Killer God discovered something abnormal and panicked, shouting inwardly, "Not good, I've been discovered." Golden Mask Killer God sneakily jumped inside the house. Suddenly, a blinding light struck his eye. It turned out to be a Bagua mirror on a high tower, shining directly at him, but he swiftly used a shield to block it. This situation made him grit his teeth and think, "It seems precautions were already in place, I must leave quickly." At that moment, Golden Mask Killer God saw a barrier already laid out here, and there was also a seal. Perhaps the God-slaying break in Spirit Pomegranate book couldn't be used. Directly use the 5 mountains flying sword. No sooner said than done, he drew his sword and shattered the seal. He couldn't just leave like that. This one sword of his was extremely light, shattering the seal. Truong Min saw that his layers of defense were so easily shattered by Golden Mask Killer God, and couldn't help but worry. Damn it, such an unremarkable residence. How could it have such formidable power? Immediately he decided to sneak away. Magpie returned. A moment later, in the sky was a blue bird carrying someone on its back. Truong Min, in the form of a flying beetle, happened to see the face of the person on that bird's back. Recognizing an acquaintance, he thought helplessly, "What the hell?" Originally, he had planned to place this little ghost into the ghost domain soon, but now it seems that between it and the Joy Magpie, feelings have already developed. At the same time, outside the city gate being closed made the people extremely dissatisfied. Early morning and already the city is sealed. Are they letting people in or not? Lately they've sealed the city too many times. Just as everyone was complaining, half an hour later the city gate suddenly swung wide open. Taking that opportunity, Truong Min and that bird flew in. The two quickly found someone's mansion, that same mansion, and inside a strange room. Yuan Vu was respectfully saluting, "Your Highness." Fuck Fuang, though tired, still forced himself to ask, "Have you caught the person?" The answer to his expectation was only, "Your subordinate is incompetent." While the two were talking inside, they were completely unaware that Truong Min, hiding outside, had heard everything. "Your Highness, in all of Tung Nin Prefecture, the only one who could be called Your Highness is that Prince Fu." But wasn't Prince Fu inside the prince's mansion? Though somewhat disappointed that Thuan Vu hadn't caught the person, Fuck Fuang still carefully instructed, "Well, anyway, recently there's been a bit of chaos, pay more attention to it." At this time, Thuan Vu also didn't hide anything and reported all the recent situations to him these past few days. Indeed, something strange has been happening. The forces we secretly arranged in various places keep being attacked for no reason. This matter made him hurriedly ask, "What are the losses?" Yuan Vu still maintained a respectful attitude, stating that so far, the ghost soldiers' losses were the most severe. Other aspects were not greatly affected. Although this information was quite important, Prince Fuck did not pay much attention. Has the Imperial Court changed its tactics this time? But it's fine. Those ghost creatures are mindless, just set up as targets to attract the Imperial Court's attention. His words fell into Truong Min's hands, making him sigh inwardly. As expected. Suddenly, Thuan Vu's voice hesitated a bit. This time it didn't match the Imperial Court's usual style. Hearing the old man say that, Truong Min thought smugly, so quickly figured it out, and Prince Fuck, upon hearing it, laughed and wondered, then who else could it be? Someone is eyeing this prince's wealth. Now Thuan Vu also reported on matters he had arranged, but did not forget to remind, "Your Highness need not worry, I have secretly dispatched a group of powerful experts to investigate this. If there truly are those who don't know the fear of death and dare to covet us, naturally they will be killed as a sacrifice to heaven. But if it really is the Imperial Court's doing, Your Highness must be mentally prepared. There's no need for this old man to fret because Prince Fuck. Various princes have already taken care of everything. This prince has long been prepared, even a little impatient." After talking with him, Thuan Vu quickly left, but not forgetting to instruct the household to activate a spirit spell once. The servant obeyed, replying, "Understood." At this moment, Truong Min watched Thuan Vu's departing figure, silently calculating in his heart. Indeed very cautious, must send a few more flying insect puppets to the magpie's place to hide. Later, in similar situations, they can be released directly. Time passed, night fell. On the street, a meeting took place between someone and the golden-faced death god. The one who had just arrived tiredly exclaimed, "Too dangerous, almost lost my life there." That was none other than Lu Tu Bak, and after panting heavily, he also stated, "However, I have also discerned a few things." According to the information he gathered, the Toa Tin sect has definitely been bought by Prince Fuck. Moreover, they are actively training model disciples, organizing them into a military of cultivators. I saw several hundred of their disciples drilling some kind of formation together. But the Zheng metal energy inside the Toa Tin sect is too dense, not very suitable for variant Dao soldiers to exist. The golden-faced death god, upon hearing this, thought, then where else could they be? These Dao soldiers need frequent maintenance from Bat Taoist, so they definitely won't be too far from him. So Lu Tu Bak offered a suggestion. In my opinion, it's better to do like last time at Ghost Valley, strike straight into Hong Long, capture Bat Taoist. Torture to find out the hiding place of the Dao soldier army, and we'll certainly get the necessary intelligence. However, the golden-faced death god did not agree. Not yet after, then when must we wait? Of course he wouldn't easily tell him and just said, "It's late, rest." Time passed to the fourth day. Both of them secretly stayed at someone's residence. Master Golden-faced Killing God suddenly led him by a different path. When seeing an old man enter from the main gate, Four White hurriedly asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Isn't it just an old man, probably a believer deceived by Bat Taoist?" Hearing that, Golden-faced Killing God hurried to enlighten him. "You can't see it because your realm is too low, that's a fifth realm expert." After hearing that, his heart couldn't help but panic. Fifth realm. A moment later, adding a bit of worry, he said, "Since he's already fifth realm, why is he so cheerful?" Golden-faced Killing God answered him with a perfumed smile. Such a powerful figure coming in person to see Bat Taoist must be bringing the precious rare materials needed to refine Dao soldier. On the fifth day, inside a heavily guarded room, Bat Taoist was pouring all his heart into refining weapons. Someone had been observing his work process through something like a surveillance device. The time had come. It seemed he was exactly the target Golden-faced Killing God wanted to capture. However, it wasn't that simple, as Four White reminded him. Bat Taoist's Dao soldiers were extremely powerful. They couldn't make a move inside the Dao temple. They had to find a way to lure him out. Only his 3 disciples would need to be dealt with. But are you sure you can handle Bat Taoist's 3 disciples? Looking at Golden-faced Killing God's face, it was clear he wasn't prepared for this, so he had to offer himself to help. "Only I can be the bait. Bat Taoist and Dark Star Sect surely have an emergency communication method. You have very little time. You must capture Bat Taoist as fast as possible." Moreover, his words made him curious. How do you plan to lure him out? And so, a foolish plan was naively spoken by Four White, making Golden-faced Killing God burst out laughing. "I'll go smash his Dao temple." Knowing his own uselessness, he thought helplessly, "With my strength, let alone lure Bat Taoist out. Any random Dao soldier could take care of me." Aware of his own uselessness, he quickly asked Golden-faced Killing God, "Then what should we do now?" He calmly replied, "Lord River God has his own arrangements, let's go." A moment later, Four White hid in a corner, observing Golden-faced Killing God standing before the gate of someone's mansion. Suddenly, the Killin statues in front of the gate attacked him, but he very lightly dodged to the side and thought to himself, "To be bait, of course, this high-level Dao soldier mechanism is most suitable. I don't believe Bat Taoist won't be tempted." Then he directly killed the 2 Killin in front of the gate, muttering, "I wasn't planning to lure Bat Taoist out, but to directly slaughter my way in." Golden-faced Killing God's strength drew Bat Taoist's attention, making him full of interest. What a powerful Dao soldier mechanism. Sitting at home, joy falls from the sky. Immediately, he shouted, "A powerful Dao soldier mechanism has appeared outside the Dao temple." His disciples answered in unison, "Understood." Without any hesitation, Bat Taoist rushed out with the sole purpose of the mechanism on Golden-faced Killing God. "After dismantling it, it will surely advance my Dao soldier theory to the next level." But as soon as he stepped outside, he had to stop short, because Golden-faced Killing God was leisurely standing to the side, releasing his gourd to spew fire and burn the place. Seeing the fire heading toward him, Bat Taoist hurriedly activated the mechanism to block the fire. Who knows how long this treasure can hold out? Truly, sitting at home, disaster falls from the sky. Knowing he was no match for Golden-faced Killing God, he worriedly muttered, "Which Dao soldier grandmaster exactly? Why must you do this? If you find the Dao soldiers made by this junior crude and unbearable, I will destroy them immediately. Why must you use your precious 4 great spirit fires to destroy them? And that damn Dark Star Sect, Royal Protector, you protect me. Why are you still dawdling and not arriving yet? No, by the time they arrive, I'll have long been burned to ashes, not even a corpse left to collect." Unfortunately for him, instead of waiting for Dark Star Sect, he waited for a sword from Golden-faced Killing God. Seeing the sword rushing toward him, Bat Taoist quickly knelt down begging for mercy, but obviously he was still sent to the Yellow Springs by golden-faced killing god. Senior, spare my life, Senior, this little one is willing to submit. After death, his soul gradually fell from his body. As soon as he saw that soul, golden-faced killing god threw out a golden command token, and so he was crushed by it. His disciples were sucked into a sack by golden-faced killing god. Having finished these matters, he leisurely left but didn't forget to drag Four White along. At this moment, Four White clung tightly to golden-faced killing god's leg with eyes full of admiration. Conspiracy, calculation, deduction, speculation, all are void. Just hug a thick enough thigh and all problems will be easily solved. His action made golden-faced killing god a bit annoyed and he asked, "Why are you hugging my leg?" He didn't answer, but when he sensed something was off about their direction, he quickly asked, "This direction isn't right. Why are we stopping? Is this Mount Fongvu? What do you want to do?" Kim Dean, the death god, raised a hand to his lips, signaling silence. Seeing him keep silently staring in that direction, Tubok asked in confusion, "Brother Kim, don't tell me you want to breach the Shattered Star Sect," he replied calmly. "With just 4 people at the Third Great Realm, the Shattered Star Sect surely has a 4th Great Realm expert in charge. The time for a sneak attack is not yet right." Those words made Tubok sigh with emotion. Brother Kim is truly generous. After waiting a while and seeing he still hadn't left, Tubok asked timidly again, "Then let's just leave." In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Kim Dean, the death god. With Brother Kim being so generous, I from Luthen Bo can hardly keep up. Just as Kim Dean, the death god, stood frozen in thought, over on the other side, Triwong Min had sensed something. Had the Loach finally finished digesting those magical tools? But at that opportunity, he needed to level up quickly and replenish in time. He had already reached the great perfection of the Chiu Lin layer, and next time he would break through the 2nd Great Realm and step into the 3rd Great Realm, the Dao Thap realm, according to what he had learned. This technique came from that beast bone, but after being upgraded by the Loach, it could not only nurture ghosts but all kinds of spirit creatures could be cultivated. Currently, his 2 elder skin avatars were still only at the 2nd realm. Later on, they would definitely not be enough. That was fine too. The next time he met the girl wearing the conical hat, he could even give her a surprise. Right at that moment, the Loach's voice suddenly rang out, making Triwong Min ask in astonishment, "You mean there's still one magical treasure you're refining, and later you'll give it to me?" Its ability made him have to admit that the Loach was truly getting more and more formidable. Back to Kim Dean, the death god, who was being bothered by Tubok. So he was forced to pay attention to the kid and spoke up to ask, "Why should we leave, little two?" Opportunity is always reserved for those who are prepared. Understanding the implied meaning in his words, Tubok sighed helplessly. "If I weren't unable to run away, I'd be long gone by now." Back at Buck the Taoist's mansion, after a while, the people from the Shattered Star Sect finally arrived. The scene before them left them utterly panicked and then chattering amongst themselves. How could this be? There were Dao soldiers protecting it. It couldn't even hold for such a short time. Even if the 4 of us joined forces, breaching this Taoist temple in a short time is unrealistic. Luckily, the attacker left early, otherwise our fate wouldn't be much better than Buck the Taoists. We'd better quickly report to the sect leader. On the Shattered Star Sect's side, the sect leader had just finished reading the urgent letter sent to him and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Buck the Taoist is gone." Moreover, in his heart, he was terrified because the prince's side had just recently sent a batch of precious treasure materials to Buck the Taoist, and the quantity was very large. If the prince found out, there would be no way to explain it. He yelled out an order, "Disciples of the sect, all of you move out. We must find the mastermind." The disciples immediately replied, "Understood. Understood, understood." After taking Tubok away from the dangerous area, Kim Dean, the death god, finally set him down. Then he pointed forward and said, "Look, hasn't the opportunity just arrived?" Those words made Tubok unable to feel at ease, and he asked again to be sure. "Brother Kim, are you certain the experts guarding the place have all left?" Kim Dean, the death god, answered honestly, "Of course I'm not certain. With 3 or 4 people, I can roughly distinguish their cultivation levels. With this many people, how can I tell them apart?" So Tubok asked again, "What if a 4th Great Realm expert is still here?" Answering his worry was Kim Dean, the death god's arrogant reply. "So what if there is? I'll block the 4th Great Realm one. We just need one more person responsible for sweeping through the Shattered Star Sect. This time we must rob them until that rebellious Shattered Star Sect goes completely broke, unable to recover even in several hundred years." Hearing this part, he knew what this guy was planning to use him for. "Brother, you're not planning to have me." But luckily for him, Kim Dean, the death god's intention wasn't that. And right at that moment, a messenger bird arrived. "Of course, I don't need a useless waste like you." Before taking action, he didn't forget to instruct Tubok, "Hide carefully here. Wait for us to finish, we'll come back to pick you up." Listening to him, Tubok hid in a corner and waved goodbye. "Brother Kim, you absolutely must not forget to come back for me." he waved back in reply. I won't forget. A moment later at the shattered star sect, the sect leader suddenly sensed something was not right. He went outside to check and was horrified to see an entire treasured sword trying to break into the sect gate. You've got to be kidding me. Realizing that if he himself didn't act fast, he and his whole bunch of disciples would surely end up on the altar. So he immediately released his spirit power. Continuing like this, the entire Shattered Star sect was liable to be cleaved in two. The spirit power of the Shattered Star sect leader clashed with the sword. The result was his spirit power being destroyed. This forced him to admit, the opponent is truly strong. This giant magical treasure must have been damaged in the great battle just now. Watch me subdue you. Before he could finish his emotional sigh, that sword had already destroyed a protective tower of the Shattered Star sect. The sight made this sect leader start in shock. Instantly his anger erupted. You rat, if you have the guts, come out into the open and fight around with me. As soon as the words ended, that treasured sword once again charged at him. On the side of Kim, Dean sat then at this moment. Realizing that things were gradually coming to an end, he prepared to settle everything once and for all. Spiritual energy was about to run out. After all, Hai Thuk's side had already gained quite a lot. Then let's fight to the finish. So he poured in even more spiritual power. And the sword made the sect master of the Toy Tin sect, despite exerting all his strength, find it difficult to resist. Even without certainty, if this thing kept rampaging, the entire sect would be destroyed. Less than a moment later, a huge explosion occurred. Right then, the sect master of the Toy Tin sect was smashed flat on the ground. Have I gone stupid? Inside the mountain gate, risking his life to strike it, he destroyed the very mountain gate with his own hand. Seeing him injured, a disciple ran over anxiously and shouted, Sect Master! Though injured himself, he still strained to order his disciples to protect the sect. If they couldn't stop that giant treasure, the sect would certainly be destroyed by it. Stop it, fight to the death, the result would be the same. At this moment, Kim Dean sat then was no longer in the mood to fight. He returned to Tu Bok, and as soon as Tu Bok saw him, he cried out joyfully, I'm here, Brother Kim. The moment he climbed onto the flying disc, two people from the Toy Tin sect came chasing from afar. Bandits don't even think of running. Seeing the enemies catching up, he anxiously asked Brother Kim, what should we do? Kim Dean sat then said nothing, but gently activated the mechanism. Then he gave those guys from the Toy Tin sect a few explosions. That scene made Tu Bok sigh with emotion. One person flattening the upper cord of the Toy Tin sect. Defeating the sect master of the Toy Tin sect, this person was truly formidable, truly formidable. A moment later, he and Kim Dean sat then suddenly jumped into the water. That action made him think, right in the water, Lord Jiang then surely has the advantage. However, unluckily for him, he was a landlubber. But I can't swim. So in that critical moment, Kim Dean sat then reached out and saved his life, making him gratefully say, Thank you, Brother Kim. Time passed, and when night fell, the messenger bird brought its owner back to the guard station. Its little owner was the boy Ru Ru. On his neck was a pendant that caught the eye of Truong Min, who was standing waiting at the gate. This little devil was somewhat extraordinary. The aura emanating from him also scared Ru Ru out of his wits. The aura on that old man was truly terrifying. At the small guard station courtyard, Ru Ru left behind the pile of things and departed. Seeing that, Truong Min couldn't help but exclaim, he ran so fast. After checking those things, he was delighted to find that the Toy Tin sect indeed had a spirit medicine field. The medicinal materials alone that could be used to refine the Divine Seal barrier-breaking pill and the Thunder Water True pill amounted to over 40 portions. Inspecting more carefully, he also had unexpected gains. A spirit apricot and some materials used to refine the Toy Tin all, as well as a 4th-grade pill furnace. 2 3rd-grade pill furnaces altogether worth at least several 100,000 spirit jades. After rummaging for a while, there was nothing left except a few captured small fries. What is this stuff? Looking at the pile of treasures he had collected, Truong Min was extremely delighted. This is a big haul, even more advanced than the materials I used to refine mechanical Dao soldiers before. Riding the tide, he continued to open another bag. With the skill level of Taoist Buck, these materials would be enough for him to manufacture a team of 300 elite Dao soldiers. But for himself, he could do much more. My big brother doesn't need to refine that many mechanical Dao soldiers. The surplus materials can all be swallowed by the Loach. Suddenly he pulled out a command token from there. That's right, there was also Taoist Buck. Less than a quarter hour later, he pulled out another 3-part primal spirit technique. And so the past of Taoist Buck was told. This guy was also pitiful. When he was still in swaddling clothes, he was abandoned in front of a tea house. Thinking he would live peacefully, but who knew, he was taken in by the tea house owner. At 7 or 8, he started serving tea tea and pouring water. As a result, in his early teens, the owner passed away, and he was driven out by the tea house owner's daughter-in-law. Until he grew up, he encountered a fortuitous opportunity. At 16, he was taken as a disciple by a wandering old Taoist. The old Taoist taught him a cultivation method, but the old man's level was not high, as if his entire life was only at the spirit vein layer. As time passed, Taoist Buck's achievements could not be underestimated. Later, seeing the old Taoist's beloved Tao soldiers, he self-taught himself to mastery. He gained some reputation. In his 30s, relying on Prince Fuck, he forged an army of Tao soldiers. These iron soldiers are now stored in a secret place. Although every time the Tao soldier army needed maintenance, Prince Fuck would invite Taoist Buck. But each time his sixth senses were sealed, only knowing that this Tao soldier army was stationed in a giant stone cave. Although working for Prince Fuck, Taoist Buck still kept an escape route for himself. This Taoist Buck wasn't stupid. He secretly refined a spirit talisman for himself. As long as the talisman was crushed, the entire Tao soldier army would be paralyzed. After recounting Taoist Buck's life, Truong Min couldn't help but sigh. If not for refining his three little disciples, he would probably never have received Prince Fuck's true sponsorship. And he had gone so far away, yet had never even seen Prince Fuck's face. Moreover, he felt that this Fuck Fuong was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Although this guy relied on Prince Fuck, he had never done any evil deeds in his life. At this moment, he let Taoist Buck transform back into human form and ordered, "Disguise yourself well, go to the best pawnshop in the ghost market and work as an assistant. Could help keep an eye on some assets." Knowing his own status, Taoist Buck honestly and respectfully called out, "This humble one pays respects to master." Truong Min maintained a superior attitude, warning, "You should feel fortunate that you never committed evil deeds in your life. Otherwise, your soul would have long been scattered. From now on, do your work well. Strive to accumulate virtue and do good. Perhaps one day I shall release you to reincarnate." Taoist Buck was naturally frightened into obedience. Many thanks for the master's grace. Having completed this matter, Truong Min planned to write a letter to send back. The Prince Fuck case now could be considered to have some clues, both times yielding gain. It was time to report to the superiors to claim credit. Unexpectedly, Taoist Buck's head popped up with an extremely flattering face. That scene made Truong Min panic and turn pale. "Tun Tong Kai, oh Tun Tong Kai. Look at how you've been doing. Next to your ink stone, you don't even have a pretty little maidservant." Only an old ghost to avoid Taoist Buck making him uncomfortable. He straight up dismissed him, making him a bit sad. "You, step back." Despite that, he still obediently retreated with a sad mood. After a meticulous writing session, Truong Min finally finished, reporting the progress of the Prince Fuck case along with future plans. Finally, commending his own hard work, truly a standard report. Next, he placed it next to a secret message talisman. Luckily, the message talisman had the effect of teleporting reports. If not, having to run a trip himself would be too troublesome. Then he opened the door and went out. Two soldiers saw him and asked, "Sir, are you going out?" He cheerfully replied, "Going to feed the fish." Truong Min's words made the two guards somewhat confused. Feed the fish. Time passed to the next day when Truong Min came to the lodge. He threw a bunch of food down for it and didn't forget to remind, "Eat slowly. Later, if you're too full, you won't be able to move," waiting for it to finish eating. He immediately reminded, "Don't just know how to eat. Where's the treasure you owe me?" In response was its embarrassed face, making him so angry he yelled out, "Stupid fish!" At Truong Min's speechless anger, the loach hurriedly vomited out a command token. Truong Min was a bit embarrassed, bent down to pick the thing up. "What is this?" He repeatedly read the words on the token. "Victory command token, wear it on your body and you will win when fighting." Truong Min obviously hadn't yet known how to use the item in his hand. "What is the effect of this victory command token?" Understanding his thoughts, the loach cried out once, making him immediately understand its meaning. "You mean I should try it to find out?" So he decided to open his bag, take out the alchemy furnace to test along with the victory command token. In that case, let's try refining pills. Even so, he still felt a bit regretful taking the item out to use right away, because he fully knew his own skill level. "It's just that with my current technique, the success rate is a bit low. Feels like I'm going to waste medicinal ingredients again." Suddenly, the command token in his hand lit up, making him slightly startled. What? Moreover, it flew into the alchemy furnace by itself. This is... A few minutes later, perfectly round pills full of spiritual power came out of the furnace. This Truong Min could never have expected. He was somewhat delighted by this result. "Did I successfully refine pill? This victory command token can raise my success rate when refining pill. Great, with the pill furnace I can refine spirit pill. Selling spirit pills for money, I can buy you and your little sister more delicious food. Right at that moment, the loach beside him cried out a few times, so he immediately understood what it wanted. This pill furnace is entirely a reward for you. At the same time in the capital, Great Wu Dynasty. In the residence of Lu Guangxiao, a maidservant serves tea and elixirs to the person seated in the host chair. Lord Lu Guangxiao, Chancellor of Great Wu, you must take care of your health. Guangxiao replied sternly, His Majesty trusts me so deeply, how could I begrudge my own body? Besides, do you not refine these spirit pills for me? Rest assured, I can still hold on. At the same time, the person seated in the lower chair was the director of the Zhenbao office. Liu Zhai, while reading a report, explained that resistance from various places was currently very strong. Although the Zhenbao office had already expanded when encountering cases, the various levels of Yamen and the subordinate Jiashan department were not very cooperative. They even secretly obstructed. In recent days, people around the capital have constantly come to the Yamen to accuse the local Zhenbao offices. Every possible charge, though all were false accusations. But as the lawsuits dragged on, the cases at hand had to be put aside. Once the leads were cut off, investigation could not continue. Guangxiao, hearing this, was not very concerned and replied, Was this not long foreseen by both you and me? Liu Zhai could only sigh with emotion. The way of the world is truly difficult. Guangxiao's voice was full of firm affirmation. No matter how difficult, we must do it. Now is the moment of stalemate. We face hardship, but those behind this are not at ease either. As long as we can break through this deadlock, our future work will be much easier. His Majesty has entrusted this heavy responsibility to you and me. This is immense trust. We absolutely cannot fail this sacred favor. To these words of his, Liu Zhai agreed immensely, but there was one difficult point. Your Excellency speaks very rightly. If only we could break the deadlock, His Majesty supports us and we would have backing. But the difficulty lies precisely in breaking the deadlock. Hearing this, he had no choice but to act. Very well, I shall think of a way to give them some extra support. Which people do you value? Liu Zhai immediately took out a list of a few people he had his eye on. These are the ones I hold in high regard. The areas they are responsible for all have my subordinates or your Excellency's disciples. Just then, the transmission token in the old man's hand lit up. It was a message from Nijaya. He seemed very pleased, telling me to look quickly. A letter appeared which also filled Guangxiao with interest. He said, It's him. That lad has passion, then let's read it first. After reading the letter, Liu Zhai was so happy that he exclaimed, Your Excellency, the deadlock is broken. This news startled Guangxiao so much that he spat out his tea and stammered a question. What broken the deadlock? Where? Without a second's hesitation, Liu Zhai held up the letter for him to read. Your Excellency, please look. After reading the letter, he exclaimed in shock and amazement, This, Sun Changming, I remember this name. He is also one of those I personally value. But at that moment, Liu Zhai did not forget to flatter him. Your Excellency truly has an eye for talent. Clearly, he cheerfully continued. This child has very clear logic, a capable case solver only. Seeing Guangxiao hesitate like that, Liu Zhai quickly added words for him. The 3 constable deputies. Yet he did not use any of them. Guangxiao still calmly continued the words he hadn't finished before. Although the case details are very thorough, the solving process is glossed over. After listening, Liu Zhai thought he had used his own personnel. Moreover, he did not want the Zhenbao office to know he had such a group of personnel. He has no confidence in the Zhenbao office. He's holding back part of that. However, the old man did not understand, as proven by Guangxiao. Just one sentence from him silenced the old man into deep thought. He has no confidence in this world. That was just talk though, for he did not mind much, but was determined to give Changming a test. Whether he trusts us or not, such a talent absolutely must not be let slip. He doesn't trust our Zhenbao office. Then let's reward him through the Jiashan department. He would entrust this matter to Liu Zhai. You handle this matter yourself. Clearly Liu Zhai accepted the order at once, understood. Just then, from the Tran mansion came the sound of angry curses. This bunch of trash. Such a huge resource just handed over to Taoist Bai and it was stolen immediately. The entire Broken Star sect chased after but saw not even a shadow. Seeing Prince Fu so furious he could vomit blood, Chunyu hastily advised, Your Highness, do not rage. The Broken Star sect has deep and solid roots around Windrain Mountain. They will surely be able to recover that batch of supply. Moreover, he spoke well of the Broken Star sect. We recruited them first because we thirst for talent. To achieve great things we must unite all forces that can be united or to conceal our true strength. Though somewhat extravagant, it is worth it in the end. Prince Fu, after hearing this, though still somewhat angry, calmed down a little. Fine, aside from this matter, the Broken Star sect has always been considered reliable in their work. Just then Chunyu's transmission jade lit up, causing him to exclaim in delight. Your Highness, please look. This must be the Broken Star sect finding traces of that thief. Reporting good news to your Highness. At the other end of the line, the sect leader of the Broken Star sect feigned a few coughs and asked with difficulty, "How are you, sir?" This action of his made Chunyu helplessly throw up his hand. These pity-playing tricks to claim credit are too shallow, and he hurriedly tattled to Prince Fu like a child telling on someone to a parent. Your Highness must do justice for our broken star sect. The ancestral enterprise all destroyed in my hand." Hearing this, Chunyu was bewildered and asked, "What exactly happened?" "The sect master must go to Tin Tong and confess truthfully, just like that, this and that." After hearing that story, Prince Fuck was so angry that he hurled the communication token to the ground, shattering it. He even shouted loudly, "A bunch of worthless fools, what use are you?" Then he turned to Thuan Vu and said, "This time is not good. In the fief, incidents have been happening continuously, big and small troubles without end." His words immediately made Thuan Vu understand. "Your Highness means the court has made a move," Prince Fuck said seriously. "Previously, I thought it was just some blind fools targeting our wealth because their methods were more in line with the Jiang. Unlike the court, and our inside men in the court also did not send any warning. But having the strength to wreak havoc from the mountain gate to Tin Tong, that's no ordinary independent cultivator." Hearing him mention this, Thuan Vu suddenly remembered something. "Your Highness said so, and I just recalled. Previously, Lu Kuang-hiu and Lu Tri strongly pushed for the court to establish the Violence Suppression Bureau." That statement made him realize. "You mean it was the Violence Suppression Bureau, sir?" Thuan Vu continued. "With Triuthene Tai obstructing from within, the Violence Suppression Bureau could hardly recruit many talents. So they massively recruited independent cultivators from the Jianghu." Prince Fuck also added, "Lu Kuang-hiu is Lu Tri's uncle, the head of Quangnam Prison, Triuthene Tai. The Violence Suppression Bureau wanting to recruit some independent cultivator powerhouses is not difficult." Saying this, he showed an angry face. "Very well. These two truly consider me a soft persimmon. They want to use me to establish their authority." Then before leaving, he did not forget to order Thuan Vu. "This matter is fully entrusted to you, sir. Since they want to use me to establish authority, then I will cut off their claws and fangs. First, to sacrifice them to the banner." Of course, Thuan Vu completely obeyed. Student accepts the order. Just as Prince Fuck left, the secretary peeked his head out. He entered the room and asked worriedly, "Sir, is this plan secure?" Thuan Vu confidently said, "In the shadows there are 4 powerful experts setting up traps, all at the 4th great realm of strength. I even specially placed one person among them to ensure your safety. Besides, there is Sir Mac Chanbak, a 5th great realm expert stationed there. What else does the secretary have to worry about?" The secretary heard this and said nothing more, just bowed and replied, "Your subordinate obeys." Time passed to the next day. Thuan Vu went to a courtyard. There, old Mac Chanbak was sitting leisurely fishing. Recognizing him coming, the old man sarcastically said, "Truly resourceful." He was not angry, but instead smiled and said, "Old Mac, fishing requires patience. The more lively the fish, the more sense of achievement when you reel it in." Just then, something leaped up from beneath the water. Drifting into the 4th day, Thurbayen was sitting in a carriage heading somewhere. The silence outside made him poke his head out to observe. Something was off. This alley was completely deserted, so why was the carriage moving slower and slower? Just as he was about to question the coachman, he saw the man had already passed out some time ago. This only deepened his anxiety. Something was definitely wrong. As he tried to flee, he was immediately caught. The person who seized Thurbayen lurked in the shadows. It was none other than Tranbak. His face was utterly calm as he thought to himself, "The fish has finally taken the bait." Suddenly, someone tried to block his path, but he killed them with a single stroke of his sword. He scoffed disdainfully, "A mere puppet, and you thought you could fool this old man." Abruptly, Tranbak swung his sword, striking into a corner. Then he rode his sword in pursuit of the one controlling the puppet that attacked him. "You've run into me and still think you can escape." Knowing she was no match for Tranbak, the culprit fled in panic. It was none other than Neem Neem. Such a perfect plan, how did she walk into an ambush? Losing 2 expensive puppets in a row. This time it's a huge loss. Just as she leaped out from a secret passage and prepared to slip away quietly, she froze in shock because she saw Tranbak already blocking her path. He laughed smugly and said, "If I let you escape with such petty tricks, then a dignified 5th great realm cultivator like myself might as well bash my head in and die." Meanwhile, in a courtyard pavilion, Thuan Vu sat leisurely drinking tea and remarked, "I shall not participate in this. I'll just wait for old Master Mac to return victorious with the thief." Sitting across from him was Thurbayen, delivered back unharmed but still terrified. "And you lied to me about there being dedicated bodyguards. Just now I thought I was dead for sure. If just one of those silk threads had grazed my neck, I would have been." Just then, Tranbak returned, carrying Neem Neem slung over his shoulder like a sack of rice. Seeing him, Thuan Vu looked puzzled. "So fast? It seems her strength is far below what the Tin Tong sect leader claimed. Could it be she's not the one we're looking for?" But he said nothing more, merely stood up and saluted, praising the old master for achieving the first merit. However, instead of paying him any attention, Tranbak focused on the woman behind him. Understanding his intent, Yuan Vu said nonchalantly, "A hero's heart is fond of beauty. Please go ahead and enjoy yourself." The night had grown late aboard a carriage. Yuan Vu received a message through a jade communication talisman. "Sir, the steward of Back Ho has been attacked and captured. All 10 guards were killed." Upon hearing this, his voice hardened as he gave the order. "Request Old Master Mac to take action, the rest of you cooperate. This time we must resolve this matter once and for all." The person on the other end immediately responded, "As you command." Now Yuan Vu sat in silence, pondering. To uncover Back Ho's existence amidst the chaos and abduct its steward. This is the work of the true thieves. That woman easily captured by Mac Tran Bak was clearly a decoy deliberately set up by the enemy to mislead. At the time I thought the thief's target was me. Now I can rest easy. Outside the carriage everything seemed normal. Only the rustle of the wind and someone's music drifted by. It came from a blind old beggar playing cheerfully, but then he suddenly collapsed, startling the 2 soldiers leading the horses. Then they reported back, "Mr. Yuan Vu, it was just a blind beggar drunk. Nothing happened." Yuan Vu breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "I see, continue on." In his heart he felt a bit unsettled, having been spooked for nothing. He didn't realize that in the bushes someone was watching him. It was none other than Tu Bok and the golden-faced killing god. At that moment, Tu Bok looked at the golden-faced killing god and thought bitterly. Brother Kim hid the existence of the veiled woman in the bamboo hat. Tonight he only told me about the steward of Back Ho, still not telling me the truth. At the same time, the golden-faced killing god was also curious about Neem Neem's appearance. The Back Ho steward matter was handled by Ku An of Track Keem Mountain. So where did this veiled woman in the bamboo hat come from? Meanwhile, Truong Min was still at the guard post. He gazed sinisterly at the lamp with 2 moths fluttering around it and muttered to himself, "That man Thur Bayen is like a lamp in the dark night, waiting for the moths to come flying in on their own." But did the real target actually come? He had the intention to kill Yuan Vu, but worried about his guards, so he thought of another plan. "I originally planned to strike against Mr. Yuan Vu today, but most of the bodyguards around him are very strong. I must find a way to lure those people away first." Back to the golden-faced killing god, who at that moment was busy fighting with another set. Ku An of Track Keem Mountain raided the steward of Back Ho in order to draw away a portion of Mr. Yuan Vu's forces. But Mr. Yuan Vu was overly cautious and secretly summoned powerful protectors for himself. There was no chance to strike. He stood calmly watching the members of Ku An of Track Keem Mountain struggling to rise. Ku An of Track Keem Mountain was truly unlucky. They had captured the steward and still had a chance to escape. But midway, when the veiled woman in the bamboo hat struck, the city's grand protective formation was immediately activated. One by one, every member of Ku An of Track Keem Mountain was captured by Mac Tran Bak. Time passed to the next day. A subordinate hurried into Yuan Vu's study and announced loudly, "That person confessed last night that it was indeed the court that acted." These words startled Yuan Vu, who urgently said, "Speak quickly." Without any hesitation, his subordinate then recounted everything. Commanding 9 men to capture the steward, capture Ho, he was the old patron behind them. The words of the Triuthene Tea people completely matched what he had predicted. Indeed, it followed that the one who attacked Tin Tong was also this person. But this person was not from the Suppression Bureau but from Triuthene Tea. Then he asked where that female bandit was. The subordinate quickly reported, "She refuses to open her mouth. But we searched her and found this." Then he took out a Can Con Noi Lai Cow book that Prince Fuck carried with him, offering a reward of 200,000 spirit jade. Upon seeing it, Yuan Vu was horrified and immediately decided in secret, must quickly bring it for His Highness to see, to let His Highness decide. Without any hesitation, he now arrived before the study door of Prince Fuck. Prince Fuck himself read the book taken from Neem Neem and his whole body trembled. He suppressed his emotions, gritted his teeth and said, "This King Khan Noi Lai cow is an heirloom of my great-grandfather. No one should know of its existence. Who exactly is so bold and audacious as to dare offer a reward for my treasure?" Yuan Vu beside him continued to inform. "In the 8 wildernesses there is a mysterious organization called the Jade Pearl Pavilion. Its tentacles spread everywhere. They are called pavilion agents. Each one has a booklet like this, personally copying the bounties within the pavilion. Moreover," he loudly said, "completing a bounty not only earns the reward money but also accumulates merit, thereby gaining power within the pavilion. Your Highness, it now seems our opponents are not Lu Kuang Hiu and Lu Tri. Our opponents, I'm afraid, are the entire Triuthene Tea." Prince Fuck, upon hearing this, went mad and roared, "Have they gone insane? Every year I give them so many benefits." But Yuan Vu knew all too well why those people did so. Over the years, the total benefits your Highness has given have not even reached 200,000 spirit jade. Yet this one bounty is already 200,000. not to mention the merit value within it is immense. At the same time, he also deduced that the Jade Pearl Pavilion's influence is not limited to Great Wu. I'm afraid the upper echelons of Triuthene tea have now reached a consensus. By then, not only the bounty from Jade Pearl Pavilion, but more than half the investigation and confiscation of Prince Fuck's mansion would also fall into the hands of Triuthene tea. These two combined far exceed the benefits your highness has given over the year. This made Prince Fuck worry. Then what should we do now? Yuan Vu immediately offered a plan. We will have our own countermeasures against Triuthene tea. As for the uprising, your highness must speed up the progress. Naturally, Prince Fuck followed his advice. All right. At the same time, on the street, a horse-drawn carriage was slowly heading toward someone's mansion. The person sitting inside was Kwang Hiu, troubled and distressed. The court has become like this, and those people only care about their own interests. It's no wonder Tun Truong Min doesn't value this world. After a while, they arrived at the mansion. He dismounted and slowly walked toward the gate. At that moment, a servant from inside the mansion ran out to greet him. Lord Lu has arrived. As soon as he entered the mansion, Kwang Hiu said irritably, "Give this old man some good news. Otherwise, I'm afraid I truly cannot hold on." Lu Tri heard this and smiled, raising a booklet and said, "My lord, it is indeed good news." These words immediately made Kwang Hiu know exactly who brought the good news. Is it that Tun Truong Min again? Lu Tri did not confirm but only urged him, "My lord, please read on." As he read the information sent back from Truong Min, he expressed concern. If we mistakenly trust him, the Suppression Bureau will likely be cornered. Lu Tri replied with a firm tone, "Then does my lord think we have any other chance?" Tun Truong Min has completed preparation. Once Prince Fuck's side reacts, all efforts will go down the drain. It will be impossible to have such a good opportunity again. If my lord agrees, this time I will go personally. Hearing that he wanted to go into action himself, Kwang Hiu frowned and asked, "How confident are you?" Lu Tri laughed arrogantly, almost madly, and declared, "Prince Fuck's intention to rebel is known to all under heaven. If Tun Truong Min's scheme fails, I Lu will also rely on my own strength to force him to reveal evidence of rebellion." This expression of his frightened Kwang Hiu so much that he exclaimed, "Must it be like this?" But Lu Tri insisted. The new administration and the Suppression Bureau are both at the most critical moment. At this time, retreating even one step means eternal damnation. Our aspirations, my lord, and the national destiny of the entire Great Wu dynasty will likely be severed from here. Having said that, he did not forget to reassure Kwang Hiu, "My lord, you need not worry so much. Perhaps Tun Truong Min's plan is feasible." So finally, Kwang Hiu decided to trust Truong Min. "We'll trust Tun Truong Min this once. If we fail, I, this old man, will accompany you on the path to the Yellow Springs, at the same time at Tung Nin Mansion." In contrast to the gold-faced death god who still calmly stood looking out the door, Tu Bok was so anxious that he paced back and forth and hurriedly asked, "Brother Kim, are we still waiting? It seems he's really in a hurry. Until when must we wait?" But the gold-faced death god still leisurely said, "Calm down, don't be impatient." At the same time, Truong Min also knew what the gold-faced death god was preparing to do and thought to himself, "I wonder if the Suppression Bureau will adopt my plan. If they do." The one who arrived was naturally a super-powerful being of the sixth great realm from Kim Dean the Slaughter God's side, teasing Tu Bok at this moment. "A rookie like you, when you meet a super-powerful being like that, don't let your legs give out." Right then at the bank of the Mang River, seeing Ka Trak looking so uneasy, Truong Min asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is there someone in this Mang River who dares to tease you?" He checked a few scales on its body and realized. The color deepened, the scale sensation grew stronger, even more enchantingly beautiful. Could it be because Lu Tu Bok solved the case? The Lord River God's fame spread far and wide. When praying, the voice also grew louder. At this comment of his, Ka Trak showed annoyance, making him even more worried and press on, "No, that's not it. Normally you just ignore it, so why today? Is there another reason?" After listening to Ka Trak pour its heart out for a while, Truong Min understood why it was acting this way. "So you ate the 3-animal offering they prepared, and you still don't want to care about their business. How impressive. If you want to eat, just eat, consider it a change of taste. Those boats, if you come across them, lend a hand, if not, leave it. No need to pay special attention." He touched its protruding scale and said, "But the result of this matter may not affect you directly for now, but it will fall upon that one scale. When that time comes, the pain will be no different from someone directly pulling out that scale of yours." These words of his made Ka Trak flinch in fright, but by now he was already busy paying attention to something else. "It's good that you're scared. All this time I've only been worried about Ka Trak. I haven't even had a chance to look at my new pill furnace." Truong Min picked up the lumpy high heaven furnace and examined it. It was far stronger than the ordinary ones. The success rate and pill formation rate were probably several points higher too. A preliminary assessment showed that this pill furnace could fully handle refining spirit pills of the sixth great realm and below. He took out a few pills from inside and gave them to Ka Trak to eat first. These magical tools are a bit ordinary, but soon there will be enough good ones. Right at this moment at the mansion of Prince Fuck, the person in Prince Fuck's mansion laughed and said, "Let's decide it that way. Once I find a suitable opportunity, I'll arrange to send someone to Prince Fuck." The Taoist priest folded his hands, bowed, and replied softly, "Thank you, sir, sorry for the disturbance." Outside, Tubok silently hid behind a corner, thinking to himself, "Brother Kim has been so mysterious these past few days. Every night he even told me I must follow orders." Walking through the village, Tubok slightly raised his eyebrow. "Why are all the villagers here so thin?" The Taoist priest from earlier had now changed clothes, holding a sword, pointing at 2 buckets of water and giving orders. "Call 2 people over, give this water to them to drink." The 2 beside him were a bit surprised. At the same time Lu Tubok had arrived where they were. He walked up from behind. Pretending disgust, he secretly pondered, putting on a show, did these villagers actually believe it? Just after drinking the bowl of water, his face gradually turned rosy, breathing steady. After just a short while he could stand up straight, his spirit seemingly revived. Tubok, having witnessed everything from the start, could not hide the astonishment on his face. He thought to himself, is this real or fake? Suddenly he saw someone galloping like the wind toward the guard post. Thien Viet saw him coming and quickly stepped forward to clasp his hands in greeting. He walked up holding the command token and asked directly, "Where is Tun Truong Min? He is a knight of the Don Za Thur Corps." Bok Thien Viet stared at the token in the man's hand. Sweat faintly beaded on his temple. An indescribable sense of unease rose in his heart. Had the master's identity been exposed? Otherwise, why would the leaders of the headquarters Yamen office travel all this way to find them? The man's gaze darkened when he recognized the words on the token, "Lu Tri Command." His thoughts churned and his expression grew even grimmer. If that is so, I and the Gyro lords will likely all be implicated. Avu ordered sternly, "Go find him." Thien Viet had just pushed the door open and entered. Before he could speak, a voice from inside the room rang out, tinged with impatience. "I said I want to remain in seclusion." He paused for a beat, then hurriedly lowered his head and reported, "Master, someone from the headquarters Yamen office has arrived and they specifically asked to see you." Truong Min perked up and asked joyfully, "Who is it?" Hearing this, he quickly replied, holding the token of Lord Lu Tri, commander of the southern prison. His face lit up and he said quickly, "Let's go." Thien Viet behind him looked at him a little worriedly and thought, why does the master look so expectant? He followed Truong Min, still pondering. That's right, Lord Lu Tri is also with the suppression office. Constable Kim Chuong of the suppression office had also visited the master's tent. Could it be that the master has agreed? No, that's not right either. How long has it been since Nhep Jia Van stepped forward? And already the master could make Lord Lu Tri pay a personal visit. After thinking for a while, his eyes widened as if realizing something truly worthy of the master, easily accomplishing what others cannot, and moreover, definitely doing so without revealing his identity. Truong Min walked up to Avu, clasped his hands and said, "Lord Lu." Avu gestured with his hand and replied, "Come on up." Avu climbed onto his mount, but Truong Min did not follow and instead turned and walked away in another direction. Thien Viet, seeing this, was also at a loss. He angrily turned back and shouted, "Lao Suok." Truong Min, seeing him angry, smiled contentedly. Then a dignified voice rang out, "Avu, give your mount to him. Both of you come to see me." Hearing this, he was shocked and gaped but had no choice but to obey. Understood. Taking his place, the person immediately jumped onto the mount and sat in front of him, cheerfully saying, "Good enough." Thien Viet watched the two of them leave and thought, the master is indeed different from ordinary people. If it were me, I would have obediently followed behind long ago, not caring in the least about so-called dignity. The person who just transmitted the voice message must be one of the leaders of the headquarters Yamen office, Lord Lu Tri, right? It seems he values the master greatly. At Mang River atop the waterfall, a beam of light now appeared. Both Truong Min and Avu had arrived. He knelt down respectfully and said, "My lord, Tun Truong Min has arrived." Lu Tri turned his head and said softly, "Indeed remarkable, your cultivation depth is hard to fathom. This is the cultivation world, everyone has their own fated chance. Whatever secret you carry, I do not care. I only ask you, how confident are you in this matter?" He heard this and became extremely anxious, secretly guessing, could it be that I've been discovered? Truong Min regained his composure and replied, "At least 80%. Avu, hearing this, sneered and asked, "Where is the key to breaking the situation?" Without hesitation, he directly named the key person, Prince Fuck's trusted confidant Thuen Vu. Someone frowned and pressed on, his voice full of doubt. "How do you make Thuen Vu talk?" Truong Min curled his lips into a faint smile and calmly replied, "I have my own secret method." The elder explained in a deep voice, his eyes showing caution. A trusted strategist like Thuen Vu would surely have been set up with various secret arts. The moment he takes any action detrimental to Prince Fuck, he will be destroyed instantly. and Prince Fuck's side will immediately discover it. Vu angrily pointed at Truong Min's face and shouted, "Your crude tricks have probably long been noticed by Prince Fuck. Not only are you useless, but you also implicate our lord. Such a worthless wretch deserves death." Truong Min sighed wearily and replied, reckless and unable to accomplish great things. He turned to look at Lu Tri, clasped his hands seriously and spoke, "Lord Lu, although I respect you and Lord Lu, if it weren't for the treasures in Prince Fuck's mansion, I wouldn't bother with the affairs of the suppression office of yours. When the two lords sacrifice yourselves for the country, I will burn a stack of paper money for you each year." Avu's face twisted like a monkey and he lunged forward. "Let me kill this bastard." Lu Tri extended his hand toward him and quickly replied, "You are indeed very confident. One thing you said is not wrong. I and Lord Lu have long prepared ourselves to sacrifice for the country, to die bearing unjust accusations." Truong Min, without showing emotion, pointed elsewhere and said softly, "Why don't we make a bet, my lord? If I help you solve the Prince Fuck case, then this reckless brat will be under my command from now on. If I fail, I'll submit to whatever punishment you deem fit." Avu was beside himself with fury and frustration. "My lord, agree to him. I will personally make sure this guy tastes every form of torture from Chiu Thin Tai." Lao ignored him and stared intently at Truong Min, replying, "Boy, he and I grew up together, nominally a subordinate but in truth a brother. I cannot gamble with my life against you." Avu interjected, "If his lordship won't resist you, I will." Truong Min quickly agreed, "All right, the bet is on." Lu Tri waved his hand and shouted, "Sai, the arrow is already knocked, I must shoot." As soon as Qin Jia finished speaking, a blinding golden light burst forth, and a golden carriage emerged from the void. The carriage body shone brilliantly, the wheels slowly rolled down, imposing pressure on people. Lao stood on the carriage, holding a golden dragon saber, and said, "Tun Truong Min, drive the carriage for me." He frowned deeply, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. His eyes showed clear displeasure, and he thought to himself, "So after all I said so much, you didn't listen to a single word." Truong Min coughed lightly, the corner of his lips curling meaningfully, then slowly said, "Ahem, why not try my method first? If it really doesn't work, then you can go risk your lives. The last cup of wine is still not too late." Lu Tri frowned, his expression turning cold, and said softly, "I've suppressed my emotions to this extent, and you pull a trick like this on me. Do you really think your petty tricks can succeed, Avu?" He sat down heavily on the ground and said with difficulty, "My lord, please just try it once. Our lives as subordinates are cheap. If we die, so be it. But you, my lord, are the hope of the entire Triuthen Tea, of the entire Diango. Please value yourself." He raised his hand to his chin with a thoughtful expression and replied, "I of course know that Thuen Vu's body has all kinds of restrictions, but perhaps I can circumvent those secret arts. On behalf of my lord, find evidence of Prince Fuck's rebellion and the hiding places of the crucial supplies he has stockpiled for his revolt." Avu anxiously replied to him, "My lord, although I do not understand the reasoning in his words, I still feel we can try once." Lao pondered for a moment. His expression softened and he finally nodded in agreement. "All right, then let's try his method first." Tu Bai came from outside, pushed the door open and entered. His gaze darkened. He thought, "This rogue cultivator has great ambitions. Though I don't understand, if he's allowed to continue developing like this, it will definitely not be good." Tu Bai looked around and muttered to himself, "Brother Kim has gone out wandering again. Please don't come back in the middle of the night and drag me out to torture me again." He casually sat down and poured a cup of tea. Tu Bai sipped that tea while musing, "Working with Brother Kim until now, even though I have faith in Jiang then. But I still want to return home in brocade robes, to make Squire Chiu look at me with different eyes." He sat quietly at the table. With his hand holding the teacup, his eyes sunken with scheming, he muttered to himself, "But even if the truth is revealed, how much credit would fall to a mere constable? Isn't it still just unpaid labor for those old foxes in the bureaucracy?" Thinking of that, he sighed softly, then another idea came to him. "Well then, even if I'm not promoted, I must take advantage of Prince Fuck's mansion being raided to grab some money and valuables. I can't let Squire Chiu look down on me." From afar, Truong Min along with Lu Tri and Avu walked in and called out, "Is Brother Lu here? I've come on behalf of Brother Kim to find someone." Tu Bai was slightly surprised, thinking, "Are the people Brother Kim sent also subordinates of Lord Jiang then?" Truong Min was very casual, and as soon as he entered, he introduced, "This is Lord Lu Tri, commander of the southern prison of Triuthen Tea." He then turned to Avu and said, "This is the 1,000 household commander, Lord Lu Tri's personal guard." Tu Bai's eyes widened, his mouth agape in surprise, and he asked, "Have you lords come here to arrest Prince Fuck?" Avu frowned irritably, looked at Truong Min and grumbled, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The person you brought here, why is he so clueless?" Despite that, he still cheerfully replied to him, "Remember our bet. When the time comes, Lord Vu, 1,000 household commander, don't you dare renege on the debt." After saying that, he began to think to himself, "I have a sure win card, I bet and I win. Do you know what a gambling monster is?" Avu looked straight at the opponent, his eyes resolute. his voice low but very firm. Rest assured, if your method truly works and saves my lore, then even if you tell me to be your ox or horse, I'll do it willingly. Truong Min furrowed his brows slightly, beads of sweat on his forehead, his gaze shifting to the side. In his heart he quickly judged, this person is hot-tempered and arrogant but indeed loyal. Fine, I won't provoke him with words anymore. As soon as the thought ended, Truong Min refocused, gently pointed forward and said, all right, we'll talk about this later. First, let's discuss the plan of action. Tu Bai, with an excited expression, clenched his hands in front of his chest, unable to hide his amazement, and asked, are we really going to arrest Prince Fuck? Truong Min stood opposite him, calm and confident, and said slowly, we start with Master Thuen Vu. The scene shifts to late at night. A carriage appears on the road, with two subordinates standing guard outside. Inside the carriage was Thuen Vu. He looked at the subordinate outside and softly ordered, give him 2 taels of silver. Upon hearing the order, the subordinate respectfully replied, yes. After that, 2 taels of silver were placed into the bowl of the musician. The old man quickly smiled slightly and said, thank you, master, for your reward. In the still of the night, Thuen Vu, who was sleeping, suddenly started awake, his eyes wide open, his face beaded with sweat. The old man suddenly sprang up, startling the person beside him into sitting up as well. She asked, master, what's wrong? Chunyu gently shook his head, put his feet on the ground, and wanted to leave. He softly replied, these past few days I have indeed been too muddle-headed. Just now I suddenly remembered that His Highness once gave me an important order. I completely forgot about it. He headed straight to his work desk, took out paper, and began writing something that seemed very important. Once finished, he neatly folded it and placed it in an envelope. Chunyu stealthily walked to the door, as if he had arranged to meet someone earlier. He carefully slipped the letter through the door crack to the person on the other side. On this side, Changming was already waiting and happily received the letter. After taking it, he turned around and handed it to Liu Kai standing nearby. The old man looked somewhat surprised, holding the letter, and thought to himself, can this really work? He opened the letter in his hands, reading it with a frown. The others also quickly gathered around to see the contents. He thought, this. The other 2 standing nearby held the paper, their faces awkward. One was indifferent, the other clearly showed suspicion. The more he looked, the angrier he became. Wu's face flushed red and he angrily stepped forward and shouted, what are you looking at? As long as his plan succeeds and saves our lord, I'd be willing to toil like an ox or a horse for him. Liu Zhai, with a stern and dignified expression, decisively declared, I can make the decision. If you wish to change the target, not to confiscate Prince Fu's mansion but this place, I approve. Zheng Yiming stood opposite, cupped his hands respectfully, his gaze resolute, and replied, thank you, my lord, for granting this. Liu Kai then continued in a somber tone, go back first with Liu Sibai and be careful. Next, Tung Nin Prefecture is about to descend into chaos. Zheng Yiming rested his chin on his hand, looking rather displeased, and began to ponder. This letter meticulously recorded every rebellious arrangement of Prince Fu, including each of his military divisions, every mole in the imperial court, and the location of every storehouse. He just recalled the Green Book, continuing his unfinished train of thought. The brainwashing sound can directly attack using sound waves, and it can also form a brainwashing demonic sound. Controlling the target, it originates from the vibration type of the ancient tremor hunt. After being improved by the Loach, its power did not diminish, and its flexibility increased by a level. Unexpectedly, the Loach's brainwashing sound worked so well, somewhat resembling the hypnosis technique from his previous life, but the effect was much stronger. As soon as that thought ended, he continued thinking about Chunyu and Prince Fu, making further speculation. This brainwashing sound is equivalent to implanting a false event in Chunyu's mind, making him believe it was an order from Prince Fu, thus bypassing those secret defensive methods. Fortunately, I had started planning from the very first time I met Chunyu. Otherwise, it might not have been possible to make him fall into such a deep sleep. Changming left. The person sitting by the roadside was that old man from earlier. He thought, you are also one of the heroes who solved the Prince Fu case. He put it in, and the old man gave him 2 taels of silver. The old man quickly spoke up, thank you for the reward, master. Truong Min's gaze softened, thinking to himself, it is I who should thank you. From now on, you will no longer worry about food and clothing. He quickly turned back to look at everyone, continuing to think. According to what Thuen Vu wrote in the letter, Prince Fuck's estate is now just an empty shell. The most valuable thing is actually Din Long Iron. With their forces, launching a search and capturing Prince Fuck is still doable. But if they want to comprehensively attack Prince Fuck's power, it is truly hard to say. That night in his room, Truong Min could not sleep a wink, so he sat thinking. This kind of battle, the lowest is at Earth 5th realm, even Earth 6th realm. I can't help. A while after he got into bed, he heard snoring again. Truong Min looked over and saw Tu Bok snoring, muttering to himself, I won't torment you tonight. Wish you a good sleep. At the same time at Prince Fuck's estate, Lu Tri led a group of embroidered uniform guard and loudly commanded, "Drag Prince Fuck out for me." They quickly received the order, "Yes." Then he muttered to himself alone, "Prince Fuck is truly an old fox. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but this Prince Fuck has 19 residences. Now they have just begun to investigate, but this level of difficulty to hinder me is truly underestimating me." Lu Tri. Cut 2. Inside Prince Fuck's casino, it is currently very noisy, and there is also the sound of people urging each other. "Hurry up!" A Vu was lurking outside, muttering to himself. This is Prince Fuck's casino, also the place where he stores important spirit jade for his rebellion. Ian Nguyen Ho thought so, and he quickly activated his inner power. Then a bronze block with many scriptures on it suddenly appeared. After a shout from a Vu, one end of the bronze pierced through the ground, the other end absorbed lightning, then lit up. He looked at the bronze and whispered to himself, "Within the territory of my great Wu, all city formations before the seal of Ngok Van. This imperial heirloom seal are no different from nothingness." The scripture lines on the bronze were gradually forming a formation circle. Very quickly, that formation circle grew larger and larger. After a while, from within that circle, several embroidered uniform guard emerged. Then a Vu ordered them, "Everyone act quickly, seize Prince Fuck's estate," and they replied, "Yes." A few embroidered uniform guard ran while shouting, "Charge, capture Prince Fuck." After running a distance, they were blocked by him. So they screamed in panic, "It's the Chiu Thien Tai." He then pointed at the embroidered uniform guard and cursed, "Damn, destroy them." Lu Hong advised Prince Fuck, "Your Highness, we your ministers support your retreat." The entire scene was observed by Lu Tri using the heavenly observation mirror, so he said with annoyance, "HMPH 2 6th Realm experts, huh?" A few minutes later, after Lu Hong set up the formation, he said to him, "Your Highness, quickly enter." On this side, he was also setting up a formation, saying, "Forbidden severance." Therefore, as soon as Prince Fuck stepped into Lu Hong's formation, he was ambushed. Seeing that, he panicked and shouted, "Assassin, quickly, protect me." Cut 2. Tu Bok was awakened by the sound of fighting, so he quickly changed into official uniform, then stood on high looking down inside. Only able to clearly see the fighting of ordinary soldiers on the outskirts of the battlefield. What's interesting about that? Compared to the battle of cultivators who ascend the heavens and descend the earth, it's far inferior. Right then, Truong Min walked over and said, "It's because your level is too low. If they were only a few realms higher than you, it wouldn't be like that. But to you, they are far too high." He looked at the person in front of him and said to himself, "This principle is like someone who has just learned martial arts. Watching 2 peerless experts fight, they feel that the opponents seem to only exchange a few simple moves, no different from themselves. But they do not realize that because their own level is too low, they fundamentally do not understand that in this world there exists a martial arts principle called returning to simplicity." Next, he told him, "Sleep, tomorrow will be very busy." Cut to Prince Fuck's place. That night, the cultivator army of Chiu Thien Tai split into multiple routes and stormed into the city. Coordinating with a Vu and the others from the start of the battle, they held an absolute upper hand. As dawn approached, 3 powerful auras in the city shot straight into the sky. They left the city, found a deserted mountain range, and started the ultimate showdown between peak experts of the Earth's 6th realm. Before the battle had ended, Chu Bok hugged a large wine jug, drinking while saying to a Vu, "No need to watch anymore. 2 6th realm experts together cannot withstand a single wish curse from the Lord." Cut to an hour later, another expert appeared. The newcomer was Lu Tri. Upon seeing him, the embroidered uniform guard loudly said, "Lord Lu has returned. We should welcome the Lord's triumphant return." Lu Tri replied unhappily in a loud voice, "Just 2 worthless trash not worth celebrating. Immediately lead people to search Prince Fuck's estate." They immediately replied, "Yes." After speaking, he quickly landed. A Vu immediately ran over to flatter, "Hee, Lord Lu." Lu Tri clearly knew his intentions, so he said seriously, "You may follow, but if you take anything from Prince Fuck's estate, Din Long Iron will have no part for you." After hearing this, a Vu silently cursed the old miser. But this Fuck Prince's mansion was truly worth a visit. What if there was a suitable treasure for the Loach? At this moment, Lu Tri set a condition for Truong Min. "But if you are willing to give up the bet with a Vu, I can allow you to freely choose between the Fuck Prince's mansion and Din Long Iron." However, a Vu didn't want the old man to step in and help, so he said, "My lord, there is no need. A bet is a bet. I want to see what he can do to me." Hearing this, the boy smiled calmly and said, "Lord Lu, of course I agree. As your loyal subordinate, I cannot bear to see you give up such a great benefit." This made him so angry his face turned red. Furthermore, Lu Tri kept staring intently at Truong Min, making the boy momentarily frightened. As the old man kept staring at Truong Min, a thought suddenly popped into his head. What is this guy trying to do? Could it be he already knows my secret? Finally, not wanting to get entangled with the boy, the old man turned around and walked away, saying, "So be it, letting a Vu go with you is also fine. Bring Lu Tu Bok along too. This time he also deserves a share of the credit." Scene change. The Kanwai guards brought out a large log to break down the door and shouted, "Charge!" As soon as the wooden door was destroyed, Truong Min angrily scolded them. "You wasteful bunch, such good wood and you squander it. Used to make coffin planks, it would be worth at least several hundred taels of silver." After getting inside, Tu Bok sighed with emotion. "Originally, I thought that Lord Jiang then and Brother Kim could only protect me from death. Yet how long has it been and Prince Fuck is already caught?" He was so moved he nearly wept, saying, "And now I am searching the Fuck Prince's mansion." Just as his emotions were surging, Truong Min ran over to spoil the mood. "Don't be hasty, it's merely a bit of worldly wealth." Hearing this, Tu Bok looked at him with an annoyed gaze, muttering to himself, "You're not in a hurry, but I'm in a hurry to save up money for a wife." Scene change, half a watch later. Truong Min, having finished his task, immediately ordered, "Time's up, everything found from now on will all be confiscated." A few minutes later, the young servant bowed his head and reporting, "My lord. A treasure vault has been discovered under the lotus pond in the rear garden." Just like that, Truong Min said joyfully, "Go on, take what you feel drawn to." Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Tu Bok's eyes instantly reddened with anger. Moreover, unable to control his emotions, he shouted out. Scene change, the three of them, following the young servant's words, quickly ran to the rear garden. Upon seeing the treasures, Tu Bok exclaimed with joy, "So many treasures." Truong Min swept his eyes around and said to himself, "On this wall are all 4th grade magical tools, and over here are 5th grade ones. There are even 2 6th grade items." Avu saw the boy was entranced and deliberately said, "There are 2 6th grade magical tools here. If you had placed all your hopes in Din Long Iron, perhaps it would have already been cleaned out by Prince Fuck." After all, Prince Fuck bribed many people and definitely rewarded quite a few treasures to outsiders. On the surface, Truong Min was displeased, but inwardly he kept telling himself, "Endure, just endure, there must be better treasures waiting for me." A minute later, Truong Min showed a look of surprise upon seeing something, and what he saw was a lingjai mushroom. So Truong Min thought to himself, "Spirit medicine, the scent of this medicine is actually not inferior to the ginseng the Loch ate. Nectar, this is pure nectar." Avu felt confused seeing Truong Min suddenly get excited and say, "How about I go talk to Lord Lu, say I don't need you anymore. Change it to the treasure vault in the Fuck Prince's mansion for me." But then suddenly his expression changed, and he silently refuted himself. "No, why should I only choose one? In our adult world, of course, it's choose them all." Immediately, Truong Min loudly asked Lu Tri, "Where is Lord Lu?" Tu Bok immediately replied, "Probably in the main hall of the Fuck Prince's mansion." After that, he looked at him and thought to himself, "Better wait until Lu Tu Bok finishes choosing his items before going to find Lu Tri." Tu Bok's eyes lit up because of the treasures here, and he couldn't stop babbling in happiness. "I never imagined I'd have the chance to obtain such a treasure. But with so many, how should I choose?" A second later, Tu Bok showed a serious expression and said to himself, "Could it really have to be as Brother Tun said? He and Brother Kim are both experts, their every word surely holds deep meaning." Just like that, they continued deeper inside. Out of curiosity, Tu Bok took down a wooden box to examine it, then hesitantly said, "This is..." Before the other could finish, Truong Min interrupted, "Let me see." He didn't hand it over but opened it himself to look, then stammered, "This is the step-by-step rising cloud elixir, a total of 7 pills. Using 1 pill can raise one's power by 1 rank. With good luck, relying on this treasure, one could even ascend 2 great realms." The boy looked at it and had another thought. It seems Lu Tu Bok's life is destined to walk the path of leveling up by taking medicine. As expected, is this truly his great path? Just as Truong Min thought, Tu Bok immediately begged, "Brother Tun, this set of spirit medicine suits me perfectly." The boy immediately agreed. "Take it right now, I'll have Avu act as your guardian." Avu frowned. "What guardian?" His attitude was immediately corrected by Truong Min. "What kind of attitude is that? We already said at the door, a bet is a bet. Now you are my household servant, what's wrong with giving you an order?" Who didn't know how to reply, grinding his teeth in anger. Scene change. A moment later, the embroidered uniform guard brought in carts, transporting the treasures back under the supervision of Lu Tri. He read the report and smiled with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "Even before the search is complete, it's almost enough to advance Lord Lu's new policies. There's still much more to come." Finally, Truong Min also went to find Lu Tri. As soon as he saw him, he called, "Lord Lu." Knowing what the other wanted, the old man interrupted, "Don't rush, I've already sent people to interrogate Prince Fuck's confidant. I guarantee that before nightfall today, we will definitely find the location of Din Long Abyss." However, the young man stubbornly said, "I have some spirit soil not inferior to 1,000 gold soil. Are you interested, my lord?" This surprised Lu Tri greatly. "So, you little rascal, what good thing did you set your eyes on in the prince's treasure vault?" Truong Min honestly replied, "I took a fancy to a spirit herb." Hearing this, Lu Tri suddenly thought, he should take this chance to squeeze a little profit from the kid. No, that's not right. This kid is a talent and also a stingy iron rooster. If I profit from him now, it will be troublesome if he grows distant later. With that thought, he said, "Forget it, take it." As for the spirit soil you mentioned, just give me a bit. Rest assured you won't lose out on this deal. Truong Min gently poured the stuff into a bag, saying, a mixture of loach excrement and silk. Scene change. That afternoon at Prince Fuck's residence, he held the spirit mushroom, smiling, picked so long ago and still active. Besides, he was thinking to himself, bring it back to plant in the rear garden, see if it can come back to life. As he was thinking, Little Seven ran in to report. Reporting to Chief Tun, we found Din Long Abyss. Truong Min laughed heartily upon hearing this. Outside Futhan City, Lu Tri said seriously to Truong Min. 70 li outside Tung Nin Prefecture City is the Tiu Duong sect, one of the three great sects in Prince Fuck's feet. Din Long Abyss lies in a mountain crevice behind the Tiu Duong sect. The letter urging surrender has been sent, but the Tiu Duong sect has yet to respond. If they stubbornly refuse to come to their senses, we'll take care of them while we're at it. Scene change. Half an hour later, as soon as he saw the fire dragon appear, he couldn't hide the astonishment on his face and said, it seems the Tiu Duong sect is utterly loyal to Prince Fuck. Additionally, Lu Tri ordered, I give you the time it takes for one incense stick to burn. If you still don't surrender, we'll destroy the sect gate and kill everyone, leaving no one alive. Tu Bok, not yet understanding the situation, asked him, will the Tiu Duong sect surrender? Truong Min began to explain, Prince Fuck is no more. As long as the sect leader of Tiu Duong isn't stupid, he absolutely won't drag the whole sect down with him. Scene change. Lam Than of the Tiu Duong sect heard the report that people from the court had arrived and hurried out. He said joyfully, we have finally awaited the heavenly troops of the court. We have been pretending to half-heartedly cooperate with the rebel prince all this time, and now we finally meet all you lords. We will definitely cooperate fully to wipe out the remnants of the rebel prince's faction. Lu Tri heard this and replied enthusiastically, cooperate? That's very good. Men, invite the sect leader of Tiu Duong and the law enforcement disciples to come down. Take good care of them. Little Back quickly answered, yes, sir. Scene change. Liu Zhai leads to the abyss where a prearranged array has been set up. After observing the situation, he says to the sect leader that Prince Fu's death soldiers are certainly guarding inside Long Yuan. You want the treasure, but do you dare go down and scout it out? The boy quickly proposes a condition. If I open the way, can I take a few extra items? Liu Zhai laughs and replies, you little brat truly never takes a loss. Fine, I allow you to take one more item. Right after, Changming also jumps down below. He sees the array and mutters to himself, later I must have little fish find me some materials related to array. I really don't know where to begin. Changming doesn't know how to break the array, so he frowns and says to himself, what should I do now? Should I just brute force it? Scene change above, Liu Zhai turns to Avu and says, you play, you pay. From now on, just follow him with peace of mind. He has a deathly aura on him, his future wealth and status will be immeasurable. But I can't let him bully you. Let me vent your anger first. Knowing the old man's intention is for his sake, he flatters, you still care for me, my lord. Do you mean he will suffer down there? Liu Zhai quickly explains, Prince Fu has a unit of death soldiers stationed below. Son Changming rushed down so recklessly, he'll likely suffer a bit. Whatever grudge you two have, consider it settled. Now pay attention down there. If the situation turns bad, act immediately. Don't let him actually get hurt. Avu happily obeys as you command. As soon as the words left his mouth, a huge burst of energy erupted from below, startling the old man. Afraid of getting hurt, they step back a few paces. A few seconds later, the old man peeks and mutters to himself, this kid knows how to break arrays. Such exquisite array-breaking skill. At this rate, those death soldiers may not cause him much trouble. Scene change at the bottom of the abyss. Changming cleverly uses his sword to break the array. Now he also figures out the profound secret within. Of course, the 5-talon flying sword is a siege weapon. It can even shatter a grand protective formation, let alone this array. Now Prince Fu's men appear, catching Changming by surprise. After a while, the death soldiers are sent flying up to where Liu Zhai is. Seeing them, the old man nervously thinks, even if death soldiers can't be subdued, this is too brutal. Avu watches a death soldier trying to cling to the cliff face before his eyes and can't help but worry, thinking, serving under this man from now on. It seems I have to be a bit more obedient. Scene change below, Zhang Ping takes out a rope to tie people up and says, any more people? His rope leisurely slithers into a crevice, and just like that, it successfully ties up a group and brings them back to Changming. How Tu is tied up and shouts indignantly, how dare you? If you've got the guts, let me go and we'll fight one-on-one. Scene change. Changming uses the rope to haul a few death soldiers up to Liu Zhai. Seeing this, the old man grumbles inwardly, this brat has dumped the trouble on us. Liu Zhai pretends to praise, you really are someone who repays every grudge. Immediately, he sends a few death soldiers flying back and orders Avu, let's go, we'll take a look too. Scene change, Changming discovers a place emitting extremely strong spiritual energy. Standing near it, he mutters to himself, such dense spiritual energy. There's also an array nurturing magical artifacts. The treasures here are definitely not ordinary. As soon as he says that, several bookshelves suddenly appear, and on them are quite a few good items. Changming looks around and says to himself, "It seems this place is indeed the treasure vault Prince Fu carefully prepared for his rebellion. These treasures can either gather many powerhouses and launch attacks far beyond their realm, or they are treasures that can enhance the combat power of 30,000 cultivators, or high-grade spirit items specialized in breaking military formations and talisman arrays. Fortunately, these treasures cannot provide direct protection to Prince Fu. Otherwise, he would have taken them with him." At this moment, Changming suddenly has a thought. Spirit treasures can't be touched, so spirit jades, spirit pills, and resources. I'll just take a little of each, that should be fine, right? Just then Liu Zhai arrives and asks him, "You're not taking anything?" Changming turns and bows to him, then replies, "Concerning my honor, I naturally had to wait for Lord Liu to come down before making a move." Liu Zhai, a man who keeps his word, tells him, "Including the one I just promised you, that's 3 items in total. You choose first. If there's anything else you fancy, you can exchange with other treasures. But don't bring out any random spirit soil to fool me again." Hearing that, he inwardly mocks the old man. What a clueless guy. Following Liu Zhai's order, Changming begins inspecting the treasures and calculates inwardly. Inside, there are 3 6-banded spirit fires, which can perfectly replace my 4-banded spirit fire. This jade mirror is the myriad medicine comprehensive mirror. If you encounter an unrecognized spirit herb, just shine it once and you'll know its name and effects. The golden coffin can refine corpses and nourish souls. If placed in a ghost domain, the effect should be quite good. This set of 7 Death Dao soldiers looks like just one, but in reality, it's like nested doll. In battle, it can absolutely catch the opponent off guard. This Jade Sister seems to contain a trace of divinity. It will certainly be useful for the Loach. I can also choose one more item, but there are still several suitable treasures for me. It's a bit hard to choose. Afraid of being cheated, I remind you once again, you must not bring spirit soil to deceive the counter again. I have already given you many favors. Don't push your luck. Truong Min turned back to discuss with Elder Shen. What about the divine barrier breaking pill? Lu Tri hesitated and replied, "The divine barrier breaking pill is rare, but to exchange just one pill for a treasure here is truly a daydream." He quickly bargained with the other party. "Of course, it's not just one pill. How about 10 pills? Lu Tri couldn't believe his ears and shouted, "How do you have so many divine barrier breaking pills?" However, Truong Min did not explain the reason. "Don't ask so many questions. Is it a deal or not?" The old man turned aside and calculated silently. "This guy seems to have a lot of divine barrier breaking pills. Many of my subordinates are still stuck at bottlenecks. I must squeeze a bit more out of him." Lu Tri still wanted more, so he said, "I can make the decision. 20 divine barrier breaking pills in exchange for 1 treasure." Hearing this, Truong Min sadly compared in his head, "Truly wicked. The number 1 pawnshop of the 2 elders isn't even as cutthroat as you." Finally, he gave the deciding number. 17 pills, take it or leave it. At this, Lu Tri also agreed. 17 pills it is. Besides, the old man was calculating in his heart. The divine barrier-breaking pills in this kid's hands are probably around 20 or fewer. I'll leave a few pills for him to use himself. Suddenly, Truong Min pointed straight at the old man's face and ordered, "Go count how many treasures are here and their total value in divine barrier-breaking pills." This action left a Vu in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Tri got furious. "What do you mean?" The young man gave a thumbs up and repeated the agreement. "Just made, didn't we say 17 pills per treasure? Although I don't have that many on hand right now, don't worry, I refine pills very quickly." After speaking, Truong Min immediately conjured a pill furnace. Because he had to keep his promise, Lu Tri could only respond, "Wait, you want to exchange for everything here? You say you refine pills quickly. Are the divine barrier-breaking pills also refined by you?" Seeing Truong Min bring out the pill furnace, the old man broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "What is this kid trying to do? Refine pills right in front of everyone." A Vu, fearing the loss of many treasures, spoke up to warn Lu Tri, "My lord, if you let him take all the treasures here, it will be difficult to explain to the imperial court." The old man glanced at him and explained the reason for not stopping the young man. "Of course, I know that, but who would have thought he refines the divine barrier-breaking pills himself? If we don't give him these treasures, we have to compensate him in other ways. Otherwise, he won't let the matter drop." A Vu quickly deduced a countermeasure and loudly ordered Ho and Gu, "Go guard the store entrance." Without Lord Lu's order, no one is allowed to enter. The rest of you follow me to pack up the goods in the cave. Scene shifts to 1 watch later. After everything, Truong Min finally finished refining the pills. So he happily said, "Not bad, they are indeed divine barrier-breaking pills." Seeing this, Lu Tri sighed inwardly. This kid is truly a monster. If his realm is raised later, how terrifying will he become? Fortunately, he's one of our Tran Bao office's people. A moment later, upon not seeing the treasures, he panicked and asked, "Where are the treasures?" Truong Min anxiously ran to the old man to demand an explanation. "Lu Tri, you old man without integrity. I've finished refining the pills and now you want to run off with the treasures?" Lu Tri resolutely refuted. "If all these treasures were given to you, I would have no way to explain to the imperial court and Lord Lu. You also don't need to use sarcastic words on me. This matter is indeed my oversight first. I will certainly give you an explanation." The young man had no choice but to relent, cupping his hands to beg the old man. "Lord Lu, how do you intend to explain?" Lu Tri then promised Truong Min. "How about I first promote you to Centurion?" The young man closed his eyes to think carefully about this. Seeing this, the old man laughed and replied, "I knew you'd react like that. You little brat, in the entire Triuthene Tea, so many people rack their brains wanting a Centurion promotion. Centurion and Banner Chief are two completely different concepts. I'm not joking with you. Promoting you to Centurion is because there's a task next that requires a Centurion to handle." To seal off Dongquan Gorge, Triuthene Tea established many guard posts along the Mang River. Not long ago, the Centurion post in Bao Dan County discovered an abnormal gathering of Nguyen Fong wasp swarms within the Ngu Truck Slope territory. Outwardly, Truong Min said nothing, but inwardly he cursed the other party, giving me a lousy Centurion post and then assigning work. Is this how your imperial court explains things? Furthermore, he also spoke truthfully to Lu Tri. Bao Dan County is right outside Dongquan Gorge, and Nguyen Fong wasps love using special minerals to build their hives. Therefore, the places where these wasp swarms appear often contain special mineral veins. The old man also revealed classified information to him, that the imperial court was preparing to send a centurion to investigate. "Are you willing to take this assignment?" Truong Min seriously calculated in his heart. "This way of delegating is good. Like I said, your imperial court couldn't possibly be that incompetent." Avu suddenly turned back to urge him, "Hurry and agree, such a good thing, don't let the Lord change his mind." Hearing that, Truong Min negotiated again with Lu Tri. "The treasures here I want to exchange for 2 more items, the gold crown and the 7 sons Dao soldiers." The old man got angry and roared, "Boy, don't push your luck." Truong Min refused to yield, instead pretending to be troubled and replied, "I am only thinking about the ideals and career of you and Lord Lu. After all, the stronger I am, the more smoothly I can work, right?" Even though he was shaking with anger, the old man had no choice but to reluctantly agree. "All right," so Truong Min clasped his hands and bowed, saying, Thank you, my lord." Next, he put his arm around Avu's shoulders and urged him, "Hurry up, go find the treasures for me, and that jade seal too." After a long while, Truong Min also returned to his mountain stronghold. Back home, he happily said, "It's finally over and all my hard work these days hasn't been in vain." On the other hand, in Truong Min's heart, there was also some regret, and he murmured to himself, "It's a pity that those ghost soldiers and the large army of Dao soldiers were all interrogated and exposed. Otherwise, I could still collect them for my own use." Lu Tri had transmitted all the evidence and confessions to the capital. The situation of Lu Kuang-hiu at court thus improved greatly. The two of them presiding over the campaign against Fuck Vuong's fiefdom were basically assured of victory. Lu Tu Bok also applied for a small banner. Brocade robe to return home and seek a marriage alliance. At this point, Truong Min felt perplexed and muttered to himself, "But I keep feeling like I've forgotten something." Just then the treasure in his robe shook again, making him puzzled. Immediately, Truong Min picked it up, and a voice sounded from inside. "My lord, in Fuck Vuong's prison there is a woman who claims to have once worked at your River Mang checkpoint." Thanks to these words, Truong Min remembered the important matter and shouted in his mind, "Oh right, the woman in the conical hat and the 9 infants mountain sword are still in the directory." Scene changed, Truong Min quickly went to the dark prison. Here, the treasure spoke again. "Reluctantly, she is also one of my people. You release her, besides her there are 9 more. He complied and replied, "Understood." Thus Truong Min sent someone to interrogate her. Tiu Hong asked, "Name?" The woman glanced aside and answered, "Neem Neem." He continued, "Background?" Neem Neem replied, "Huang Enhin County." Tiu Hong asked again, "Cultivation level?" She simply said, "4th Great Realm, 3rd stage." Avu, standing outside, heard everything but did not speak. He thought to himself, "This woman, though a bit older than Tun Truong Min, is beautiful and charming, alluring. A lady from Quang Enhin County. This is a female demon lord on the list of Triuthene Tea. Yes, our boss indeed has good taste. Don't mention it, this figure. This appearance is really not bad. Like a honey peach." In the end, Truong Min kept his promise, had Tiu Hong release her, and instructed, "Neem Neem, you may go now, but don't cause trouble again." She was a bit bewildered but still answered, yes. Scene change. On the way, Tubok excitedly said to himself, it hasn't been long and I'm already returning home in brocade robes. Wait until I appear before Chiu Venangoi in the official uniform of Triuthene T. His expression will certainly be very interesting. After a while, he suddenly changed his expression and then sorrowfully murmured in his heart, having been with Kim Hein for so long, I seem to have become different from them, but as long as I can be in love with the young lady of the Triu family, that's enough. Now, Tubok also arrived at the door of his home, quickly took out the command token and said to Tran Kin, asking the district magistrate to send a few people with me on a trip to Chan Tu Ra. After seeing the token, he awkwardly said, it might take a while. Tran Kin then regained his composure and muttered to himself, Chiu Thien Tai. He hurriedly saluted and said in a panicked voice, sir, please wait, I will report immediately. Very quickly, Lord Ha also came out to welcome from afar. This humble official welcomes the Chiu Thien Tai imperial envoy, so it really is Lord Lu. Earlier, this humble official had already seen that Lord Lu is an outstanding talent, absolutely not a thing in a pond. He turned his face away and ordered him, send a few people with me on a trip to Chan Tu Ra. Lord Ha quickly complied. Yes, yes, he loudly called his men. Quickly assemble 3 squads of soldiers. I will personally escort Lord Lu to Chan Tiu Jia. Scene changes to Truong Min. He is with the loach lying by the nearby riverbank. Next, Truong Min asks it, just finished eating? After that crocodile last time, now there's another long-necked demon beast in the Dia Kung Thiat Thuong. The loach didn't reply, just sleeping. He didn't disturb it, just looked at it and whispered to himself. It seems that person at Dong Quan Heap still hasn't given up the items in the Dia Kung Thiat Thuong. This time going to protect the county people, maybe I'll have to meet that person once. What demon beast is it this time? Suddenly the loach woke up and transformed into a sea snake. As soon as he saw it, he guessed it was a sea snake monster. What? But at this moment Truong Min asked for benefits from it, this time eating the long-necked demon beast, any good thing to offer me. Hearing that, the loach pretended to sleep again. He didn't make things difficult for it, chuckled softly and said, forget it, I accidentally obtained some treasures this time, I was going to give them to you to eat. But since you're asleep, I won't disturb you, leave it for next time then. It showed a surprised expression when it heard that. Not stopping there with a confused look, it demanded to eat by gnawing on Truong Min's hand, making him cry out in annoyance. The jade seal has already been put away. Are you planning to gnaw on your big brother's hand? Hearing that, it stopped, and Truong Min again guessed the loach's intention. You mean with this jade seal, you can help me break through the 3rd realm and also gift me a set of daring forging equipment? It cried out a few times to express agreement. So Truong Min had to think, it seems this thing is indeed very important to the loach. A few minutes later, he stood up and promised the loach, all right, but right now you're too full to even walk. Wait until you've digested it, then big brother will come and feed you. It didn't agree, rolling on the ground and crying out. However, Truong Min would not compromise. No negotiation, your big brother has to return to the guard post. Scene returns to the place, Hong Tuan joyfully said, Tun Tong Kai, you're back. He took the opportunity to correct the way of address. From now on, change the way you call me Tun the 100 household officer. Hong Tuan scratched his head in confusion and replied, that wouldn't be proper. Although at the guard post, your words carry even more authority than the 100 household officer lore. But if we really call you that, spreading outside would not be good for you, nor for the 100 household officer lore. Din Trine, standing nearby, immediately hit him and scolded, you fool, he is a bit more knowledgeable than Hong Tuan. So upon hearing it, he understood immediately. So Din Trine hurriedly saluted and cheered, congratulations to Tian Sin for being promoted to 100 household officer. Truong Min looked at him and smiled with satisfaction. From within the noisy tent, Truong Min quietly sneaked out. Right after that, without hesitation, he turned around and ran away. After a long while, Truong Min breathed a sigh of relief, huffing, luckily I reacted quickly. If they took advantage of the happiness to make me treat guests, wouldn't that be a disaster? If this tradition is established, wouldn't it be a small feast every 3 days, a big feast every 5 days, too expensive? Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps rushing toward him. It turned out to be Truong Yen running over. Brother! As soon as the little girl threw herself into his arms, Truong Min laughed heartily. Little girl, you just arrived and already ambushed your brother. Immediately after, Truong Yen happily said, brother, you're finally back. Are you hungry? I'll cook something for you to eat. Hearing that, he thought to himself, this little girl has grown so big, already up to Truong Min's chest. He gently replied, all right, I want to eat the dish you made before. It must be delicious, okay? That evening at the dinner table, Dan then slowly spoke. Young lady, this old man is different from those 2 useless ones. Although this old man cannot teach young lady, but at least I can be considered to have enlightened young lady. No merit but some hard work. So can this old man have a little more? Old Bao upon hearing this secretly rolled his eyes. After all that talk, isn't it still just wanting more to eat? You are truly useless. Without hesitation, Truong Yin immediately agreed. The next time I'll cook more. This sentence of the little girl made all three people, Dan then, Old Bao and Thien Viet, simultaneously think. Previously, Truong Yin also said that, in the end the extra portion all went into the little girl's stomach. After the cozy dinner, Truong Min comfortably lay sprawling on the ground. Suddenly the power of the loach surged and appeared right in front of him. Seeing that, Truong Min eagerly sat up. Come, come, Loach, I've been waiting for you for so long. The third great realm is called Dao Thap. Cultivators at this realm need to choose an important spirit acupoint of their own and build a Dao Thap. The methods of building the Dao Thap are only three types: divine technique, formation, spirit residence. After a long time of exploring, Truong Min quickly made a decision. Having the Loach's Xian Tian Mu Fu Tap true set, definitely must choose spirit residence. Without hesitation, he began to train. Spirit energy radiated from Truong Min's body. He had successfully built an ancient tower. But in just a moment the tower gradually vanished. Is it over? The house was only half built and the spiritual energy is already exhausted. Loach, are you all right? Loach's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, here it comes again. Upon hearing this, Truong Min exclaimed joyfully, Loach, I knew you could do it. Right before his eyes now was a thick book. It turned out to be the spirit pill for detoxification and curing the 4 great diseases. Not bad, not bad. At critical moments, it could save lives. In the blink of an eye, Truong Min patted the gourd at his waist and said, Loach, go hungry tonight. Tomorrow I'll give you the jade seal. Not bad, not bad. The people from the imperial court are indeed wealthier than those sects. If this thing were carelessly tossed out, wouldn't it cause another storm of bloodshed in the martial world? Then he suddenly thought of a problem. The matter with Sister Lu Yi had to be arranged properly. Only then could he proceed with the Bao Dan County affair. He might as well take matters into his own hands and set things up in advance. Now someone needed to go to Bao Dan County first to gather information. The next second, Truong Min was excited again. Got it. Scene switches to the ghost domain. Bai Dean too was muttering to himself. Lady Neem seems like a fairly suitable person. Trick her a little to make her obedient, that's all. Right after that, stepping into the practice ground, someone came in and announced, Come out, someone's looking for you. As soon as he saw Neem's figure, he thought to himself, Speak of the devil and the devil appears. You step aside first. Her eyes instantly stared at Vidine Tu's face. Neem lunged forward and roared, You old lecher, I'll kill you. Before she could lay a finger on him, he swiftly ran away. Vidine Tu dodged all around while shouting, Enough! You're a figure of some renown, so why are you being as shrewish as those market women? Even so, Neem had no intention of stopping. Old lecher, this time I was nearly killed because of you. After a while, he crawled into a cabinet to hide. When she stopped from exhaustion, Vidine Tu loudly explained, Harmed you how? The clues I gave you, weren't they useful? Didn't you gain anything? Hearing this, Neem got even angrier and gave the cabinet a powerful kick. I was ambushed by a 5th Great Realm bastard and nearly died in the woods. Luckily, he flew out just in time. Who told you to go now? Did I tell you to investigate that merchant clerk? She got even more furious. You men always find an excuse to justify yourselves. Vidine Tu retorted, Don't be unreasonable in this matter. Everyone relies on their own skills and your abilities are lacking. And your luck is bad, who can you blame? Don't be so gloomy and irritable all day. Girls who smile often have good luck. Neem didn't listen to a single word. I will kill you, you lecher. As soon as she finished, she charged straight at him. The next second, Vidine Tu opened his mouth and spat venom. That immortal poison stopped right in front of Neem's forehead. Take that, then he calmly threatened. All right, I've let you vent enough. If you don't know your limits, I, the second master, will get angry. In a flash, she snorted coldly in frustration and resolutely turned away. Seeing this, Vidine Tu anxiously called out, Hey, don't rush off. You need money. I have a business deal. We can continue to cooperate. The price is negotiable. Neem just thought for a moment, then left without even replying. The ghost city is truly wealthy. So prosperous, if she could get this place, she wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. It's just that skeleton and that judge, a bit difficult to deal with. Suddenly, Neem sensed something and turned around to look. As soon as she saw the sight in the sky above the ghost city, she froze, Neem's face quickly turning pale. 6th stage peak. At this moment, Neem was still stunned by the sight in the sky above the ghost city. She thought to herself, if it were just that skeleton and that judge, there might still be some chance. 6th stage peak, forget it. Neem would rather live a few more days. Neem quickly returned to Nhat Than Duong and fiercely kicked the door open. Finally, she followed the call of her purse and spoke up. Old lecher, what's this business deal this time? Vidine Tu immediately replied, Go to Bao Dan County and secretly investigate the Vong Van Enhai 100 household office in Bao Dan County. This mission made Neem unable to hold back a curse. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Dare to offend the Triu Thien Ti? Seeing her resolute look of leaving, he hurriedly chased after her. Why don't you trust me? How about this? If you're not at ease, I'll make you an inner court order token. All right. Upon hearing about this item, Neem curiously probed. You can really make an inner court order token? Even if the commander himself steps forward, don't dream of reaching into the inner court. Without hesitation, Videen patted his chest with full confidence. Behind me stands a true big shot. It seemed she was convinced. How much money, then, he slowly said. That depends on your contribution. But I've tried to secure you a basic reward of 1,000 spirit jades, if you can dig up an extremely important clue. The big shot behind me has always been very generous. Neem immediately retorted. You want to hire a fourth great realm with 1,000 spirit jades. In his head, Vidianto also felt it was unreasonable. It seemed he was indeed a bit stingy. So how much do you want? As if just waiting for this, she decisively named her price. 5,000 spirit jades as base pay, 3,000 spirit jades per piece of intelligence. The next second he agreed. All right, treasures. And pills of the same grade, is that okay? Neem happily replied. Okay. A moment later, Vidianto took out the necessary items. Then there was nothing more to say. Divine seal, egg-mixing altar, sap. This is half the deposit. Go and inform the county people first. After she left, he thought to himself, at last the first chess piece has been placed. Back to Ghost Domain. At that moment he looked up at the sky and thought, the old ghost has awakened. His days of being the Lord's sole favorite are coming to an end. That damned judge is also of the Azure Ninhot kind, and as soon as he woke up, he immediately went to incite the old ghost. The two are colluding. This is to oppress him. The next second he suddenly roared, where is my military advisor? In the blink of an eye, a flustered figure landed right in front of him. It was Butcher who had arrived. What's going on? Wasn't I eating in the purple pavilion? His question only made him angrier. You pighead. Every day all you know is eating. Hurry up and think of something for me. Butcher also quickly retorted. I'm just a pig slaughterer, yet you keep forcing me to be your military advisor. Are you a pig? As soon as the argument ended, he came up with an idea. My lord, I recommend a talented person to you, who can surely solve your troubles. At the guard post at that moment, Truong Yen was cooking but still didn't forget to remind Kay. Kay, sit down for a moment, the food is almost ready. Without any hesitation, Truong Min quickly replied, okay. Suddenly, Van Pham stepped forward to report. Centurion, sir, your subordinate has an important matter to report. Smells so good. Truong Min heard that and asked back, what important matter? The next second he spoke up. Last night that monstrous bird came again. Nevertheless, his tone remained as calm as ever. I know. You may go. Both Truong Min's indifferent attitude and the sound of the door closing made Van Pham's face show surprise. A moment later, Truong Min sat eating and thought to himself, Hai Tuk, it is indeed a bit troublesome. First, let's see what it's doing. Just as he finished speaking, he opened an eye near where Ryu and Hai Tuk were staying. That caring look of his fell into Truong Min's sight. He quickly realized this was the next evolutionary step of the 10,000 Things Spirit Response Heaven. Then, Truong Min hurriedly stepped outside. It turned out he was heading to where Hai Tuk and Ryu were. Truong Min immediately used spirit energy on Hai Tuk. His power made it scream incessantly. 2 hours later, Hai Tuk finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed in the nearby forest. Ryu turned pale with worry. Big sister wants something to eat, but now it's been 3 days I can't go out to hunt. Should I go ask Big Sister's Lao Ra for help? But Lao Ra is truly terrifying. If he's not pleased, he could make his soul scatter and spirit vanish. Soul scatter and spirit vanish it is. If she doesn't eat, Big Sister will starve to death. As soon as she thought that, Ryu boldly knelt before Truong Min. Lao Ra, save. Seeing that, he gently prayed. You little one are indeed loyal and righteous. Don't worry, I will save it. Following Ryu's plea, Truong Min fed Hai Tuk a pill. In the blink of an eye, its fur color gradually changed to a dazzling gold. Even Hai Tuk's physical strength was restored to normal. After that was taken care of, Truong Min thought to himself, it seems there's no problem. I must quickly return to the guard post to plant the spirit herb I got from Fuck Vuong. A while later, he moved to the backyard of the guard post. From a nearby room, the voice of Truong Yen rang out, Brother, where did you go? As soon as he turned his head, Truong Min saw her along with Dan Then, Van Pham and Thien Viet. Just planting trees, do you need something? Truong Yen happily replied. Nothing at all. She and everyone quickly turned their faces inside as if facing a fierce beast. In the middle, those three, even Thien Viet, were trembling. It's over, the teacher is about to find out. Dan then calmly replied, What are you afraid of? If the sky falls, the young lady will hold it up. Right at that moment in Ghost City, Van Hun Vuong stood majestically with arms crossed on the bridge. Yen calmly spoke, saying it over and over, isn't it still the same as my way of handling it? Van Hun Vuong shouted loudly, Fool, hurry up and work. The next second, Dong Phuong Fan Quan appeared and brought Videen to. My lord, wait, we must bring the victim as a guide. Hearing that, Yen immediately agreed. That's right, shrink down, and lead the way for this king. A moment later outside Baodan district, even though lying in Yen's hand, Vidin to still showed no respect and shouted, "Damn it, don't you know how to walk a bit slower? You rotten bones, just you wait." Fortunately, Yen didn't pay any attention to his grumbling. "Where was your treasure stolen?" Pointing towards Vong Van Enhai Bak Hoso, he replied, "Reporting, my lord, it's right in that vicinity." Without hesitation, Yen used lightness skill. "All right, I'll take you over." Looking up from the ground, his figure looked like a shooting star heading straight for Vong Van Enhai Bak Hoso. A guard on watch saw that and urgently reported, "There's a great ghost. Quickly activate the Grand Protective Formation." After observing for a moment, Yen asked in confusion, "I see no trace of thieves. What treasure did you actually lose?" Without hesitation, Vi deigned to recount it. "My lord, it is an original wind hive cluster up to 2 truong high." Yen exclaimed in surprise, "That's a rare treasure. At a big market, it would also be a fine item." The next second, Vi deigned to voiced his own speculation. "This lowly one has always suspected it was stolen by people from Triuthene Tea." Yen's face showed clear confusion. The sect master warns not to disturb the living. But retrieving the treasure is also working for the sect master. It's truly difficult. As if perceiving his dilemma, Vidin to quickly said, "How about my lord stays here and oversees, and this lowly one goes down to negotiate a bit? They fear your divine might, my lord, so perhaps they will obediently return the treasure." Hearing this, Yen delightedly replied, "This plan greatly suits this seat's intention. All right, you go." Although the plan was approved, he still fell into deep thought. Inside the honeycomb there might be rare mineral components, from which perhaps we can analyze what kind of mineral treasure it is. If we can also draw out the power behind this Bak Ho So, then even better. After a pause of about 2 seconds, Vidin to began returning to his original size. "Those living inside, listen up," he loudly issued an ultimatum. "Quickly hand over the stolen honeycombs to me, your lord, otherwise my lord here will slaughter his way in, and then blood will flow like a river, not sparing even the young." Just as Vidin to finished speaking, a surge of magic fiercely flew straight into his face. Vidin to was thrown backwards yet didn't forget to scream, "My lord, save me." This scene made Yen snort coldly. Next, he began to unleash his move. In just a moment, the protective formation of Triuthene Tea had to withstand Yen's attack. Tu Chuang saw that and decisively ordered, "Bring all the remaining spirit jades and load them into the formation." Others also quickly lent a hand. "Load my spirit jade in too, I don't want to die yet." The next second, Tu Chuang used lightness skill to fly up high to observe the situation. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Daring to offend Triuthene Tea, do you not fear the power of the entire imperial court crushing you?" Vidin Tu's tone showed not a trace of fear. "Hand over those honeycombs and we will leave immediately." The people of Triuthene Tea quickly gave in. "My lord, those honeycombs are of no use to us anyway." Even though they were trying to dissuade him, Tu Chuang was still extremely furious. "Very good, a mere demon dares to oppose the entire Great Wu court." Hearing this, the subordinate below turned pale and thought to himself, "It's over, the centurion here would rather die than submit." Completely contrary to his thoughts, Tu Chuang took out the item that Vidianto needed. "Take it." As soon as he tossed it over, En reached out and caught it. Even so, he still did not forget to threaten. "This time is just to let you know. The large market and the small market of the ghost market are our final boundary. Dare to reach in and we will sever your claws." Watching En's departing figure, a subordinate in the Chiu Thien Tai uttered in confusion, "Did he just say ghost market? What is that? And large market, small market, do ghost soldiers also go to the market?" His puzzled words only made Tu Chuang angrier. "You useless piece of trash." He quickly walked inside. At the same time, Hai Chuok and Truong Min in the form of beetles were flying behind him. Tu Chuang's face looked extremely serious, as if about to do something of great importance. A moment later, he took out a talisman. It turned out Tu Chuang was using the silencing spell technique. Truong Min, flying nearby, was still observing intently. After a long while, he began speaking to someone inside a jade pendant. "Sir, the matter arose suddenly. I had no choice but to hand over those beehives." The mysterious lord coughed as he replied, "Cough, cough, it's fine. That thing is useless to us anyway." Tu Chuang asked in surprise, "Can it be confirmed?" That lord quickly answered, "It should be correct. Moreover, I have dispatched powerful experts of the 6th realm to lend you prestige. You only need to do your job well. Success or failure all lies in this attempt." After finishing the report, he respectfully said, "I obey." "Farewell, sir." At the same time, Truong Min had overheard the entire conversation and thought to himself, "A grand scheme. Could it be like Prince Fuck wanting to rebel?" Before long, night fell. Truong Min quietly crossed the silent forest alone. His steps were light but urgent, quickly finding the place where Hai Chuok was hiding. Standing before it, he lowered his voice and ordered, "Go to the ghost domain. Help me bring back the beehive, then go to Vong Van Enhai and continue monitoring Ngan Tu Chuang." As he finished speaking, Truong Min suddenly paused as if he had just remembered something. He quickly reached into his chest pocket and muttered softly, "Ah, right. A small object was taken out, a dim light flickering in his palm. Without hesitation, Truong Min merged it into Hai Chuok's body, his movements neat and decisive. With this Dao soldier eye, I can observe the situation at Vong Van En Hai at any time. Immediately after, it spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly merging into the boundless void. Only when Hai Chuok's figure had completely vanished into the distance did he slowly turn around and silently leave. A moment later, as soon as he returned to the door of his house, the sight before him left Truong Min utterly astonished. In the yard, right in the center of the back courtyard, a massive beehive had appeared at some point. Inwardly he praised, this Hai Chuok really works fast. Without hesitation, Truong Min drew a knife, cut off a small piece and put it into a mortar. Under each slow grinding motion, the beehive chunk gradually crumbled, turning into a shimmering fine powder, sparkling like stardust. Examining the contents closely, Truong Min couldn't help but be stunned. Roughly 11 types of metal treasure materials, 6 types of wood-type treasure materials, 17 types of mineral treasure materials, and also 5 types of treasure materials such as beast bone. Damn beast, what kind of treasure mineral is this? It contains nearly every type of treasure material. Next, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his icy gaze fixed tightly on the beehive before him. With just a few skillful sword strokes, it immediately shattered into countless small fragments. Truong Min sheathed his sword, his gaze deepening, lost in thought. The composition was still as complex as the treasure minerals extracted from those 3 beehives. If taken to the market, it would be worth at least 23,000 spirit jade. And this was merely the debris that the Phi Nguyen Fong split from digging rocks to build its nest. He quickly took out a card. He still had to find Lu Tri. Otherwise, the 6th realm experts sent by Ngan Tu Chuong would be a bit hard to deal with. Early the next morning, while Truong Min was still deep in sleep, a shout rang out outside the door, startling him awake. Centurion Tun. It's me, Avu, Truong Min thought to himself. So soon. As soon as Avu entered the house, he handed him a piece of paper. This is what Lady Lu gave you. Seeing the drawing on the paper, Truong Min couldn't help but become solemn. What is this? He explained. It contains a strand of Lady Lu's saber aura. If this time you really encounter a 6th realm expert, just throw it out. He asked skeptically, but Lady Lu is also at the 6th realm. Can relying on just one slash on paper really defeat a genuine 6th realm expert? Avu frowned, his tone clearly annoyed. How can you compare Lady Lu with an ordinary 6th realm? Truong Min was momentarily speechless, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. When chasing idols, one should be rational. Blind worship is not advisable. He talked on, boasting, his face full of admiration. Yesterday, the Prince Fuck case concluded. Lady Lu single-handedly defeated 2 6th realm experts. In the final battle, he even broke through on the spot. Avu pointed at the paper in his hand. This is the first slash Lady Lu struck after advancing to the 7th realm. Below the 7th realm, if you don't die, you'll be injured. Hearing that, Truong Min immediately folded the paper and tucked it into his sleeve. That's good then. Wait for Lu Tu Bok to return, then we'll set out. He suddenly spoke up. We still have to wait for one more person. He was slightly surprised. Who? Avu put on a mysterious look. Only a slight smile. You will know when you arrive, look at his smile. Truong Min immediately guessed, a thought flickered through his mind. This little loach really knows how to pick the timing. Why come at this moment? He angrily reached out, putting that boy Avu outside the door. Still playing mysterious with me, it seems you haven't clearly recognized your status as a household servant. Reflect on yourself. The door slammed shut in front of him. Avu frantically pounded on the door and shouted, Truong Min, Lord Lu only said to find an assistant for you, who must come immediately, and didn't tell me who it was in the end. Truong Min paid no attention to the commotion outside, only gently stroking his chin. His eyes lowered as if pondering something. He silently asked himself in his heart, I wonder to what level I can build my Dao tower this time. As soon as the thought arose, he immediately sank deep into a cultivation state, feeling the abundant spiritual energy surging within his body. The Dao Tower had been built up to the 5.5 level, just a little short of the 6th level of great perfection. Just a little bit more and it would be perfect. But to refine the divine creation heavenly soldiers, at least one must break through to the 4th great realm, the hidden Qi realm. The divine creation heavenly soldiers combine the advantages of statue-creating Dao soldiers and mechanism Dao soldier. If successfully refined, they could contend against the 5th great realm. In Truong Min's mind, page after page of the divine creation heavenly soldiers refinement blueprint compendium were flipped through one by one. Each brushstroke contained profound Dao principles, making him feel more and more burdened the more he looked. Before long, Truong Min lost patience. He dejectedly jumped off the bed. Forget it, let's eat first. Stepping into the kitchen, the moment he saw old Bao, a pang of worry rose in Truong Min's heart. He glanced around, didn't see the familiar figure, and immediately asked, Where's my little sister? The old man calmly replied, The young lady and Avu have gone hunting. For lunch today, no sooner had he entered the kitchen than old Bao plopped a large bucket of meat in front of Truong Min. In his heart he secretly exclaimed, so fragrant it could kill. He quickly grabbed a large piece of meat and stuffed it straight into his mouth. But just as he chewed once, his taste buds felt as if tortured. Truong Min's face crumpled. No different from eating chili. He thought to himself, where did this person get the confidence to cook and even claim to be a famous chef? Must have bought the title with money. His angry shout echoed throughout the house. I'm not eating anymore. Very quickly, the silhouette of Hoa Ho Lai flickered high in the sky, signaling that the two of them had returned from hunting. As soon as she saw Truong Min standing below, Truong Yin happily exclaimed, "Kay, we're back late." The little girl ran over and hugged his arm tightly. Voice full of regret, "I've wronged you, brother, having to eat the pig slop made by old Bao again." Truong Min agreed. "Exactly, it's so hard to eat it could kill you. In the future, you must mind the time a bit. If this keeps up, I'll get thin." Old Bao stood tucked by the kitchen door, silently watching the two siblings, sighing softly, insulted again. At that moment, a panicked voice suddenly rang down from upstairs. "Intelligence report, a large troop of riders has been spotted approaching from the southwest." He exclaimed in shock, "What's going on? Are people coming to invade?" Avu speculated. "It might be the people Lord Lu mentioned would arrive soon." Truong Min nodded slightly, his gaze sinking. "That's right, come with me to check." Watching the group gradually approaching, he stood still in thought. So this is the reinforcement Lord Lu spoke of. From afar, upon seeing two familiar figures, Neem An waved frantically. "Little Truong Min, I have finally returned." Right behind the reinforcement troops, a solitary figure walked silently toward the outpost, steps slow but full of determination. Ko Toa happily murmured as if a burden had been lifted. "After so much effort, I can finally come to guard the Mang River outpost." His eyes glinted with calculation. "With my strength at the fourth realm in the future by the gentleman's side, I will surely be the most useful one." Seeing the orderly formation ahead, Ko Toa couldn't help but be bewildered. Could it be that the gentleman already knew I was coming to arrange such a grand display? "It seems the gentleman holds me in high regard." He hurriedly bowed in salute, voice full of respect. "Gentlemen, this old servant has arrived." However, when he clearly saw who was in front of him, Truong Min couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Immediately after, he coldly uttered a single sentence, unintentionally cruel, causing Ko Toa to be stunned, eyes wide. "Find a place to stay on your own." He stood frozen, his mind blank, only a single thought echoing. "What is this situation? Could it be that these people are not here to welcome me?" Avu curiously asked. "An honored official of Triuthene Tea, what are you doing at such a small outpost?" Ko Toa respectfully replied, "Reporting to my lord, I have come to garrison this place." His gaze fixed tightly on the figure before him, evaluating silently. "Fifth realm by the attire, you must be a subordinate of Lord Lu Tri. Why are you here?" He immediately darkened his face, shouting angrily. "Nonsense! Does an outpost need a fourth realm expert to garrison it? The internal audit should thoroughly investigate your Ku Jiang commanderate." Truong Min glided to the side, his voice low, carrying a note of warning. "Avu, have you forgotten your status again?" Avu was embarrassed, his throat choked up, momentarily unable to speak. He immediately turned and left as if fleeing. "Miss, let me process the demon beast meat for you." Truong Yin happily nodded. "Okay." That scene fell fully into Ko Toa's eyes, causing cold sweat to pour down his forehead like rain. A dignified fifth realm expert, even in front of the gentleman, is so timid. Thien Viet placed a hand on Ko Toa's shoulder, voice calm. "You'll get used to it. Things like this will happen often from now on." After that awkward greeting, everyone dispersed and got to their own tasks. Not long after, Dong Vong strode over quickly, cupped his hands and reported, "Commander Van, personnel count is complete." He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the other. "This is." He immediately introduced himself. "Greetings, Commander Tun. I am Lam Dong Vong, Chief Banner under Lord Joy Chuong Van." He scrunched his face, stuck out his tongue, making a funny face. Indifferently said, "My family found him. He helps me handle all sorts of trivial matters." Truong Min smiled faintly, accepting, "Then come in together." At the large meeting table, soft light spread evenly across the room, illuminating every face of the staff sitting around. He stood up straight, both hands lightly resting on the table edge. "Since everyone is here, let's hear what opinions you have." Tu Bok leaned forward a bit, began to speak. "I think." Before he could finish, Dong Vong suddenly erected a large map blocking in front of him. "Everyone, please look here." He bent over, his finger tracing the winding lines on the map, pointing and explaining with a confident tone. "If we depart tomorrow, we can take this route through Willow Forest Town, Vu Kai Pass, Jayap Sun Road, and finally enter Bao Dan County from 10 Mile Pass. This way we can avoid the dangers along both banks of the Mang River. Moreover, this is the shortest route," Dong Vong continued, thus achieving more. However, those present seemed to pay little attention. Truong Min suddenly asked, "Do we have a boat?" Avu answered, "Yes, as it happens, Lord Lu gave me one." Dong Vong stiffened, cold sweat beating on his nape, a simmering anger rising inside him, heavy and unpleasant. "You're not listening," he then decided. "All right then, we'll travel along the Mang River upstream." He stood up abruptly, angrily questioning, "Lord Tun, may I ask one question? Why not adopt my suggestion?" Truong Min frowned. his eyes showing a trace of annoyance, silently mocking. Young people are too full of hot blood, aren't they? Seems like they haven't experienced life yet, haven't been crushed by society, he said coldly. Sweeping away all arguments, not letting Dong Vong interject, his earlier anger turned into embarrassment. He lowered his voice and a subordinate immediately asked. Not letting Dong Vong finish his sentence, Truong Min decisively cut him off, his sharp, cold gaze staring directly at the person in front of him. I have already answered, no more questions. The feeling of being disrespected made him clench his teeth tightly, grinding them together, trying to suppress the rage surging inside him, not letting it show. Outside, the quiet night spread out. The deep sky sparkled with cold, starry lights, completely opposite to the heavy atmosphere inside. Tension enveloped the meeting room at that moment. In another room, Van Pham quietly packed his belongings. Each slow movement seemed laden with worries. He sighed sadly, his breath heavy, carrying a sense of weariness and helplessness. Van Pham muttered, "Protect the county folk. I really don't want to go. If Miss Van hadn't come, I could have stayed here leisurely and free." His lament had barely faded when a rapid knocking suddenly sounded outside. Breaking the silence in the room, startled, he quickly stood up and went to open the door. The door swung open. Dong Vong's detestable face immediately appeared right before his eyes. Van Pham's expression darkened, his voice clearly annoyed. "What are you doing here?" Without waiting for him to say more, he strode into the room. Dong Vong raised his head high, the corner of his lips curling up arrogantly. "I was personally chosen by the elder lord. I came to assist Van Bok Ho. If things go smoothly, I will stay at the Van family and become the husband of Van Bok Ho." Saying this, he glanced back slightly as if to assert his position. "So we are all people of the Van family." Van Pham looked at him, his eyes full of disdain, not bothering to hide the contempt. He spoke. "Did Lord Van's elder promise you that?" Dong Vong was confident. "Such things naturally cannot be said outright, but the intention is obvious at a glance." His voice continued. "It's just that on this trip, the magistrate Tun Truong Min is a stubborn conservative, unwilling to trust and use talented people. I fear that because of him, danger will ultimately come to Lord Van's safety." Only now did Van Pham vaguely realize Dong Vong's true intention in coming here. "So you came to find me too?" He no longer beat around the bush. He frankly expressed his intention. "I will not conflict with him, but if something goes wrong on this trip, I need you to help me prove my innocence. All of this is Tun Truong Min's fault." Hearing those words, his expression immediately darkened, his eyes dim as if covered with a layer of cold frost. Van Pham coldly pointed toward the main door and burst out with a sharp shout. "Get lost!" Dong Vong froze on the spot, momentarily thinking he had misheard. He raised his eyebrows, his eyes showing disbelief. "What did you say?" Van Pham could no longer hold back, his fury erupting violently. He furiously shouted directly into Dong Vong's face. "I said, get the hell out." In that moment, a cold thought clearly surfaced in Van Pham's mind. "If you want to die, go die alone, don't drag me into it." He still puffed out his chest with extreme confidence and declared clearly, "I, Lam Dong Vong, will be the one to marry Van Bok Ho in the future. Think carefully." He quickly grabbed the stick leaning in the corner of the room. Van Pham gripped the wooden stick tightly, aiming straight at the arrogant man before him. "Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll drive you out." Dong Vong paused momentarily. Realizing the situation was no longer under his control, he immediately raised both hands in the air and swiftly ran toward the door. Before leaving, he didn't forget to glance back and drop a contemptuous remark. "Short-sighted fool." The next day, as the night faded, warm early sunlight peeked through thin layers of clouds, slowly covering the guard post, creating a rare peaceful scene. Truong Min stood by the veranda, stretching deeply, his eyelids heavy after a sleepless night. Busy all night, he finally managed to finish the divine-crafted soldiers. Just then, the clear voice of Truong Yen rang out from the kitchen door. She poked her head out, her face bright in the morning sunlight. "Brother, the food is ready, come quickly and eat," he replied. "All right." Then Truong Min quickly went into the kitchen. Truong Yen was already holding a large ladle, looking at her elder brother with concern, and gently suggested, "Brother, let me scoop some for you first." The ladle tilted down, a generous scoop of food poured into the rice bowl. Steam rose in clouds, a rich aroma quickly spreading throughout the kitchen, dispelling some of the lingering fatigue. Standing at the kitchen door, smelling that fragrant aroma, Dong Vong unconsciously swallowed, his eyes unable to hide the craving. "Smells so good!" But right at that moment, the ladle in the girl's hand suddenly flew out, hitting him on the top of his head. Dong Vong clutched his head, his face contorted in surprise. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange, that chubby girl clearly has no cultivation. Why couldn't I dodge this spoon? Dean Viet and Dan then, as if by instinct, simultaneously turned to look at each other, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Without needing words, they shared a common thought. Although the young lady cannot cultivate, the extraordinary aura she naturally carries has manifested into ability. Neem An angrily pointed at his face and shouted, Is this a place you should come? Get out. Right at that moment, Dong Vong bitterly realized. Though Lord Van also has such deep-seated prejudice about well-matched social status, I truly misjudged her. He turned away flustered and left. Lord Van's words this subordinate will naturally obey. Dong Vong ground his teeth, his jaw locked tight, a cold thought secretly rising in his heart. Wait until I've married her into my household, then I'll settle scores with her later. At this moment, Truong Min was still casually chewing noisily, as if completely unbothered by the earlier atmosphere. After a moment, he slammed his chopsticks onto the table, his voice full of satisfaction. I'm full. Suddenly, Truong Min jumped to his feet. Wait for me a bit, I'll be back quickly. Then he swiftly stepped outside, strolling leisurely to digest his meal. Right outside the door, Dong Vong was already standing by, waiting. As soon as he saw Truong Min come out, he immediately followed close behind. His voice betrayed impatience and dissatisfaction. We should set out immediately. Why does the centurion still wish to delay? He stopped walking and issued an irritated order. Someone teach him a lesson. Instantly, before Dong Vong could react, he was sent staggering backward by a painful kick. His whole body shook and a cold shout rang in his ears. Insolent, Dean Viet's face was now brimming with murderous intent. Centurion Tun's decision. All you have to do is obediently carry them out. Since when do you get to question your superior? If you dare cause more noise, you will be dealt with by military law. He finished speaking. He turned his head and coldly called out, Van Pham. The lad immediately ran out. Subordinate present, Dean Viet instructed, before Centurion Tun returns. Supervise him kneeling here. If he dares stand up, give him 100 military canings and expel him from the Chiu Thien Bureau. Van Pham spoke crisply. Half an hour passed. Under his close supervision, Dong Vong remained forced to kneel in place, his knees gradually going numb. The aching soreness spread all the way up to his waist. Cold sweat beaded on his back. Just then, a subordinate hurried over, clasped his hands, and reported. The centurion has given the order, requesting all of you to come to the Mang River. The centurion is already waiting. Van Pham paused, glanced at Dong Vong kneeling on the ground, his voice slightly hesitant. What about Lam Dong Vong? But he suggested bring him along. If he offends again, throw him directly into the Mang River to feed the fish. Scene change, water swirls endlessly, reflecting the shimmering sky. Avu stands firm on the wet mudflat, holding a piece of spirit jade in his hand. Without hesitation, he swings his arm and hurls it into the air. The next moment, a thunderous explosion rings out, shaking the entire riverbank. Amid the billowing smoke and dust, Truong Min turns toward Avu and urges, Get on the boat. Dong Vong hastily pleads. Please, my lord, provide the spirit jade to start the great ship and the protective artifacts. He says, this spirit jade is for starting the ship. Artifacts are not needed. He mocks Lord Tun, even if this spirit jade ends up in your pocket, you must be alive to spend it. Truong Min's expression darkened. Tell me if the sea demons eat you, do you think they will still come to attack our ship? Hearing these cold threats, Dong Vong is so terrified that his whole body trembles, his heart pounding. Seeing his fear, he darts to hide behind a ship post. A feeling of both helplessness and disgust rises in his heart. This brat. Suddenly, Dong Vong's gaze collides with the figure of Neem An stepping onto the deck. He blocks her path, pretending to be caring and protective. A woman who wants to entrust her whole life must still look far and wide. Should find a man with better prospects. Neem An erupts in fury, pointing straight at Dong Vong's face and shouting, Lam Dong Vong, I am your superior, not your pack of lowlife friends. You should know your place. He stands frozen in place, then as her figure gradually fades into the distance, the corner of his mouth twitches upward, inwardly mocking. HMPH, just a shallow woman after all. Before long, the great ship cuts through the waves and sets off, its heavy hull gliding over the water. Successive swells of waves lap against the ship's side, producing a steady, deep thudding sound. A thin veil of mist spreads across the river. Neem An sits in the main cabin, unable to hide the sadness in her eyes. This Lam Dong Vong was arranged by my eldest uncle. Originally intended to use him as a model to recruit commoner disciples, but this person seems to have something wrong with him. Truong Min calmly suggests, then just promote a few more commoner disciples, won't that do? Inside the cabin, Neem An closes her eyes and lets out a long sigh. Lord Van's resources are limited. It's easy to enter the Chiu Thien Bureau, but very difficult to advance beyond the rank of banner commander. Truong Min, sitting opposite, waves his hand confidently and says, a small matter like this, leave it to me. Hearing him say this, Neem An is startled, turns her face and confirms, really. Truong Min looks at her and asks, are you still afraid I'll deceive you? In his mind, he secretly calculates. Just tell Lord Lu and you can have as many as you want. Neem An smiles and reminds him, better not casually make promises to me. Your future is broad now, you need to cultivate your own power. Truong Min frowns and teasingly asks her, since when did you become so clever? Neem An glares, raising her fist in threat. Little Truong Min, you've grown bold, daring to tease me. I'll knock your head right now. Suddenly, the entire surrounding space begins to shake and shift, leaving her wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Outside, the river's surface beneath the ship seems stirred by something. Someone asks what's going on. Dongvang waves his hand and shouts orders. Quick, quick, a powerful demon beast, all troops on alert. Open the armory, load spirit jade into the large-scale artifacts. Truong Min and Neem An step out of the cabin. Seeing his actions, Truong Min frowns and wonders inwardly, does this lamb Dongvang think I don't exist? At that moment, Ko Toa, standing behind, points and commands, all of you back off, no one act on your own. Dongvang glances at her and blurts out 2 words in a daze. What? She, without a shred of deference, directly asks. On this ship, there are 2 centurions and 1 palace attendant. Since when does a mere banner commander like you give orders? Truong Min curls the corner of his lips, shifting his gaze to the person standing beside him. This time, I'm afraid I've made you lose face again. Your subordinates are far too disobedient. Neem An's face turns slightly red and she replies with some embarrassment. It's my fault for not managing my subordinates well. I've troubled you. Dongvang, still unwilling to give up, questions. With a powerful enemy nearby, how can the old palace attendant be so calm? Are you afraid Lord Van's people will claim the credit? Ko Toa doesn't bother to answer him, just turns away with a snort. Dongvang, seeing himself scorned, grinds his teeth in anger. Just then another huge tremor occurs beneath the river. Water splashes everywhere. Dongvang, agitated, points toward it. Lord Tun, won't you quickly order to meet the enemy? At this point, are you still begrudging a few pieces of spirit jade? Truong Min remains calm and declares to him, I will stand right here, not move, and issue no orders. Beside him, Ko Toa and Avu, along with the others, all stand still, assuming neat and orderly positions, waiting for orders. Truong Min nods in satisfaction and praises. Now this is what an army looks like. Dongvang again roars and curses. You're all a bunch of madmen. He turns his head and orders 2 other subordinates. Forget about them, quickly go open the armory, any more delay and it will be too late. The 2 of them respectfully reply, understood. Neem An warns. Everyone stop, do you listen to Commander Tun or to him? The 2 subordinates quickly turn and leave, muttering under their breath. Centurion Van and Dongvang grimaced and said, it's over, you're about to get us killed. Their boat drew closer and closer to the spot where the water was churning. When the boat was only a short distance away, the movement beneath the water gradually subsided. Finally, the water surface became completely calm again. Truong Min folded his arms, squinted, and asked, well, he muttered to himself, there's a loach here. Could something unexpected happen on this boat? Dongvang pointed a finger, stammering, you, this is just luck on your part. What are you so arrogant about? One day I will definitely be stronger than you. Neem An directly retorted, let me tell you what gives him the right to be arrogant. Centurion Tun has trained for less than a year and joined the Chiu Thien office less than half a year ago. Yet he already stands at a position countless times higher than those who have toiled for over 10 years. Her gaze sharpened as she asked, if we talk about background, Centurion Tun was a lowly commoner awaiting death in Tiat Ho village. And what about you? Dongvang was intimidated by Neem An's presence, his mouth only managing to stammer out one word. Truong Min swung his hand, releasing a golden rope that wrapped around. No need to say more. This kind of person is muddle-headed and stubborn, always capable of convincing himself. Then he called out, Avu, list the crimes that guy just committed. Dongvang's entire body was bound by the golden rope as he knelt on the wooden deck. In his ear came the listing of his offenses. 1. Disobeying military orders, punishable by death. 2. Showing cowardice before the enemy, punishable by 30 strokes. 3. Defying a superior officer, punishable by beheading. 4. Sowing discord within the ranks, punishable by beheading. Truong Min coldly ordered, in that case, carry out the punishment. The 2 subordinates, seeing the situation, panicked and pleaded, Centurion, please spare his life. As soon as the words left their mouths, a glowing slash streaked through the air. A bright red smear of blood appeared on the wooden deck. The subordinate with the parted hair, showing no fear, loudly questioned, we begged you to spare his life. Why did you execute him without a word, my lord? The other subordinate shouted, Chief Lamb. As Avu sheathed the sword on his back, he replied indifferently, I used to be one of the 6 personal cavalry generals under Lord Lu Tri, chief commander of the southern prison. Now I follow Lord Tun. If Lord Tun hasn't spoken, what use is there in you trash opening your mouths? The subordinate asked again, but Chief Lamb is one of our own. By dealing with him like this, aren't you afraid it will create enmity between the 2 sides, my lord? Truong Min said with interest, look, Lam Dongvang's attempt to sow discord has already borne fruit. Neem An barked loudly, shut up, slap yourself 20 times. The subordinate with the parted hair froze in shock upon hearing his punishment. Neem An swept her gaze over the group standing before her and declared sternly, everyone on this boat is a member of the Chiu Thien office and a subordinate of Lord Tun. Is that clear? All answered in unison, clear. Truong Min stepped forward. As long as you do your jobs well, Centurion Van and I will absolutely not mistreat anyone. We will make sure everyone gets a satisfying reward. The boat continued moving forward. He added angrily, dismissed. Everyone back to your posts and stay vigilant. The others answered simultaneously, yes sir. Truong Min walked ahead into the cabin and then stopped. Neem An, who had followed him inside, saw him halt and asked curiously, what did you call me here for? Truong Min turned to look at her, puzzled. Aren't you afraid that your subordinates will be swayed and turn away from you? Neem An answered honestly, to tell the truth, I've only come this far by relying on you, so I absolutely must cling tightly to your coattails. She raised her fist excitedly and said, as long as we complete the mission safely, all of today's unfavorable influences will vanish. They'll even think that I have a unique eye for talent and my prestige will rise even further. Truong Min frowned again and asked, about the one who pursued you, I dealt with him. You don't blame me either. Neem An's face became awkward as she asked in return, what pursuit? Truong Min closed his eyes, bowed his head, and explained, Lam Dong Vong had always harbored the thought of marrying you. All this time under the Van household, you never knew. Neem An brought her hand to her mouth, then exclaimed, good heavens. She clasped her hands together and bowed to Truong Min. Thank you, Lord Tun, for resolving this trouble on behalf of this little woman. Just then, outside the door, Avu and Ko Toa were quietly eavesdropping on the situation inside the cabin. Avu began to discuss, do you think the Centurion punished Lam Dong Vong for the greater good or for Centurion Van? Ko Toa replied, I dare not speak recklessly about the Centurion's affairs. Inwardly he thought, you brat, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. 3 days later, the boat was still gliding smoothly on the river. A long tail broke the surface of the water from below. After a brief struggle, the long-tailed fish lay completely still in a patch of bright red water. Truong Min ordered his subordinates, haul the demon beast up, give everyone a share of the meat. You've all worked hard lately. The subordinates cheered with delight. Thanks to Centurion Tun, Neem An came to offer praise. Well done. With both punishment and reward and spending a few more spirit stones, the troops' morale is steady. Truong Min uttered 3 words, still not enough. He told her his plan. On the bodies of the 3 great demon beasts there is a piece of demon beast pattern bone. When the time comes, take it as a reward for the one who performs the best. That way, they will not grow distant from you. Neem An once again praised, truly impressive, Sir Tun. On the 5th day, an order rang out from the ship. Full speed march in half an hour to Cloudview Cliff Centurion Station. The other subordinates replied, understood. Half an hour later, at Cloudview Cliff Centurion Station, a subordinate rushed in from outside to the main hall to report. Centurion sir, Centurion Tun is outside. Ngan too looked up. He thought to himself, traveling by land takes at least 10 days and with so many demon beasts in tow. This Tun Truong Min actually led his men to risk the water route. It seems he came prepared. He pushed himself up, signaled to the subordinate, come with me at once to receive Centurion Tun. Outside, Truong Min was already waiting. He cupped his hands in greeting, Sir Ngan. Tu Chuang and the subordinate also bowed in return, Sir Tun. Next, he explained to the person standing behind him, the higher-ups have sent Sir Tun. I will then hand over the Phi Nguyen Fong matter to you, and provide a local junior officer as a guide. The man standing behind respectfully introduced himself. I am So Sun Liuang, greetings to Centurion Tun. Tu Chuang added, right, a few days ago a 6th-rank great ghost arrived. I'm afraid it will be a formidable foe for Sir Tun. Truong Min was startled and asked him, how can that be? What kind of great ghost? In his mind, he secretly gloated. Even if you rack your brains, you would never guess that I sent it. Tu Chuang turned and went into the hall first to make arrangements. So Sun Liuang led Sir Tun and his group toward Kiu Family Manor. On the way, while reporting in detail to Sir Tun, Sun Liuang received an order, then waved his hand and said, our Centurion station is too cramped, truly inconvenient to host you, my lord. Not far away, Squire Kiu has specially vacated his family manor for you lords to temporarily reside. That is Kiu Family Manor. He pointed toward the gate. My lords, this way please. As for that great ghost, it truly gave us no small fright. Truong Min's entire group followed Sun Liuang and slowly left, completely unaware that man Tu Chuang was at that moment standing on the 2nd floor, secretly observing the situation below. He called out, Muon Thang, take a few men. Change clothes and go to Lion Cave, bring the items. Tu Chuang glanced and ordered, first bring them to my place, throw them down that well. Muon Thang cupped his hands and replied, understood. Outside, a magpie perches on the roof of the building, watching Truong Min's group. After an unknown time, Truong Min's group finally arrives. In Kiu Jia Trang, a man is already kneeling in the courtyard waiting. Seeing the group approach, he raises his face to announce himself. This old man Kiu Tu Thien did not come to greet the high envoy. I hope the envoy does not disdain the humble rural conditions. Truong Min bows and replies, everyone stand, we have troubled you, old sir. Tu Thien slowly straightens up and says, the village has prepared a welcome banquet for you, my lords. Truong Min refuses outright, let's skip the welcome banquet. We are busy with official business on this trip. We will simply borrow a place to stay, so you may rest assured, old sir. As he walks inside, he asks, where were those ore-eating bees discovered? Take me to see them. Sun Luong behind him closes his eyes and replies, reporting to your excellency at Ngu Truck Slope. Your excellency must be weary from the long journey, why not? Truong Min refuses again, no need, we set out now. He then turns his head to the side and gives orders. Avu, take a few people and follow me. The rest of you stay here. Together with Centurion Van and Senior Ko Toa, set up 4 guard posts in the vicinity. Avu replies, understood. Sun Luong follows behind Truong Min, preparing to leave. He takes advantage of a moment when Truong Min is not looking to turn his head and wink a signal to his subordinate. Receiving the signal, the subordinate secretly calculates. He must find a way to inform the Centurion. Neem An turns her head to look at the person behind her and asks curiously, Senior, how should we arrange things? Kotoa tells her the plan. Everyone mingle together so the brothers can keep watch. Do not give them a chance to send word. Over on the other side, Truong Min sees that Sun Luong has been talking to the people in front of him for a long time without leaving. He mutters suspiciously, is he stalling for time? I might as well use the mind-penetrating flute to extract information directly from his mouth. Truong Min places a bamboo flute to his lips and begins to play. The strange sound reaches Sun Luong's ears, making him grimace. He raises one hand to rub his eyes, wondering, what is this? My head suddenly aches sharply and I'm also a little dizzy. Did I not sleep well last night? I wonder if they've managed to get word to the Centurion yet. On a high rocky cliff, Sun Luong stands facing Truong Min and points into the distance. Lord Tun, beyond that mountain we will arrive. Truong Min suddenly asks, so Sun Luong, you are Ngan Tu Chuang's trusted confidant, aren't you? Hypnotized by the bamboo flute, he answers honestly. Apart from his personal guards, I am probably the most trusted person in the Centurion's office. Truong Min then asks, has Ngan Tu Chuang been acting unusual lately? Sun Luong, with a blank expression, recounts. Yes, recently Ngan Tu Chuang often locks himself in his room. His public appearances are fewer and fewer. Truong Min begins to probe. What is Ngan Tu Chuang's background? Sun Luong's eyes are vacant from the hypnosis. He slowly recites some information. A prominent local clan. For generations, members have served as officials in the court. His uncle is Nguyen Ba Keen, who holds the post of Vice Minister of Rights. It is said he belongs to the Prime Minister's faction. Hearing this, Avu is startled and speaks. The Prime Minister usually appears so high-minded. But in fact, he is the one who most strongly opposes Lord Lu's reformist faction. At this moment, Sun Luong suddenly raises both hands and clutches his head. Seeing this, Truong Min calculates inwardly. He is about to break free from the mind-penetrating flute's hypnosis. I must hurry and ask one final question. He immediately asks further. Regarding the mineral treasure, what exactly does Ngan Tu Chuang intend? Patting his head, Sun Luong answers. He said the mineral treasure belongs to our Vong Van Enhai Centurion office. No one can snatch it away. Truong Min feels puzzled. Wasn't Ngan Tu Chuang already under control? Is this an empty promise to placate his subordinates, or does he truly have confidence in seizing the mineral treasure? Just as he finishes speaking, Sun Luong returns to a lucid state and says with a smile, apologies, Lord Tun, I am feeling a bit unwell. I have delayed things. He turns and continues walking forward but thinks to himself, after all this time the intelligence must have reached the Centurion by now. At last they arrive at Ngu Truck Slope. Sun Luong explains, Lord Tun, the first bee was discovered around 3 giant boulders, hanging suspended between them. After hearing his report, Truong Min signal, good, follow me as we advance. Suddenly from somewhere a dark figure darts out, flashing past his eye. All 3 people standing beside Truong Min fall to the ground at the same time. His eyes widen, stunned by what has just happened. As if sensing something wrong, Truong Min turns his head and cries, what? In the nick of time, a sword blade extends to shield him, accompanied by a voice. Careful, Truong Min looks at the person who has just appeared and asks, puzzled, Van Neem An. Why are you here? Weren't you with Senior Ko to setting up the guard post? Neem An replied while swinging her sword. First, deal with the trouble right in front of us. There's an emergency, I'll explain later. Off to the side, a figure in black clothes with face completely hidden was charging forward. He moved across the ground with lightning speed. Truong Min swept his gaze and warned, careful, it's a master of the Earth Fifth Realm. Neem An replied, understood. Next, she began concentrating and chanting a spell. Activating the body transformation secret art, Neem An's hair quickly turned silver white. Truong Min also opened the gourd bottle's lid and called out, Loach, come out. Neem An gripped the sword in her hand tightly, sighing, it's been a long time since we fought side by side, hasn't it? Truong Min ordered the Loach. Go! It looked at him and nodded. The Loach flew into the air, then blew out countless jade bullets from its mouth with force. The group of black-clothed people also reacted extremely quickly, tilting their bodies to dodge the incoming jade bullets. While one black-clothed figure had yet to react, Neem An had somehow already appeared behind him. That one realized the situation was bad and panicked, planting one hand on the ground to gain momentum and flee. Up ahead, Truong Min was already waiting. He raised the object in his hand high. Jade scepter appear, help me suppress. The jade scepter shot straight towards the black-clothed one. He froze in place, wondering inwardly, such immense pressure, he can actually suppress me. Neem An and the Loach simultaneously rushed to attack. Now is the time, go. The Loach's face pressed close to the black-clothed figure, making him break out in a cold sweat. A huge crash echoed through the air. At that moment, the black-clothed one lay motionless on the ground. Truong Min pulled open his collar to check. What, again someone from 5-4 symbols? Why are they attacking me? Neem An also returned to her normal form, then recounted. I was just about to tell you about this. Lord Lu sent a secret message. The capital is in great upheaval. Various factions are all harboring rebellion intentions, including the uncle of Ngan Tu Chuang and Ngan Ba Qin. Truong Min turned his head to look at her. What? Neem An continued. Therefore, Lord Lu urgently summons us to the capital. He probably anticipated this. I didn't expect the Ngan family to act so quickly. Let's go, we'll set off for the capital immediately. Truong Min lowered his head, raised a hand to stroke the Loach's head. So that's how it is. I never thought I'd be leaving for this reason. But just a second later, he lifted his face, determination in his eyes. HMPH, then bring it on. Let me see what other schemes lie behind this. Finally, Truong Min along with the Loach and Neem An turned and left 5 bamboo slopes. Go, pick up Truong Yen, we head for the capital.